Chapter 1. My enchanting wife urges me to take disciples. Master, it has been no less than half a year since we last met, and I have missed you dearly during this time. In the inner chamber of the Qingyun sect, the female sect leader, Luo Wuqing, had cascading black hair that flowed like a waterfall beside her pillow, radiating an alluring luster. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as mutton-fat jade, and under the light, it seemed to shimmer with a hazy glow. One glance, too many, might lead to an explosion of desire. Thus, Lin Yang, with fervent eyes, began to loosen his clothing, lunging towards the stunning woman reclining on the soft couch, ready to take action. However, as Lin Yang charged forward, Luo Wuqing merely flicked her jade-like finger, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent him sprawling backward. After tumbling 3 times, Lin Yang landed on the ground, cradling his head, and plaintively exclaimed, "My dear wife, what is the meaning of this?" Luo Wuqing propped herself up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yang, and after a long pause, she spoke. Recently, the 6 peaks of the Qingyun sect have been somewhat unstable, with lurking dangers. I have pressing matters to attend to, and cannot concern myself with them right now. Therefore, I have established the 7th peak of Qingyun sect for you, and you shall be its master from now on. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang regarded Luo Wuqing with seriousness, realizing that her demeanor, so grave for a beauty and childhood sweetheart, indicated the severity of the situation. "Do you mean I must recruit disciples, cultivate power, and forge a stance of confrontation between the 7th peak and the 6 others?" With this thought, Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Such a monumental task could only be shouldered by him for his wife, as others might falter. Seeing Lin Yang's puffed-up pride, Luo Wuqing shot him a disdainful glance, saying, "I intend for you to take a beating. At this critical juncture, my sudden establishment of the 7th peak and my personal appointment of you as its master will undoubtedly serve as a warning to the 6 peaks, deterring them from rash actions. However, while this might restrain their actions, they will inevitably seek to test you. Your task is to endure until I resolve my matters, after which we will address the issues with the 6 peaks. Understood?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart sank like a stone. Could he truly be ignorant of the situation? After all, the 6 peaks held the military power of the Qingyun sect, each housing no fewer than 1,000 disciples. Their peak masters possessed terrifying strength at the small saint level. The ranks were as follows: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Nascent Soul, Divine Palace, Transformation, Spirit Sea, Saint Realm, Small Saint, Great Saint, Quasi-Emperor, and finally, the Emperor. And he, at the Nascent Soul stage, was to take on the role of the 7th peak's master? Wasn't that akin to courting death? Luo Wuqing understood Lin Yang's thoughts, yet some matters were imperative. In the rear, she could trust only Lin Yang. She spoke earnestly, "Lin Yang, the Qingyun sect is the culmination of my master's efforts. I do not wish for it to perish by my hand. I implore you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart softened once more. In his memories, this seemed to be the first time Luo Wuqing had earnestly requested his assistance. He recalled how, upon arriving in this world, he was born into a humble farmer's family and, at the age of 1, was tasked with nurturing the neighbor's daughter, the same age as him, Luo Wuqing, as his future wife. By 18, they had indulged in forbidden fruit together on the back mountain. Later, when Luo Wuqing awakened her glazed saint body, the old sect master of Qingyun discovered her and forced her to sever ties with him in exchange for her admission to Qingyun sect for cultivation. Yet, Luo Wuqing was unwilling to comply, insisting on bringing him along, even at the cost of her life. In the end, the old sect master relented and agreed to take him to Qingyun sect. Upon arriving, Luo Wuqing, seeing his lackluster talent, did not abandon him, but instead shared her master's medicinal pills with him. Throughout, Luo Wuqing had never forsaken him, always supporting him. Now, she humbly sought his help, and he had no reason to refuse. He looked at Luo Wuqing and vowed, "My dear wife, do not worry, I promise to take on the position of master at the 7th peak and will safeguard the Qingyun sect for you." At his words, a flicker of tenderness passed through Luo Wuqing's eyes. Just then, ding dong, a mechanical notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have finally agreed to assist Luo Wuqing in fulfilling her request, thus earning the reward, the ultimate disciple recruitment system. Stunned by the system's notification, Lin Yang exclaimed, "System? After 30 years of transmigration, my system has finally arrived?" Lin Yang was elated. "Do you know how I've spent these 30 years?" As a transmigrator, he had once fantasized about having an accompanying system, but it had never appeared, causing him to lose hope in the standard configurations of transmigrators. He had thought his life was destined to be mundane, and yet now, the system had finally manifested. After 30 years, host, do you know how the system came to be? I have set the simplest awakening task for you. Simply agree to assist Luo Wuqing in fulfilling her orders to activate the system. But for 30 years, host has merely relied on her, with Luo Wuqing doing all the work, watching over and protecting you. How could the system awaken? I have waited long enough for you. Is that too much to ask? I'm angry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt his face flush with embarrassment indeed. He had put Luo Wuqing through hardships all these years. System, tell me about your capabilities. This system will assist the host in recruiting the most exceptional disciples, equipped with innate talent detection capabilities and a return on investment feature for disciple training. Is that even possible? Lin Yang could hardly contain his joy, having just become the master of the seventh peak. He had acquired the ultimate disciple recruitment system. Was this not serendipity? Soon after, another notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! Without further ado, please promptly recruit a disciple whose innate talent meets the standards to complete the recruitment task and receive your beginner's gift pack. Special reminder. Upon successfully recruiting the first disciple, the first return on investment mechanism will be triggered, rewarding the host with an enhancement of 5 cultivation levels. Ding, 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 ding. Please hurry and recruit disciples. Urgent. Urgent. Can't wait. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. According to the system, he merely needed to successfully recruit one disciple to immediately receive an enhancement of 5 cultivation levels, which would elevate him to the small saint level. He would then stand on equal footing with the peak masters of the 6 peaks. Lin Yang smirked coldly when that time came. It would be uncertain who would be the one to strike. He then turned to Luo Wuqing and said, "Sect leader, today happens to be the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. I shall take my leave to see if there are any suitable disciples at the ceremony." Lin Yang hurriedly turned to exit the room. Just then, "Wait!" Luo Wuqing unexpectedly called out to him. Lin Yang turned back, his face a mask of confusion as he looked at her. "My dear wife, is there anything else?" With another flick of her delicate finger, Luo Wuqing effortlessly pulled Lin Yang back onto the bed. The two sat facing each other. Luo Wuqing bit her red lip and gently tilted Lin Yang's sharp chin, seductively saying, "Husband, it has been half a year since we last met, and I have missed you dearly." Chapter 2. The Qingyun Sect's Recruitment Ceremony. 3 seconds later, in the plaza of the Qingyun Sect, a grand recruitment ceremony was in full swing, bustling with energy. As one of the 3 major orthodox sects of the Xianhuang continent, the Qingyun Sect attracted over 10,000 aspiring disciples. The requirements to join Qingyun Sect were quite simple. One must undergo a spirit assessment. As long as a disciple infused their spiritual energy into the spirit testing stone, their innate talent would be categorized into 5 levels: Sun, Moon, Star, Qin, and Fan, with Sun being the best and Fan being the worst. To join the Qingyun Sect, one only needed to reach the Qin level of talent. On the high platform, 5 imposing elders sat in a row, exuding an air of authority. They were Master of the Sword Peak, Li Mu male; Master of the Array Peak, Yang Xian male; Master of the Shadow Peak, Su Wunyang; Master of the Pill Peak, Zhou Yuan male; Master of the Rune Peak, Su Daoling. 3 hours later, a robust figure landed before the 5. The newcomer was Hanya, the Master of the Body Refinement Peak, sent to oversee the spirit assessment. With a hearty laugh, he announced, "Esteemed Peak Masters, I apologize for the wait. The spirit assessment has concluded. We now have 1 disciple with Sun-level talent and 6 with Moon-level talent. The remaining disciples are all Star and Qin level." Upon hearing Han Ya's report, smiles bloomed on the faces of the other 5 peak masters. "Excellent. The recruitment ceremony has yielded 1 disciple of Sun-level talent and 6 of moon-level talent, this is truly a boon for the Qingyan sect. Indeed, all 6 of us peak masters began our cultivation with moon-level talent. If we could achieve such success, that sun-level disciple will undoubtedly be the hope of our Qingyan sect. The 5 exchanged words, each fixated on the sun-level disciple, contemplating how they might claim this promising talent for themselves. At this moment, Hanya suggested, "In my opinion, the sword peak is the strongest among our 6 peaks. Therefore, let the sun-level disciple belong to the sword peak master, while the remaining 6 moon-level disciples can be chosen by the other 5 peaks." Upon hearing this, although the others were reluctant, they remained silent, for the sword peak was indeed the strongest in the Qingyan sect. Moreover, the sword peak master had been plotting a significant undertaking in recent years. Should he succeed, they would have no choice but to bow before him, naturally avoiding any offense. Seeing no objections, Hanya smiled at the sword peak master, Li Mu, and said, "In that case, I would trouble the sword peak master to dedicate some time to personally cultivate these 2 prodigies." Li Mu nodded slightly. "Then I shall humbly comply, accepting only these 2 disciples. The remaining disciples may be selected at the discretion of the 5 peak masters." Li Mu tilted his head, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked towards the hall of the sect master. With the addition of a disciple of solar-grade talent and another of lunar-grade talent, how could such significant matters possibly fail to materialize? Hanya smiled ingratiatingly. "Since there are no objections, let us finalize this matter." However, at that moment a voice interrupted. "Hold on, I have an objection." Lin Yang and Luo Wuqing descended at that moment. Lin Yang clasped his hands and greeted, "I have the honor of meeting the 6 peak masters." The 6 exchanged glances, choosing to disregard Lin Yang entirely, for they held a deep-seated disdain for someone who relied on his looks to ingratiate himself with Luo Wuqing. "Welcome, sect master, to our presence." The 6 then turned to offer their salutations to Luo Wuqing. "Spare me the formalities." Luo Wuqing inclined her head slightly. Only then did the 6 raise their heads, puzzled as they looked towards Luo Wuqing. In previous years, she had never participated in the disciple recruitment ceremony. Why had she suddenly appeared now? Luo Wuqing declared, "Everyone, I have come to inform you that I have decided to establish the 7th peak of Qingyan sect, with Lin Yang appointed as the peak master of the 7th peak. With that said, do you all understand?" Upon hearing this, the 6 peak masters were taken aback, particularly Li Mu, who scrutinized Luo Wuqing and Lin Yang with intent. Had Luo Wuqing uncovered something, or had she begun to target him? Li Mu asked, "Sect master, why have we not been informed of such a significant matter?" "Indeed, Sect master, this is quite sudden. You should have consulted us beforehand," Hanya chimed in. The other peak masters nodded in agreement. Luo Wuqing scanned the group. "This matter is not for you to discuss. I will explain it to the Elder Council personally later." Seeing this, Li Mu and the others felt it futile to argue further, as they were merely executors and not decision-makers. Yet Hanya, visibly dissatisfied, retorted, "Even so, our Qingyan sect is brimming with talent. Why should a mere waste like Lin Yang be appointed as the peak master of the 7th peak? You, a waste, can serve as the peak master of the body refining peak, so why can't I?" Lin Yang shot back directly. "You insolent brat. Out of respect for the sect master, I refrain from directly calling you a waste, yet you dare to label me as such? Are you seeking death?" Hanya fumed. Lin Yang smiled. "Back when you, Hanya, made a mistake and knelt before the sect master begging for mercy, it was I who interceded on your behalf. Just a few years have passed, and has your memory been devoured by dogs? Why do you seek trouble with me? Who is truly seeking death here? You waste, you're asking for it." Hanya, clearly agitated, exclaimed, "This matter is straightforward. The 6 of us peak masters possess at least the strength of the minor saint realm, while you, a waste of the nascent soul realm. How do you qualify to be a peak master?" "Enough. The position of peak master for Lin Yang was appointed by me. If there are any objections, address them to me." Luo Wuqing interjected sharply, her fierce gaze sweeping across the 6 peak masters. Her actions were intended to bolster Lin Yang's standing and to issue a warning to those with ulterior motives. Lin Yang had her backing. As no one dared to refute her further, Luo Wuqing turned to Lin Yang. "Begin the recruitment." "Understood." Lin Yang smiled faintly. stepping to the front of the podium to survey all the disciples below, pondering which of them met the system's criteria for exceptional talent. Meanwhile, the disciples below had clearly overheard the conversation between the sect master and the 6 peak masters. The current peak master Lin Yang was a newly appointed one, and his strength was merely at the nascent soul realm. Wouldn't that lead to their ruin? Faced with Lin Yang's gaze, several talented disciples instinctively chose to avoid his eyes, unwilling to join his faction. As Lin Yang scanned the crowd, he finally spotted a particularly promising disciple. Sure how. Cultivation, 9th layer of Qi refinement. Talent, solar ray talent. Purple trait, dragon rhinoceros bloodline. Blue trait, unmatched physique. White trait, exceptional aptitude. Black trait, a thought can turn one into a demon. A thought can turn one into a Buddha. Just as Lin Yang marveled at Shi Hao's remarkable traits, Luo Wuking's voice rang out again. Given that the 7th peak has just been established and has no other disciples, Lin Yang shall have the privilege of selecting the first disciple. I have spoken. Do any of you have objections? Her words immediately sparked an uproar, disbelief rippling through the crowd. The 6 peak masters exchanged wide-eyed glances, particularly Li Mu and Hanya, whose expressions twisted in discomfort. This first disciple's position was to be bestowed upon Lin Yang. Wouldn't that mean the solar-grade talent disciple Shi Hao would be taken by him? Sect Master, this is unacceptable. Lin Yang is merely at the nascent soul realm, allowing him to select a disciple. First, what if he chooses an exceptionally gifted one? Wouldn't that mislead the youth? Wouldn't it be a laughingstock if this got out? In my opinion, since the 7th peak is just starting out, it would be wise to select some disciples of celestial grade talent for practice. The discourse continued, with Li Mu and Hanya growing increasingly agitated. Silence, Luo Wuqing commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. The command of this sect master is absolute. Proceed as I have instructed. Her fierce declaration silenced all dissent, and she turned to Lin Yang, speaking gently. Lin Yang, you may choose. Chapter 3. The golden legend. Lin Yang felt a warmth in his heart. According to Luo Wuqing's intention, he was to select more disciples, particularly those with the finest talents that by doing so, the 7th peak standing within the Qinyan sect would undoubtedly elevate. Once she departed from the Qinyan sect, the 6 peak masters would think twice before openly targeting him. As for the matter of instructing disciples, Luo Wuqing would send her apprentice, Zhu Ke, to assist at the 7th peak. With Luo Wuqing's assurance, Lin Yang naturally turned his gaze toward Shi Hao, who possessed a day-level talent along with the Longxi bloodline. Such extraordinary aptitude would surely stabilize the 7th peak that moment. Shi Hao, with his striking eyebrows and starry eyes, noticed Lin Yang's gaze and recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, repeatedly imploring in his heart, "Do not approach. Please do not come near." Lin Yang smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "You may run as you wish. My beloved disciple is you, and you cannot escape." However, at that moment, a notification chimed. Regrettably, Shi Hao has not met the requirements for apprenticeship. Lin Yang's lips twitched uncontrollably. Shi Hao was the most talented disciple in this recruitment ceremony, yet his attributes failed to satisfy the system's criteria. Was this demand not excessively high? Host need not be disheartened. Although Shi Hao's talent is decent, he has yet to trigger a golden attribute, thus he cannot be deemed a genius. The system responded that we have awakened only once in 30 years. If we are to act, let us aim for something grand. The emperor as a servant, the immortal as a subordinate. This world is mine to command. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang was taken aback, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, this was the most formidable apprenticeship system, that we do not accept inferior candidates. Since Shi Hao did not meet the requirements, he lost Lin Yang's interest. System, are there any disciples present with qualifying talent attributes? Lin Yang inquired, prepared to seek candidates from outside the sect if necessary. Yes, there is one at the back of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes ignited with fervor as he prepared to find his cherished disciple. But at that moment, Hanya stepped forward with a warning expression, saying, "Lin Yang, I kindly remind you that a disciple like Shi Hao is a rare genius within the Qinyan sect. Only the Sword Peak Master is qualified to cultivate him. I advise you not to set your sights upon him." With his plans interrupted, Lin Yang turned back to Hanya, feeling frustrated. You meddlesome fool! Just wait until I successfully recruit my disciple and step into the lesser sage realm. The first to meet their end shall be you." Simultaneously, Sure Hao lifted his head, pride radiating from him as he declared, "Master Lin, I am wholly devoted to joining the Sword Peak Master and have no interest in other peaks. I hope Master Lin will not force me into a difficult position. I am making it clear that I will not join your faction." Lin Yang was about to retort, "Did I ever say I would take you as my disciple?" When a sudden idea crossed his mind that he turned to Li Mu and asked, "Sword Peak Master, what is your opinion on this matter?" Li Mu replied, "Master Lin, I share a mutual appreciation with Sure Hao. How about you let him join me instead?" "Sure." Lin Yang unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. Everyone was taken aback. No one anticipated Lin Yang would consent so readily. However, upon further contemplation, as a peak master at the nascent soul stage, offending the Sword Peak Master would undoubtedly have dire consequences, that it was wise to concede Sure Hao to the Sword Peak Master. Beside them, Luo Wuqing cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yang. But he halted her with a gesture, stating, "We are all from the same sect." "I have no objections." That Li Mu smirked. Perceiving Lin Yang's agreement as a sign of fear, he spoke coldly, "Then allow me to express my gratitude." Lin Yang suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. "Not so fast. We are not that familiar, that if you wish to take Sure Hao, you must offer 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, along with that Taishu spirit pill and the supreme dragon armor in your possession." "Impertinent!" Hanya bellowed, having initially thought Lin Yang was merely going along with the flow to do a favor. He was shocked to find Lin Yang had such ulterior motives. "Those items could buy you 100 lives. How dare you be so greedy?" "Master Lin, you are being rather avaricious, are you not?" Li Mu added, his face darkening. The spirit stones were inconsequential, but the Taishu pill and supreme dragon armor were invaluable to him. Essential for breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level and withstanding a full-force strike from a Quasi-Emperor expert. "Very well, the deal is off. I choose Sure Hao," Lin Yang declared. Li Mu gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing him continue to protest, Lin Yang turned to Luo Wuqing, saying, "Sect Master, I have chosen Sure Hao." "Wait!" Li Mu shouted through clenched teeth. "Sword Peak Master, is there something you require?" "I accept your terms," Li Mu replied coldly. "Resources can be earned again, but a day-level talent disciple is irreplaceable. Moreover, the 7th peak is clearly a counterbalance to their faction, and if they were to acquire a day-level talent disciple, the 7th peak's position within the Qinyan sect would undoubtedly strengthen, making it difficult for him to contend with them." Lin Yang had not considered these factors. A subpar disciple exchange for such resources was a guaranteed profit. He extended his hand, stating, "A hand for payment. A hand for delivery to Li Mu." Gritting his teeth, surrendered all the items to Lin Yang. Lin Yang accepted them without hesitation, then raised his head, his gaze scanning the back for his beloved disciple. "Sword Peak Master, are we truly just going to hand those items over so easily?" Hanya asked, displeased that Li Mu's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he replied coldly, "The items can be given to him, provided he lives to use them." Lin Yang sensed the murderous intent emanating from the two of them. It seemed that among the 6 peaks, the ones lurking in the shadows were indeed Li Mu and Hanya. Thus, he had forged a bitter enmity with them. Once he succeeded in recruiting his disciple and ascended to the lesser sage realm, he would deal with anyone who dared to provoke him. At that moment, a radiant attribute panel appeared prominently at the back of the crowd, capturing Lin Yang's attention. "Wow, a golden legend!" The panel displayed Apprenticeship Target, Li Yilan, Cultivation, Qi Refining Stage 5. Talent, Qin Level, Upgradable, Golden Attribute, All-Round Cultivation, Purple Attribute, Fortuitous Encounter, Purple Attribute, a celestial being resides within the ring, Blue Attribute, Stunning Beauty, White Attribute, aspires to be the best in the world. Could this be the disciple with qualifying talent attributes as mentioned by the system? Ding! Attribute criteria met. Apprenticeship requirements fulfilled. Lin Yang's heart soared with joy as his gaze fell upon Li Yilan. She wore a light blue gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling like stars. A ribbon cinched her waist, accentuating her graceful figure. Her skin was fair, and her smile radiated confidence that a disciple of this caliber was surely 100 times stronger than Sure Hao. Amidst the crowd, unnoticed by others, Li Yilan discreetly touched her ring and communicated, "Elder, are you there?" I have successfully passed the Qingyun Sect's apprenticeship assessment, thus securing its protection. Based on your wisdom, to which peak should I offer my allegiance? A feminine voice responded from within the ring. You should find a way to join the seventh peak. The Elon was startled. What? Elder, are you jesting? The seventh peak has only just been established, and its peak master possesses merely nascent soul stage strength. Would they truly be able to guide a junior in cultivation? We joined the Qingyun sect solely for protection, to evade enemies to AS for cultivation guidance. The combined strength of those peak masters pales in comparison to even a single hair of mine. The voice replied. However, I am currently in a weakened state, and a portion of my aura is difficult to conceal to avoid detection. You should indeed join the seventh peak. With that peak master's inadequate strength, they would never uncover my presence. Moreover, I sense that the female sect master and the seventh peak master share a unique connection. If your enemies were to find you here, perhaps you could resolve some of your troubles. Understood, Elder, that I will follow your guidance. The Elon nodded in agreement, clenching her fist and instinctively raising her gaze toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang, in turn, met her gaze, their eyes locked, confirming their connection. Lin Yang pointed at Li Yilan, declaring, Sect Master, I have confirmed my choice. I wish to take her as my disciple. Chapter 4. Enemies at the door. As soon as Lin Yang's words fell, everyone turned to look. What is this? You had the chance to choose first, and you went for a Chen-level talent disciple? Truly a fool. The crowd erupted in laughter, mocking Lin Yang's decision. Hanya could not contain his amusement, laughing heartily as he openly derided. Little waste, at least you have some self-awareness that a talent like yours is only worthy of a Chen-level disciple. Do you understand? Luo Wuqing's expression darkened. She had never anticipated that Lin Yang would make such a choice. While she could understand avoiding conflict with Li Mu and not competing for the day-level talent disciple, Lin Yang could have selected a month-level talent disciple. Yet, he chose a Chen-level talent disciple, completely disregarding her advice. How could she feel at ease leaving the Qingyun sect after this? Lin Yang, you need not feel any pressure. I will grant you another opportunity to choose, Luo Wuqing said. Looking at Lin Yang, no need. Lin Yang replied that I am certain in my choice to take her as my disciple, and I will not select any other disciples. After all, the system stated that there was only one disciple of exceptional talent present. Li Yilan did AS for the others. They were simply unworthy of being accepted as his disciples. Seeing Lin Yang so resolute, Luo Wuqing chose not to say anything further. Perhaps it was best for him to confront the six peaks alone, as the pressure might have been too overwhelming. Thus, if he was unwilling, she would not force him any longer. Before she departed, she decided to leave Lin Yang with some additional options. Observing Lin Yang's choice, all the disciples present, along with the six peak masters, let out a collective sigh of relief. The former felt fortunate that they would not have to join the seventh peak and be subjected to its teachings, while the latter was relieved that Lin Yang would no longer compete with them for exceptional disciples. Lin Yang gestured for Li Yilan to step forward and inquired, Are you willing to take me as your master? Li Yilan, taken aback, was still contemplating how she might become Lin Yang's disciple, and was surprised that he had approached her directly. What is there to be astonished about? You possess innate luck. Without it, how could you possibly encounter me? And is it so strange that I would take you as my apprentice? Remarked the voice from within the ring. Yilan suddenly realized the situation. Meanwhile, disciples in the audience began to cheer, urging her on. This esteemed disciple, the master of the seventh peak, is asking if you are willing. If I were you, I would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. After all, the seventh peak is a newly established mountain, appointed by the sect leader. In the future, you could be a founding benefactor. Hurry and agree. The crowd, each adding their encouragement, feared that if Li Yilan refused to join the seventh peak, they would have to take her place, which they were eager to avoid. Even the six peak masters on the stage looked on with an air of superiority, enjoying the spectacle. In that moment, Li Yilan felt a surge of panic. Just then, a voice from the ring urged, Don't just stand there in a daze. Quickly agree to him. These people are merely waiting for your misstep, in a few days, with your talent and fortuitous luck. Along with my guidance, your strength will surely soar, and they will be left in tears. The audience continued their mocking jeers. The voice from the ring expressed indignation. Yilan nodded in agreement, and raised her gaze towards Lin Yang, stating, I am willing to become your disciple. Before she could finish her sentence, Three powerful columns of energy suddenly ascended into the sky, towering like pillars reaching for the heavens. The formidable aura sent dark clouds rolling over the Qingyun sect. Upon these pillars stood three middle-aged men. The foremost, clad in luxurious attire, exuded an extraordinary presence, while the two behind him also bore cold expressions and impressive auras. Seeing the three men, Li Yilan trembled. Lowering her head significantly, the six-peak masters of Qingyun sect slowly raised their gazes. People from the Shao family, what brings them here? Hanya asked, perplexed that in response. Lin Yang turned to Luo Wuqing, equally puzzled. He had heard of the Shao family, one of the three great families of Qingzhou, whose strength rivaled that of the Qingyun sect. That it was rumored that the Shao family had a formidable ancestor. Luo Wuqing did not reply to Lin Yang. Instead, she slightly bent her legs and leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light that a powerful wave of energy surged behind her, akin to a tornado. Immediately overshadowing the three men from the Shao family, Luo Wuqing elevated herself above the three, looking down coldly upon them. Shao Patian, uninvited and with such a display, are you intending to wage war against the Qingyun sect? Luo Wuqing's voice was not only deafening, but also carried an overwhelming oppressive force, forcing the trio to lower their own aura. Among the three from the Shao family, the head, Shao Patian, bore the pressure and responded to Luo Wuqing. Mistress Luo, you misunderstand that I come with a purpose. That a purpose? Luo Wuqing scoffed. Is this your approach to handling matters? Please, Mistress Luo, do not be angry. Shao Patian offered a slight bow, then dissipated his aura, gradually descending onto the main stage. Luo Wuqing also slowly landed beside Lin Yang, her gaze fixed on Shao Patian. What is your purpose? Shao Patian glanced at Luo Wuqing before his gaze turned fierce, locking on Li Yilan to at this. Li Yilan instinctively turned to flee, but was immediately brought to her knees by Shao Potion's furious shout. You ungrateful girl! How long do you intend to run? The powerful aura instantly forced Li Yilan to kneel. Leaving her in a state of despair, the audience gasped in astonishment. How had she offended the Shao family? Was the family head truly here for her? The crowd speculated amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's mind reeled. This is my disciple. He pointed angrily at Shao Patian, shouting, Let her go. Shao Patian, however, paid no heed to Lin Yang's outburst, viewing him as merely a nascent soul. With a wave of her hand, Luo Wuqing dispelled the pressure Shao Patian had imposed on Li Yilan. Shao Patian looked at Luo Wuqing, asking, Mistress Luo, what is the meaning of this? Luo Wuqing coldly replied, This person is a disciple of the Qingyun sect. You, Shao Patian, have intruded upon our territory and forced my disciple to kneel. What is your intention? Seeing the pressure lifted, Lin Yang hurried off the stage to pull Li Yilan up, shielding her protectively behind him. This action filled Shao Patian with resentment. However, with Luo Wuqing backing Lin Yang, he ultimately restrained his anger and said, Mistress Luo, this young lady's name is Li Yilan, and she is my son's fiancée, and the Shao family has cared for her for 10 years, providing for her every need. However, half a month ago, she suddenly called off the engagement, saying she would not marry, and escape from the Shao family. That my unannounced visit is to retrieve her, that I hope Mistress Luo can understand and grant me this favor. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to understand the situation. The girl they had seen as a white-eyed wolf had run away after being raised for 10 years, that no wonder the head of the Shao family had charged into the Qingyun sect so angrily. Moreover, who could resist the allure of becoming the Shao family's young mistress? Female disciples began to murmur their disdain. Luo Wuqing merely glanced at Lin Yang, who was equally taken aback that he had not anticipated such circumstances. If Li Yilan were truly this ungrateful, he would not take her as a disciple. After all, poor character was also a form of disqualification. That he turned to Li Yilan and asked, Is this true? With a look of profound grievance, Li Yilan gazed at Lin Yang. Her eyes reddened with tears as she fixed her stare on Shao Patian, saying, The reality is far from what he claims. Chapter 5. Shao, how dare you? Shao Patian glared fiercely at Li Yilan, shouting, Is this place a venue for airing your family's dirty laundry? Stop this nonsense and come back with me at once. He stepped forward, attempting to seize Li Yilan. Stay right there. Lin Yang stepped forward, shielding Li Yilan, his expression cold as he faced Shao Patian. Having been halted by Lin Yang, Shao Patian struggled to suppress the urge to strike him, and controlled his emotions, saying, Young man, this matter pertains to my Shao family that I hope you will refrain from meddling. She has agreed to be my disciple. Her affairs are now my concern, and I have the right to understand the truth of this matter. Lin Yong turned to Li Yilan, who stood with clenched fists, asking, "You say the situation is not as he describes. What is the truth?" Tears streamed down Li Yilan's face as she slowly replied, "I indeed have a marriage contract with the Shao family." Upon hearing this, many disciples began to murmur and point fingers at Li Yilan. She has a marriage contract with the Shao family and still wishes to call off the engagement and flee? It's no wonder the family had pursued her here. She is deserving of condemnation. Lin Yong frowned that if that were the case, it would indeed be difficult to resolve. Yet in the next moment, Li Yilan shouted hoarsely, "Shao Patian, you stole my family's treasure, killed my parents, imprisoned me in a dog cage, fed me dog food, and extracted my blood to nurture the monster within your son. Why do you not mention these things?" As her words hung in the air, the crowd fell silent in shock. Stealing treasures, murdering parents, imprisoning her in a dog cage, feeding her dog food, and extracting blood to nurture a monster. This is despicable. They realized they had wronged Li Yilan. The audience began to rally in her favor, each person expressing their outrage. Shao Potion's face turned ashen. He had never expected Li Yilan to publicly reveal these truths. "You little wretch, cease your distortion of facts. My Shao family is a prestigious lineage in Qingzhou. I, Shao Patian, am a respected elder in this realm. How could I engage in such despicable acts?" Turning to address the crowd, Shao Patian added, "Do not be misled by her. She merely had a disagreement with my son and does not wish to marry into the Shao family, which has led her to slander us." Upon hearing this, some in the audience began to waver. "What the family head says makes sense, that I cannot believe the Shao family would act in such a manner. It must be her fault." The crowd began to sway back towards Shao Patian, for he was indeed a member of a prestigious family, well-respected and unlikely to commit such acts. Lin Yong turned back to Li Yilan, who stepped forward, rolled up her sleeves, and declared, "Shao Patian, you should recognize these scars. They are all the result of your blade." As the crowd cast their gazes, they beheld the startling scars adorning Li Yilan's arms, a sight that struck the heart with trepidation. Even those inclined to support Shao Patian fell silent. The expression on Shao Potion's face darkened to an extreme, and with a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Nonsense! I shall have never engaged in such acts. Master Luo, I sincerely apologize. My family misfortune has brought you amusement, that I shall take her home at once." Shao Patian attempted once more to seize Li Yilan, yet Lin Yong stepped forward to obstruct him, stating, "Come any closer to my disciple, and I shall end you." Shao Patian was taken aback, the urge to swat Lin Yong down intensifying within him. However, he sensed a formidable desire emanating from Luo Wuqing beside him, which deterred him from any rash action. Disregarding Shao Patian, Lin Yong gently grasped Li Yilan's arm, caressing the scars upon it, and softly inquired, "Did he do this to you?" Li Yilan met Lin Yang's earnest gaze, feeling his sincere concern. Since the demise of her parents, no one besides the elder within her ring had shown her such compassion. Lin Yang's presence now enveloped her in care and consideration, causing her to soften and nod. "Thank you for your concern. Mastered, I will handle this matter." "Child, what are you saying? Now that you have become my disciple, your affairs are my affairs." Lin Yong gently lowered her sleeve and turned his cold gaze towards Shao Patian, asserting, "As long as I am here, none shall take you away." Li Yilan's heart warmed anew. Shao Patian, on the verge of losing his temper and striking Lin Yong, was interrupted as Lin Yong continued, "Shao Patian, I have not forgotten the grievances your family has inflicted upon my disciple. Today, I wish to refrain from bloodshed and do not desire to engage in combat with you. However, remember this. I shall return with my disciple to exact vengeance upon the Shao family." "Begone!" Lin Yang's demeanor remained composed. Had it not been for the delay in receiving his system rewards, he would have reached the minor saint realm and confronted Shao Patian without hesitation. Alas, he must bide his time for now. Lin Yang's declaration, of course, invited ridicule from Hanya, who doubted Lin Yang's capabilities. Yet these words reverberated profoundly within Li Yilan's heart. Although they had only recently met, Lin Yong had boldly spoken such words in front of Shao Patian for her sake. How could she not be moved? She spoke up, "Shao Patian, I have pledged myself to Lin Yong as my master, and I shall not return with you. Furthermore, remember this, when I return to my martial cultivation, I will ensure that you and your son pay for your blood debts. That Elon's delicate frame trembled slightly as she gritted her teeth, emboldened by Lin Yang's presence, and spoke each word with conviction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Potion's fury could no longer be contained, and he coldly retorted, I truly do not comprehend the audacity of you two fools to openly declare vengeance upon the Xiao family. Since gentle words have failed, I shall resort to force. Xiao Potion's gaze fixed upon Lin Yang, a mere waste of a yuaning realm, daring to speak to him with such insolence that he had long desired to extinguish him. Transforming into a gust of wind, he charged towards Lin Yang, believing that once he dealt with this nuisance, everything would be manageable. Yet before he could approach, a cold snort echoed, and suddenly, pain surged through his chest, sending him crashing backwards. The assailant was none other than Luo Wuqing, her gaze icy as she fixated on Xiao Patian that he was momentarily stunned. Master Luo, do you intend to protect them? Luo Wuqing coldly replied. My Qingyun disciple shall not be trifled with. Xiao Potion's countenance darkened, but he had never anticipated that Luo Wuqing would actually strike him over a mere yuaning realm wretch that he threatened. Master Luo, should you continue to impede my efforts to take her, the Xiao family will have no choice but to clash with the Qingyun sect. Very well, call for reinforcements, though we shall settle this here. Luo Wuqing's icy declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Xiao family and the Qingyun sect were evenly matched, and with an elder who had secluded himself for 20 years, rumored to have reached the great saint realm. Provoking the Xiao family was undeniably unwise. Hanya hastily urged, Please reconsider, master. There is no need to antagonize the Xiao family over this waste of a person, Lin Yang. Indeed, master, please reconsider. The others chimed in with their pleas. Silence, Luo Wuqing snapped. My actions do not require your spineless opinions. Her words pierced through the crowd, leaving them ashamed and lowering their heads. Only Lin Yang looked at Luo Wuqing with admiration, thinking, my formidable wife. Then, with a thunderous roar, Luo Wuqing's great saint aura surged into the sky, fixing her gaze on Xiao Patian. Xiao Patian, you lack the courage to challenge the Qingyun sect. Depart at once. Li Yilan is now a member of the Qingyun sect, and no one shall take her away. Do you understand? Caught between a rock and a hard place, Xiao Potion's expression fluctuated as he realized he could not best Luo Wuqing. Yet, leaving in such a manner would tarnish his pride. At that moment, a messenger thunderbird descended on his Xiao Potion's shoulder. He removed the letter from its talons, and after a quick glance, exclaimed, Very well, very well. Casting a cold glance at Li Yilan, he then turned to Luo Wuqing and Lin Yang, stating, Master Luo, and you as well, I shall remember this day, and I will return to seek your counsel. That he then tossed the letter to Li Yilan, coldly saying, This is a letter from my son. Li Yilan accepted the letter and opened it, while Lin Yang discreetly leaned in to catch a glimpse. The words instantly seared into his mind. Li Yilan, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth. The grudge of our broken engagement shall be eternally remembered, and we shall meet at the 100 Flowers Conference in 1 month. Lin Yang's composure shattered in an instant. As a transmigrator, he recognized the phrase, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, that he was aware of its origin, and now, the author bore the same surname as Xiao. He hastily grasped Li Yilan's hand and inquired, What is your fiancé's name? Li Yilan truthfully replied, Xiaohua. This was dire. Lin Yang's mind flooded with ominous visions that he suddenly raised his head and commanded, Master, slay them all. Chapter 6. Rewards received beside him. Xiao Patian was taken aback by Lin Yang's command that he turned to Luo Wuqing, who immediately summoned a radiant longsword, charging towards them without hesitation. What is happening? Xiao Patian felt darkness cloud his vision, his mind buzzing. That letter was a threat penned by his son, Xiaohua. Why had Lin Yang commanded Luo Wuqing to slay them? What had gone awry? The head of the family was in anguish. The other disciples of the Qingyun sect were equally perplexed. This was utterly unexpected. No one could have foreseen that Lin Yang would merely glance at the letter's contents and immediately order Master Luo to attack. What could the letter possibly contain? Moreover, Luo Wuqing was like a tiger, launching an assault without even inquiring into the situation. Li Yilan's heart melted. Was her master truly so protective of her? She was deeply moved. At this point, Xiao Patian could think of nothing else. He hastily commanded his two companions, Defend with all your might. They quickly summoned their treasures to resist, yet it was like trying to extinguish a raging fire with a mere cup of water. Boom! Luo Wuqing's strike at the Great Saint Realm was beyond their capacity to withstand. Bang! The two Shao family members were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Xiao Patian too felt a violent pain within his organs, and despite his attempts to suppress it, he could no longer contain himself, spitting blood. His protective armor lay in tatters. Had it not been for its shielding, they would have certainly been cleaved in two by a single sword strike. Master Luo, do you truly intend to heed the words of a Yuaning realm waste and annihilate us? He could not comprehend how Lin Yang, like a man, could provoke Luo Wuqing to unleash her wrath upon them, completely disregarding his status and authority as the head of the Shao family. Enough idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Luo Wuqing's eyes glinted coldly, a murderous intent flaring within her gaze as she once more charged at Xiao Patian and his companions. Seeing this, Xiao Potion's expression shifted drastically. Without their protective armor, they could not withstand even a single blow from Luo Wuqing. Only one option remained: retreat. Master Luo, how you treat me and the Shao family disciples today is a humiliation that Xiao Patian, will remember. And you, young man, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, Xiao Patian bellowed, "Flee!" The three of them hastily employed their abilities and fled in a panic. Yet the phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, pierced Lin Yang's consciousness like a poisoned needle, signaling impending trouble. Even the formidable Xiao Patian could casually utter such words. It is evident that the Shao clan is backed by a powerful mentor, or perhaps an esteemed elder in the realm of medicine, that if the tiger is truly allowed to return to the mountain, permitting the Shao family to thrive, the consequence would be the demise of every soul present here, even leading to the obliteration of their sect. When a decision must be made, it must be executed with resolve and decisiveness. He bellowed, "Zong, do not let them escape." Upon hearing this, the members of Qingyun's sect were momentarily taken aback. What could that letter possibly contain? Why was Lin Yang so fixated on annihilating Xiao Patian? This question, of course, also reached the ears of the fleeing Xiao Patian, who turned back to cast a fierce, menacing gaze at Lin Yang, wishing he could annihilate him with just a look. What had he done to incur such wrath? Then there was Luo Wuqing. The moment Lin Yang's words fell, she relentlessly pursued the Shao family. The atmosphere turned silent, as it became clear that the Qingyun sect and the Shao family had officially become adversaries. Furthermore, the ominous warning left by Xiao Patian echoed hauntingly in the minds of all present, unmistakably signaling that he would not rest until he had his revenge, that a palpable gloom enveloped everyone. At that moment, the woman within Li Yilan's ring could not help but commend Lin Yang. "I must admit, although your master may lack skill, he excels in character. He truly stands up when it matters." Li Yilan nodded, moved by the sentiment. "Indeed, from this moment forth, I have fully accepted this master." Due to Luo Wuqing's relentless pursuit of the three members of the Shao family, discussions erupted among the crowd. Li Mu scoffed, deeply dissatisfied with Luo Wuqing's actions, that as the head of an esteemed sect, she had disregarded the greater good of the sect for the sake of her own paramour, thus creating enmity with the Shao family. This was a misfortune for the sect. Initially, he had vehemently opposed a woman assuming the role of the sect leader. Now the flaws were glaringly evident, and it was time for him to accelerate his plans. That he spoke up, "Enough of this idle chatter. The situation has reached a critical juncture, and further discussion is futile. Let us proceed with the disciple initiation ceremony." The crowd nodded in agreement. However, Hanya interjected, "Li Fengzhu, in my view, this matter originated with Lin Yang and cannot be overlooked. I propose we detain him and present him to the Elder Council for judgment, revoking his position as the head of the Seventh Peak. What does everyone think?" As Hanya's words fell, the refining body Peak and others raised their arms in fervent agreement. Indeed, Han Fengzhu is correct. Since this incident stems from him, he should be apprehended and made to pay the appropriate price. "I concur," agreed. The crowd clamored for Lin Yang's capture. Mu observed coldly, fully aware that Han Ye's intentions were to suppress Lin Yang on his behalf. Thus, he chose to indulge him. Moreover, Han Ye, in addition to assisting Li Mu, harbored personal grievances that a mere waste of a Yuanying realm dared to challenge him verbally. If this peak master did not ensure he suffered indignities, then he would not be Hanya. Lin Yang understood that Hanya was seizing this opportunity to make things difficult for him. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yilan stepped forward and stood before him. Master, this incident arose because of me. I will bear the consequences alone. She turned to Hanya and the others. Do not bring my master before the Elder Council. I will take responsibility for whatever transpires. She was not one to be ungrateful. Her master had borne so much for her, and how could she possibly shrink back now? Just when she had encountered such a remarkable master, he was on the verge of perishing before she could even repay him. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she looked at Lin Yang and said, Master, if there is a next life, I will still be your disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang raised his gaze to Li Yilan. The situation was not as dire as she perceived. Why was this girl crying? At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing your first disciple recruitment task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a first-time recruitment bonus, increasing host strength by 5 realms. Host power has now reached the early stage of the Minor Saint. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the first disciple recruitment task. Host has received the old 6 aura. Special note. While under the old 6 aura, no one can perceive changes in the host cultivation level. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the perfect Sacred Body Foundation. Special note. The perfect Sacred Body Foundation can integrate countless heavenly Tao sacred bodies to forge the ultimate perfect sacred body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the perfect Sacred Body Foundation. Host has received the immortal sword, Juxian. Chapter 7. A display of talent. Lin Yang's lips twitched. This was possible. Earlier, he had been interrupted by Xiao Patian during the disciple recruitment process, and the system rewards had yet to be bestowed. Now, this young girl was bravely stepping forward to take the blame for him. Just as he was astonished, a surge of overwhelming, tyrannical power coursed through his body that in an instant, he felt himself filled with strength. And upon clenching his fist, he sensed he possessed the power to grasp the sun, moon, and stars. Was this what it meant to step into the realm of the Minor Saint? Was this the cultivation level of a Minor Saint? He looked at the system panel. Host. Lin Yang cultivation. Early stage of the Minor Saint disciple. Li Yilan physique. Perfect sacred body. Not yet integrated with any sacred body. Special skills acquired. Old 6 aura acquired artifacts. Juxian Lin Yang could hardly contain his smile. He had never imagined the system's rewards would be so reliable. In an instant, he had attained power on par with the 6 peak masters. Moreover, the old 6 aura was exceptionally clever. No one could discern the level of his strength. Thus, was this not an excellent skill for pretending to be weak and striking back? And the immortal sword Juxian, the perfect Sacred Body Foundation, and so forth. These items were all extraordinary. No wonder he had previously felt powerless and bullied. It was all due to insufficient strength. Now that he possessed these items, could he not raise his voice a little? With such thoughts, Lin Yang looked up at Hanya. Ding! The system notification sounded once more. Detected that the Grand Disciple, Li Yilan, is a versatile cultivator. Reward. Sword Tao Sacred Body. Distributing teaching materials now that the Myriad Sword Heart True Solution has been successfully distributed. Items have been placed in the inventory. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Once he obtained the system, he soared to great heights, not only acquiring a disciple with golden attributes, but also receiving teaching materials. To be honest, with these materials, who needed Juke for guidance? This was exhilarating. Lin Yang's smile was uncontrollable. With these items, how could he not become the head of the 7th peak? How could he not defend Qingyan Sect for Luo Wuqing? As for Hanya, if he intended to settle personal scores by taking him down, let him try. Just as Li Yilan was preparing to approach Hanya, Lin Yang pressed down on her shoulder. Let me handle this, but, Master. Lin Yang interrupted her and turned to Hanya. You just said you wanted to capture me and present me to the Elder Council for judgment. Indeed. Hanya replied coldly. Lin Yang, you are guilty of heinous crimes. However, if you are willing to return the 100,000 spirit crystals and Lingshu pills from Li Fengzhu, along with the return of the Supreme Dragon Armor, and sign an agreement to cancel the establishment of the 7th peak, I might consider showing you mercy. In response, Lin Yang merely let out a cold laugh. These individuals, in the face of impending doom, were still scheming for their own interests. How utterly foolish! Seeing Lin Yang's arrogance, Hanya's expression darkened. You insolent fool! Are you seeking death? Lin Yang shook his head. Enough of your barking. Do as you wished, this. Hanya's face turned ashen with rage. You dare, with a frigid demeanor and visible murderous intent in his eyes. Hanya could no longer tolerate the repeated insults. In an instant, he unleashed the full force of his minor saint realm, raising his hand high to strike at Lin Yang's crown. The crowd was momentarily stunned. None had anticipated that, without the sect leader's protection, Lin Yang would dare to speak to Hanya in such a manner. Even more surprising was Hanya's volatile temperament. With just a verbal disagreement, he was prepared to strike Lin Yang down without regard for his status or morality. Moreover, Hanya's attack was executed flawlessly. It was clear that he had been waiting for an opportunity to eliminate Lin Yang. And that opportunity was now. It seemed Lin Yang would find it impossible to escape this predicament. As the moment approached, Hanya's palm was about to land on Lin Yang's crown. Elon hurriedly called out for help from the woman within the ring. Predecessor, please save my master. It's too late. The woman sighed. A full-force strike from a minor saint realm expert, especially one with the intent to kill your master, is beyond my current capabilities to thwart. The woman within the ring lamented. Your master is unlikely to escape this calamity. Upon hearing this, tears as large as soybeans cascaded down Li Elon's cheeks. Her master had sacrificed so much for her. She could not bear to watch him perish. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Elon, without a second thought, charged towards Hanya, attempting to shield him from harm with her frail form. Meanwhile, the woman within the ring, witnessing this scene, was instantly engulfed in darkness. If Li Elon were to die, it would signify her own demise as well. She screamed, "Come back!" But Li Elon paid no heed. Li Elon rushed towards Hanya, determined to sacrifice herself. The onlookers merely sneered in indifference. After all, such an act would only add another corpse to the scene, and no one would care. However, in the next moment, what transpired left everyone astounded. At the critical juncture, Lin Yang's figure flickered, and he appeared before Zhao Ilan, swiftly unleashing a ferocious punch aimed at Hanya. Unfazed by Lin Yang's strike, Hanya regarded him as nothing more than a mere Yuaning realm waste, someone he could easily dispatch 100 of without a second thought. Yet the very next instant, boom, when the punch collided with his palm, regret washed over him. The clash of fist and palm produced a thunderous sound that resonated in the ears of all present. While the powerful shockwave struck their faces, knocking down some of the less experienced disciples of Hanya, it felt as though he had been struck by a cannonball, shattering his strength. Despite being the one to initiate the attack, he found himself sent flying backward. Crash! Hanya crashed heavily against a stone pillar, which shattered upon impact. Observing from the dais, Lin Yang stood resolute, his robe billowing as if he were an unwavering anchor amidst tumultuous waves. In that moment, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. From the disciples below to the 6 peak masters above, their throats felt constricted, unable to utter a word. A mere Yuaning realm waste had somehow overthrown peak Master Han. Was Lin Yang truly a waste? Not only the disciples found it inconceivable, but even the other 5 peak masters were taken aback, glancing at Lin Yang in disbelief. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Li Mu wore a perplexed expression. Having entered the Qingyan sect alongside Lin Yang, he was keenly aware that Lin Yang's Yuaning realm was attained through the aid of Luo Wuqing's medicine. Yet now, he had sent Hanya flying with a single punch. When had he become this powerful? But no answers were forthcoming. Master, Li Elan trembled, disbelief etched across her face. Are you truly my master? Everyone had claimed her master was merely a Yuan-ing realm practitioner, a weakling. Even the elder within the ring had echoed this sentiment. But now, her master seemed anything but weak. He was undeniably formidable. Of course, the most incredulous of all was Hanya himself. As the recipient of that punch, he felt its true weight. That strike was far beyond what a Yuaning realm cultivator could deliver. At the very least, he, a Shaoxing realm cultivator, could not muster such power. Was it possible that Lin Yang had been feigning weakness all along? Yet he had clearly displayed his Yuan-ing realm prowess. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yang's cultivation had long since been augmented by the old 6 aura. Thus, even if he racked his brain, he could not fathom the truth to make matters worse. The excruciating pain in his internal organs compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Feeling the exhilarating power of the Shaoxing realm coursing through him, Lin Yang's gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on Hanya. Startled, Hanya hastily conceded, All right, I've decided not to take you to the Elders' Council for judgment. Let us complete the disciple ceremony first at this moment. He was genuinely afraid. However, Lin Yang had no intention of letting it go to in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Hanya had dared to play scissors first. Lin Yang vowed not to rest until he had bent Hanya's scissors out of shape to in the next instant. Lin Yang surged forward, lunging at Hanya, shouting, "Prepare to pay with your life." In an instant, Lin Yang was upon Hanya, attacking without hesitation. Hanya's face twisted in distress as he cursed inwardly, realizing that this fellow was relentless in his intent to fight, that he hurriedly summoned all his strength to defend against Lin Yang's assault. Yet it was like trying to quench a raging fire with a mere drop of water. Lin Yang's punch, with unstoppable momentum, shattered his defenses and landed squarely on his chest. Bang! The force of the blow created a cavity in Hanya's chest, and the power surged through him, leaving a dent in the ground beneath. Pained, Hanya could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Lin Yang, do you wish to kill me?" Hanya exclaimed. Panic-stricken, Lin Yang did not respond. Instead, he raised his fist once more, preparing to strike again. "While you are ill, I will take your life." Seeing this, Hanya's face turned pale with terror, his previous arrogance evaporating. "Lin Yang, stop! I concede. Master Li, save me, I beg you." In this moment, he was genuinely frightened. He had not anticipated that, despite having broken through to the Shaoxing realm half a month ago, he would find himself utterly helpless against Lin Yang, a mere Yuan-ing realm cultivator. He had been completely outmatched by Lin Yang. The old Six that turned out he had been hiding his true strength all along, and now he could only plead for mercy, lest he be beaten to death. Hanya's cries for help drew the attention of the onlookers, who suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. Lin Yang was indeed serious about killing Hanya. In an instant, the Peak Masters also became alarmed that if Hanya were to be killed, the consequences would be dire, especially for Li Mu, who had a vested interest in Hanya's safety. "Lin Yang, cease this at once," Li Mu commanded, his complexion dark as a storm cloud. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's lips curled into a slight smirk. Finally, he was showing signs of protecting his own. However, the more he shielded Hanya, the more Lin Yang resolved to punish him. Without hesitation, Lin Yang's fist came crashing down again. Wow! Hanya once more spewed forth a large mouthful of blood. Observing this, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Even Peak Master Li Mu had urged Lin Yang to stop, yet he continued his assault. But in the next moment, their astonishment deepened as they witnessed Lin Yang's actions. His fists flew like lightning, striking Hanya's chest one after another. Hanya's torso had become a mangled mess, and his face was smeared with blood. When Lin Yang finally retracted his fist, blood and dirt clung to it, indicating that he had punctured Hanya's chest. The crowd wore expressions of incredulity. For Lin Yang, his past of being bullied and forced to flee when he lacked cultivation didn't render him a pushover. When others sought to take his life, he would not show mercy. He looked down upon the barely conscious Hanya, speaking coldly. "Years ago, I saved you from the hands of Luo Zhongzhu. Since you do not cherish this life, I shall reclaim it." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of regret crossed Hanya's nearly extinguished eyes, but it was far too late. Boom! Lin Yang's final punch struck Hanya's head, bang, like a watermelon bursting. Hanya departed from this beautiful world. The arena fell into a profound silence, the sound of a needle dropping audible, and one had anticipated that Lin Yang would kill Hanya, the master of the body refinement peak, in front of so many witnesses. Nor could they believe that Hanya, a Shaoxing realm cultivator, would find himself utterly defenseless against Lin Yang. Elon exclaimed with radiant joy. "So, my master is this powerful. You have indeed underestimated your master. He possesses more than just rudimentary skills." The woman within the ring remarked. Elon nodded. "So, does that mean my master's strength is comparable to that of the elders?" At this, the woman in the ring scoffed. "Does he truly think he can compare to me? To be frank, during my peak, I could slay 10,000 of his kind with a single sword strike. Thus, do not be so astonished by your master's abilities. The path of greatness is profound. You will need to rely on me more in the future, understand?" Meanwhile, Li Mu's face had turned ashen. To kill a fellow sect master in front of him was a blatant provocation, but he stepped forward, icy fury in his voice. "Lin Yang, you have committed a heinous crime by slaughtering a fellow peak master. Surrender at once, and confess your sins." In response, Lin Yang turned to the self-righteous Li Mu. "I have slaughtered a fellow peak master, committing the gravest of sins. Is that what you say?" "Indeed," Li Mu declared, righteous indignation radiating from him. "Huh." Lin Yang laughed heartily. "Peak Master Li, you seem rather narrow-minded. Anyone with eyes can see that he struck at me first and I merely defended myself and killed him. How does that equate to slaughtering a fellow peak master?" With Hanya's lifeless body on the ground, the truth was undeniable. If I had died instead, would you blame Hanya for slaughtering a fellow peak master? At this, Li Mu found himself at a loss for words. "You wouldn't." Lin Yang smiled faintly and said, "Hanya is your subordinate. You indulge him in targeting me, and I understand if you wish for him to take my life. Therefore," Lin Yang fixed his assertive gaze upon Li Mu and declared, "if you intend to kill me, do not disguise your intentions under the guise of justice. Just act directly." That he had long since transformed, and although Li Mu was formidable, once contending for the position of peak master against Luo Wuqing, now, with his minor saint realm, he could easily obliterate Hanya, and he had yet to wield the sword of extermination. He was eager to ascertain just how robust his minor saint realm truly was, ideally enough to slay Li Mu. Thus, Qinyan's sect would be free from worry. "Impudent," Li Mu retorted coldly, "you dare to brazenly accuse me and slander my name, utterly disregarding sect laws. Today, I shall impart a lesson on behalf of the heavens." As he spoke, Li Mu bellowed, "Sword come, boom!" Just then, a graceful figure descended from the sky. "Li Mu, who do you intend to kill with your sword?" The newcomer was none other than Luo Wuqing, who, at that moment, was clutching two severed heads and an arm. Upon closer inspection, the heads belonged to the two attendants of the Xiao family who had just arrived with Xiao Patian. The arm, adorned with a carnelian ring, unmistakably belonged to Xiao Patian. Could it be that the sect master had pursued them, killing the Xiao family attendants and severing an arm from Xiao Patian? Seeing this, Li Mu hurriedly halted his sword technique. If Luo Wuqing had indeed killed the two Xiao family members and maimed Xiao Patian, then he could not proceed with his attack. That if Luo Wuqing went mad and took his head, all efforts would be in vain. That he had to prioritize the bigger picture. "It's nothing," he said. Luo Wuqing then shifted her gaze to Lin Yang and remarked, "There was an unexpected turn of events. The elder of the Xiao family intervened to save Xiao Patian, so I only managed to kill two attendants and sever one of Xiao Potion's arms." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang could not be bothered to continue quarreling with Li Mu. The most pressing concern was the Xiao family. Even if Luo Wuqing had exerted her utmost efforts, she could not slay Xiao Patian, which indicated that the Xiao family indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities. His gaze grew increasingly profound. He needed to devise a strategy to eradicate the Xiao family swiftly. Otherwise, all present would meet their doom. Of course, although he had failed to eliminate Xiao Patian, the sheer force with which his wife pursued him filled him with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have loved to embrace her tightly. "Master, you've worked hard," Lin Yang said, but internally he had already resolved to protect Qinyan's sect on her behalf. "Not at all." Luo Wuqing nonchalantly discarded the corpses onto the ground and inquired of Lin Yang, "Are you still accepting disciples?" At this, the crowd fell silent, initially expecting the sect master to ask Lin Yang why he was so intent on killing Xiao Patian. Instead, she merely expressed concern about the disciples. However, some astute individuals quickly realized that the sect master genuinely cared about the seventh peak. With this thought, someone in the crowd shouted, "Peak Master Lin, I, like Junior's sister Li Yulan, possess a talent of the Qin level, and I wish to join the seventh peak. The seventh peak is the mightiest of Qinyan's sect. I too wish to join. Get lost. What qualifications do you, a Qin-level disciple, have to join the seventh peak? I am a star-level disciple, and I am the most qualified." At this moment, star-level disciples began to feel tempted. "What does your star-level talent even mean?" "Go away. I am a moon-level talent." That a young man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes stood proudly, declaring, "Peak Master Lin, I wish to join the seventh peak." That in an instant, heads turned towards Lin Yang, excitement palpable as they eagerly awaited his response. After all, whoever first joined the seventh peak would have the sect master's backing, and the peak master possessed extraordinary strength, ensuring they would not be neglected. Furthermore, as a newly established peak, The first to join would have early access to its resources that if fortune favored them, they could become a pivotal figure in the peak's future development. Lin Yang observed the eager disciples, including some who had just bin hiding from him, and could not help but chuckle that I sincerely apologize, but the seventh peak follows an elite path. We do not accept misfits. You stand no chance. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately filled with embarrassment. Lin Yang then turned to Luo Wuqing and said, Sect Master, I have finished selecting. There are currently no suitable candidates. These individuals did not even meet the minimum requirements. So naturally, he would not accept them. Very well. Luo Wuqing nodded. I shall lead you to the seventh peak. Lin Yang nodded in agreement, but at that moment, Li Mu suddenly interjected, Sect Master, please hold on. Luo Wuqing turned to Li Mu. Is there something you wish to say? Lin Yang also regarded him. Li Mu stated, I originally disagreed with the establishment of the seventh peak, but of course, the sect master would not cancel it simply because I disapprove. You are correct, Luo Wuqing replied. Li Mu's expression darkened. Then let us each take a step back. In 3 months, during the Qingyan sect grand competition, if the seventh peak ranks last among the peaks, it would indicate that peak master Lin's abilities are limited, and thus, it would be prudent to cancel the establishment of the seventh peak. Do you dare to accept this? On what grounds do you believe I would agree? Luo Wuqing retorted coldly. Moreover, how shameless can you be? Knowing that Lin Yang accepted a Qin-level disciple, you still wish for him to contend against your Day-level disciple in 3 months. You truly have delusions of grandeur. With that, Luo Wuqing turned to leave with Lin Yang and the others. Sect Master, you have already granted Lin Yang the opportunity to select disciples. He merely chose Li Yilan. Li Mu asserted, Should you disagree, I shall report this to the Elder Council. As he spoke, Li Mu pointed at Lin Yang and challenged, Lin Yang, do you dare to gamble? I would wager you a twisted donut. Lin Yang retorted, swatting Li Mu's finger away, that he despised such gambling. What was there to gamble about? If one was dissatisfied, they should confront it directly. Seeing this, Li Mu countered, Are you afraid? Lin Yang shot back. Stop barking. 3 months from now, I will lead my disciples to sweep through your sword peak. If I fail to do so, the seventh peak shall be disbanded. With that, Lin Yang gestured to Luo Wuqing, indicating that they could depart. The crowd was left exchanging glances, while Li Mu's expression darkened like ink. He had intended to embarrass Lin Yang, but found himself outmaneuvered instead. At this moment, a voice called out, Master, rest assured, there is no need to wait 3 months. 2 months from now, I will personally challenge the seventh peak. The speaker was sure how I will make them surrender and disband the seventh peak. Not long after, Luo Wuqing brought Lin Yang and Li Yilan to the seventh peak. This place had only a few mountains, resembling a newly developed area. The highest peak had been cleared to create a courtyard, new and warm. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Yang instructed Li Yilan to enter and tidy her room, while he and Luo Wuqing strolled into a valley adorned with blooming flowers and swarming butterflies. Which matter should I discuss with you first? Lin Yang asked. Let me ask, and you shall answer, Luo Wuqing replied, her lovely face flushed as she looked at Lin Yang. Have your powers increased? Lin Yang nodded. At the age of 3, I told you that one day I would soar to great heights, and today is that day. Luo Wuqing seemed to reminisce about their childhood, her cheeks reddening as she smiled. I thought you were joking. That I was not. Lin Yang continued. What about the reason for killing Xiao Patian? Lin Yang explained his son is named Xiao Hua and uttered the words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the poor youth. Luo Wuqing gasped, indeed, one must take precautions. Lin Yang nodded. After all, in his childhood, he often recounted the tale of Xiao Yin to coax Luo Wuqing into playing in the back mountains. Thus, Luo Wuqing immediately understood why Lin Yang sought to kill Xiao Patian. However, Luo Wuqing then solemnly looked at Lin Yang and warned, you must not recklessly seek trouble with the Xiao family. Their elder seems poised to break through to the semi-emperor realm, and we shall discuss everything once I resolve my matters. Do you understand? Lin Yang nodded on the surface, but unease brewed within him. Failing to kill Xiao Patian while the Xiao family elder approached a breakthrough felt too fortuitous, as if someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. That he understood that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Meanwhile, Luo Wuqing, seeing through Lin Yang's thoughts, urged herself to complete her task and return promptly. Then she added, although Li Yilan's talent is average, her character is commendable. You can use her for practice to as for the matter with sword peak. You need not concern yourself. I will handle it. Lin Yang nodded again. Are you preparing to leave? Luo Wuqing nodded. There are matters I must attend to that I will await your return, Lin Yang said, extending his arms. Come here for an embrace. Luo Wuqing's face flushed slightly, yet she still approached him. Lin Yang found this aspect of Luo Wuqing particularly endearing that in the eyes of the world, she was forever the aloof and desireless female sect leader. But in his presence, every time she returned or departed, she would curl up in his embrace like a bashful young bride. After a long moment, Lin Yang patted Luo Wuqing's shoulder and said, It is time to set off. Luo Wuqing nodded, then transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. As Lin Yang gazed at her departing silhouette, he silently hoped she would not blame him for what she might discover. In truth, during their embrace moments ago, he had discreetly placed a storage ring into her pocket, containing 100,000 spirit stones, a Tai Su spiritual elixir, and the Tai Shang dragon armor, hoping it would aid her. A faint smile graced Lin Yang's lips, but just as he turned away, a clatter echoed as a token fell to the ground. It was indeed Luo Wuqing's sect leader token, with a sigh. Lin Yang glanced once more in the direction of her departure, murmuring softly, you. Chapter 10. Tian Dao Peak within the clouds. Luo Wuqing held the storage ring, a slight smile gracing her lips, upon witnessing Lin Yang's departure. She did not linger in sentimentality, her gaze sharpening as it fixated on a certain location that I have arrived. It is time to settle those matters. With that, she vanished from her spot. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the 7th peak, Li Yilan had not only arranged a room for herself, but also prepared a main chamber for Lin Yang. Her room was adjacent to his, facilitating any needs he might have to call upon her directly. After completing these tasks, Li Yilan sat on her bed, a sense of dreaming washing over her. Not long ago, she had been trapped in the Shao family's doghouse, and now she had joined the Qingyan sect and had her own room. Furthermore, her master treated her exceptionally well, in her heart, she vowed to cultivate diligently to repay her master. This moment, the voice from the ring spoke. Now that we have finally evaded the Shao family's pursuit, we can enjoy a moment of peace. However, do not let your guard down. The 100 Flowers Conference will commence in a month, and Xiaohu will undoubtedly target you. Your task is to strive to enhance your cultivation. Do you understand? Li Yilan nodded vigorously. I will heed your teachings, esteemed predecessor, and will devote myself to my training. The mention of the 100 Flowers Conference deepened Li Yilan's gaze. Although the Shao family would be there to confront her, she had to attend the conference regardless, for it held something she must reclaim. She had no choice but to go not feel too much pressure. I will find a suitable cultivation method for you to assist in your advancement. The voice in the ring comforted her, sensing her stress. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan became instantly excited that a cultivation method was the foundation for any cultivator. It could enhance one's strength, provide a path for spiritual energy circulation, and help the practitioner comprehend the laws of the universe. That a good cultivation method could indeed forge an emperor. Her previous weakness stemmed from lacking a solid foundation in cultivation methods. Now that a predecessor was willing to provide her with one, she was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. I am eternally grateful. Enough of that. There is no need to act so naive, the voice from the ring retorted playfully, that if you had not encountered me, your weak master would probably not even be able to provide you with a respectable cultivation method. With my assistance, you should be grateful. Li Yilan nodded gratefully, though she timidly replied, Esteemed predecessor, my master is truly a good person. And of course, you are wonderful too. The woman sighed. All right, I shall not speak ill of your master. Wait a moment. I have thousands of years of memories and tens of thousands of cultivation methods to consider. I will select the best and most powerful one for you. Thank you, master. Li Yilan expressed her gratitude once more to the same time. After bidding farewell to Luo Wuqing, Lin Yang returned to the 7th peak. The most pressing matter was to bestow a name upon the 7th peak. Naturally, he also needed to present Li Yilan with the rewards of the Sword Dao Saint Body and the cultivation method. The 10,000 Dao Sword Heart True Resolution. With this in mind, Lin Yang entered the room and called for Li Yilan. Disciple, kneel. I have several matters to discuss with you. Without hesitation, Li Yilan kneeled down. Before her stood Lin Yang, her master, disciple. Li Yilan cultivation. Qi refinement level 5 talent. Qin level upgradable. golden attributes. All-round cultivation, purple attributes. Fortuitous destiny, purple attributes. Contains a celestial being in the ring, blue attributes. Beauty, white attributes. Aspires to be the best in the world. Gazing at these impeccable attributes, Lin Yang felt quite satisfied. However, the attribute indicating a celestial being within the ring was slightly unsettling. Who, then, was truly Li Yilan's master? Ding! Li Yilan's right hand contains the remnant soul of a celestial being within the azure ring. Coexisting with her, harmless, and is her fortune. The host need not worry. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yang felt much more at ease, so it was a fortuitous opportunity. With this understanding, he no longer felt overly concerned about her cultivation, as having a celestial being to guide her was indeed a blessing. Then, Lin Yang proceeded to announce the matters at hand. First, as our 7th peak is a new peak, I intend to name it Tian Dao Peak. Do you have any objections? Li Yilan's heart warmed. Her master even consulted her regarding the name, demonstrating genuine care for her. I have no objections, she replied. However, the woman in the azure ring voiced her discontent. Your master is quite bold, daring to name it Tiandao in our place. He would have been condemned 100 times over. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan could only manage a bitter smile. Nevertheless, she truly thought the name Tiandao Peak was splendid, bold. Much like her, who harbored a slightly audacious dream of becoming the best in the world. Seeing Li Yilan's pride, the woman in the azure ring ceased her complaints and said, by the way, I have found the most powerful and invincible cultivation method for you, that I will deliver it to your room shortly. After all, if she were to present it now, it might be snatched by her weak master. Simultaneously, Lin Yang added, as for the second matter, I have a cultivation method and a gift to present to you. A cultivation method. Li Yilan and the woman in the azure ring both paused in surprise. Instantly, the woman in the azure ring scoffed. Given his cultivation method, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. She then warned Li Yilan, do not harbor any illusions about that method. If you learn it, you will surely waste your talent. His method cannot compare to mine. That this. Li Yilan felt embarrassed. However, despite the likelihood that her master's method might be rather ordinary, it was still a gesture of goodwill. She would never refuse it, as she did not want to hurt her master's feelings. Thank you, master, she said. Lin Yang nodded and retrieved the 10,000 Dao Sword Heart True Resolution from his bag. Handing it to Li Yilan, that he specifically instructed, this method seems to be of a high grade, that if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. Understood, Li Yilan replied, cradling the method with utmost care. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Although he did not comprehend the method himself, it was a product of the system, which he trusted to be knowledgeable. This, of course, prompted another round of mockery from the woman in the azure ring. High grade. Is it comparable to what I provide her? I am preparing an imperial grade cultivation method. The ranking of cultivation methods ranges from 1st to 9th tier, followed by king, emperor, saint, and imperial grades. It is no exaggeration to say that within the Xianhuang continent, imperial grade cultivation methods are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of existence. The woman in the azure ring, presenting Li Yilan with an imperial grade method, clearly cherished her deeply, as if her boasting was insufficient. The woman continued, let us not even discuss whether your method is presentable. With my thousands of years of experience, what cultivation method could I not teach? It is simply laughable. However, the woman in the azure ring then directed her perception toward the cultivation method Lin Yang had given, eager to continue her ridicule. Yet in the next moment, her senses were struck by a force, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if she could fit a fist inside. This is impossible. Imperial grade. That method is actually imperial grade. Chapter 11. Heart and mouth concur. What the hell? I have lived for thousands of years, traveled countless places, and have only encountered an imperial grade method once. And your master just hands it to you? What the hell? Am I dreaming? I can't be truly dreaming. Can I? Slap? Ouch! That hurts. I am not dreaming. That truly is an imperial grade method. Heavens above, an imperial level art. At this moment, the woman within the azure ring spoke with such brilliance that her tongue seemed on the verge of sparring, that Li Yilan, too, had some understanding of the rank of the mental arts. She had just heard her esteemed elder mention that the 10,000 Sword Heart True Understanding was indeed an imperial-level technique. One must realize that in Qingzhou, even royal-level techniques could incite fierce competition amongst people, let alone an imperial level. Should outsiders learn of this, the entire Xianhuang continent would likely descend into chaos in pursuit of it. Elon's breath quickened involuntarily. She pinched herself hard, fearing that all of this might merely be a dream. Yet, the pain was real. It seemed that everything was indeed true. Her gaze shifted once more to Lin Yang, who was serving tea nearby. Previously, many had deemed her master to be a mere wastrel of the Yuanying realm. However, he had, with his own hands, crushed the small saint-level Hanya. Just moments ago, the elder had also claimed that her master could not produce any decent mental arts, yet he had effortlessly presented an imperial-level technique, stunning the elder into silence. Just how formidable was her master? Li Yilan longed to see through it all, yet she found herself utterly unable to comprehend. However, she soon discovered a critical issue. Esteemed elder, I believe I should continue to cultivate the mental art you provided, Li Yilan stated. Upon hearing this, the woman in the azure ring exclaimed in astonishment. What did you just say? Do you comprehend what it means to possess an imperial-level technique? To be frank, were it not for our familiarity, I would be tempted to rob you. An imperial-level art. Not only would it cause upheaval in the realm of fantasy, but even in her own world. It would incite madness. Moreover, had she possessed an imperial-level technique back then, she would not have suffered the fate of being reduced to a state of soul fragmentation. I am indeed aware, Li Yilan replied truthfully. But ultimately, I lack the sword body or sword bones that if I were to forcefully cultivate this sword path mental art, it would merely squander a precious opportunity, that it would be wiser to return this technique to my master, seeking a worthy individual to unlock its greatest potential. Although the allure of an imperial-level technique was immense, it ultimately did not suit her. Perhaps it was a treasure her master had kept for emergencies. Brought forth merely to impress, she felt too embarrassed to truly accept it. You truly possess little experience and perhaps even a lack of wisdom, the woman in the azure ring remarked. What if you lack a sword body or sword bones? If your only support is your master, then you would indeed be wasting a remarkable opportunity. After all, he cannot do anything for you. However, you have me backing you, and I possess the capability to implant a sword body or sword bones for you. Set your heart at ease and swiftly accept that mental art. Others can only dream of it. The woman within the azure ring felt an overwhelming urge to strike Li Yilan, who was so audacious at such a young age, daring to refuse an imperial-level technique. Hearing this, Li Yilan's worries lessened somewhat. She sincerely bowed to Lin Yang, expressing her gratitude for his generous gift. Lin Yang nodded and said, Close your eyes. I have another gift for you. Li Yilan complied and shut her eyes at that moment. Lin Yang extracted the sword Dao's sacred body from his bag, that it resembled a flame-like entity, which he held between his fingers, exhibiting some resistance, but failing to create any significant turmoil. Subsequently, Lin Yang tapped Li Yilan's forehead, compressing the sword Dao's sacred body into her being. Boom! In an instant, Li Yilan felt as though she were submerged in an ocean, struck by a colossal wave. A torrent of power surged from head to toe, and in moments, she could feel an unending stream of energy filling her limbs and bones. Her body underwent a violent transformation as the sword Dao bones coalesced. The sword Dao blood gathered, and the sword Dao heart was forged. The sword Dao's sacred body was complete. Li Yilan slowly opened her eyes, surrounded by a protective aura of sword light, resembling a deity of swords descended upon the world. Her aura became sharp and fierce as a blade. Incredible! The woman within the azure ring could not help but exclaim, for she had witnessed Lin Yang effortlessly implant a sword Dao sacred body seed into Li Yilan, transforming her physique with such ease. Notably, he had done so merely with his fingers. Goodness! I initially thought that my ability to transplant a sword body or sword bones was extraordinary. Yet here is someone who surpasses even that. What has happened in this world? The sword Dao sacred body seed, a divine item of the heavenly way, could be handled with mere fingers. What kind of monster was he? Despite her previous underestimation of Lin Yang, at this moment, she was utterly convinced. This person was far from ordinary. As Li Yilan regained her senses, she too felt the sword Dao sacred body seed within her heart. Esteemed elder, do you mean to say that my master has transformed my physique into a sword Dao sacred body? The woman in the azure ring nodded. Indeed, I can attest to that. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan sincerely prostrated before Lin Yang, exclaiming, Master, thank you for your gift of rebirth. after her family was shattered and her parents perished. She had thought her life would remain bleak. Yet, she had never imagined such a chance for regeneration would arise. All thanks to her master. "Do not stop. Prostrate again, and more than once," the elder in the azure ring urged. "You owe him far too much that we have all underestimated your master's prowess, that if I am not mistaken, he possesses the strength to easily slay tens of thousands of me at my peak. Hurry, prostrate again. Do it for me too, that I hope the Great One does not hold a grudge against me." The woman in the azure ring hastily encouraged, as the ability to present an imperial-level technique and to effortlessly implant a sword Tao's sacred body was beyond her capabilities. Leading her to hold Lin Yang in high regard, Elon nodded and promptly prostrated several more times, recognizing that such a gift of rebirth could not be repaid, and thus resorted to kneeling in reverence. All right. Rise." Lin Yang waved his hand, a force halting Li Elon's actions. Further prostration would be inappropriate, that he continued. "From now on, focus on your cultivation at Tiandao Peak.as for the Shao family and the wager with the sword peak. You need not feel pressured. I shall handle it, that I will diligently cultivate and swiftly enhance my strength to resolve those issues alongside you, master," Li Elon asserted firmly. After all, these matters had arisen because of her. How could she allow her master to face them alone? She would strive to cultivate and challenge the talents of Sword Peak in 2 months, not waiting for 3 to seeing her determination. Lin Yang chose not to press further. Instead, he turned to Li Elon and said, "By the way, tell me about the Shao family, particularly about Xiaohua." "Understood." Li Elon nodded and began to speak at length. Lin Yang leaned back in his chair, sipping tea, his eyes nearly closing in slumber. Yet, the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of tea. "You mean to say that Xiaohua possesses a ring and is harboring a medicinal elder?" Chapter 12. Outrageous mental it was no wonder Lin Yang was astonished. Everything had aligned perfectly. Xiaohua was indeed extraordinary, likely a child of destiny. Such a person must not be allowed to thrive. Otherwise, everyone would face ruin, especially him, who had taken Xiaohua's fiancée as his disciple and had allowed Luo Wuqing to sever Xiaohua's father's arm. That fellow surely wanted to tear him apart now. It seemed this matter could not be delayed any longer. Why did Master suddenly react so strongly? Li Elon asked curiously. "Nothing much," Lin Yang shook his head. "Let us discuss the 100 Flowers Conference. It seems Xiaohua anticipates your attendance at this." Li Elon's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Master, to be honest, my family, the Li family, are descendants of the 100 Flowers Fairy. Within me flows a trace of her essence, which possesses the ability to revive the dead. That essence, when combined with the corpse of my parents and the blooming Xilinghua at the 100 Flowers Conference, along with over 100 precious medicinal herbs, could concoct a supreme elixir to revive that blood. I'd anticipated that on the day of the 100 Flowers Conference, I would undoubtedly attempt to reclaim my parents' remains, which is why he threatened me with a letter." After speaking, Li Elon struggled to keep her tears from falling. Lin Yang sighed deeply. "Focus on your cultivation. On the day of the 100 Flowers Conference, I will accompany you to reclaim your parents' remains." Upon hearing this, Li Elon raised her tear-filled eyes to Lin Yang. "Master, Lin Yang waved his hand to interrupt. "I understand you fear I might be implicated due to you. However, since you call me master, you are one of my disciples that I have always been protective of my own. Whoever bears a grudge against my disciple must face my wrath that I am reflecting upon the past. He was but 18 when he followed Luo Wuqing to the Qingyan sect. At that time, Luo Wuqing possessed remarkable talent and exquisite beauty, naturally attracting numerous admirers. Yet, her affections were solely directed towards him, which inevitably incited the envy of others, leading to his mistreatment. However, Luo Wuqing consistently shielded him from harm, nurturing within him a protective disposition. Moreover, when those around you are bullied, what purpose is there in remaining passive? This was Lin Yang's principle, that he continued. "This matter is settled. You may focus on your cultivation. And when the time comes, I shall call upon you, that we will take lives when necessary and reclaim what is rightfully ours." "Master, you are truly kind," Li Elon said, tears streaming down her cheeks, uncontrollably. Despite her youth, she understood gratitude. Enough to go practice your cultivation." Lin Yang waved his hand. "Yes, master." Li Elon's eyes sparkled with determination as she vowed to diligently cultivate, ready to follow her master into the 100 Flowers Conference. where they would take lives and recover her parents' remains. After Li Yilan departed, Lin Yang leaned back in his chair, sipping tea that tasted bland and unremarkable, yet discarding it left him with nothing to do. Take on a second disciple. The system detected that there were no suitable candidates within the vicinity. Then I shall cultivate. After a flurry of activity, he was astonished to discover that he seemed incapable of cultivating at all. Even with all his effort, it felt as though he were not absorbing spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. Perhaps I shall simply focus on my tea. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully assisted your first disciple. Li Yilan, in integrating the sword Dao sacred body. Reward, Tang Chenyi Pin. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yang, previously bored, suddenly became intrigued. Could it be that his Tiandao peak would rise to accommodate a modern skyscraper? He glanced into his backpack, and in the next moment, it became clear to him that the Tang Chenyi Pin was a hot spring pool that a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. System, is it possible to relocate the Tang Chenyi Pin outside? Yes, came the system's response, and Lin Yang was instantly invigorated that he stepped out of his room, seeking a picturesque spot around the courtyard, and proceeded to transplant the Tang Chenyi Pin. With a resounding boom, the ground shook, revealing a hot spring pool measuring 6 meters in length and width and 2 meters in height. The surface shimmered with light. Infused with spiritual energy, radiating brilliance, as if concealing boundless creation, Tio Lin Yang. However, it was merely a hot spring pool. He quickly shed his clothing and jumped in with a flourish. How refreshing. Meanwhile, back in her room, Li Yilan confidently retrieved the Wandao Jinshin Jinjia, her eyes filled with ambition. She was determined to elevate her cultivation and bring honor to her master. Even the woman within the Qing ring spoke up. Child, we must strive diligently in our cultivation. We cannot disappoint your master. Hasten to practice that imperial-level celestial technique, that if you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. That I understand. Senior Li Yilan nodded, then ceremoniously opened the imperial-level heart method. A powerful and majestic aura enveloped her. Witnessing this scene, Li Yilan's smile widened as she gradually opened the first page of the heart method, reading the opening line. This emperor, the Sword Emperor of Qingshu, has traversed the world for 12,000 years, creating this unique imperial-level heart method, the Wandao Jinshin Jinjia, to aid future sword practitioners of fate in their studies. Boom! Upon finishing the first line, Li Yilan stood tall, her blood surging with excitement. This the imperial-level heart method. It's exhilarating. Even the woman in the Qing ring was taken aback by the aura. So this is how the imperial-level heart method is. Quick, quick! What does the second line say? At that moment, the woman in the Qing ring, despite having lived for thousands of years, appeared even more flustered than Li Yilan. Li Yilan nodded, hastily moving on to the second line, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Bah! What utter nonsense from the Qingshu Sword Emperor. If you cannot create a technique, then bury yourself in a pit and spare us the embarrassment. I, the Xintian Sword Emperor, have practiced for 15,000 years. Upon seeing this heart method, it is nothing but rubbish. Utterly worthless. That IT has been revised. Future sword practitioners of fate may cultivate without concern. Seeing this, Li Yilan suddenly turned to the Qing ring. The woman within also gazed at Li Yilan, their mutual confusion palpable that a more powerful emperor had overturned the original view. This even aloud. Yet this only underscored the complexity of the heart method. Li Yilan continued to read, as did the woman in the Qing ring. Bah, this emperor prefers to directly spit it out. Ha, what a joke. A waste dares to create and another waste dares to revise. And they are all wrong. What a disgraceful thing. Misleading the disciples that I, the Lingtian Sword Emperor, have practiced for 18,000 years and have revised the previous 2 fools' work. Future sword practitioners of fate may cultivate without worry. It is completely safe. That Li Yilan and the woman in the Qing ring were left bewildered. This absurdity. This was merely the first page, and already 2 emperors had vehemently opposed the original text. What awaited on the second page? Chapter 13. The Challenge of Cultivation. I am truly speechless. I don't even want to spit or vomit. I just want to curse that a waste still has the audacity to revise the works of 2 greater wastes. And they did so incorrectly. What is wrong with this world? Why are there so many trash things? I, the Jingshi Sword Emperor, have practiced for 20,000 years and have revised the text. Future sword disciples may cultivate without concern. This is true safety. True safety, my foot. Jingshi Sword Emperor, do not embarrass yourself that I know where your lair is. Do not force my hand that I, the Deluo Tian Emperor, have practiced for 23,000 years and have overturned the Jingshi Sword Emperor's wasteful revision. Now, this Wandao Jinshin Jinjie is truly perfect. Future disciples may cultivate with peace of mind. The above are all rubbish. I, the Feng Tian Sword Emperor, have practiced for 25,000 years and have overturned the revisions of the greatest wastes. The previous one is also trash. I, the Tun Tian Sword Emperor, have revised it. You are all trash. I have revised it. You are all rubbish. I have revised it. All of you are trash. I have revised it that I have revised it. Li Yilan flipped through 8 pages in succession, each filled with claims of I have revised and I have corrected. That it seemed that over a dozen emperors had modified the Wandao Jinshin Jinjie. She felt her scalp tingle. Heavenly Buddha, please let there be no more revisions. With such anticipation, she cautiously turned to the 9th page. Buzz. All of the above rubbish. Revise my foot. I will cultivate as I please. Even if I go mad, cursing. The 9th page bluntly displayed those few words. Li Yilan was momentarily stunned. Can this even be cultivated? If going mad is the result, is the heart method given by my master reliable? But given the circumstances, she had no choice but to continue to the 10th page. Buzz, I, the immortal Sword Emperor, have cultivated for 3,000 years to become a Sword Emperor. Those upstairs who took over 10,000 years to achieve the same status are mere trash. Additionally, I must emphasize that this heart method has been revised following my personal experience of going mad. It is absolutely reliable. Future disciples may cultivate with peace of mind. Furthermore, please remember that I am the immortal Sword Emperor. No thanks needed, no thanks needed. 3,000 years to become a Sword Emperor. How pathetic. I, the Zhaoyang Sword Emperor, achieved it in 2,000 years, and you deserve to go mad. What nonsense have you revised? I am currently the most promising Sword Emperor. I have revised it. Future sword practitioners of fate may trust me to become Sword Emperors. All of you are trash. I, the Yitian Emperor, became a Sword Emperor in 1,000 years, the most talented in the world that I have revised it, vowing that the current Wandao Jinshin Jinjie is the most perfect. Future disciples may proceed. Additionally, I must stress, do not revise it again. If anyone dares to revise it, I will draw my sword to the heavens and slay you all. You trash that Yilan's brow had long since twisted into a tight knot. Within this imperial-level heart method, not only had she seen the insights of the older generation of Sword Emperors, but she had also witnessed the audacity of the new generation of Sword Emperors. The competition was fierce indeed. With a heavy heart, she slowly turned to the 13th page, hoping to find another prodigious Sword Emperor who had revised it. As the 13th page opened, a sigh of relief washed over her. No one was revising it any further. However, the handwriting was hasty and chaotic. Moreover, blotches of ink obscured the original text. Li Yilan exerted great effort to decipher a single clear word, sword to at this. Li Yilan was rendered speechless. Just when she thought no one had revised it, leaving her finally able to cultivate, she found that after so many modifications by various emperors, the 13th page contained only one word, sword. She pressed on, flipping through the subsequent pages, only to find the same scenario. The displayed characters were pitifully few, and they lacked coherence. How could she cultivate? Li Yilan felt her head throb. Senior, can you discern any clues or perhaps deduce some principles? The woman in the Qing ring spoke. To be honest, your heart method is indeed quite peculiar. Frankly, even after living for thousands of years, I cannot comprehend it. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan felt an even deeper sense of despondency. The woman within the Qingjie remarked, if I am not mistaken, the most suitable cultivation method should be the one originally penned by the creator. The subsequent sword emperors each have their own sword paths, which they have carelessly altered, resulting in this chaotic state. What should we do then? Li Yilan inquired anxiously. Why not consult your master? The woman in the Qingjie suggested. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Li Yilan suddenly recalled her master's teachings. The level of this heart method was somewhat advanced, and if she encountered anything she did not understand, she could always ask him, with a newfound sense of direction. She hurried off to seek counsel from Lin Yang. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, soaking in a hot spring, distinctly sensed something unusual. This hot spring was far from ordinary. System, bring up the description of the hot spring for me to examine. Certainly, Tangchen Ipin, a primordial spiritual object existing between heaven and earth, born during the chaotic era. The spring water harbors chaotic energy that can enhance spiritual power, heal injuries, cleanse marrow, nurture spiritual entities, break through realms, aid in enlightenment, and enhance comprehension abilities. Furthermore, the spring water refreshes automatically after a certain period. Remarkable! After reading the description, Lin Yang felt a stir within. This substance was indeed formidable. Unlike some spiritual pools that become stagnant after their essence is absorbed, Tangchen Ipin continuously renews itself, providing an unending source. Moreover, its myriad of healing properties was invaluable. The path of enlightenment is fraught with challenges and lengthy. To traverse it successfully, innate talent and comprehension are of utmost importance. Tangchen Ipin not only enhances strength but also assists in enlightenment and comprehension. Thus, his disciple need no longer worry about the arduous journey of cultivation. System, your offerings are truly commendable. Thank you, esteemed host. Assisting you in recruiting the strongest disciples in the world has always been a priority for the system. The more disciples you take on, the more rewards you shall receive. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang jested. Why not directly grant me the power of an emperor? I could recruit and eliminate at will. How splendid that would be. Host, the path of enlightenment is long and arduous. Every endeavor must be undertaken personally. Moreover, I compliment you. The more you achieve, the more rewards the system will provide. Lin Yang chuckled. After all, he had merely been joking. Not long ago, he had been a useless cultivator at the Yuanying level. And now, having transformed into someone of such accomplishment, was already quite remarkable. Patience is essential. Coincidentally, Lin Yang thought of Li Yilan and wondered if she had encountered any difficulties while studying the imperial-level heart method. If she had, perhaps soaking in the spring would be beneficial for her. At that moment, Li Yilan emerged from the courtyard, immediately spotting a large hot spring pool. Oh, when did this hot spring pool appear? She exclaimed in surprise. The pool shimmered with spiritual energy, radiating brilliance, leaving one with an enigmatic sensation. Moreover, she keenly sensed that a rich spiritual energy was continuously being released from the pool, significantly elevating the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. Curiosity piqued, she approached for a closer look. Peering through a veil of ethereal mist, she spotted Lin Yang lounging on the steps of the hot spring. His torso bare, Li Yilan's pupils widened in shock. "Ah, master, you!" She hurriedly turned away, her back facing him. "What are you shouting about?" Lin Yang glanced at the startled Li Yilan. "It's not like I'm completely bare. Speak. What is the matter?" At his words, Li Yilan turned back, lowering her head. However, her gaze fell upon Lin Yang's chiseled jawline, droplets of water cascading down, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Master, I have encountered some difficulties while practicing the myriad sword hearts true, and I would like to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang nodded. The girl had indeed run into an issue. Logically, the items provided by the system should pose no problems and should be quite comprehensible. Given her talent, she should have no trouble in cultivating. Furthermore, did she not have a formidable figure within her Qingjia? Was it possible that even that person could not comprehend it? That seemed absurd. He inquired, "Let me see. What issues have you encountered?" Li Yilan presented the technique, detailing her situation truthfully. Lin Yang frowned upon hearing her explanation. "Isn't this merely a set of techniques? Why does it sound like a celestial battle?" Li Yilan elaborated with exquisite articulation, asserting that a group of emperors was competing within it. This left Lin Yang puzzled. "Master, it's true," Li Yilan insisted earnestly. Even the woman within the Qingjia affirmed, "I can confirm there truly are celestial beings clashing. After all, it is often said that when celestial beings fight, mortals suffer." Yet, having lived for several millennia, she too had suffered alongside them, utterly unable to comprehend the text. Seeing Li Yilan's serious demeanor, Lin Yang began to peruse the myriad sword hearts true. However, as he opened the first page, he found himself frozen. It truly was a celestial clash, with the sword emperors displaying boisterous arrogance and hurling insults at one another. Li Yilan expressed her distress. "Master, this is quite challenging for me. I do not know where to begin my cultivation." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is somewhat troublesome. The heart method was not only riddled with alterations from the sword emperors, but was also disorganized, which explained why his talented disciple could not cultivate it. Upon hearing this, Both Li Yilan and the woman within the Qingjie were taken aback. Could it be that even the master could not comprehend it? What were they to do now? If it's too difficult, then let us not tackle it, Lin Yang declared, waving his hand to tear the first page. After tearing through more than 20 pages, he spoke. Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of those fools. Start your cultivation from this page. This page? Li Yilan took the heart method. Now resting on the 23rd page and on it, splatters of ink obscured all but a single character. Chin. Master, all I can see is this one character. How am I to cultivate? I'll give you a starting point, Lin Yang replied. Ready, set. When there is a sword in your heart, drawing it becomes instinctive. All right, that's enough. When there is a sword in your heart, drawing it becomes instinctive? Li Yilan thought the opening was rather casual. Would she end up ruining her cultivation? Master, is this truly feasible? She asked. Lin Yang reassured her. Absolutely. Follow this opening to cultivate, and you will surely achieve remarkable results. Given that her master had said so, she resolved to practice. Her master would not lead her astray. Li Yilan returned to her room, diligently following the opening provided by her master, starting from the 23rd page and reading through the entire heart method. Subsequently, she began to cultivate according to the techniques outlined. In an instant, she felt as if she had unlocked a gateway to her soul, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy rushing towards her. Hastily, she followed the heart method's guidance to absorb the spiritual energy, storing it within her dantian, and then used this energy to refine her entire meridian system. Time flowed slowly as she felt her connection to this power becoming increasingly clear, and her control over it steadily strengthened. The woman within the Qingjie observed Li Yilan's transformation with astonishment. It was evident that she was progressing in her cultivation. Consequently, she grew even more impressed by Lin Yang's prowess. Such simple guidance yielded such extraordinary results. Just as her curiosity piqued, Li Yilan, with her youthful radiance, broke through to the 6th layer of qi training. The woman in the Qingjie was left speechless. It had only been a brief moment since she entered her room, and yet here she was, achieving a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, still soaking in the bath, heard a notification chime. Ding! Your eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has advanced to the 6th layer of qi training. Congratulations, host, on receiving cultivation rewards. Lin Yang was taken aback that so soon. I recall she had only been in her room for half an hour before reaching this milestone. Wow, her talent is truly remarkable, he thought. Almost immediately, he felt a gentle stream of energy flow into his dantian, albeit not overwhelmingly strong, as Li Yilan had merely advanced one layer in her qi training, while his own strength was at the minor saint level. There was a considerable disparity. Nonetheless, this revelation unraveled a mystery in his mind. No wonder he had struggled to advance in his own cultivation earlier. It turned out he needed his disciple's progress to gain rewards. In that case, it seemed his disciple's hard work would allow him to rest easy. Lin Yang smiled contentedly. Though he had only acquired the system at 30, which was somewhat late, he merely needed to relax and could become an unparalleled powerhouse. The system truly is benevolent. Having come to this understanding, Lin Yang continued to soak in the bath, knowing that the more breakthroughs Li Yilan achieved, the better off he would be as her benefactor. Sitting cross-legged, Li Yilan radiated a luminous glow, her eyes tightly shut as torrents of spiritual energy fervently converged around her, enveloping her like an ethereal sphere. The influx of power coursed through her body, akin to agile serpents weaving through her meridians, continually gathering in her dantian, expanding the width of her channels. Gradually, her form began to emanate brilliance, reminiscent of a torch rekindled. As her strength surged rapidly, she practiced tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Ding! The system's notification jolted Lin Yang awake that Li Yilan has ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation refund. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang was astounded. What? Li Yilan has broken through to the 9th layer in such a short time. Truly, she was a fortuitous and versatile cultivator. Such talent would surely astonish outsiders. Yet, Li Yilan showed no signs of halting her progress. Could she possibly intend to break through to the foundation establishment stage in a single night? Lin Yang chuckled to himself. Indeed, she is my disciple, diligent and admirable. Choosing not to resume his slumber, Lin Yang instead shielded Li Yilan with protective energy. As dawn approached, a tremendous whirlpool of spiritual energy gathered ominously above the peak of Tiandao. Countless strands of natural essence surged into the vortex, which continued to expand exponentially. Gradually, the spiritual energy from a radius of thousands of miles was drawn into this maelstrom. Many still in slumber awoke. Bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the surrounding spiritual energies, a Qingyan sect, a multitude of elders gazed skyward, awestruck by the extraordinary phenomenon. Such a spectacle was unprecedented, prompting even those in seclusion to emerge and calculate the implications. What audacity! Harnessing the spiritual energies from a vast expanse to establish a foundation. Remarkable! Our Qingyan sect has birthed a disciple of such boldness. It is indeed a blessing for us to as this revelation took hold. Understanding dawned upon the assembly. This astonishing atmosphere was the result of an extraordinary disciple's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Many elders felt a tinge of embarrassment. Even their own ascension to the sacred realm had not stirred such a tempest. Nonetheless, the audacity to draw upon the spiritual energies from thousands of miles away for foundation establishment was indeed commendable, indicating the emergence of a phenomenal talent within Qingyan sect. Chapter 15. Successful breakthrough atop Tiandao Peak. The colossal vortex in the sky appeared to have reached a state of saturation. Becoming immensely dense, it moved slowly, as if carrying the weight of countless forces, compelling the very heavens into motion. Li Yilan's expression remained impassive, her petite form standing resolutely against the overwhelming whirlpool of spiritual energy. With unwavering determination, she commanded, "Come forth!" Boom! In an instant, the massive vortex collapsed, unleashing a deluge of spiritual energy that surged into Li Yilan's brow. She accepted the influx with fervor, akin to a gourd that could not be filled. With a resounding thud, her internal meridians underwent a transformation, a strand of golden light radiating from within her, exuding an intense heat. Simultaneously, golden patterns emerged along her meridians, subtly hinting at the existence of profound principles. Clang! The golden principles were continuously forged and tempered by the overwhelming spiritual energy, releasing countless sharp sword lights every few moments. Li Yilan's aura grew, increasingly formidable. Observing this, Lin Yang smiled slightly, remarking, "This is intriguing. Not only is she establishing her foundation using the spiritual energy from thousands of miles, but she is also crafting her foundation establishment stage based on the Sword Tao. Moreover, it seems she has begun to comprehend her own path of cultivation. Cultivation is a gradual ascent, ultimately aimed at attaining enlightenment. Some grasp the truth early, while others take longer. Yet, to reach the foundation establishment stage and achieve enlightenment, as Li Yilan was doing, is a rarity in the world." Li Yilan's eyes flashed with cold brilliance as she declared, "Break for me." In an instant, her brow throbbed with visible veins, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. No success means death, Lin Yang thought, secretly astonished by her tenacity, that if she succeeded in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, her Sword Tao Saint body would also be initiated. This meant she would possess the body, essence, and heart of the Sword Tao, and even her foundation would be crafted based on the Sword Tao. Her form would gradually transform into that of an unstoppable sword, embarking on a supreme path of sword cultivation. Consequently, the Dan she would form in the subsequent nascent soul stage would also be a Sword Tao Dan, founded upon the ultimate principles of the Sword Tao. The direct consequence of this path was her absolute capability to annihilate opponents of equal standing and even challenge those beyond her level. However, this journey, unprecedented and arduous, would undoubtedly be fraught with immense trials and tribulations as the sun rose. Li Yilan slowly opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing by, sharp as a blade. Rising to her feet, the surrounding spiritual energy dissipated instantly, and her presence ascended several tiers. She had reached the early stage of foundation establishment, built upon the foundation of the sword. Li Yilan felt immense satisfaction. Before her breakthrough, she had contemplated establishing her foundation in a conventional manner, but suddenly recalled her master's words. If the heart possesses a sword, the sword shall be drawn naturally. Thus, she conceived a bold idea. Why not establish her foundation through the Sword Tao? Having already embodied the Sword Tao's essence, heart, and bone, it was not unreasonable to pursue a Sword Tao foundation. Indeed, upon discovering this path, she found a method of cultivation within the myriad sword heart's true understanding. allowing her to draw upon the spiritual energies of the heavens to forge her sword Dao foundation. To her astonishment, she had succeeded. Moreover, her comprehension of the myriad sword heart's true understanding deepened. This technique encompassed countless sword paths, and as long as she identified her own, she could discover a cultivation method tailored to her. This also elucidated why so many emperors modified the teachings, as their paths diverged, leading to mutual disdain. Yet within this framework, Li Yilan found her ultimate sword Dao and successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. She felt a terrifying power coursing through her veins, as if every movement exuded an aura of destruction, filling her with exhilaration. Clenching her fists, her gaze grew profound. With this newfound strength, she possessed the means for revenge. In her heart, she vowed, Shao Clan, the deep-seated enmity between us shall one day be repaid 100-fold. At the 100 Flowers Conference, I shall personally sever Shao's head in tribute to my deceased parents. Child, I sense a violent aura emanating from you. I know revenge weighs heavily on your heart. Caution the woman within the green ring, hastily advising. Though you have achieved commendable results, do not be hasty. There is a long road ahead, understand. Taking a deep breath, Li Yilan acknowledged the truth of her intense desire for vengeance. Yet heeded the elder's guidance. She was still weak. The path ahead was long, requiring relentless effort in her cultivation. Furthermore, the Shao clan was one of the three great families of Qingzhou, their strength comparable to that of Qingyun's sect, far beyond her current capabilities. Moreover, Xiaohua, under the guidance of the esteemed Yao Lao and blessed with bloodline talents, had likely already advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, if not further, within the past month. Hence, she needed to cultivate with even greater diligence. Predecessor, I lost my composure just now. Li Yilan steadied her emotions that do not worry. At your age, after such experiences, it is natural to feel overwhelmed. However, your ability to regain control so swiftly is remarkable. The elder within the green ring praised. That Li Yilan nodded. I shall make every effort to restrain my emotions in the future. That is all that is needed, the elder continued. Now that you have acquired the heart technique, initiated your sword Dao Saint body, and comprehended the ultimate sword Dao, it is time to learn sword techniques that as fellow sword cultivators I happen to possess. At this juncture, the woman within the green ring hesitated. Having learned from past lessons, she refrained from casually offering techniques or weapons that go ask your master if there are any suitable techniques for you. Understood, Li Yilan affirmed. Naturally, aside from seeking techniques, she was eager to share her joy over her breakthrough with her master. Without her guidance, she would not have achieved such heights. With that, she exited her chamber, heading towards her master's quarters. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Qingyun Sect's Elder Council, dozens of elders exchanged glances. Pondering, has there been any news? Who was the disciple that borrowed the spiritual energies from thousands of miles to establish their foundation? As this question arose, smiles illuminated the faces of the elder assembly. Indeed, indeed. Is there any news? In our esteemed Qingyun sect, the emergence of a disciple capable of harnessing the spiritual energy of 1,000 miles to establish their foundation truly ignites a wave of exhilaration. Indeed, the various powers of Qingzhou have been subtly probing us, eager to glean insights about this remarkable disciple that it has been far too long since our sect has experienced such fervor. Truly, the heavens favor the Qingyun sect. The assembly of elders engages in spirited discussion, each contributing their thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Sword Peak, Chapter 16, the new apprenticeship phase, a joyous exclamation erupts. I have finally broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Sure Hao, his face gleaming with elation, pushes open the door to his chamber with a triumphant smile that if his assumptions are correct, he is likely the first among the newly inducted disciples of the Qingyun sect to achieve this significant advancement. After all, he possesses the talent of the sun-level disciple. Who could possibly rival him? Sure Hao revels in his modest pride that this what it means to be at the foundation establishment stage. I feel an abundance of power coursing through me. I could undoubtedly shatter the summit of the 7th peak with a single punch. My fists are aching for action. He looks up. He spots Li Mu and other disciples from Sword Peak waiting at the entrance. Have you broken through? Li Mu inquires that in response to my master's guidance, I have successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Sure Hao replies, adopting a demeanor of humble nobility. Upon hearing this, the disciples behind Li Mu expressed their envy. So, it turns out that the one who harnessed the spiritual energy of 1,000 miles to establish their foundation is none other than Junior Brother Shi Hao. Truly impressive. Indeed, Junior Brother Shi Hao is the most gifted disciple among us in the Qingyun sect. What of his breakthrough using the spiritual energy from afar? It is nothing short of extraordinary. How splendid it is for our sword peak. The crowd engages in animated discussions, extolling Shi Hao's unparalleled prowess. However, the protagonist himself is somewhat perplexed. Harnessing the spiritual energy of 1,000 miles to establish my foundation. I was entirely unaware of this. At this moment, Li Mu interjects, Shi Hao, did you indeed utilize the spiritual energy from afar to establish your foundation? While the matter of borrowing spiritual energy for foundation establishment has generated considerable buzz. No one can definitively ascertain who it was, only that this opportunity belongs to the Qingyun sect. Listening intently, Shi Hao comes to realize from the snippets of conversation that someone has indeed borrowed the spiritual energy of 1,000 miles to establish their foundation. An impressive feat. Indeed, given his own talent and the timeline of his breakthrough, it seems this extraordinary individual could only be him. With a broad smile, he confesses, Master, I must admit, that person is indeed me upon hearing this. The crowd erupts into cheers, for Sword Peak has produced a disciple of Shi Hao's caliber. The rewards and privileges that Sword Peak will reap within the sect will undoubtedly be multiplied, filling them with immense joy. Naturally, the most elated of all is Li Mu. His disciple's fame soars, thereby enhancing his own honor and status. Consequently, his grand plans can now advance at an accelerated pace. Haha, Shi Hao, my dear disciple, you have truly made me proud. Li Mu proclaims that I declare a celebration across the entire Sword Peak. As his words resonate, the peak erupts in jubilation, akin to the joy of a parent welcoming a long-awaited child. Meanwhile, at the Tiandao Peak, Lin Yang sits cross-legged on his bed, suddenly jolted by an alarming sensation. Oh no! I feel as if my body is about to burst. Ding! Your eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cultivation refund. Ding! Your eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has entered the Sword Saint body. Congratulations, host, on receiving a refund. Ding! Your eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has comprehended the ultimate sword path. Congratulations, host, on receiving a refund. Upon hearing the series of notifications from the system, Lin Yang's eyes brighten, and he suddenly feels streams of energy flowing into him. He senses his cultivation level surging upward, with the Sword Saint body integrating seamlessly into his own being. Even Li Yilan's comprehension of the ultimate sword path becomes strikingly clear, as if it has transformed into his own. Is this even possible? Originally, he believed the system could only refund cultivation levels individually. Now it appears that even the sacred body and insights gained by his disciple can be returned to him. An astonishing revelation. System, does this mean that I won't need to cultivate at all for the refunds I receive from my disciple's training? Lin Yang queries. Correct. Any cultivation, divine abilities, or paths refunded to the host through the diligent training of your disciple will be automatically grasped, allowing you to master all intricacies effortlessly. Excellent. Lin Yang responds with enthusiasm. Thoroughly impressed by the system. This truly allows me to achieve a state of complete ease. Just ensure that you genuinely enjoy the experience. Furthermore, the refund from taking on disciples has always been a fundamental operation of the system. Basic skills. Nothing extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang bursts into hearty laughter. Oh, dear disciple, you must strive diligently in your training, so that I may continue to bask in this ease. Thus, he hastily accesses his system panel. The sight that greets him is nothing short of astonishing. Host, Lin Yang cultivation level. Mid-stage minor saint disciple. Li Yilan physique, perfect saint body successfully merged with the sword saint body. Acquired special skill. Old 6 aura acquired sacred weapon. Zhu Xian acquired ultimate path. Ultimate sword path, Lin Yang nods in satisfaction. Li Yilan has established her foundation overnight, while he has broken through to the mid-stage minor saint in the same time frame. The sensation is undeniably gratifying. Soon after, he closes his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy. In an instant, boom, a formidable force erupts. the sword saint body unfurling around him, surrounded by countless terrifying sword energies. He feels as if he embodies a powerful sword field, where anyone daring to approach would be instantly obliterated. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! At this moment, he perceives that his fist possesses the strength to shatter the heavens and obliterate stars, that he believes it will not be long before he can confront the Shao family. At this juncture, ding! It has been detected that your eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has successfully entered the Imperial-level heart technique, the true understanding of the 10,000 sword hearts. The apprenticeship has now entered the next phase. Ding! Supreme sword intent. One sword to strike the heart. Imperial sword. Wu Shuang has been stored in your backpack. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang experiences yet another wave of delight. Indeed, Li Yilan has comprehended the true understanding of the 10,000 sword hearts. It is time to provide her with some lethal techniques and weapons. The system truly demonstrates remarkable consideration at this moment. Li Yilan eagerly enters the room, her door left ajar, that a figure instantly captivates her attention. Rendering her momentarily speechless, it is a man clad in white, sitting cross-legged on the bed, enveloped in a sacred radiance of sword light, breathing rhythmically with an air of divine calmness. His exquisitely crafted features resemble a delicate ink painting. Strikingly beautiful. This man is Lin Yang, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. That my master seems to have become even more formidable. Li Yilan gazes in awe at Lin Yang's refined visage, murmuring to herself. It is no wonder she is taken aback. Lin Yang's transformation is monumental. After comprehending the ultimate sword path, her body, bones, heart, and foundational principles have all been forged from the essence of the sword. She believed herself to be quite impressive, yet the changes in her master leave her in the dust, especially that aura capable of extinguishing all in its path, along with the sacred sword light. As a sword saint body, she is acutely aware of the terror contained within such prowess. At her current level, she cannot hope to attain it. She gazes upward in contemplation, pondering, just how powerful is my master? Consequently, the fleeting joy she felt from her own breakthrough dissipates. She had thought that her entry into the sword saint body and her comprehension of the ultimate sword path, along with harnessing the spiritual energy of 1,000 miles to establish her foundation, was quite impressive. Yet in comparison to her master, it all seems rather ordinary. Her master is truly an unfathomable being. Moreover, having perceived her master's prowess through the lens of her 5th stage of chi refinement yesterday, and now perceiving him at the foundation establishment stage today, it is as if she is witnessing an entirely different individual. Today, her master exudes an even more majestic aura. It appears that in order to grasp the depths of her master's strength, she must diligently cultivate and continually elevate her own abilities. That my dear girl, I sense that your state of mind has improved significantly, remarks the woman within the green ring. Indeed, Li Yilan responds. Once one has glimpsed the towering peaks beyond the clouds, who would not experience an elevation in their heart's realm? Chapter 17. A gift of treasures in light of this, the woman within the green ring falls silent, fully aware that Li Yilan refers to Lin Yang. This individual has indeed imparted to her a level of astonishment that transcends ordinary comprehension. Fortunately, she has not become his adversary. Otherwise, with Lin Yang's current strength, he could easily vanquish 50,000 of her at her peak. Such beings who dwell beyond the clouds are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, having completed his cultivation, Lin Yang opens his eyes only to find Li Yilan standing outside the door. The next moment, he is utterly astonished by her status panel. Eldest disciple, Li Yilan cultivation level, foundation establishment talent. Chin level, upgradable, golden traits. All-purpose cultivator golden traits. Sword saint body, ultimate sword path purple traits. Fortuitous destiny purple traits. A celestial being resides within the ring blue traits. Stunning beauty white traits. Aspires to become the world's greatest excellent. Truly excellent. Lin Yang could not help but exclaim, Li Yilan, you truly deserve the title of a disciple who meets the system's criteria. Overnight, you have attained both the sacred body of swordsmanship and the golden attribute of ultimate swordsmanship. Moreover, you have harnessed immense spiritual energy to establish your foundation in just one night. Such talent and training speed are undoubtedly rare even across the vast Xianhuang continent, are they not? At this juncture, one cannot help but mention certain individuals from the Qingyun sect They truly believe that having acquired a disciple with a sun-level talent makes them invincible. Such inferior beings pale in comparison to Li Yilan. I wonder how they will react when, 3 months hence, she accompanies me to sweep through the Sword Peak. With this thought, Lin Yang smiled at Li Yilan and inquired, my dear disciple, what brings you here? In response to Master S' words, I have come to report that I have successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, mastered the true understanding of the 10,000 swords heart, entered the basics of the sacred body of swordsmanship, and comprehended the ultimate swordsmanship. Li Yilan felt no need to conceal anything from her master and spoke candidly. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Very well done. You truly bring honor to your master. After practicing all night, you should go outside and enjoy a hot spring, then take some time to rest. The disciple is not fatigued, and besides, Master has always emphasized the importance of diligent training. At this youthful age, I shall not succumb to laziness like those idle fish. As she expressed her determination, Li Yilan firmly stated that she would not indulge in idleness. However, Lin Yang, upon hearing her words, chuckled awkwardly. Well, I am quite pleased that you think this way, my disciple. Yet while diligent training is undoubtedly important, one must also find a balance between work and rest. Do you understand? I understand, Li Yilan responded earnestly, nodding her head. Though she verbally agreed, she knew that her master had likely exerted 10-fold or even 100-fold more effort to achieve his level of strength than if her master could work so hard when he was young. What right did she have to be complacent? Lin Yang continued, by the way, you are now ready to step into the next phase of guidance, that I have a sword technique and a sword to gift you. And I hope you will diligently practice in the days to come. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan was overjoyed. She had come not only to report her progress, but also to seek her master's powerful techniques and weapons. To her surprise, before she even had the chance to ask, her master was already prepared. Now, that is what I call professionalism. It turned out that her master had a complete plan for his disciples. The woman in the azure ring let out a sigh of relief, thankful that she had learned from her past mistakes. Had she carelessly given her own inferior techniques and treasures to Li Yilan, only to have Lin Yang present her with superior offerings, it would have been a blow to her reputation. As Li Yilan awaited in anticipation, Lin Yang retrieved the instructional materials provided by the system from his bag and handed them to her. The first item was an unremarkable stone, about the size of a palm. The second was a dazzling sword that emanated a terrifying aura the moment it appeared. The woman in the azure ring instinctively gasped. Oh my goodness, that is indeed an imperial sword. Even though she had anticipated that Lin Yang might produce something extraordinary, the sight of the imperial sword left her utterly astonished. She felt a sense of unreality wash over her. An item of imperial level appeared so effortlessly before her, and just yesterday, she had received one item, and today there was another. Child, who exactly is your master? Upon hearing the elder's exclamation, Li Yilan finally comprehended the significance of the stone. She asked, Elder, do you understand the concept of sword intent? Of course, the elder in the azure ring replied. Let me put it this way. This item surpasses any technique in existence that as long as it remains hidden. Imperial techniques may reign supreme, but once it is revealed, imperial techniques become mere trifles that it truly that fearsome. Li Yilan could not help but glance at the stone once more. Youth, your thoughts are perilously dangerous. The woman in the azure ring remarked, her voice imbued with a sense of urgency. Tio put it bluntly, if the sword emperors and the true understanding of the 10,000 swords heart were to see this sword intent, they would fight to the death over it. With such a statement, you should understand its weight, correct? At this revelation, Li Yilan's mouth fell agape in shock. She had never anticipated that what her master had bestowed upon her would possess such overwhelming power. She looked again at the treasures. Her previous dismissive attitude completely vanished. Child, I assure you that this is no hyperbole. You must remember not to expose this before outsiders, that if you do find yourself in a situation where exposure is unavoidable, you must contact your master immediately. Understood? Li Yilan nodded in agreement. Although she was young, she understood the gravity of the situation and would not act foolishly. Subsequently, Lin Yang elaborated on the sword intent. I want to repeat the details about the imperial sword. As for this sword intent, it essentially allows you to unleash a strike using your will, spiritual energy, the power of your sacred body of swordsmanship, and your understanding of swordsmanship. This strike is known as one sword to slay the immortals. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan felt a surge of excitement, her spine involuntarily straightening. This sword, forged from my will, my cultivation, my sacred body of swordsmanship, and my ultimate swordsmanship, can break the heavens and slay immortals. This is truly exhilarating. With a fervent heart, she realized the significance of what her master had generously provided, and she was determined to treat it with the utmost seriousness. She bowed her head 3 times in gratitude and expressed, "Thank you for your generous gifts, Master, and I shall devote myself to rigorous training." Lin Yong nodded, a wave of energy lifting Li Yilan gently. "There is no need for such formality. Take these treasures and practice diligently. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out." "Yes," Li Yilan replied with another respectful bow, "that I will certainly heed your teachings, striving not to disappoint you. And should you require anything, I would gladly face any peril. Even if it means descending into the depths of hell for eternity." Li Yilan understood that mere words of gratitude could never suffice for the immense kindness her master had shown her. He had repeatedly bestowed upon her hope and transformed her life. The woman in the azure ring also offered a slight bow, while she shared a symbiotic existence with Li Yilan, making her a mentor of sorts. She could not compare to Lin Yang's selfless generosity. She found herself reflecting on her own actions. Lin Yang smiled gently. "Then you may proceed to train." "Yes," Li Yilan responded and departed. Once she had left, Lin Yang noticed a lingering, unpleasant odor about himself. After all, his cultivation had increased, and he had acquired the sacred body of swordsmanship, inevitably leading to some impurities being expelled. He was just about to head to the hot spring when, at that moment, the system's notification sounded once more. "Congratulations, host. Your guidance has led the great disciple Li Yilan to step into the second phase of training, and you have successfully distributed the instructional materials. The system rewards you with a heavenly Dao tea tree, aged 10,000 years. Please find a suitable place to transplant it at your earliest convenience." Continuing on, the introduction of the Wan Yin Tian Dao tea tree flooded Lin Yang's mind. Wan Yin Tian Dao tea. Consuming this tea not only nourishes the path of heaven, but also bestows enlightenment akin to the divine revelation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang smiled. Soaking in hot springs can enhance one's cultivation and increase perceptiveness. Drinking tea can also nourish the path of heaven and lead to profound insights. System, it is truly you who always considers my cultivation at every moment. The host is meticulous. Serving the host has always been the principle of the system. There is no need for such formalities between us. Indeed. Lin Yang laughed heartily, stepping out of the room and making his way to the poolside, seeking a suitable spot. System, transplant the Tian Dao tea tree. Certainly. With a thunderous boom, in an instant, the area by the pool erupted with brilliance. The once mere 3-foot-tall Tian Dao tea tree began to grow wildly, its trunk thickening and branches extending, soaring to several zhang in mere moments. Each tender leaf shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if inscribed with the profound truths of the universe that on the tea tree, tender buds sparkled like jade, their vibrant green hue exuding boundless vitality. Subtly releasing the essence of the heavenly path. Drip, a droplet of water fell from the Tian Dao tea tree that a tender leaf quivered slightly, reminiscent of ancient deities whispering, causing the surrounding space to tremble in response. The essence of heaven was so pure and potent that it inspired awe. Not only that, the spiritual energy rising from the steaming hot spring coalesced upon the tea leaves, forming a layer of spiritual crystals. Such items could only be found within the most exquisite veins of ore. Here, the convergence of the hot spring and tea tree produced spiritual crystals, indicating an astonishing abundance of spiritual energy in this location. Even within the Qingyan sect, no place possessed greater spiritual energy than here. Gazing at his creation, Lin Yang remarked, quite splendid. After soaking in the hot springs, I shall enjoy a cup of tea, and after that, back to the springs that a life of leisure it shall be." After indulging in the hot springs for a while, Lin Yang crafted a reclining chair with ease, truly living a life akin to that of a salted fish. However, after lying down for a few hours, ding! The system's notification chimed once more, ding, detecting an active disciple near Tian Dao Peak with qualifying talent attributes. Please locate and recruit them promptly. Successful recruitment will reward the host with the 9 Dragons Xintian banner. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang sprang up from the recliner in excitement. Another disciple with qualifying talent attributes has appeared. Indeed, system, Tell me quickly, where is this disciple? Lin Yang was utterly thrilled that it was not merely for the system's reward of the Nine Dragons Shintian banner, but because he genuinely needed this disciple. Firstly, he only had one disciple under his name, resembling a solitary commander. Secondly, Li Yilan, his sole disciple, must be feeling lonely. Thirdly, if the returns Li Yilan received were so formidable, wouldn't having another disciple mean an exponential increase in power? Fourthly, he could no longer delay confronting the Shao family. If their ancestor were to break through to Quasi-Emperor, or if that medicinal elder succeeded in his schemes, it would spell disaster for him. Fifthly, after reviewing the system's description of the Nine Dragons Shintian banner, Lin Yang was left in a daze. This banner could form the Nine Dragons formation, capable of withstanding a strike from an emperor. Therefore, considering all these factors, he genuinely needed the inclusion of a second disciple to elevate his strength swiftly. That I understand you are anxious, host, but do not rush. The second qualifying disciple is located 10 kilometers north of Tiandao Peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart soared. The disciple had nearly reached Tiandao Peak. Could this be a case of mutual understanding? Perhaps a simultaneous pursuit? Could this be love? My dear disciple, Master is coming. You traveled thousands of miles to seek a teacher. How could Master not venture 10 miles to meet a disciple? With that, Lin Yang transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the northern part of Tiandao Peak. There was no possibility of not hurrying. It was simply not an option. Just then, ding! Detecting that the eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has achieved entry-level Sword of Extermination. Congratulations to the host for receiving a return from Sword of Extermination. Lin Yang's lips quirked. Has it only been a few hours? Must it be this terrifying? However, this only solidified his determination to recruit a second disciple. Chapter 19. The Reborn Emperor at a small river 10 kilometers away from Tiandao Peak. A young man clad in coarse linen, his face darkened by the sun, clenched his fists and proclaimed, "Ha! After traversing mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships, I have finally arrived at the place where the Chaos Heavenly Pearl fell. Past betrayals and deep-seated enmities awaited. Once I obtain the Chaos Heavenly Pearl, I will ensure that you all pay 100-fold price." This dark-skinned youth was named Zhou aiming to as if to affirm his vow. He leaned over the brook and gulped down several mouthfuls of mountain spring water. Reflecting on the past 3 months, he had survived on tree bark and grass roots, enduring immense hardships. Fortunately, heaven does not forsake the diligent. He had at last arrived at this spot and sensed the aura of the precious treasure he had lost. Once he acquired that treasure, he could rise again. His enemies from his previous life and this life alike would meet their demise. Especially the Tao sect. In this rebirth, I poured my heart into you, yet you pursued my destruction without mercy. When the time comes, you shall be the first to perish. Recalling his previous life, he had initially possessed mediocre talent, but fortuitously obtained the Chaos Heavenly Pearl, which granted him the Chaos Sacred Body, propelling him to become a formidable emperor among the realms that he could summon the winds and reign at will. However, ultimately, it was his wavering heart that led him astray, falling for a witch he should not have loved. Losing himself at the mere utterance of brother, in the end, he was left with nothing. Of course, things were even worse. That which not only toyed with his affections but also stripped him of everything. Ultimately seeking to eliminate him, his engagement banquet, the witch conspired with several emperors to murder him. A death so unjust that he could not even grasp her hand, a man who yearned for strength, pursuing invincibility, could hardly accept such a fate. With the aid of the Chaos Heavenly Pearl, a fragment of his soul successfully reincarnated in the realm of Xianhuang, within a sect known as the Tao sect, where he became the chief disciple. However, upon his rebirth, he soon lost the Chaos Heavenly Pearl in this life. With the resolve to avoid the pitfalls of love, he decided to start anew at the Tao sect, seeking revenge on that witch. Regrettably, using the memories of his past life as an emperor, he assisted the Tao sect in establishing its protective formation and generously imparted various cultivation techniques. Yet, he underestimated human nature. As the Tao sect developed, they began to view him as a liability, a waste occupying the position of chief disciple, obstructing the rise of the sect saintess. They sought to eliminate him to elevate her to the top. Zhou Taoming clenched his fists tightly. Just wait. He rose and gazed at the distant Tiandao Peak. The Chaos Heavenly Pearl lay there. Acquiring it would allow him to rise once more. Just as he prepared to leave, he sensed a powerful aura approaching him. Instinctively alarmed, he wondered if it were members of the Dao sect pursuing him or perhaps the Qingyan sect. Had they discovered his trespass? Yet he had no time to ponder. Regardless of who approached, he could not allow them to find him. He quickly retrieved a prepared teleportation talisman and vanished with a loud bang. Once Zhou Tianming had disappeared, Lin Yang descended at that spot, surveying the area but finding no disciple with qualifying attributes. Just as he was about to inquire with the system, ding, detecting that the qualifying disciple has used a teleportation talisman and left early. Lin Yang was taken aback that he ran away. Wasn't there a mutual understanding? Why did he flee? System, where did that disciple go? Ding, detecting that the qualifying disciple has teleported to the Qingyan sect's main hall, 10 kilometers away from this location. After receiving this information, Lin Yang transformed into a streak of light and pursued that he refused to believe that the disciple could escape. After using a teleportation talisman, Zhou Tianming felt extremely weak, leaning against a tree to catch his breath. What a fall from grace! I was once a mighty emperor, and now I find myself in such a dire predicament. Had it not been for his prior knowledge of certain formations and talismans, he would have been doomed today. Due to his low cultivation, he could not control the precise teleportation location and had no idea where he had arrived. He looked up and upon seeing the golden plaque, was left dumbfounded. The Elders' Council Hall of the Qingyan sect. Is this not walking right into a trap? Worse still, the aura that had been pursuing him just moments ago was closing in again. He made a swift decision. Run. He activated another teleportation talisman. Moments later, Lin Yang arrived at the spot once more. Where is he? Ding. The system has detected that the disciple who meets the criteria has used a teleportation talisman and is now transported 10 kilometers away. Lin Yang was left speechless. Has he fled again? He couldn't comprehend what exactly the disciple was running from. Just as he prepared to pursue Ding, the system detected that the disciple had used the teleportation talisman once more, vanishing another 10 kilometers away. Lin Yang was taken aback. Still running? After a moment of headache, he realized he couldn't afford to lose track of a second disciple, that he steeled himself to chase after them. But in the next instant, a barrage of system notifications rang out. Ding. The system detected that the disciple used the teleportation talisman yet again, moving another 10 kilometers. Ding. The system detected that the disciple had used the teleportation talisman once more, disappearing another 10 kilometers away. Ding. The system indicated that the disciple had used the teleportation talisman multiple times, and the target has vanished. The target has disappeared. Lin Yang was utterly speechless. After finally discovering a disciple who met the criteria, he hadn't even seen whether they were male or female before they vanished from under his nose. How embarrassing it would be to admit this. The host apologizes. The system's detection range is limited. And moreover, that disciple runs like a sprightly hare, having covered at least 300 kilometers by now. Lin Yang felt a mix of determination and helplessness, while he wished to catch up to the disciple. The latter was evidently evading him. Everything hinges on fate. What belongs to you cannot escape, and what is not cannot be grasped, so be it. Lin Yang sighed deeply and was about to return home when he encountered a throng of disciples hastily carrying treasures toward the elders' conference hall. The leading disciple shouted, "Be careful not to bump into anything. These items are rewards for Jianfeng. If they are damaged, none of us can bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's ears pricked up. Rewards for Jianfeng? What merit does Jianfeng possess to warrant such generosity? After some contemplation, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, having promised his wife to safeguard Qingyan sect. He then strode into the elders' conference hall with his hands behind his back. Chapter 20. The elders unexpectedly present him with gifts inside the elders' conference room. The venerable elder Maoping sat loftily in the main seat. Beside him, the equally aged second elder Yi Jiangxiong was also seated. In total, there were over 20 venerable elders present, collectively known as the esteemed Elder Council, which played a crucial role in decision-making. These elders usually wore stern expressions, resembling wooden boards, yet today they were all smiles. Lin Yang muttered to himself, "When things deviate from the norm, there must be something afoot." That as he advanced further, he spotted Jianfeng's leader, Li Mu, standing at the center of the hall with his less-than-stellar disciple. Sure how, both beaming with delight as a variety of gifts lay before them. Just as Lin Yang felt puzzled, the sharp-eyed second elder Yi Jiangxiong noticed him. "Isn't that our Seventh Peak's leader?" Lin Yong. Upon this pronouncement, the other elders turned to look. However, upon seeing Lin Yong, their faces bore little warmth, as they had strongly opposed the establishment of the seventh peak. Unfortunately, the sect leader, Luo Wuqing, was resolute, and they had no power to alter the outcome. Moreover, Lin Yong had openly defied the sect's interest during the disciple recruitment ceremony, clashing with Xiao Jiao and even killing the leader of the body refinement peak. Inciting widespread outrage, he deserved severe punishment. However, the sect leader had decreed that anyone who harmed him would face dire consequences. Thus, they could only allow him to roam freely, though they held no fondness for him. "What brings Peak Master Lin here today?" The second elder coldly remarked, his tone frigid. He had always maintained a close relationship with Li Mu, and the establishment of the seventh peak had cost him some benefits, naturally leading to his animosity toward Lin Yong. Lin Yong, too, bore little affection for him. Back when he was merely at the nascent soul stage, this elder had frequently targeted him. Now that he had reached the mid-stage of the Little Saint realm, he was no longer intimidated. "How audacious! Say that again if you dare!" Yi Jiangxiong bellowed, attempting to intimidate Lin Yong. However, Lin Yong had already repositioned himself beside Yi Jiangxiong, gripping his ear and stating, "I say, old man, it's not your family wind that matters." Enraged and humiliated, Yi Jiangxiong was about to unleash his wrath, but suddenly froze. How had Lin Yong appeared before him, gripping his ear? Where was his dignity? "Lin Yong, you overstep your bounds," Yi Jiangxiong shouted, throwing a punch to teach Lin Yong a lesson. Yet, Lin Yong had already retreated to his original spot, shaking off his robes in a nonchalant manner. He addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Tian Dao Peak's Master Lin Yong pays his respects to the Grand Elder." Then he deliberately bypassed the second elder, turning to the other elders. "I also bow to all esteemed elders." "No need for formalities," the Grand Elder Maoping nodded. The disciple thanks the Grand Elder. Lin Yong held no ill will toward the Grand Elder, for he was indeed fair-minded and always prioritized the interests of the sect, treating everyone equally. Thus, Luo Wuqing could trust him to manage the sect's affairs. "Lin Yong, have you come here for something specific?" the Grand Elder inquired. "Not particularly. I was merely wandering," Lin Yong replied. "Very well," the Grand Elder nodded. "Then you may stand aside and refrain from causing any disturbances." Lin Yong nodded and stepped aside, curious to see what these elders were up to. With the Grand Elder's directive, the second elder had no choice but to swallow his pride. After the brief interlude, the Grand Elder Maoping retrieved a sword and approached Shi Hao. He donned a benevolent expression and patted Shi Hao's shoulder. "Well done, well done. A day-level talent is indeed a rare gem. And to break through to the Foundation establishment realm so swiftly is truly commendable. This sword, named Changhong, is a royal-grade artifact, and I present it to you as a reward that I hope you will remain devoted to the sect and take on the responsibilities of our order." Without hesitation, Shi Hao accepted the artifact, elated by the Grand Elder's praise, feeling as if he could soar. Moreover, this was indeed a royal-grade artifact, a top-tier treasure even within Qingyun's sect. The disciple thanks the Grand Elder. He proclaimed, vowing to diligently cultivate, treat Qingyun's sect as his home, and serve the sect with loyalty. After receiving the royal-grade artifact, Shi Hao was overjoyed, even casting a smug glance toward Lin Yong, thinking to himself, "Had I joined your ranks, I doubt I would have received such treatment." He chuckled, wondering what treasure that foolish Li Yilan had obtained. But it mattered not. With a royal-grade artifact in hand, he would surely conquer Tian Dao Peak in 2 months. Bah! 2 good-for-nothings daring to name themselves after Tian Dao. Truly a death wish. Meanwhile, Lin Yong was taken aback by Shi Hao's gaze directed at him. What was this oddball, flaunting his royal-grade artifact, to him? It was nothing more than a firewood stick. He shrugged and turned away, uninterested in watching the farcical display that in Li Mu's eyes. Lin Yong appeared to have lost face, and he couldn't help but smile smugly. At this moment, the second elder also produced a martial arts manual, walking over to Shi Hao with a grin. "Indeed, the first time I laid eyes on you, I sensed your exceptional potential, that I also have a royal-grade sword technique for you. Though your master will surely prepare other techniques for you, having more skills never hurts. The more methods you possess, the better you can defend yourself." Yi Jiangxiong shot a cold glance at Lin Yong before addressing Shi Hao. "I hope you will diligently cultivate and soon relieve some pressure from your master. The disciple will faithfully heed the second elder's teachings." Shi Hao replied with a bow, accepting the manual. Following this, A multitude of elders stepped forward to present gifts to Sure Hao. Coincidentally, I have a cleansing pill that can purify marrow and strengthen bones. Let me bestow it upon disciple Sure Hao. Me too. I would like to gift him some elixirs that I left in haste and didn't bring any treasures. I shall give you 10,000 spirit stones that me too. The elders chimed in, showering Sure Hao with accolades. After all, Sure Hao's talent was evident to all, a day-level talent who had also broken through to the foundation establishment realm. This young man was likely the fabled child of destiny, and it was prudent to curry favor with him while he was still on the rise. As the elders continued to present gifts, the pile of treasures before Sure Hao and Li Mu swelled high, their smiles widening. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was increasingly perplexed. Why on earth were these elders showering gifts upon this oddball? Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Esteemed elders, may I inquire as to why you are presenting him with gifts?" Chapter 21. Disciple. All packed in a sack, it is naturally due to Sure Hao's achievement of a foundation through a myriad of spirit energy. Yi Zhangxiong shot Lin Yang a glare. Do you think he is like your useless disciple? A talent of merely the first rank is truly insignificant. After uttering these words, Yi Zhang secretly murmured within himself. You and your disciple are nothing but useless waste. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang cast an incredulous gaze at Sure Hao. Are you implying that you borrowed the immense power of 1,000 miles to establish your foundation? Indeed, Sure Hao confidently affirmed this matter, subsequently boasting about how he had leveraged this vast energy for his cultivation. Yet Lin Yang had long lost interest in this discourse. He redirected his attention to the assembly of elders. So, these gifts are all intended for those who borrow the power of 1,000 miles to establish their foundation. Naturally, the crowd nodded in agreement. Li Mu and Sure Hao straightened their postures, silently conveying their envy. However, the Grand Elder, puzzled, inquired, Lin Yang, what is your purpose in asking these questions? Lin Yang slapped his thigh and exclaimed, so that's how it is? You should have mentioned this earlier. The elders were left bewildered. Lin Yang then stated, esteemed elders, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. Upon his return, he brought with him Li Yilan and an enormous sack capable of holding several individuals. Resembling an act of abduction, cautiously, one elder inquired, Lin Yang, what are you planning? Lin Yang smiled lightly. My dear disciple, greet everyone. Li Yilan complied. Li Yilan of Tiandao Peak pays respects to the esteemed elders. Observing this, the elders, still preoccupied with the matter concerning the Shao family, displayed little interest in this disciple. Lin Yang, why have you brought your disciple here? What trickery are you up to? The second elder couldn't help but ask, with the rest of the elders nodding in shared confusion. Ignoring the second elder's question, Lin Yang turned to the Sword Peak Master, Li Mu, and said slowly, Master Li, since everyone has presented gifts to your disciple, should you not express your gratitude as a mentor? Upon hearing this, Li Mu responded, I have indeed prepared gifts for my disciple. I will present them to him upon our return to Sword Peak. Oh, that sounds rather hollow, doesn't it? Lin Yang smiled. Surely, you wouldn't be reluctant to bestow gifts upon your disciple, would you? Oomph. Sure Hao interjected, my master's kindness towards me is as profound as a mountain, akin to that of a second birth. Even if my master did not give me anything, I would still accept it. See, even your disciple does not believe in your generosity. Lin Yang attempted to provoke Li Mu. As anticipated, Li Mu was incensed and coldly scoffed. I indeed have no treasures on me, but here are 50,000 spirit stones. Consider it a reward for my disciple. He then tossed a storage ring filled with 50,000 spirit stones onto the pile of gifts before Sure Hao. Sure Hao shot a glare at Lin Yang and said, Master, you need not provide me with any rewards. Accept it. Li Mu replied nonchalantly, to prevent certain individuals from gossiping. Yes, Sure Hao nodded, expressing his gratitude to his master. Li Mu then turned to Lin Yang and asked, so, what exactly do you intend to do? Lin Yang smiled and turned to Li Yilan. Disciple, please pack all these treasures. That he handed the large sack to Li Yilan. Without hesitation, Li Yilan took the sack and swiftly collected all the treasures into it. In an instant, the gifts before Sure Hao were completely vanished. The onlookers were left in utter confusion, while Sure Hao's expression darkened, appearing as though he had lost his parents. To Li Yilan, what are you doing? Those treasures were all gifted to me by the elders. I advise you to return everything at once. Each item was of considerable value, and he felt the sting of their loss. That why master instructed me to pack them. Li Yilan pouted. You. Sure Hao was furious and turned to Lin Yang, demanding, why did you instruct her to take my treasures? Yours? Lin Yang chuckled, who said these treasures belong to you. These items were given to me by the elders. Every elder present can attest to it. How could they not be mine? Sure Hao argued. They are not yours, Lin Yang decisively countered. Master, look at them. Sure Hao pleaded for support from Liamu. Li Mu comfortingly patted his shoulder and said, I will handle this. Master Li, what is the meaning of this? Why are you openly seizing my disciples' treasures? Lin Yang calmly replied, I have made it abundantly clear. Those items do not belong to him. Not his, Li Mu scoffed. My disciple borrowed the power of 1,000 miles to establish his foundation. These gifts were bestowed upon him by the elders in recognition of his talent. How can you claim they are not his? Just because he claims to have borrowed the power of 1,000 miles does not mean he actually did. Lin Yang retorted, It seems that Master Li is relying on someone else's backing to cause a ruckus. He then turned to the elders. I hope the esteemed elders will uphold justice for my disciple. Upon hearing this, the elders began to voice their criticisms of Lin Yang, each chiming in with their own remarks. The second elder, in a particularly harsh tone, warned, Lin Yang, I advise you to return these items to Sure Hao immediately. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to enforce the sect's laws. Lin Yang replied, These items are all my disciples. Why should I return them? At this declaration, Sure Hao was ready to explode. You are talking nonsense. These items are clearly rewards for my breakthrough in establishing my foundation through the borrowed power of 1,000 miles. How can they be claimed by your disciple? Indeed, Lin Yang, do not continue this farce. Another elder added. The second elder directly stated, the disciples of the law enforcement hall are present. Summon them to enforce the sect's laws against you. Disciples of the law enforcement hall, here, in an instant. A group of disciples wearing law enforcement badges rushed in. Seeing this, the Grand Elder took a deep breath. Although the sect master had instructed him to look after Lin Yang, the latter's behavior was utterly outrageous. To openly seize Sure Hao's possessions was an affront that he warned Lin Yang. Cease this unruly behavior immediately and return the gifts to Sure Hao. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unsympathetic when enforcing the sect's laws. Hearing the Grand Elder speak on his behalf, Sure Hao boasted, Did you hear that? Quickly have your disciple return my belongings. I would not want her to tarnish my treasures. This remark, Lin Yang's expression darkened considerably, devoid of any trace of a smile, as he coldly glared at Sure Hao. You may bark all you wish, but you shall never speak disrespectfully of my disciple. To insult her is to insult me. He slowly turned to Li Yilan and commanded, My dear disciple, give him a punch. And no sooner had he spoken than boom. Li Yilan, without a hint of hesitation, transformed into a blur and threw a punch at Sure Hao. Sure Hao smirked, genuinely impressed by Li Yilan's audacity. A mere first-rank talent dared to strike against him. A second-rank prodigy who had borrowed the power of 1,000 miles. What reckless folly, since you seek death. I shall oblige. Chapter 22. I cannot tolerate you taking my gifts. Boom. Sure Hao unleashed his foundational power, fully confident as the prodigious disciple who had borrowed the power of 1,000 miles. He felt assured that he could defeat Li Yilan with a single strike. The tension in the air was palpable as their fists collided. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, causing Sure Hao to be sent flying, crashing heavily against the entrance. Crash! A door shattered upon impact. Sure Hao's eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Li Yilan. How is it possible? He thought. How could I, so powerful, be bested by a mere first-rank talent? He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, even Li Mu was left stunned. How could this be? Isn't Li Yilan a first-rank talent? How could she unleash such terrifying power? He pondered, bewildered, that my disciple is a second-rank talent, and he even borrowed the power of 1,000 miles. Hailed as the destined one, that why then was he so easily defeated by Li Yilan? A first-rank talent, without any means of resistance? He fixed his gaze on Li Yilan, trying to comprehend the situation, then turned to Lin Yang, seeking answers from his expression. However, Lin Yang paid him no mind. His disciple practiced imperial-level techniques, wielded imperial-grade artifacts, cultivated the sword Dao intent, and possessed the sword Dao Saint body. She had even comprehended the ultimate sword Dao and borrowed the power of 1,000 miles. She had only utilized 50% of her strength to send that inferior talent flying. Clearly, they were not of the same caliber. Such a scene left the elders exchanging bewildered glances. Sure Hao was a second-rank prodigy who had borrowed the power of 1,000 miles. How could such a heavenly talent be so easily defeated? Everyone had viewed him as a pillar for the future of Qingyun's sect, yet now he appeared so utterly lacking. What could possibly explain this? Looking again at Li Yilan, though she was said to be a first-rank talent, the aura she had just displayed was overwhelmingly fierce, evidently having reached the foundational realm. Was it possible for a first-rank talent to possess such terrifying abilities? The elders tried to discern Li Yilan's capabilities, but found themselves utterly confounded. Meanwhile, Sure Hao, dragging his weakened form, approached Li Mu. Master, Li Mu interrupted him and turned to Lin Yang, asking, Lin Yang, what is the meaning of this? Is it possible to take someone's treasures and still strike them? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang smiled faintly and replied, while it is true that I have struck someone, I cannot, in all honesty, admit to taking their gifts. Humph. Li Mu snorted coldly. It is already abundantly clear. How long will you continue to quibble? Lin Yang responded. Where is the quibbling in my words? The Grand Elder expressly stated that these gifts were meant for those who borrowed the power of 10,000 miles to establish their foundation. I did not take his treasures, still entangled in nonsense. Li Mu's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Since reason fails, we must resort to action. Lin Yang shook his head in utter disbelief. If that is the case, let us call upon the Grand Elder for a fair judgment. Grand Elder, may I inquire if you have not stated that these gifts are for those who borrow the power of 10,000 miles to establish their foundation? Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded. Lin Yang clapped in agreement. Then that settles it. The gifts are for those who borrow the power of 10,000 miles. That Li Mu's expression darkened. This fellow is clearly entangling matters further. The Grand Elder, perplexed, remarked, So, Lin Yang, what exactly do you wish to convey? Please speak plainly. The second elder added, I believe he is merely causing a ruckus. These items were given to Sure Hao for borrowing the power of 10,000 miles to establish his foundation. If Lin Yang cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, then he must face the sect's disciplinary measures. Sure Hao lamented, indeed, if he cannot clarify matters, he must face disciplinary action. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Is this even debatable? You claim Sure Hao borrowed the power of 10,000 miles to establish his foundation, yet my disciple effortlessly defeated him. Clearly, the truth is evident to all, is it not? At these words, all the elders were taken aback. This assertion caught them off guard. Indeed, Sure Hao, nominally possessing a sun-level talent, has borrowed the power of 10,000 miles to establish his foundation and has now advanced to the foundational realm. Whereas Li Yilan, with only a star-level talent, managed to send Sure Hao flying with a single strike. The disparity in strength is unmistakable. Could it be that the one who borrowed the power of 10,000 miles is truly her? In an instant, this thought reverberated in the minds of the elders. Sure Hao, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, hastily defended himself. This is utterly laughable. A star-level disciple daring to claim the power of 10,000 miles? Does she even deserve it? In my view, they are simply coveting my treasures and have colluded to deceive everyone. Elders, do not be fooled. As far as I know, when Li Yilan joined the 7th peak, she was merely at the 5th level of Qi training. How could she possibly break through to the foundational realm overnight? Moreover, I was merely careless and underestimated her, allowing her a chance to strike. If it were a fair fight, I would easily defeat her. However, such words might hold weight with the uninitiated, but these elders, who have toiled for decades and witnessed the world's grandeur, could see through Sure Hao's lack of genuine effort. His previous attack was not only executed with full force, but was also aimed at eliminating Li Yilan. Was that not giving it his all? Sure Hao, oblivious to the elder's expressions, exclaimed, Li Yilan, if you have the courage, do not resort to sneak attacks. Let us engage in a proper duel. With that, he prepared to confront Li Yilan once more. But at that moment, enough, Li Mu suddenly called out to Sure Hao. If you cannot win, then admit defeat. Do not stubbornly cling to your pride and refuse to acknowledge the truth. Only by recognizing your shortcomings can you strive for progress. Step back at this moment. He felt profound disappointment in Sure Hao, hoping he would learn from this lesson. Yes, Sure Hao slowly retreated, but his gaze remained fixed on Li Yilan, vowing never to forget today's humiliation. Yet, Li Mu's confusion ran deeper. He could not fathom how a star-level disciple could ascend to the seventh peak and, within a single night, break through to the foundational realm and gain the strength to defeat Shi Hao. What on earth was happening? Additionally, Lin Yang seemed transformed. Ever since he had slain Hanya, Li Mu could no longer discern his true nature. Most critically, Lin Yang no longer exuded the same sense of relaxation as before. Once indifferent to the seventh peak, he now regarded its performance with a growing sense of urgency, as if it had become a thorn in his side. This individual must be dealt with. And the seventh peak must also be suppressed. Noticing Li Mu's intense gaze upon him, Lin Yang immediately understood his ulterior motives and remarked, "Li Peak Master, are you staring at me because you have fallen for me?" "Apologies, but I do not fancy men." Upon hearing this, Li Mu's face darkened. Lin Yang, however, took delight in saying, "Li Peak Master, are you now willing to accept that your disciple did not borrow the power of 10,000 miles? But rather, it was my disciple who did." Li Mu said nothing and turned to leave, with Shi Hao awkwardly trailing behind. Observing this, Lin Yang laughed heartily. "Elders, can we agree that my disciple borrowed the power of 10,000 miles to establish a foundation?" Upon hearing this, aside from the second elder's scowl, the other elders nodded in approval. Satisfied, Lin Yang smiled. Although he could not recruit a second disciple, the serendipitous turn of events allowed him to reclaim what rightfully belonged to his disciple, which he deemed a success. Furthermore, his wife had tasked him with safeguarding the Qingyun sect as the peak master of the heavenly path. After this incident, surely no one would dare to underestimate the heavenly path peak any longer. "I wonder if my wife will reward me upon her return. Alas, I miss her so. Now, my disciple, you should express your gratitude to the elders for their gifts." Li Elan nodded. Disciple Li Elan expresses her heartfelt thanks to all the elders for their gifts. "Should there be any future needs, please do not hesitate to command me." Li Elan spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. The elders accepted her words, as the gifts were indeed intended for those who borrowed the power of 10,000 miles to establish their foundation. Though there were minor complications along the way, the gifts ultimately reached the rightful recipient, and thus, discontent was minimal. However, the second elder gritted his teeth in resentment. Had he known that the one who borrowed the power of 10,000 miles was Li Elan, he would never have offered any gifts. Now, they were irretrievable, infuriating. Chapter 23. The rise of titles. Time flew by, and 7 days had passed since returning from the Elders' Council. During this period, Lin Yang exchanged the items obtained from the elders for 600,000 spirit stones, which served as the initial capital for the sect. One day, Lin Yang reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely sipping on heavenly path tea, enjoying a carefree existence. Ding dong. The eldest disciple Li Elan has advanced to the 9th level of the foundational realm. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation refund. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yang was taken aback, glancing at the courtyard. Achieving foundational status in a single night was already astonishing, and now, after just 7 days, she had reached the 9th level of foundation. Was she on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm? Just as Lin Yang marveled at this, ding dong. The eldest disciple Li Elan has acquired 36 sword intents, advancing her swordsmanship level to that of a sword cultivator. Congratulations to the host for receiving a swordsmanship cultivation refund, leveling up to the great sword cultivator rank. Lin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly remarkable, possessing a sword body and pursuing the ultimate sword path. And within such a short time, she has attained the rank of sword cultivator. It is known that countless talents strive their entire lives to achieve the sword cultivator level. Yet Li Elan's rapid ascent within just 7 days is unprecedented. Such talent, even in the Xinhuang continent, would be considered top tier. Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible!" However, the more monstrous his disciple became, the greater the rewards he would receive. He then opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Yang identity. Great sword cultivator cultivation. Minor Saint Perfection realm disciple. Li Elan physique. Perfect sacred body, successfully fused with the sword body to a minor degree. Acquired special skill. Old 6 aura acquired divine weapon. Exquisite sword acquired technique. 1 sword to exquisite small completion acquired cultivation path. Ultimate sword path good. Good indeed. Thanks to this disciple, my cultivation is also on the verge of reaching the Great Saint realm. He had long since planned that once he reached the Great Saint realm, he would take action against the Shao family. At this moment, in the room, Li Yilan slowly opened her eyes, sharp sword light coalescing from the air into her body. Her gaze was piercing, as sharp as a sword. Child, I have lived for several millennia. Encountered countless individuals, and my natural talents have been quite commendable. Yet upon seeing you, I suddenly feel insignificant. One cannot fault the woman within the Qingjie for her lack of composure. After all, Li Yilan embarks on the path of the ultimate swordsmanship, a journey fraught with immense challenges. Remarkably, she achieved a breakthrough to the 9th level of foundation establishment in merely 7 days. Such a pace of cultivation is more terrifying than any prodigy she has encountered. Furthermore, this is not the most astonishing aspect. The truly alarming fact is that she ascended to the rank of sword cultivator in just 3 breaths, upon reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. She spent a mere 3 breaths mastering 36 sword intents, thereby attaining the status of a sword cultivator. She had witnessed someone take 3 days to become a sword cultivator, leaving many astounded. But 3 breaths is an entirely different magnitude. The woman within the Qingjie vigorously shook her head, suppressing the urge to scream. Thank you for your praise, senior, but Yilan still has a long way to go. Li Yilan replied with a humble yet confident demeanor. After all, she aspires to be the best in the world and would not be content with her current accomplishments. The woman within the Qingjie displayed a smile of approval. Not arrogant nor impatient, she seeks steady progress. This girl has indeed made strides. That I am relieved to hear you think this way, she continued. However, you have been cultivating for 7 consecutive days now, and your sword body. The true understanding of the 10,000 paths of the sword and the one sword to slay immortals have all reached the entry-level stage. That I believe it would be wise for you to slow your advancement and take time to solidify your foundation, preferably by engaging in some practical combat. Your words resonate deeply. Li Yilan nodded in agreement. That I had planned to delve into practical combat after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. However, having reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, I find myself unable to progress further. Perhaps I have indeed hit a bottleneck, and it is time to enhance my combat skills. Just as I suspected, the woman within the Qingjie remarked. Li Yilan inquired. Senior, do you have any suggestions for improving my combat skills? The woman opened her mouth to respond but hesitated. Perhaps you should consult your master, she said, genuinely reluctant to impart her subpar advice to Li Yilan. Firstly, Lin Yang had provided her with exceptional guidance, and secondly, given Li Yilan's strength, it was quite challenging to find suitable opponents for her. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan's mind sparked with realization. Indeed, my master must have a way. Moreover, having just broken through to the 9th level of foundation establishment, her swordsmanship and other skills had been enhanced. She was eager to test whether she could gauge her master's true strength. With that thought, she bounded out in search of her master. Meanwhile, by the poolside, Lin Yang reclined on a lounge chair, having finally integrated all the sword intents of the great sword cultivator level into his being. He exhaled deeply. Oh, my dear disciple, what brings you here? Lin Yang opened his eyes to find his beloved disciple gazing at him in astonishment, her mouth agape, as if she could fit a peach inside. She stood frozen, as though captivated by the Eastern Emperor's grand technique. Hey, what are you doing? Li Yilan's throat went dry as she exclaimed. Master, you are truly formidable. Just moments ago, she had glimpsed within her master's being the presence of over 100 sword intents. Now that she had attained the sword cultivator rank, she understood all too well the arduous journey of cultivating a single sword intent. The realization that her master housed such an abundance filled her with awe. Surely, the number of sword intents she could see was only a fraction of the total. Thus, she concluded that her master's power was likely 100 times greater than her own. With this thought, her determination grew even stronger. She was resolute in her efforts to cultivate and become the best in the world, ensuring she would not drag her master down. Upon seeing Li Yilan, Lin Yang noticed her status panel manifesting before him. Great disciple. Li Yilan identity. Sword cultivator cultivation level. 9th level of foundation establishment talent. Level CHN can be upgraded. Cultivated techniques. True understanding of the 10,000 paths of the sword, entry level. One sword to slay immortals, entry level. Acquired treasures, none golden attributes. All-round cultivation golden attributes. Sword body of the saint, ultimate sword path purple attributes. Fortunate purple attributes. A celestial being resides within the ring blue attributes. Aspires to become the best in the world white attributes. Beautiful Lin Yong was astonished to find that his beloved disciple had acquired additional attributes. Most notably, the attribute aspires to become the best in the world, which had transitioned from white to blue, indicating a level up. Conversely, the attribute beautiful had reverted to white, suggesting that this dear disciple had advanced her realm and elevated her mindset, leading to the transformation of her aspirations. Yet, being young, it was only natural for her to harbor dreams and ambitions, striving tirelessly towards them. Otherwise, she would be akin to a salted fish. Why am I back to mentioning salted fish? Lin Yong shook off the thought, redirecting his attention to Li Yilan. You are also quite impressive. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably. However, as you advance, do not neglect the importance of practical combat. Li Yilan was taken aback. Indeed, her master had broached the subject of practical combat, indicating he had a plan. Master, I have come specifically for the purpose of engaging in combat. Lin Yong nodded. It is indeed time to move into the practical phase. He then handed her the sect leader's token. Take this token and challenge the Martial God Hall at the 6 Great Peaks. Chapter 24. The 10,000 Paths of Tea. The Martial God Hall is a unique training ground for practical combat within the 6 Great Peaks of the Qingyan sect. It was crafted by the first sect leader and the 6 Peak Masters. The hall rises 5 stories high, and within each Martial God Hall resides a Martial God's Phantom, representing the strongest disciple from that peak since its inception. The prowess of these Martial God Phantoms escalates from the ground floor upwards. For Li Yilan to enhance her combat skills, these Martial God Phantoms are precisely the challengers she seeks. Yes, Master, Li Yilan affirmed, accepting the token. However, upon realizing it was the sect leader's token, her body instinctively trembled. Master, is this truly the sect leader's token? Indeed, Lin Yong replied nonchalantly. It bears the inscription of the sect leader's token. Take a look for yourself. In that moment, Li Yilan felt a surge of emotion as she recognized the weight of the token. Such a precious item was entrusted to her by her master. A sect token held the power to influence significant decisions within the sect and could mobilize all disciples. Yet her master was willing to so freely hand it over. Lin Yong explained, without the token, I fear the people of the 6 Peaks would not allow you entry into the Martial God Hall. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan felt a warmth in her heart. While she worried about the responsibility of holding something so valuable, her master was concerned solely about her access to the Martial God Hall. This demonstrated how deeply her master cared for her. Clenching her fists, she vowed silently to dedicate herself to her cultivation and achieve great feats within the Martial God Hall. Rest assured, Master, I shall set forth immediately to challenge the Martial God Hall at the 6 Great Peaks. Not so fast, Lin Yong interjected, rising slowly to fetch 2 handfuls of the 10,000 Paths tea leaves. After mixing them in a teapot, he poured a cup for Li Yilan. Here, drink this tea before you go. Of course, Li Yilan nodded, accepting the tea and taking a gentle sip. Instantly, her eyes brightened as a refreshing sensation flowed down her throat. Rich and sweet with a lingering aftertaste, she felt her mind become sharper, and her understanding of the sword path and her cultivated techniques deepened significantly. Master, what kind of tea is this? Why do I feel so much smarter? Lin Yong chuckled. Finish it up quickly. Once you arrive at the Martial God Hall, you will understand. All right, Li Yilan did not dwell on it and quickly drank the tea. The next moment, a powerful surge coursed through her body. Akin to consuming a precious elixir, warmth enveloped her, and her thoughts sharpened, as if she were on the verge of enlightenment. Li Yilan's astonishment grew, yet Lin Yong merely smiled. Off you go, after your training. Do come back for a soak. It will benefit you. Yes. Li Yilan nodded, preparing to leave a tea that moment. The woman within the Qingjia spoke. Child, I have a bold hypothesis regarding that tea. Could you spare a bit for me to taste? I wish to discern what it truly is. Li Yilan paused, having sensed the tea's extraordinary nature. With the senior's words echoing in her mind, she realized it must indeed be something remarkable. However, given its value, she felt it was a privilege to receive even a single cup from her master, so she hesitated to request more. Instead, she dabbed a bit of tea on her cup and dripped a few drops onto the Qingjia for her senior to sample. After completing this, she nodded slightly in farewell to Lin Yong and departed from the Tiandao Peak, heading toward the Martial God Hall for her training. She stepped out of the Tiandao Peak. The woman within the Qingjia exclaimed, Child, startled Li Yilan, who was hurrying along, paused. "Senior, is there something you need?" The woman within the Qingjie exclaimed. "Heavens, child, do you know what your master has given you to drink?" "I do not," Li Yilan replied, shaking her head. "That is tea brewed from the 10,000 paths tea leaves, harvested from the 10,000 paths tea tree, in the realm of the Azure Ring." A woman gasped in astonishment. In stark contrast to the shock exhibited by the elders within the Azure Ring, Li Yilan remained relatively unfazed, for she was entirely oblivious to the significance of the 10,000 Dao tea. She inquired, "Is it truly extraordinary?" Upon hearing her question, the woman in the Azure Ring nearly wished to bang her head against a wall in frustration. "Child, in terms of rarity, this item is unparalleled across the entire Xinhuang continent. Its value is such that even the Sword Emperors in the 10,000 Dao, Sword Heart True, solution would go mad with desire upon seeing it, that do you comprehend the worth it represents?" As she spoke, her words sparkled with brilliance, her heart soaring with elation. Initially, she had thought this tea was merely somewhat unusual, but upon tasting it, she realized it was indeed the fabled 10,000 Dao tea. To sip even a single cup could enable a pig to attain enlightenment and embark upon the path of cultivation. This analogy is by no means an exaggeration. As for her, she had the fortune to taste even a remnant from the cup's rim. Although it was but a trace, it signified that she had partaken of it, allowing her to hold her head high and boast a little. The woman in the Azure Ring continued, "And your master possesses a 10,000 Dao tea tree. Do you grasp the implications of this?" Li Yilan shook her head. The woman echoed her gesture, saying, "Indeed, one ought to claim ignorance. Your master possessing a 10,000 Dao tea tree signifies that he owns an unparalleled treasure." "Ha ha, child, your master's capabilities are beyond the scope of our discussion. We ought to show him respect. To be honest, when I previously stated that your master could vanquish tens of thousands of me at my peak, I was mistaken. He could likely annihilate 100,000 of me during my prime. Furthermore, I have observed that the hot spring pool is also extraordinary. Upon your return from cultivation, be sure to indulge in its waters. Understood?" Understood." Li Yilan nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, the astonishment emanating from the elders deepened her appreciation for her master's extraordinary nature. She understood that being able to savor even a drop of that 10,000 Dao tea was an unparalleled honor. Thus, she resolved to exert herself in her cultivation, to be worthy of the precious cup of tea her master had bestowed upon her. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Path peak, Lin Yang sighed as he watched Li Yilan's departing figure. He feared that the girl might not have an affinity for tea. Otherwise, she ought to have consumed the entire pot. "Well, I shall not overthink it next time. I will simply let her drink the 10,000 Dao tea as if it were mere water, ensuring she indulges daily." After Li Yilan's departure, Lin Yang reclined on his lounge chair, gazing into the distance. His gaze fluctuated between profound contemplation and worry. He pondered whether his wife at the Tianjin sect in the central region had managed to achieve a breakthrough on the path to becoming a quasi-emperor. Alas! Missing his wife, he sighed on the 9th day. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yang vowed to take on more disciples, to replenish his cultivation, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on his beloved wife. In this train of thought, he recalled the gifted disciple he had previously teleported away. He wondered where that individual might be now. Achoo! 10 kilometers away from Heavenly Path Peak, Zhou Tianming sneezed, rubbing his nose. He mused, "Why do I feel as if someone is thinking of me?" Chapter 25. A new disciple. Could it be that witch or someone from the Tao sect? He couldn't help but delve into contemplation. It was rather tragic. The only individuals who cared for him in this world were not his friends or family, but rather his two enemies. They were preoccupied with thoughts of how to kill him. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Tianming clenched his fists, silently swearing, "You vile creatures and those from the Tao sect, do not rush. Once I obtain the Chaos Celestial Pearl, I shall come for you." Then he fixed his determined gaze upon Heavenly Path Peak. The last time he approached, he was frightened away by an unknown, terrifying force. This time, after gnawing on tree bark and consuming roots for 7 days. He finally returned, but he vowed that this time, no matter what, he would seize the Chaos Celestial Pearl. Failure was not an option. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, who was missing his wife, suddenly heard a notification in his ear. Ding! A disciple who meets the criteria has been detected 10 kilometers outside Heavenly Path Peak. Please, host, seek him out and take him as a disciple. Successful recruitment will reward the host with a 9-dragon Shintian banner. Startled by the system's prompt, Lin Yang paused. Did I ask at the disciple who fled previously? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression turned serious. He would not allow the individual to escape this time, that he transformed into a streak of light and dashed out. At that moment, Zhou Tianming, having finished his harsh words, felt parched and leaned down to drink from a mountain spring before preparing to head toward Heavenly Path Peak. However, just as he stood up, a familiar aura pressed down upon him. Did I in his previous life? As an emperor, his senses were exceptionally acute, and he quickly discerned that the aura belonged to the terrifying presence that had pursued him 7 days prior. Goodness, how did that person find me again? I have been so cautious. Who on earth are they? Are they from the Tao sect or the Azure Cloud sect? With no time to ponder further, he tore open a teleportation talisman and fled. Regardless of who the pursuer was, being captured would spell his doom. The Lin Yang descended with urgency in his heart. Zhou Tianming had long since escaped. Where is he? Lin Yang scanned the surroundings. Ding! The disciple who meets the criteria has utilized the teleportation talisman and has already escaped. Escaped again. Lin Yang's brows knitted together. I asked that disciple unwell. Every time he sneaks here. The moment I arrive, he scurries away like a mouse. What is he playing at? Hide and seek. Nevertheless, this time he was filled with determination and would not let the individual slip through his fingers. System, track him, affirmative. Thus, Lin Yang transformed into a streak of light and pursued, once more 10 kilometers away. Zhou Tianming leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. Damn it. Who is that person? Every time I get near, they chase after me. And I have been as discreet as possible. How do they keep discovering my whereabouts? Zhou Tianming racked his brain, unable to come up with an answer. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to the other party being unhinged. Oh no, here they come again. He sensed that familiar presence closing in once more. Run. He tore open another teleportation talisman and vanished from his location. Ding. The disciple who meets the criteria has used a teleportation talisman and has once again escaped. The target has appeared 10 kilometers away. Umph. Lin Yang snorted. Let us see where you can run to that he pursued once more 10 kilometers away. Zhou Tianming's already darkened face grew even more so, for he had just fled to a new location when that aura pursued him again. Damn it, they're back. Zhou Tianming cursed that it seems that person is truly unhinged. He decided to flee again, tearing open yet another teleportation talisman. As Lin Yang landed, he learned that his target had fled once more. He too cursed, if you're sick, you need treatment. Running away solved the problem, but he continued his pursuit. Faced with Lin Yang's relentless chase, Zhou Tianming once again tore open a teleportation talisman. This time, he barely arrived at a new location before tearing open another talisman to escape. Thus, they repeated this cat-and-mouse game, utilizing teleportation talismans dozens of times, that on Lin Yang's end, ding. The disciple who meets the criteria has used teleportation talismans multiple times. The target is 10 kilometers away. Chase, without hesitation, Lin Yang pursued. Last time, he had been careless and allowed this disciple to escape. This time, he would capture him, no matter what, to inquire about the ailment that caused him to run so persistently. And so, Zhou Tianming fled while Lin Yang chased. They engaged in this back and forth for roughly half an hour, covering a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. This moment, Zhou Tianming's complexion had turned ashen. His lips pale. His low cultivation level could not withstand the repeated use of teleportation talismans. Ultimately, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly despondent upon realizing that the aura pursuing him was still relentless. Dragging his weakened body, he forced himself to tear open another teleportation talisman and escape once more. Lin Yang landed and noticed the bloodstains on the ground. He muttered, wow, this guy is truly unwell. He is already spitting blood. Quick, pursue him. Take advantage of his weakness. Knowing his opponent was on the verge of collapse, Lin Yang steeled himself to capture the individual. However, just as he prepared to chase after him, ding, a new disciple meeting the criteria has been detected nearby. Please seek him out and take him as a disciple. Successful recruitment will reward the host with the 9 dragons Shintian banner. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. A new disciple? Indeed. Lin Yang confirmed. You mean it's not the previous disciple who fled upon seeing me, but a new one? Yes, entirely new. Hearing this, Lin Yong burst into hearty laughter, that if he were to recruit 2 disciples at once, the rewards he would receive would be staggering, that he eagerly asked, "Excellent. Where is this new disciple?" "In a city 10 miles from this location." Lin Yong nodded and said, "All right, first jot down the exact location of that disciple. Once I locate that errant pupil who has a penchant for fleeing, I shall seek out my 3rd disciple. Today, he truly clashed with that wayward disciple. I must capture him and firmly grasp his ear to demand an explanation. What madness compels you to run? Apologies, host, but we have tarried for a moment." And that wayward disciple has repeatedly utilized teleportation talismans to elude the System S detection range. The target has vanished. What? Vanished? Upon hearing this, Lin Yong rubbed his temples forcefully, frustrated that once again he could not ascertain whether the other was male or female. Allowing that disciple to escape, that he felt a twinge of irritation. However, the fact that this wayward disciple had managed to elude him twice suggested that their methods were undoubtedly exceptional. One wonders what attributes they possess. Could they possibly astonish me? Contemplating this, Lin Yang's ire dissipated considerably. The more extraordinary the disciple, the more he favored them, for such talent promised greater returns. Moreover, he seemed to have uncovered a peculiar pattern. The wayward disciple consistently appeared near the small river 10 kilometers from Tiandao Peak. Perhaps something there captivates him? Thus, if the disciple could visit once, they could certainly return a second time, and surely a third. He resolved to set some animal traps in that location to first incapacitate the disciple, then mend their wounds, and finally accept the wayward disciple as his own. After 2 consecutive failures, he too had his limits. Having devised this plan, and lacking the precise whereabouts of the disciple's latest escape, Lin Yong transformed into a streak of light. Preparing to investigate the condition of another disciple, he wondered what kind of attributes the new disciple possessed. Would they dazzle my mind? Chapter 26. The arrival of the Vermilion Bird Saintess. At this moment, outside the Sword Peak's Martial Deity Hall, a graceful figure suddenly descended at the registration area. Clad in a moon-white silk gown, her cascading hair resembled a waterfall, her beauty ethereal, and her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding an otherworldly aura. Had Lin Yong been present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Zhuke, the disciple of Luo Wuqing. Prior to her departure, Luo Wuqing had instructed her to assist Lin Yong in guiding his disciples. Clearly, she had not heeded that call. That Zhuchue's arrival stirred a commotion among the disciples of Sword Peak. Heavens, is that not the Vermilion Bird Saintess? What brings her to our Sword Peak Martial Deity Hall? Needless to say, such a prodigious talent must be here to challenge the Sword Peak Martial Deity Hall and enhance her combat prowess. Indeed, but the Vermilion Bird Saintess is simply exquisite. Some disciples gazed at Zhuke, lost in fanciful thoughts. That I advise you to silence your tongue. It is said that the Vermilion Bird Saintess has a particular disdain for men, especially those lacking strength. With your meager skills, it would be wise to abandon any inappropriate thoughts, lest you find yourself in dire straits. After briefly conversing with the elder at the registration desk, Zhuke strode directly into the Sword Peak Martial Deity Hall. Even as she departed, discussions about her continued to resonate among the crowd of disciples. Nearby, a young man in black stood upright, intently inhaling the lingering fragrance of the Vermilion Bird Saintess. To give roses to others is to leave a lingering scent when a fairy passes by. Her aroma is enchanting. This is the feeling. I sense I am on the verge of falling in love. You have no chance. That a 16 or 17-year-old youth stood up from the crowd, clad in white, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was Feng Qi, a disciple with monthly level talent who had entered Sword Peak alongside Shihao. Only someone of my caliber can be worthy of the Vermilion Bird Saintess. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples hurriedly flattered him, clearly intimidated by his presence. Flattered by their exaggerated praise, Feng Qi chuckled contentedly. Today, as the Vermilion Bird Saintess ventures into the Sword Peak Martial Deity Hall, I shall accompany her until the end. That he then found a spot to sit down. While the crowd continued to discuss the Vermilion Bird Saintess, Li Yilan stealthily approached the Sword Peak Martial Deity Hall's entrance. Though Tiandao Peak and Sword Peak were situated far apart, with one in the east and the other in the west, Li Yilan, having reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, arrived at Sword Peak in no time. Before her stood a 5-story pavilion, the Sword Peak Martial Deity Hall. Ordinarily, Only disciples of Sword Peak were permitted to enter and cultivate within that in extraordinary circumstances. Disciples from other peaks wishing to enter for training were required to negotiate with the master of Sword Peak in advance. However, the most unusual case was someone like Li Yilan, who arrived directly to challenge with the sect master's token. Her motives for challenging Sword Peak were quite straightforward. Firstly, Sword Peak had a penchant for opposing her master. Secondly, her master had taken a particular disliking to it. And thirdly, she herself found it equally displeasing. Thus it was fitting to temper Sword Peak's arrogance to this moment. Many disciples of Sword Peak gathered outside the martial deity hall, chattering excitedly about it. From their discussions, Li Yilan learned that each level of the Sword Peak martial deity hall contained the ethereal shadow of the strongest disciple since the establishment of Sword Peak. With the strength of these shadows becoming increasingly formidable from bottom to top, the challenge was simple. One merely needed to set the realm of the martial deity shadow outside in advance to enter and engage in battle. She also overheard some disciples discussing the Vermilion Bird Saintess, realizing that she too had come to challenge the martial deity hall. Regarding the Vermilion Bird Saintess, she knew little. However, to be addressed as a saintess, she must possess considerable talent. Aspiring to become the strongest in the world, she was naturally intrigued by these exceptionally gifted disciples. One wondered which realm of martial deity shadow the Vermilion Bird Saintess would challenge, and how great the gap between them might be. Without further ado, she approached the entrance registration area of the martial deity hall. "Hello, I wish to enter for the trial at the registration desk," an elderly man with a goat beard replied. "Present your Sword Peak disciple token for registration." Li Yilan responded, "I am not a disciple of Sword Peak." Upon hearing this, the goat-bearded elder's expression soured immediately. The presence of a non-disciple challenging the Sword Peak martial deity hall was tantamount to causing a disturbance. Thus he had little patience that as he prepared to speak, Li Yilan interjected, "I know you're about to ask if I have the sect master's letter of consent. To be frank, I do not." On hearing this, the elder squinted, clearly perceiving her as a troublemaker, but he was just about to call for assistance when, slap, Li Yilan placed the sect master's token before the elder, her demeanor calm and composed. "Now may I enter?" Representing Tiandao Peak, she was resolute and unyielding. The elder took a closer look, suddenly intimidated by her presence. Yes, of course. May I inquire which realm of martial deity shadow you wish to challenge?" "Fair maiden," the elder immediately became respectful. Having recently attended to the Vermilion Bird Saintess and now faced another with a sect master's token. Moreover, this individual was strikingly beautiful, exuding an extraordinary aura, hinting at her exceptional status. Being a clever old man, he was not about to offend her. Feigning contemplation, Li Yilan replied, "I challenge the initial stage of the nascent soul realm." Her purpose for this visit was to enhance her practical combat skills, so she aimed to fight above her level to create a sense of pressure for improvement. Upon hearing this, the goat-bearded elder was taken aback, for at her age, most would only have reached the chi refinement realm. Yet she dared challenge a nascent soul realm martial deity shadow. Clearly, she held an extraordinary identity, akin to the Vermilion Bird Saintess. He became even more respectful. "My lady, certainly." The elder began to operate the necessary mechanisms, then handed another token to Li Yilan, stating, "This token has been set for you to face the initial stage nascent soul martial deity shadow. That IT serves to record your trial progress, should you choose to withdraw or cease the challenge midway. The record will remain, also serving as an honor achievement card." That Li Yilan merely glanced at the martial deity hall token he offered and no need. Such superficial accolades were merely empty gestures. For her, true strength was paramount. She then grasped the sect master's token and strode directly into the martial deity hall, intent on completing the trials in one go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Qi suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, is that not Li Yilan from the 7th Peak?" Chapter 27. "I shall surpass her indeed. It is Li Yilan from the 7th Peak." Feng Qi turned his gaze toward her. "What brings her to Sword Peak?" "Rumor has it that she injured senior brother Shi Hao in the Elders' Conference Hall and even seized his treasure." "Yes, our plans to celebrate senior brother Shi Hao's successful foundation establishment were thwarted by her interference. IV long harbored a dislike for her." The group murmured with gritted teeth. Some expressed curiosity. How did she gain entry to the martial deity hall? Indeed, Disciples from the 7th peak shouldn't have the qualifications to enter the Sword Peak Martial Deity Hall. Let us go see what is happening. That a multitude surged towards the venerable elder with a goat-like beard, inquiring about the situation. Upon discovering that Li Yilan had entered the martial god temple solely due to possessing the sect master's token, they seethed with indignation, gritting their teeth in frustration. How could the sect master be so biased as to bestow the token upon the 7th peak? Indeed, they could only watch helplessly as she flaunted her arrogance in their territory. Oof. Fang Qi scoffed, asserting, as long as I am here, she cannot act so arrogantly. Hearing this, the crowd turned to Fang Qi. Indeed, senior brother Fang, you too are a genius disciple with moon-level talent, and you broke through to the Foundation establishment realm yesterday. Surely, you can teach Li Yilan a lesson. Fang Qi smiled proudly. He was indeed a prodigy, albeit overshadowed by Shi Hao's brilliance. Today, however, was the perfect opportunity for him to prove himself. With a triumphant toss of his hair, he addressed the elder, "Greetings. I wish to challenge her in the same martial god illusion realm that I intend to surpass her within." The crowd cast admiring glances at Fang Qi's senior brother Fang. That move is truly ruthless. Not only will it allow you to vent your frustrations, but it will also uphold the dignity of the Sword Peak that we support you. Yes, quickly, set up the martial god illusion realm for senior brother Fang. Some began urging the elder. The elder glanced at Fang Qi and then confirmed, she is challenging the martial god illusion of the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Are you certain you wish to proceed? What? A few gasped in shock. The martial god illusion of the initial nascent soul realm? Are you mistaken? Fang Qi exclaimed, that I am not, replied the elder, before continuing to inquire. So, do you still wish to challenge? At this, Fang Qi immediately turned back to the spot where he had been seated. How amusing today is. We can witness the Vermilion Bird Saint storm the Sword Peak and enjoy the spectacle of Li Yilan's humiliation. Just watch. She will not pass even a single trial, that he recognized the importance of timing and would not foolishly challenge the martial god illusion of the initial nascent soul realm. Within the Sword Peak's martial god temple, Li Yilan appeared on the first floor of the Sword Peak martial god tower. This level had been exclusively prepared for her, allowing for a one-on-one duel that as she stepped into the first layer. A barrage of fierce sword energies surged forth, for she was challenging the martial god illusion of the initial nascent soul realm. Consequently, the opponent she would face here was also a swordsman of the initial nascent soul realm, whose talent was ranked 5th among the geniuses in the history of the Sword Peak. Such a prodigy was not to be underestimated, and an unprecedented sense of pressure enveloped her. Nevertheless, Li Yilan quickly regained her composure. The opponent was indeed a genius, but was she not a genius in her own right? Moreover, this was precisely the kind of real combat pressure she needed. She channeled the sword energy within her to counter the incoming sword rays. At that moment, a shadow descended. I am Song Yun, the 56th chief disciple of the Sword Peak. Who goes there? A voice, neither warm nor cold, responded, I am Li Yilan of the Tiandao Peak, here to challenge you. She stated calmly, "Oh, Tiandao Peak? I have not heard of it." Song Yun replied that he asked the 56th chief disciple of the Sword Peak. He had left his martial god illusion over a century ago. Thus he was unaware of Tiandao Peak's existence. Li Yilan felt no enthusiasm for the Sword Peak's inhabitants. Coldly, she remarked, "You need not concern yourself with such matters. Just make your move." Haha, this is intriguing. Then I shall fight you as I was in my strongest state at the initial nascent soul realm. Song Yun declared, transforming into a youthful shadow, resembling himself at the moment he broke through to the initial nascent soul realm. This was the marvel of the martial god temple, when one set the martial god illusion to a specific realm. The opponent faced would be a projection of the genius who had once broken through at that same level, possessing the mindset and understanding of martial cultivation of that age. Thus, it was a fair and just contest of both parties' foundations, insights, and ultimate techniques to AT that moment. Song Yun wielded a sword, brimming with vigor and sword intent that in his era. He had once been a formidable genius. Without further ado, he unleashed a slash that Li Yilan's gaze was resolute. She did not resort to the imperial sword of unparalleled might, but rather utilized the long rainbow bestowed by the Grand Elder, refraining from employing any profound techniques or sword moves, merely engaging in a pure sword duel. This, she believed, would maximize her practical combat experience, With a hum, she met his strike head-on. Boom! The two swords collided, and Li Yilan evidently suffered a setback, retreating 2 steps. Song Yun, a true genius, showcased an uncommon offensive prowess and a remarkable comprehension of the sword. If I, at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, were to face you, even if I struck first, I would surely perish. However, as I stand now in the initial nascent soul realm, for you to hold your ground against me like this is quite impressive. Song Yun offered a high appraisal to Li Yilan, however, merely smiled faintly. Yet, facing a genius swordsman like you at the Foundation Establishment realm, I have only retreated 2 steps that in truth, I have emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Song Yun's expression faltered, realizing the truth in her words. Once more, Li Yilan declared, not wasting breath, and launched a new wave of attacks. Song Yun responded in kind, though Li Yilan's every strike was met with his defense. Yet, she felt an exhilarating thrill. First, this exhilarating combat was immensely satisfying. And second, the density of sword energy here was unparalleled. She practiced the ultimate sword path, and her ascension in realm was not significantly tied to spirit stones. Rather, it was the sword energy that mattered most. This sword energy was precisely what she needed to break through to the nascent soul realm. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of attacks and defenses, trading blows for hundreds of rounds. Li Yilan executed a decisive strike, and Song Yun's shadow was sent sprawling backward, tumbling several steps. Observing the stark, empty mark left upon his chest, he felt as though, had he been corporeal, he would now be a lifeless body. That he gazed at Li Yilan, genuinely in awe. Terrifying. Your talent, insight, and understanding of the sword have reached an immeasurable level. Moreover, you are still merely at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Should you break through to the nascent soul realm, I would surely suffer an even more humiliating defeat that I concede. I am no match for you. Chapter 28. The Vermilion Bird Sanus battles Li Mu Song Yun, then sheathed his sword. His fighting spirit extinguished. The prodigy before him was indeed astonishing, and he felt fortunate that the Qingyun sect had produced such an exceptional swordsman. However, curiosity gnawed at him. He turned to Li Yilan and inquired, "May I ask you a question that has been troubling me?" "Certainly," Li Yilan replied. Song Yun slowly articulated, "I cannot comprehend why a superlative swordsman like you did not join the Sword Peak, but instead chose the Tiandao Peak, which I have never heard of. That is the current leader of the Sword Peak truly so incompetent as to overlook such talent?" At this, a flicker of coldness crossed Li Yilan's eyes as she responded, "Does a crooked gourd deserve my allegiance? I seek a master of true excellence. He is unworthy." Upon hearing this, Song Yun nodded in understanding. "I can see that you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the Sword Peak. Perhaps there is some unresolved enmity between you and its current leader. However, it is worth celebrating that despite your disdain for the Sword Peak, you remain a disciple of the Qingyun sect. And that is sufficient. The future of the Qingyun sect relies on young talents like you. Your generation fights for the sect, so while I lament that you are not a disciple of the Sword Peak, you are ultimately a disciple of Qingyun sect, which is what truly matters. That as long as you are part of Qingyun sect, it matters not which peak you belong to. The unity and development of Qingyun sect is our shared aspiration." He continued, "I admit defeat. I cannot surpass you. You may proceed to the second layer." With that, a door leading to the second layer opened. Li Yilan cast a glance back before preparing to enter. At that moment, Song Yun called out to her, "Before you proceed to the second layer, may I ask a small favor?" Li Yilan halted. "Please do not stoop to the level of the Sword Peak," Song Yun requested. With a laugh, Li Yilan swiftly swung her sword, and Song Yun's martial god shadow shattered instantly. Expressionless, Li Yilan stepped onto the second layer, while behind her, Song Yun's voice echoed with a wry chuckle. "Haha, you truly are the material for swordsmanship. Your temperament is as fierce as a blade. No, it feels as though your entire being is forged from sword steel, exceedingly sharp. Your absence from the Sword Peak is a loss for them." A testament to the current leader's ineptitude, Li Yilan stepped into the second level, which, like the first, was an isolated space. The air was thick with a formidable sword intent. Upon entering, she began to absorb the sword energy around her. Previously, in the first level, she had amassed a significant amount of spiritual power and gained considerable sword intent through combat. Now, her swordsmanship had improved, with her aspirations directed towards becoming a grand sword cultivator. Suddenly, a voice echoed within the second level. Why is there a little girl at the 9th level of Foundation establishment? Shortly after, a phantom appeared, revealing an elderly man with white hair upon his emergence. He continued, however, for someone at the Foundation establishment stage to challenge beyond their level and reach this second tier is commendable. That it seems that Jianfeng has produced yet another remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Quite impressive indeed. You must be similar to that girl who just ascended to the 3rd level. It was clear that the elder was referring to the Saint Cest Li Elon. Maintaining her composure, replied, I apologize. But I am not a disciple of Jianfeng. I am Li Yilong, a disciple of the Tiandao Peak of Qingyan sect, here to issue a challenge. The phantom appeared momentarily taken aback, expressing regret that such an exceptional disciple was not from Jianfeng. And he was curious about when Qingyan sect had established the Tiandao Peak. However, he had long since passed away, and what remained was merely a wisp of his martial spirit. The past was of no concern to him. He slowly stated, I am the 6th generation peak master of Jianfeng, Yunshin. Thus, I shall manifest as a young spirit at the early stage of the nascent soul realm to engage you in battle. With that, Peak Master Yunshin transformed into a youthful phantom at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, if any disciples of Jianfeng were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Yunshin was historically the earliest individual to break through to the early stage of the nascent soul realm in Jianfeng, and the records he set were still celebrated among Jianfeng disciples. He entered the path of sword cultivation at the age of 18 and achieved the pinnacle of Grand Sword Cultivator by 28. Earning him the title of a genius in the sword path of Qingyan sect. Let the duel commence. Yunshin gripped his sword, unleashing the aura of the nascent soul realm while showcasing his profound understanding of swordsmanship, with sword intent surging around him that he was a genius, and so was the individual before him. Naturally, he would not relent. However, in the blink of an eye, Yunshin felt a flash of white before him, and then Li Yilong's figure vanished. When he next looked, she had appeared behind him, and the sword in his hand had shattered into 2 pieces, his martial spirit fracturing into 2 as well. Boom. The martial spirit was completely obliterated. Yunshin, left speechless, pondered how, despite being the first to break through the nascent soul realm in Jianfeng's history, he had been effortlessly defeated by a young girl. He mused, child, was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? Do you possess no sense of respect for your elders? He had anticipated a lengthy duel, only to find it concluded with a single strike. Li Yilong replied calmly, you are merely the youthful version of yourself. You cannot be considered an elder. In the space, Yunshin paused, then pouted, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Straightforward girl. Finally, he sighed deeply, conceding, alas, I have lost. You have triumphed. You may proceed to the 3rd challenge. With that, the passage to the 3rd level opened. Li Yilong glanced back and stepped forward into the 3rd tier. This level was not vastly different from the previous 2, remaining an expansive space filled with fierce sword energy. However, upon arriving at the 3rd level, she did not immediately absorb the sword energy, for 2 figures appeared before her, a young man and a young woman. The young man was recognizable to her as Li Mu, the youthful form of the Jianfeng master, unexpectedly the 3rd strongest talent in Jianfeng's history. The other young woman was unfamiliar to her, but the next moment, she introduced herself. Suzaku has come to challenge you. Senior Li Yilong was taken aback. It turned out that the young woman before her was indeed the Saintess, with a graceful figure, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Her starry eyes sparkled, exuding an elegant aura. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her gentle smile was utterly captivating. She is beautiful, Li Yilong marveled softly. However, she was somewhat curious as to why the renowned Suzu, known for her prowess as a saintess of Qingyan sect, was challenging a martial spirit at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Logically, a saintess should possess far greater strength. As she pondered, the Saintess and Li Mu began their duel. In Chapter 29, the Soul Power Cultivator, Li Yilong was asked, child, can you discern who is stronger between these 2? Since both she and the Saintess were challenging the martial spirit at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, they gathered in this level. However, seeing that the Saintess had initiated her challenge, Li Yilong chose to observe from the sidelines. At this moment, the elder in the Qingjie remarked, can you not discern their strengths? Li Yilan watched the two fight. The Suzuka Saintess moved with agility, her long spear shimmering with a cold light that cut through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. Each thrust tearing the atmosphere apart with an overwhelming momentum. Young Li Mu was equally impressive, his swordplay elegant and fierce, the blade glimmering as if stars had suddenly appeared, his movements fluid and ghostly. Showcasing extraordinary sword techniques, both exhibited equally matched prowess. However, if one were to assess their strengths, she held a different opinion. I believe the Suzuka Saintess is stronger. She may possess even greater hidden abilities. Oh, the elder in the Qingjie asked curiously. Do elaborate on your insights that I cannot articulate my insights. It is merely an intuition, Li Yilan replied. The Suzuka Saintess is renowned as a saintess of Qinyan sect. I believe she possesses strength beyond what is visible. The Suzuka Saintess appeared slightly older than her, and someone of her caliber could not possibly be limited to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. She likely had undisclosed aspects to her. The elder in the Qingjie nodded in approval. Your ability to perceive this indicates significant progress during this period. Indeed, she is not as simple as she seems. She is a soul power cultivator. That a soul power cultivator? Li Yilan inquired, intrigued. Precisely. Like me, she is a soul power cultivator that, if I am not mistaken, she likely spent her initial years focusing on soul power cultivation, which caused her martial prowess to lag behind, resulting in her current early stage of the nascent soul realm. Now that she has achieved minor success in soul power, she has begun to enhance her martial cultivation. Ah, I see. Li Yilan nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Child, are you not curious about the strength of her current soul power? The elder in the Qingjie questioned, perplexed. After all, anyone hearing such astonishing news would be compelled to inquire about the other's soul power intensity. Yet Li Yilan showed no interest. That I have a dream, to become the strongest in the world. This path is destined to lead me to encounter countless geniuses and exceptional disciples. I do not concern myself with their strengths. As long as I am powerful enough. The elder in the Qingjie regarded her with newfound respect. Child, you have truly grown significantly. The Yilan's expression remained calm. Meanwhile, the battle between the Suzuka Saintess and Li Mu concluded. As expected, with the Suzuka Saintess emerging victorious, shattering Li Mu's martial spirit with a single thrust. She sheathed her spear, seemingly dissatisfied with defeating Li Mu in under 10 moves. Of course, had she utilized her soul power, she could have defeated him in one blow. However, she had vowed before her journey that she would rely solely on martial skills for this challenge and not employ her soul power. For this reason, she had defied her master's orders to assist Lin Yang in guiding his disciples at the seventh peak. She shook her head, accepting her defiance. After all, she had little interest in Lin Yang, a man who relied solely on others for sustenance. What potential could his disciples possibly possess? Hence, she did not proceed to the fourth level, but prepared to leave, intending to elevate the martial spirit's strength to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The current early stage of the nascent soul realm posed no challenge to her. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed Li Yilan nearby. Oh, why is there a female disciple standing here? The Suzuka Saintess expressed surprise but bore no disdain towards female disciples, only to male ones. Junior sister, are you here to challenge the martial spirit? Yes, Li Yilan nodded. The Suzuka Saintess spoke sweetly, devoid of any arrogance, prompting Li Yilan to smile in response. Good luck. The martial spirit in this third level is no easy opponent. Oh my! Before the Suzuka Saintess could finish her sentence, she gasped, staring incredulously at Li Yilan. Junior sister, you are at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment and wish to challenge a martial spirit at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Although her primary focus was on soul power, her accomplishments in martial arts were exceptional, and even she found it challenging to face the martial spirits at this level after breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Yet here was her junior sister, daring to confront a martial spirit at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while still in the Foundation Establishment stage. Yes, Yilan nodded in affirmation once more, upon receiving her response. The Suzuka Saintess widened her eyes and exclaimed, You can't be telling me that, with your Foundation Establishment realm, you managed to conquer the first and second trials. Indeed, Li Yilan affirmed with another nod. The Suzuka Saintess, already astonished, covered her delicate, blushing face with her hands, staring intently at Li Yilan. Her heart was shaken. She had believed herself to be quite formidable, yet in comparison to the person before her, she felt utterly diminished. Where on earth did this prodigious disciple emerge from? Could she be from one of the 6 peaks? Yet I have never heard of such a disciple from them. Could it be a member of the Elder Council? Or perhaps one of the direct disciples of those 3 venerable elders? It seems highly plausible. The Juke Saintess murmured to herself, her gaze fixed upon Li Elan, filled with a mixture of shock and confusion. She couldn't comprehend how a disciple at the nascent soul realm could possess such formidable strength. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. The Juke Saintess complimented Li Elan before adding, quickly proceed with your trials. She then stood aside, showing no intention of leaving. She was eager to witness just what merits this individual possessed to have reached this stage with a mere foundation establishment level of strength. There's no need for that, senior sister, Li Elan replied with a slight nod, then turned to leave the martial god hall, her graceful figure disappearing without a backward glance. This left the Juke Saintess in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? What was she doing? Did she lack the courage to face the challenge? Or was everything she claimed merely a boast? In an instant, the Juke Saintess's expression grew complex. Unable to fathom her junior sister's behavior. The reason for Li Elan's departure was simply that the martial god phantoms on this level were too weak, providing her with little pressure, and she intended to enhance the strength of the phantoms. Outside the martial god hall, Fang Qi and the other disciples of the Sword Peak awaited the spectacle of Li Elan's potential embarrassment. Brother Fang Qi, how long has she been inside? Which level could she possibly be on? Fang Qi snorted. Naturally, she must be stuck on the first level, reluctant to come out. This seemed plausible. A Foundation establishment disciple daring to challenge a nascent soul-level martial god phantom was indeed a fanciful notion. Oh, Brother Fang Qi, look, isn't that Li Elan? The crowd turned their gazes in unison, and someone questioned, it really is her. Why has she come out? Isn't it obvious? She must have failed to pass the first trial and conceded defeat. Another chimed in my view. Li Elan is nothing special. She can't even compare to a single hair of Brother Fang Qi indeed. She is just like that. Both being women, the Juke Saintess has been in there for so long without emerging, while she gave up first. Truly, comparison breeds contempt. As they speculated about Li Elan's exit, laughter erupted among them. Yet, just as their amusement peaked, someone suddenly exclaimed, wait, why is she going back in? At this, the crowd turned their attention. Noticing Li Elan busily registering before making her way back toward the martial god hall, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. Why is she going back in? Could it be we've misunderstood her intentions? Fang Qi scoffed. You all are foolish for not believing me. She clearly couldn't pass the first trial and is now attempting to lower the difficulty of the martial god phantom. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon them, so that was the reason. Fang Qi, however, burst into laughter, convinced that his opportunity had arrived. While he dared not challenge a nascent soul-level martial god phantom, he had no fear of a reduced difficulty phantom. He proclaimed, I will enter and surpass her. They then approached the goat-bearded elder in charge of the martial god hall. Greetings, I wish to challenge her and pursue her in the trials, he declared, puffing up his chest with pride. The accompanying disciples urged. Did you not hear Brother Fang Qi? He wishes to challenge the same martial god phantom level as Li Elan. Please prepare it for him. The elder glanced up, casting a disdainful look at them. She challenged a mid-nascent soul martial god phantom, and you wish to do the same? Upon hearing this, Fang Qi and his companions' expression soured, as if they had bitten into a bitter melon that a mid-nascent soul-level martial god phantom. You must be mistaken. Fang Qi's face turned a shade darker than if he had stepped in dog feces, that he had initially thought that Li Elan was unable to progress and had exited to lower the difficulty, only to discover that she found the initial level too easy and had chosen to raise it, that if you wish to challenge the same level as her, then relinquish your sword peak token to me, and I will assist you in setting it up, the elder instructed. This. Fang Qi promptly turned and returned to his previous position. The others, seeing this, followed suit without further ado. Fang Qi raised his chin with an air of arrogance, declaring, just watch, she won't pass a single trial. Indeed, she absolutely won't pass a single trial. The crowd nodded in agreement. After Li Elan adjusted the strength of the martial god phantom on the 3rd level, the Juke Saintess similarly modified the strength of the 4th level phantom. Thus, Li Elan ascended to the 3rd level, while the Juke Saintess progressed to the 4th. Upon reaching the third level, a phantom emerged. I am Li Mu, the 69th peak master of the Sword Peak. Who dares approach? It's you. The martial god phantom of Li Mu was equally astonished to see the returning Li Yilan. In truth, he had noticed her during his battle with the Zhuke Saintess, curious as to how a Foundation establishment disciple could reach the third level. However, upon seeing her leave without a second glance, he thought she must have recognized him and fled in fear that he never imagined she would return. Moreover, since Li Mu's true form had not perished, he was aware of the happenings within the Martial God Hall. At that moment, within the Sword Peak, Li Mu had just finished instructing Shi Hao in his training. His disciple had been training diligently since being injured by Li Yilan in the Elder Council Hall. With Li Mu's guidance and an ample supply of elixirs and treasure techniques, Shi Hao's strength had surged, now reaching the 7th level of Foundation establishment, and soon to attain the 9th. Such a pace of advancement was unmatched within the Qingyan sect. Yet, upon sensing the return of Li Yilan in the Martial God Hall, he was momentarily stunned, his face reflecting disbelief. How is this possible? However, he quickly regained his composure. The scene shifted back to the Martial God Hall, where the phantom of Li Mu stared at Li Yilan. That I initially thought you fled upon realizing the third level was my domain. But I see now you return to modify the strength of the silent phantom. Li Yilan replied calmly, the initial nascent soul level you possess is far too weak, lacking any challenge. Hearing this, the phantom of Li Mu narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming. That I admit, you do have some talent. However, you are rather presumptuous, are you not? To think that a Foundation establishment level disciple would dare challenge a mid-nascent soul level like myself. I wonder where your audacity stems from. Li Yilan's expression remained serene. That my courage comes from my sword. Humph. Li Mu scoffed, transforming into a mid-nascent soul level martial god phantom, and coldly declared, since we have crossed paths here, let us see just how much strength you truly possess. He had always been curious about Li Yilan's rapid advancement, and now he had the chance to test her capabilities personally. Without further ado, Li Mu unleashed his mid-nascent soul aura, enveloped by a powerful spiritual force. Surrounding him were terrifying sword energies, exuding a presence far more formidable than that of Song Yun from the first level or Yin Shun, the peak master of the second level. His swordsmanship was impeccable, instilling an overwhelming sense of solidity and assurance. Truly, he was the third most talented individual in the history of the Sword Peak. Upon witnessing Li Mu's fervent battle intent, Li Yilan felt her own fighting spirit ignite. Tian Dao Peak, Li Yilan, here to challenge you. Suddenly, Li Yilan ceased her idle chatter and brandished the Changhong sword, launching herself into the fray. This individual had repeatedly clashed with her master, and although she could not hope to defeat the older opponent outside the Martial God Hall, encountering Li Mu within the hall itself meant she would show no mercy to Li Mu, fully aware that the adversary approached with malice, also surged towards Li Yilan. While the rules of the Martial God Hall forbade him from killing her, he was certainly poised to teach her a harsh lesson, instilling in her the understanding that there are always those beyond her kin. Chapter 31. Capturing cultivators at long last, Lin Yang arrived at the location of his new disciple. He now stood upon the bough of a towering ancient tree, observing four youths, age around 15 or 16, as they busied themselves setting traps beneath its sprawling canopy. Xiaoji, do you think the traps we've set will be sufficient to capture those cultivators? The girl addressed as Xiaoji was clad in simple linen garments. Despite her humble attire, her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, reminiscent of a pearl awaiting the opportune moment to shine forth in resplendent glory. Clearly, she was the leader of this youthful band. She directed her comrades, Dan, you head over there and dig another pit trap, filling it with sharpened bamboo stakes and covering it with branches. Then layer it with dry leaves for concealment. Taiju, lay out the fishing net beneath that tree, camouflaging it with leaves. When the cultivators arrive, we shall ensnare them. Xiaohua, go over there and set up additional crossbows, ensuring the arrows are coated with poison. Apply plenty to guarantee that the cultivators cannot escape. Understood. They chorused, eagerly nodding in agreement as they followed Xiaoji's directives. Lin Yang observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Disciple target. Yi Xiaoji cultivation level. None talent. Unmeasured spirit blue trait. Clever and brave white trait. No one can harm my brother black trait. Cold poison in the body system. Are you certain this individual meets the criteria for a disciple with exceptional talent? The attributes of Yi Shaoji were inferior even to the likes of the less admirable Shi Hao, who at least possessed a purple trait. Yet she only had a single blue trait of cleverness and bravery, alongside the troubling black trait of cold poison in her body. How could such attributes be deemed satisfactory? Ding! Yi Shaoji's attributes meet the standards for acceptance as a disciple. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. System, what is the basis for your judgment? Host, one must not judge merely by appearances, but by the deeper truths revealed at night. Shouldn't it be about looking inward? Lin Yang's head throbbed. What does night have to do with it? Do not question further, host. You will understand by nightfall. Please expedite the completion of your second disciple recruitment task to receive the reward of the Nine-Dragon Mysterious Sky Flag. Though he harbored doubts about the system's decision-making, he could only acquiesce to its wishes. This young girl may lack in talent, yet her audacity in attempting to capture cultivators and her skill in setting traps, albeit clumsily, aligned with the trait of cleverness and bravery. Thus, he resolved to accept her as his disciple, intending to assist her in enhancing her cultivation and remedying the cold poison within her. With that, Lin Yang descended to join Yi Shaoji and her companions. The sudden appearance startled the youths, causing them to jump in fright. Oh no, a ghost! Shaoji, there's a ghost! The boys instinctively cowered behind Yi Shaoji. Yet their little leader displayed remarkable courage, clutching a wooden stick. Though trembling slightly, she stepped forward to confront Lin Yang. Who are you, and why have you suddenly appeared here? With a smile, Lin Yang reassured them. Fear not, I am merely a hunter from the vicinity. Curious to see what traps you were setting. He could hardly admit he was there to recruit Yi Shaoji as a disciple. That would be far too direct, especially considering her young age and her apparent reluctance towards cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Yang's claim of being a hunter, the tension among the group eased somewhat. Shaoji, he is a hunter. He probably wants to harm us, right? Yes, it seems to have been a false alarm. They exchanged reassurances. However, Yi Shaoji pointed her wooden stick at Lin Yang, once more that you're lying. Hunters don't dress as well as you do. Tell me, who are you, and why are you here? In response, Lin Yang chuckled, acknowledging her cleverness. Actually, I wish to join your cause that we don't need you. Yi Shaoji replied cautiously. Lin Yang felt exasperated. This child was far too astute to be swayed easily. I despise cultivators, he added to this. Erdan interjected, well, our father was taken by those cultivators to mine. Lin Yang was taken aback. Their traps were set because their father had been captured for labor. Indeed, my father was taken to mine as well, Lin Yang said sympathetically. Shaoji, he is just like us. He seems quite pitiable, Erdan remarked. Silence, he is trying to deceive us, Yi Shaoji admonished, casting a serious gaze upon Lin Yang. We don't need your help, but if your father and my father are in the same mining area, I might rescue him. But I will not allow you to join us that you're an adult. And we cannot trust you. Please leave. Lin Yang smiled. He found himself growing increasingly fond of this clever and action-oriented disciple. Very well, I hope that my father and yours are indeed in the same mining area. And I wish for you to rescue him. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will set a trap here as well, contributing to our cause. With that, Lin Yang gathered a few branches and set up another trap in a tree fork. Completing his task that I will hide nearby. Should you require assistance, simply call for me. After Lin Yang departed, the group remained perplexed, exchanging glances. Shaoji, what do you think that person is up to? Yi Shaoji shook her head. I don't know, but he doesn't seem very clever. Just look at the trap he set. What kind of trap is that? Let us go. We should hide and proceed with our plan. Yes, they quickly concealed themselves in a nearby thicket. Approximately half an hour later, a group of 7 appeared on the scene, clad in garments marked with the emblem of the Yuling Palace, striding with an unwarranted arrogance. Lin Yang, perched atop the tree, frowned slightly. He had no recollection of this sect. Nonetheless, they were surely doomed. First, anyone who dared to make his disciples father mine would meet a grim fate, given his protective nature. Second, those who strutted about so brazenly in the Qingzhou region could only belong to the Qingyan sect, and they had gone too far. Everyone, pick up the pace, if this batch of, or ISNT delivered to the sect leader on time. We will surely face punishment, the rotund elder leading the group urged. Understood, elder, one of the disciples replied. Before long, they entered the area where Yi Shaoji and her companions had set their traps. Ah! A scream pierced the air as a disciple from the Yuling Palace stumbled into a 2-meter-deep pit filled with sharpened bamboo stakes, instantly mangling him beyond recognition. "Beware, we are ambushed," the elder of the Yuling Palace shouted. Ah! Another agonized cry rang out as another disciple was ensnared, in the next instant. A barrage of poisoned arrows rained down upon him, in the blink of an eye. The Yuling Palace had lost 2 members. Meanwhile, hidden arrows struck unexpectedly, leaving the disciples defenseless. "Who dares to ambush my Yuling Palace?" the elder bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Yet the only response was the flight of arrows. After narrowly evading one, the elder gathered his spiritual energy, unleashing a powerful force that shattered all nearby traps. Ouch! Even those hiding in the thicket, including Yi Xiaozhi, were thrown from their concealment. The sudden commotion drew the elder's attention to Yi Xiaozhi and her group, his cold command ringing out, "Go and eliminate them all." Chapter 32. A 10-mile-long sword to slay you, oh no. What do we do? They're coming for us. Erdan, Taizhu, and Xiaohua trembled in fear. "Leave the crossbows with me. You all flee." Yi Xiaozhi decisively stepped forward, bravely choosing to hold the rear, even as she quaked in fear. "But Xiaozhi, enough with the buts. I will hold them off. You must escape," she urged. "But Xiaozhi, they are surrounding us from all directions," Erdan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaozhi looked up and indeed saw that the disciples of the Yuling Palace had encircled them from every side. "What should we do now, Xiaozhi?" "Yes, what is our plan, Xiaozhi?" The trio trembled even more violently. The Yi Xiaozhi immediately devised a strategy and commanded, "Everyone, take up your crossbows and launch a fierce assault towards the east. We shall break through from there." "Understood." "Good." The 3, suppressing their fears, acted upon Yi Xiaozhi's directives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot forth towards the disciples of the Yuqing sect to the east. Yet alas, Yi Xiaozhi and her companions were merely mortals, far from being able to contend with the cultivators of the Yuqing sect. The arrows they loosed were effortlessly evaded. Furthermore, disciples from all 4 cardinal directions of the Yuqing sect suddenly launched their attacks on them. "Sister Xiaozhi, what should we do now? They are all here." "Stay calm. I will handle this," Yi Xiaozhi reassured the trio, in the blink of an eye. The 4 disciples of the Yuqing sect had surrounded Yi Xiaozhi and her companions. "Why have you laid an ambush to kill the disciples of the Yuqing sect?" One of the disciples, with a fierce countenance, bellowed. "Sister Xiaozhi, what should we do? I am scared, so am I." The 3 quaked in fear. Yi Xiaozhi's mind raced. "Our trap was meant for hunting beasts. We never anticipated this tragedy would occur when you passed by. I sincerely apologize." She attempted to soften the situation first, then seek another solution. "You think a mere apology will quell this matter?" The disciple of the Yuqing sect looked at Yi Xiaozhi and Xiaohua, licking his lips. "Kill the male, spare the female." The 4 immediately made their decision. And Yi Xiaozhi understood all too well the nefarious intentions of these brutes. "I will take full responsibility for this. It was I who acted." Yi Xiaozhi bravely stepped forward. "Please let them go. You may kill me at your leisure." "Sister Xiaozhi, we did this together," Erdan and Taizhu chimed in. "You all leave." Yi Xiaozhi was on the verge of fainting from anger. Why did they choose to stand up now? "Sister Xiaozhi, we will not abandon you," Xiaohua declared. Erdan and Taizhu resolutely nodded in agreement. Yi Xiaozhi was at a loss for words. "You must hurry and escape." "Umph. How united you are. However, you shan't leave now." "Attack!" Suddenly, the 4 disciples of the Yuqing sect launched their assault. Yi Xiaozhi gritted her teeth. "Now, none of you shall escape. We shall stand with Sister Xiaozhi through thick and thin," the 3 declared with unwavering resolve. Yi Xiaozhi gazed at the 4 Yuqing sect masters charging towards them. The situation seemed utterly hopeless. Were we truly destined to perish? Regrettably, the traps they had set were ineffective against immortals. Sigh. Yi Xiaozhi seemed to resign herself to her fate with a long sigh. At that moment, whoosh, a branch soared past her with remarkable speed. Thud. That branch, no thicker than a chopstick, pierced through the forehead of one Yuqing sect disciple, resulting in a tragic demise. This sudden turn of events left both the Yuqing sect disciples and Yi Xiaozhi's group in shock. How could this happen? Who struck? Thud. Another branch flew by, claiming yet another Yuqing sect disciple. Who was attacking? Yi Xiaozhi and her companions exchanged bewildered glances. Thud. Yet again, a branch flew through the air, dispatching another disciple of the Yuching sect. It must be the traps that person set. The observant Erden quickly discerned the situation. Simultaneously, everyone turned their gaze towards the trap set by Lin Yang. There, a branch hovered ominously. Whoosh, it shot forth with lightning speed. Thud! The last Yuching sect disciple was struck down, meeting his end. Heavens, how can this be? Those were merely 4 casually placed branches. How could they possess such formidable power? Could it be that the one behind this is an immortal? Yi Xiaoji and her companions were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Yuching sect, witnessing the demise of the 6 disciples he had brought, bellowed, "Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to kill my disciples of the Yuching sect? Step forward if you have the audacity." However, Lin Yang paid him no mind at all. Hiding and cowering, are we? Very well, then I shall kill these 4. The Grand Elder of the Yuching sect let out a ferocious roar. But soon fell silent, his mouth agape, too terrified to utter another sound. Above him hung a sword, as large as a door plank, conjured from spiritual energy, aimed directly at his forehead. Thud! O Great One, I was blind to your magnificence and spoke too loudly just now. I humbly kneel before you and apologize. Thus, the Grand Elder of the Yuching sect found himself kneeling on the ground. This scene left Yi Xiaoji and her companions utterly astonished. Lin Yang descended gracefully and addressed the 4. It was I who intervened, and am I not impressive? Indeed, you are magnificent. Erden, Taizhu, and Shaoan nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Yang then turned to Yi Xiaoji and inquired, "Have you considered becoming my disciple?" His words elicited envy from Erden and the others. Yi Xiaoji shot Lin Yang a sidelong glance. "I hardly know you. What gives you the right to be my master?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang chuckled softly. This girl was indeed astute and courageous, always maintaining a level of wisdom. Such a Yi Xiaoji was all the more appealing to him that he chose not to rush into accepting her as a disciple, but instead turned his attention to the kneeling Grand Elder of the Yuching sect. "Great One, may I inquire why my Yuching sect has not offended you? Why do you target my disciples?" The Grand Elder, with a sword hovering above his head, adopted a very humble demeanor. "I have heard that you captured their father to force him into mining." Lin Yang questioned. "Mining?" The Grand Elder of the Yuching sect was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. "That is a misunderstanding. We paid them silver to take them to mine. We did not capture them." Lin Yang turned to Yi Xiaoji and asked, "He claims they were paid in silver and were not captured." Why Yi Xiaoji stepped forward in anger. "Is this what you call payment? When you were present, it was silver, but after you left, it turned into stones. That I asked this silver." Yi Xiaoji smashed a fragment of stone against the Grand Elder's face. Erden, Taizhu, and Xiaohua also produced stones from their pockets and laid them before Lin Yang. Lin Yang was taken aback. How inhumane of the Yuching sect to deceive mortals into mining with stones disguised as silver. Truly despicable. He then turned back to the Grand Elder, who was now even more astonished. "What? How can this be? These silver coins were given to us by the sect master himself. How could they have turned to stone? Great One, I truly had no knowledge of this, that I was merely executing my duties. This is not my fault." Lin Yang narrowed his eyes. "So you're saying this is the sect master's doing?" The Grand Elder fell silent, and his silence was an admission of guilt. "Point out the direction of your Yuching sect to me." The Grand Elder looked perplexed but dared not defy Lin Yang's command and indicated a direction. Buzz! The sword hovering above his head suddenly shifted into a horizontal position, extending toward the Yuching sect at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, within the Yuching sect, the sect master was engrossed in counting the spirit stones, profits derived from deceiving mortals into mining with stones. The next instant, thud, a sword that extended 10 miles pierced through his body, bringing the sect master's corpse back to Lin Yang's side. "That I hope I didn't make a mistake. He's your sect master, right?" Lin Yang asked the Grand Elder. "Yes, that is correct." The Grand Elder of the Yuching sect turned pale. The sect master was a late-stage nascent soul expert, yet he had been slain by a sword that extended 10 kilometers. What kind of terrifying being was before them? "Great One, spare my life. This matter was solely the sect master's doing. I had no part in it. Please do not kill me." The Grand Elder was nearly in a state of panic. Lin Yang replied slowly, "Your attitude in admitting fault is satisfactory. Immediately release all the mortals you captured from mining to atone for your sins." Yes, yes, yes." The Grand Elder of the Yuqing sect repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, Great One, that I will attend to it at once. After the Grand Elder left, Lin Yang turned to the astonished Yi Xiaoji. Am I not impressive? Have you considered becoming my disciple? However, before Yi Xiaoji could respond, a dark figure suddenly swooped down from the sky. What a surprise! I never expected to encounter a medicinal ingredient in a place like this. The figure cackled ominously. Chapter 33. The disciples are snatched away. Hand it over. The shadowy figure transformed into a gust of wind, rushing towards Yi Xiaoji that he had merely come a hunt, and yet he stumbled upon a medicinal ingredient for concocting the blood demon pill. Truly a twist of fate. I must grow stronger. The sudden turn of events startled Yi Xiaoji, who hurriedly dodged and cried out, "Ah! Who are you? Don't come near me! Go away!" However, the shadowy figure found delight in her pleas, and just as he was about to seize Yi Xiaoji, a sword as large as a door plank suddenly blocked his path. The dark figure landed, transforming into a wild-eyed man with disheveled hair and a fierce expression. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct me from capturing this girl?" The man draped in black questioned with a tone of indifference. However, Lin Yang paid him no heed and instead approached Yi Xiaoji, stating, "I saved you. Yet you have yet to respond to my words." That why Yi Xiaoji's face was filled with terror, having been rescued once more by the individual before her. Regarding the matter of apprenticeship, she stammered, "Senior, Lin Yang interjected with a smile, "you merely fail to understand me, questioning both my strength and my character. How about this? I shall demonstrate my skills for you to witness, after which you can decide whether to take me as your master." "Then, Senior, please be cautious," Yi Xiaoji cautioned. The man in black observed Lin Yang and Yi Xiaoji exchanging words, completely disregarding him, and he grew increasingly impatient. "Are you deaf? I am speaking to you. Quickly reveal your identity. Why are you obstructing me?" The man in black seethed with rage, for he was the esteemed young master of the blood demon sect, unaccustomed to such indignities. Yet in the next moment he found himself in an even more humiliating predicament. Lin Yang swiftly appeared before him, seizing his ear with an imperious grip. Then a thunderous voice erupted, "Fool! I am not deaf." Upon hearing this, the man's face darkened to the color of charcoal, and he was instantly consumed by rage. "You dare to pull my ear?" The man in black clenched his fist, preparing to strike Lin Yang. However, he was a step too slow. Bang! Lin Yang's fist struck the man first, and he felt darkness envelop him, akin to being struck by a train, as he was sent flying. Crash, 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 he collided with several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at the figure before him. How could someone at the peak of the Minor Saint realm be sent flying so easily? "Who exactly are you?" The man in black was utterly enraged. The humiliation of that punch made him long to tear off the black robe he wore and stamp on it in frustration. "Did I in response?" Lin Yang shook his head, swiftly grasping the man's ear once more. "Listen carefully," he articulated slowly. "My name is Lin Yang, the peak master of the Qinyan sect at Tiandao Peak. The deal you comprehend." "Lin Yang? Qinyan sect? Tiandao Peak master?" The man in black muttered to himself. In the next moment, Lin Yang struck again, sending him careening away. "Wah!" The man in black coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. Lin Yang, unfazed, turned to Yi Xiaoji and inquired, "Well, how do you find my prowess?" "Impressive, truly impressive," Yi Xiaoji exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. And even the bystanders, Dan, Taizhu, and Xiaohua, were left dumbfounded by Lin Yang's display. Yet the man in black, struggling to rise, retorted, "Since you dare to injure me, why resort to a false title to deceive me? As far as I know, the Qinyan sect has only 6 peaks, and I have never heard of Tiandao Peak. Furthermore, among those of your age in the Qinyan sect with such strength, the only one is Li Mu, so you are evidently not he." The man in black believed the individual merely sought to shift the blame onto the Qinyan sect. Lin Yang, bemused, replied, "So, does this mean you require an explanation from me?" Realizing the impending consequences for his ears, the man in black hastily replied, "Since you are unwilling to reveal your true name, very well, I shall not pursue it further. However, remember this: green mountains endure, and clear waters flow forever. We shall meet again." After uttering this proclamation, he turned to flee. However, Lin Yang seized him, stating, "I promised that I would showcase my skills to that disciple, and if she is satisfied, she will take me as her master, that if you run away, who shall I demonstrate my abilities to?" "Madman," the man in black warned, "I am the young master of the Blood Demon sect. You had best release me, for neither the Blood Demon sect nor my father will spare you." "The Blood Demon sect?" "Young master," Lin Yang squinted. Hearing Lin Yang's words, the man in black asserted, "Indeed, I advise you to recognize the situation and act accordingly." "What a farce. I have never even heard of it," Lin Yang scoffed. He then added, "Cease your barking, that if you wish to survive, unleash your full strength upon me. I shall reciprocate, that if you manage to survive, you can return whence you came. If not, then death it shall be. Is this not coercion? Why should I comply?" The man in black was somewhat incensed, feeling his autonomy was being stripped away. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Lin Yang's icy gaze locked onto him, prompting him to smile gracefully. "What I meant was, you have already performed admirably. I have been reduced to a state of helplessness before you. No need to prove your abilities further." He then turned to Yi Shaoji and declared, "Little one, he truly is formidable. You should hasten to take him as your master." The man in black felt a pang of despair, as the young master of the Blood Demon sect. He had now become a mere negotiator. "Enough with the chatter. Attack me," Lin Yang commanded. The man in black raised his head, gazing at Lin Yang's resolute demeanor, realizing that his life was now his own to contend for. "Very well, if it must be so, then my fate rests in my own hands. Blood Demon sword, arise!" Boom! Instantly, dust swirled around them as a crimson cloud materialized above the man's head, creating a formidable aura. Within that blood mist, a blood-red long sword emerged, accompanied by the chilling wails of ghosts. "Senior, be careful." Yi Shaoji trembled as she spoke. With the blood sword's enhancement, the man in black's confidence surged, and he declared, "Fool, receive my blade." The blood sword, enveloped in a shroud of crimson mist, surged toward Lin Yang with unstoppable force. Yet in the face of this onslaught, Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged, his garments billowing under the pressure. He slowly raised his hand, extending a single finger as if to point at a falling leaf. The heavens seemed to darken. The blood sword shattered upon contact with that singular finger, crumbling as if it were made of mere parchment. And that finger pressed down upon the man in black with an overwhelming force. What? How is this possible? The sheer dominance of that finger shattered all defenses within the man in black's mind, nearly causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. "Do not kill me. Stop. I am the young master of the Blood Demon sect, and my father is the sect leader. If you dare to kill me, he will never let you go." Facing this threat, Lin Yang's finger landed firmly on the man in black's forehead. Buzz! In an instant, all fell silent. Everything around them seemed to freeze, enveloped in an eerie stillness. While Lin Yang's finger rested upon the man's brow, the man in black stood frozen in place. In the next moment, boom! The man in black's body erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The young master of the Blood Demon sect perishing in that instant. Yi Shaoji and the others, having never witnessed such a display of power, screamed in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yang, unperturbed, retracted his finger and stepped before Yi Shaoji, asking, "Am I not impressive? Are you now willing to take me as your master?" Yi Shaoji immediately knelt, bowing her head 3 times. "Master, please accept your disciple." Yi Shaoji, "Good." Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Finally, having acquired a second disciple, as for the one who had attempted to escape multiple times using teleportation talismans, the identity of a second disciple of Tiandao Peak was now lost to him. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired your second disciple. The system rewards you with a 9 Dragons Profound Heaven banner, which has been placed in your backpack." Lin Yang nodded in contentment, recalling the system's experience that upon acquiring a second disciple, a teaching method would be bestowed, that he wondered what kind of method would be granted to someone of Yi Shaoji's caliber. After waiting for a while without receiving a notification from the system, Lin Yang inquired, "System, you wouldn't be so cruel as to withhold the teaching method from me simply because my disciple possesses lesser talent, would you?" "Ding! Host, this girl possesses extraordinary attributes. All rewards will be granted later tonight." Later tonight, Lin Yang's curiosity was piqued that if it was to be tonight, he would eagerly anticipate the nature of her attributes and the rewards. 2 hours later, Yi Xiaozhi bid farewell to her parents, and Lin Yang learned from them that she had an elder brother named Yi Xiaolu, who had been taken by a master to pursue cultivation 3 years prior and had yet to return. Yi Xiaozhi and Yi Xiaolu shared a close bond, which explained the attribute in her profile stating, "No one may harm my brother." Her parents requested Lin Yang's assistance in inquiring about Yi Xiaolu's whereabouts, a request he naturally agreed to. Thus, the two set forth on their journey back to the Qingyun sect. Ding, detecting that your eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has gained substantial sword intent during her training. Congratulations, host, on receiving a large return of sword intent. Chapter 34. You came down from the 3rd level? Well, well. Lin Yang marveled, astonished that his talented disciple could enhance her practical skills through such experiences and gain immense sword intent. Indeed, the world of geniuses was astonishing. Subsequently, a surge of sword intent flooded into Lin Yang's body, signaling that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Sword Saint level. Meanwhile, within the Sword Peak Martial God Hall, bang bang, Li Yilan executed a series of ordinary sword techniques. Yet they forced Li Mu to retreat explosively over 20 steps, rendering even the shadow of the martial god feeble, as if it were on the verge of extinguishment. How could this be? Why do you grow stronger with each battle? Li Mu propped himself up with his sword, perplexed. He had previously dominated Li Yilan, yet this individual seemed to thrive in combat. Humph, Li Yilan coldly scoffed. Rather than saying I grow stronger with each fight, it would be more accurate to acknowledge that you are but a waste, with my 9th level of foundation establishment. I can compel you, a mid-stage nascent soul, to unleash all your abilities that if you are not trash, then who is? You. Li Mu appeared defiant. However, Li Yilan continued, you should consider yourself fortunate. Fortunate that you can only measure yourself against me with the shadow of the martial god. Had we existed in the same era, your fate would have been sealed. With a hum, Li Yilan swung her sword, and Li Mu's martial god shadow disintegrated into ashes. At this moment, the entire space fell silent, and Li Mu did not reappear to Li Yilan, however, did not linger. She turned and advanced toward the 4th layer. During her battle with Li Mu, she had comprehended a wealth of sword intent, a sign of her impending ascension to the realm of great sword cultivators. She had already resolved that upon stepping into the path of the great sword cultivator, she would break through to the nascent soul realm. Upon arriving at the 4th layer, she encountered a familiar figure, the Vermilion Bird Saintess. Oh, you aren't supposed to be here. How did you arrive? The Vermilion Bird Saintess inquired with surprise, having thought that Li Yilan had already departed. Little did she know that they would meet at this base layer. She glanced at the passageway open behind Li Yilan. So, you ascended from the 3rd layer, and you challenged a mid-stage nascent soul? Li Yilan nodded. The Vermilion Bird Saintess gave a thumbs up, saying, my goodness, you are truly a genius. Li Yilan smiled slightly. Saintess, do you have any other matters to attend to? No. Please proceed with your challenge. The Vermilion Bird Saintess replied with a faint smile, yet she did not depart, instead standing outside to observe Li Yilan's challenge. As Li Yilan entered the 4th layer, a woman appeared before her. I am the Sword Peak, she declared. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us begin. Li Yilan raised her sword and charged at the woman. 10 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream echoed as the woman facing Li Yilan saw her martial god shadow shatter in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the Vermilion Bird Saintess stood in stunned silence. 10 minutes to defeat her. To think it took me nearly an hour. She gasped. Heavens, she truly is a genius. Inside the 4th layer, the woman gazed at Li Yilan, pausing for several seconds before conceding. I have lost. You may proceed to the 5th layer. With that, the door to the 5th layer swung open. Li Yilan said nothing further, striding directly into the 5th layer, closely followed by the Vermilion Bird Saintess. Saintess, do you wish to challenge first? Li Yilan asked. You go ahead. I shall remain outside to observe, replied the Vermilion Bird Saintess. Upon entering the 5th layer, a formidable wave of sword energy surged toward Li Yilan. She sensed that the sword energy here was far more terrifying than in the previous 4 layers, that it was indeed well-deserved, considering that the presence within this layer was the greatest genius Sword Peak had ever known. Nevertheless, she was no longer the same person she once was and would not be easily intimidated by the sight before her. Gripping her sword, she readied herself to that moment. An ancient figure descended into the 5th layer. I am the first Peak Master of Sword Peak, The three-sword true man, may I ask, little girl, who are you? Li Yilan replied calmly, Li Yilan of the Tiandao Peak, here to challenge. Ha! The three-sword true man laughed heartily. No need to fight. I have observed your capabilities in the previous 4 challenges that if I were to fight you with my mid-stage nascent soul strength, I would have only a 30% chance of winning, while you would have 70% that I end this match. You have already won. Congratulations on successfully passing the 5th trial of the Sword Peak Martial God Hall and obtaining your rewards. Upon hearing this, Li Yilan remained silent. The three-sword true man continued. I possess techniques, treasures, elixirs, and opportunities. Little girl, what do you desire? Li Yilan shook her head in refusal. That I want nothing. Why not? The three-sword true man inquired, a curious expression on his face. Throughout history, countless challengers have braved the Martial God Hall in pursuit of its rewards, yet you desire nothing. This is quite peculiar. They are merely inferior items. I have no interest in them. Li Yilan stated frankly, coughing. The three-sword true man struggled to regain his composure, nearly fainting from indignation. His treasures were the finest of the finest, yet she had dismissed them as inferior. Li Yilan remained calm. She possessed Imperial-level heart techniques, Imperial-level treasures, and sword intent methods, rendering her indifferent to such offerings. She then asked, if you were at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and we were to battle, what chance would I have? Ah, so your ambition lies in that direction. The three-sword true man squinted, finally understanding why she dismissed his rewards. It was a quest for self-breakthrough. However, to think she, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, would challenge him at the late stage of nascent soul was somewhat audacious, for he too was a genius, once a formidable force in his own right. Little girl, while others might have a slim chance, I would say you have a 10% chance, he replied. That Li Yilan nodded. Very well, I challenge you at the late stage of the nascent soul. Girl, are you serious? The three-sword true man exclaimed in surprise. Naturally. Li Yilan turned and exited the Martial God Hall, at present. She had a sense of impending breakthrough into the nascent soul realm and had touched upon the threshold of sword intent. Yet she remained unable to take that final step, as if encountering a bottleneck. Thus, she imposed upon herself immense pressure, determined to forge ahead. When Li Yilan emerged, the Vermilion Bird Saintess hurriedly caught up to inquire the reason for her departure. Upon learning that Li Yilan intended to elevate the martial god Shadow's strength to the late stage of the nascent soul, she was left in stunned silence. Where on earth did this girl come from? How can she be so formidable? Outside the Martial God Hall, Feng Qi and the others had yet to leave. Growing impatient, Feng Qi approached the bearded elder and asked, Elder, which trial has Li Yilan reached? She has gotten stuck. Has she? She has reached the 5th layer. What? Feng Qi was so astonished that he jumped up. Are you saying she, with a mid-stage nascent soul shadow, has made it to the 5th layer? For an ordinary person, merely succeeding in 1 layer would be a monumental achievement. Yet Li Yilan had reached the 5th layer, challenging it as a Foundation establishment practitioner. Elder, I'm still young. Please don't jest. Why would I deceive you? The bearded elder replied that I in this world, there are always those greater than oneself. Do not underestimate this disciple. Hearing this, Feng Qi collapsed onto the ground, his heart shattered that he could not comprehend how Li Yilan, a mere Tier 1 talent, could be so extraordinary. Just then, Li Yilan stepped out of the Martial God Hall. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers shifted from dejection to astonishment. That, I told you. She is just a bit impressive, not invincible. How could she possibly pass the 5th trial? I heard that the 5th trial is guarded by the three-sword true man, the founding ancestor of Sword Peak, who is unparalleled in talent. How could Li Yilan hope to defeat him? Li Yilan, you are still somewhat naive that if you wish to stir trouble at Sword Peak, you are not yet qualified, the crowd jeered at Li Yilan. In response to their taunts, Li Yilan's gaze turned icy as she swung her sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that sent several of them sprawling. Subsequently, she approached the bearded elder and requested, please elevate the strength of the martial god Shadow in the 5th layer to the late stage of the nascent soul. With that, she turned and re-entered the Martial God Hall. Behind her, the bearded elder and Feng Qi stood stunned, realizing that Li Yilan had not exited in defeat, but rather found the mid-stage nascent soul Martial God Shadow too weak and sought to change it to a late-stage nascent soul Martial God Shadow. Chapter 35. If the heart holds a sword, the sword shall be drawn naturally. Begin. Use your strongest sword strike against me. Returning to the fifth layer, Li Yilan wasted no words and declared, Haha girl, you are indeed intriguing. Your understanding of the sword is pure. No, you are like a sword itself, sharp and unyielding. Since you wish to use me as a whetstone, I shall oblige you this once. Sword arise. The three-sword true man bellowed angrily, unleashing his full power at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Three swords, black, white, and blue, radiated with rainbow light, hovering above him, exuding an aura that seemed impenetrable. These three swords were imbued with the three-sword true man's sword techniques, sword methods, and comprehensions of sword intent. Various powers converged within this space, where the sword energy reverberated and the sword techniques danced, resembling an ancient sword tomb, sharp and fierce. Sword go. The air trembled with a resonant hum. Three swords, like soaring dragons, howled as they lunged towards Li Yilan. Her countenance remained serene. In order to comprehend the essence of the sword and attain the level of a grand sword cultivator, a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm required such formidable pressure. As the three swords drew closer, the tension escalated abruptly. The sword in her hand vibrated. Her blood surged within her veins. Her sacred body of sword Tao responded, and her ultimate sword path resonated. Yet, the veil separating her from that breakthrough felt as if it were an insurmountable chasm, restraining these forces from shattering their shackles. What is sword intent? Is it for slaying? Is it for protection? Why can I not grasp the ultimate profundity? Am I truly a failure? Wait, calm down. I must have overlooked something. What could it be? Li Yilan slowly closed her eyes, a myriad of memories flickering in her mind. I understand now. It is the saying of my master. If there is a sword in your heart, drawing it will be instinctive. Since I cannot find sword intent, I shall measure it with the sword in my heart. As long as I possess a sword within, I can both attack and defend. That is the essence of sword intent. With that, Li Yilan opened her eyes in an instant, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from within her. In that fleeting moment, the sword intent obliterated all in its vicinity. Boom! A ferocious surge of sword intent broke free from the Sword Peak's martial god hall, piercing the heavens like a radiant rainbow. The overwhelming might of the swords illuminated the sky, and for dozens of miles around, the awe-inspiring brilliance of sword intent was distinctly visible. The Sword Peak. The sudden spectacle caused countless disciples to look up in wonder at the extraordinary phenomenon above. Sword intent. It emanated from the martial god hall. This signifies that someone from our Sword Peak has comprehended sword intent and achieved the level of a grand sword cultivator, being sword practitioners themselves. They instantly recognized the phenomenon in the sky as the light of sword intent. The emergence of a grand sword cultivator would undoubtedly command respect from all. But who could it be? I heard that not long ago, the Peak Master took in a disciple with a sun-level talent. Could it be him? The crowd began to speculate. Meanwhile, Sure Hao, the Sword Peak's master, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes. Buzz! A sharp sword aura shot forth. After the humiliation in the Elder's meeting room, he had dedicated himself to cultivation and had finally reached the fifth layer of foundation establishment, simultaneously mastering the royal-level sword technique given by his master to the entry level. This advancement propelled him into the ranks of sword cultivators. With such talent, he wondered who could rival him. Clenching his fists, he thought, those who once looked down upon me shall now be humbled. Li Yilan of Tiandao Peak. Let us wait and see. That he hastily exited his seclusion, eager to share his breakthrough joy with his master. However, upon reaching Li Mu's side, he found Li Mu gazing intensely at the soaring sword light emanating from the martial god hall, his expression grave. Master, could it be that one of our Sword Peak disciples has comprehended sword intent, reaching the level of a grand sword cultivator, causing such a commotion? Sure Hao inquired, his heart already set on befriending this individual to discuss. Sword Dia Dadel. Mu glanced back at Sure Hao and solemnly replied, It is Li Yilan from Tiandao Peak. At those words, Sure Hao's expression fell in an instant. What? It's Li Yilan. Master, you must be jesting. How could she, with a mere lunar-level talent, comprehend sword intent and reach the level of a grand sword cultivator so swiftly? Li Mu sighed. Alas, my disciple, it is unfortunate that fate has dealt you a challenging hand. is indeed Li Weilan. Li Mu recounted the events within the martial god hall in detail to Shi Hao. You are a genius, but alas, being in the same era as Li Yulan, your brilliance is destined to be overshadowed by hers. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao staggered back several steps, finally steadying himself against a chair. His complexion ashen. How? How is this possible? To me, Li Mu sighed deeply. Perhaps this is fate, alas. Though he did not wish to accept reality, the circumstances spoke for themselves. He felt utterly crushed. Outside the martial god hall, many disciples of Sword Peak had gathered to observe. Feng Qi and his companions, initially seated and watching, gradually stood, eventually straining to see. Someone asked, Feng Qi, is it true that Li Yilan has comprehended sword intent? Feng Qi, why are you silent? Feng Qi, why are you running away? Weren't we supposed to wait and witness Li Yilan's folly? At that moment, Feng Qi, while running, replied, My mother is calling me home for dinner. He was not foolish. He knew that if he remained, Li Yilan would undoubtedly seek revenge once she emerged. Within the fifth layer of the martial god hall, the turbulent sword intent raged for quite some time before finally subsiding. In an instant, all the sword energy within the fifth layer was completely absorbed by Li Yilan. The ethereal figure of the three swords, along with his swords, disintegrated entirely under the might of her strike. Only Li Yilan stood there, as countless threads of sword intent fused seamlessly into her being. The sword light shimmered, and her form seemed to intertwine with the sword energy, her skin glowing like the stars. Her meridians flowed like sword scars, her eyes glinting with a piercing coldness, her aura sharp and fierce. Every movement accompanied by shadows of swords, embodying the essence of a sword. I ask this what it means to comprehend sword intent and reach the level of a grand sword cultivator. Li Yilan felt the transformation within her. One word encapsulated her sensation: exhilarating. Moreover, she had also broken through to the nascent soul realm. Within her, a purple palace had formed, housing a minuscule embryo that resembled a sprout. Its presence faint yet exquisitely translucent. Furthermore, the nascent soul embryo was actively absorbing sword energy, indicating a natural affinity for sword cultivation. Simultaneously, she sensed her power had ascended to a terrifying level, her spiritual consciousness vastly enhanced. Her strength far surpassing her previous self, and her lifespan significantly extended. The vermilion bird Sanus had likewise transitioned to the fifth layer, placing her alongside Li Yilan. Naturally, she witnessed Li Yilan's breakthrough. She couldn't help but twitch her lips, marveling at how one could break through to the nascent soul realm and the level of a grand sword cultivator in the midst of battle. This person is extraordinary. I long to befriend her. Ha! The three swords laughed, proclaiming, with my sword as pressure, striving for advancement, breaking through the nascent soul realm, comprehending sword intent, and achieving the level of a grand sword cultivator. Child, your relentless dedication to cultivation requires tremendous courage and audacity. And you have succeeded. I am eager to learn which path of swordsmanship you tread. That it was no surprise that the three swords was taken aback. He had been arrogant all his life, priding himself on his title, confident in his unparalleled expertise in sword Dao. However, before this individual, he could not discern her path, only sensing that she resembled a sword, a sharp sword. That I apologize, but I cannot disclose that. Li Yilan replied calmly. Her sword path was known only to her master and seniors. She would not reveal it to anyone else. Very well. The three swords sighed regretfully. Yet, child, your remark about my treasures being inferior fruits displeases me. Moreover, I noticed that you advanced from the first to the fifth challenge without employing any sword techniques. Did your master not provide you with an appropriate sword technique? Chapter 36. A commanded visit. Li Yilan was about to respond to the bothersome old man when suddenly the woman within the azure ring remarked mischievously, Child, that old man might be about to bestow you with a technique. Did not interrupt him. Let him finish his words. After all, she had initially intended to offer Li Yilan a technique. But Lin Yang's presentation had blinded her with brilliance, leaving her pride severely wounded. Now, if this old man were to shame himself by offering Li Yilan a technique, she would relish his embarrassment. Seeing that Li Yilan remained silent, the three swords chuckled. Believing he had grasped her pulse, he was quite pleased and began, I see that your bones are extraordinary. You are a natural talent for sword Dao. I happen to possess a royal-level technique called the 13 Swords of Annihilation that I believe you and it are fated, so I shall gift it to you. Haha. The woman within the azure ring burst into laughter. Old man, truly, you are offering a technique, but a royal-level technique. How dare you flaunt such trash here? If he knew that Li Yilan was cultivating a technique of sword intent, what would his expression be? However, the three swords remained blissfully unaware, continuing to speak with pride. Child, if not for our fated connection, I would not part with such a powerful and unrivaled technique. Therefore, upon receiving my technique, you must devote yourself to Qingyun's sect and strive for its future. Understand? Hearing this, Li Yilan locked her gaze on the three swords. Nuisance. She then executed a meticulous swing of her sword. Buzz. A formidable sword intent surged forth like a torrent towards the three swords. This strike was none other than the Sword of Annihilation. The sudden attack caused the three swords to change expression dramatically, that he attempted to intervene, but that strike was simply too swift and too forceful. In an instant, boom, the unstoppable force crashed into the chest of the three swords. Bang! It forced him to stagger back 3 steps. Child, what was that strike of yours? The master of the three swords was already filled with profound astonishment. It is important to note that he was no longer at the level of a nascent soul. Rather, he was in his prime, with his realm surpassing Li Yilan by 6 significant levels. Yet, even so, faced with Li Yilan's sword strike, he found himself compelled to retreat 3 steps. His face was a canvas of shock, for it became evident that the opponent was not devoid of sword techniques. Rather, she possessed them but chose not to employ them. This only further underscored her formidable prowess. She engaged in battles beyond her level, vanquishing foes from the first to the 5th challenge. Good heavens. A prodigy has emerged from the Qingyun sect. Witnessing the stunned expression of the master of the three swords, the woman within the Qing ring erupted into laughter. Haha, this is delightful. You were warned not to bring forth a collection of inferior talents. Yet here you are, reaping the consequences. Do you not realize that the cultivation method mastered by this girl is far beyond your comprehension? For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of joy at the sight of the master of the three swords' despondency. After mocking him, the woman within the Qing ring turned to Li Yilan and said, Li Yilan, you must temper your impulsiveness in the future. All right, please wait a moment before you unleash your sword. Allow me a moment to establish my presence, will you? It was no wonder she felt exasperated. Ever since this girl had aligned herself with her master, her own sense of relevance had dwindled. Now, with Li Yilan's strength soaring, she remained stagnant that a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Lin Yang should take her as a disciple as well. Li Yilan nodded in response, saying, Senior, I will be more mindful next time. Meanwhile, the master of the three swords, having retreated 3 steps, swiftly stowed away the manual. He was not foolish. He understood that Li Yilan was subtly informing him that she possessed her own sword techniques, superior to those he had provided, that he should refrain from embarrassing himself with subpar offerings. Haha. The master of the three swords chuckled awkwardly to alleviate his embarrassment. Child, so it seems you have your own profound techniques. Quite impressive and formidable indeed. Therefore, if I were to inquire about the name of that last sword strike, you would undoubtedly respond with no comment, correct? Indeed, Li Yilan affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the master of the three swords burst into laughter once more. Though his mirth was tinged with a hint of sorrow, that he felt a profound sense of grievance, as he was merely a phantom of a martial deity. In truth, his original self had long since perished. Even if you were to confide in me, I would remain tight-lipped. Ultimately, this was merely a fleeting desire of his own, that he took a deep breath and declared, You are the hope of the Qingyun sect. With a disciple of your caliber, I can rest easy. Congratulations on successfully passing the challenges that I have little to offer you, so if you have no further matters, you may take your leave that I have something to discuss. Li Yilan replied. Upon hearing this, the master of the three swords suddenly became animated. Speak quickly. What is it that I can assist you with? His eagerness to help was palpable. In response, Li Yilan turned towards the entrance to the 5th level and summoned the rainbow sword, elegantly inscribing the words, By the decree of the Lord of Tiandao Peak. Li Yilan visited here. Subsequently, she strode out of the martial deity hall of the Sword Peak. Outside, the holy maiden of the vermilion bird gazed at the inscription and mused. So she hails from Tiandao Peak. What is Tiandao Peak? I have never heard of it before. Never mind, why ponder so much? Once I surpass the 5th challenge, I shall seek out this young lady at Tiandao Peak. As for Lin Yang's 7th peak, I would rather die than go there. After departing from the martial deity hall of the Sword Peak, Li Yilan did not head directly back to Tiandao Peak. Instead, she made her way to the martial deity hall of the Body Refinement Peak. Since the 6 major peaks refused to acknowledge the existence of Tiandao Peak, she would inscribe that proclamation in the very place they held most dear. By the decree of the Lord of Tiandao Peak, Li Yilan visited here. She resolved, ensuring that they recognized the extraordinary nature of Tiandao Peak. She then produced the sect leader's token and entered the martial deity hall of the Body Refinement Peak, where the challenging phantom of the martial deity possessed terrifying strength at the divine palace level. Meanwhile, within Tiandao Peak, Lin Yang had just returned with Yi Xiaoji when a series of system notification sounds filled the air. Ding! Detected that the eldest disciple Li Yilan has gained insights into swordsmanship. Congratulations to the host for receiving a substantial return of sword intent. Ding! Detected that the eldest disciple Li Yilan has broken through to the great swordsman level in swordsmanship. Congratulations to the host for receiving a return of swordsmanship and for breaking through to the sword saint level. Ding! Detected that the eldest disciple Li Yilan has broken through to the nascent soul realm. Congratulations to the host for receiving a return of cultivation, successfully breaking through to the early stage of the great sage realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang was taken aback. His beloved disciple, who had promised to enhance her practical combat skills, had unexpectedly broken through to the nascent soul realm. Furthermore, her swordsmanship had ascended to the level of a great swordsman. Good heavens! How little time had passed since then. A 16-year-old great swordsman. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If such talent were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Xinhuang continent. That if Li Mu were to learn of this, would he still dare to confront himself and Li Yilan with swords 3 months hence? How amusing! Lin Yang smiled faintly. After all, if his disciple thrived, he too would prosper. Moreover, he had also reached the great sage realm, and his swordsmanship had attained the sword saint level. The next step, surely, would be sword immortal. Right, delightful. With the master and disciple united, they would be invincible in the world. That he then instructed Yi Xiaoji to enter the house first while he sought a room to tidy up for himself. Finding a vacant space, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb the returns. Before long, a series of sounds echoed from within his body, akin to the popping of fried beans, as various powers, sword intent, and Tao intent began to merge within him. As night fell, Lin Yang breathed in and out, finally digesting all the returns. Subsequently, he glanced at his system panel. Host, Lin Yang identity, sword saint cultivation, early stage of the great sage disciple, Li Yilan. Yi Xiaoji physique, perfect holy body, successfully merged with the minor form of the sword Tao holy body. Special skill acquired. Old 6 Halo acquired treasures. Extermination of immortals acquired techniques. Minor form of extermination of immortals acquired extreme Tao. Ultimate sword Tao. Observing the changes in his realm, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Is this the result of a diligent disciple while the master reclines in ease? Delightful, since he had already reached the great sage realm. It was time to take his eldest disciple to meet the Shao family upon her return to AT that moment. Chapter 37. Testing Spirit. Master, have you finished your cultivation? I made some home-cooked dishes. Please eat while it's hot. Yi Xiaoji said with a cheerful smile. Lin Yang had long since entered a fasting state and had no need for meals. However, as he lifted his head, he was taken aback by her attributes. Boom, boom, boom. Second disciple. Yi Xiaoji cultivation. None talent. Unmeasured spirit orange attribute. Innate assassin gold attribute. Daughter of shadows purple attribute. Shadow holy body blue attribute. Clever and brave white attribute. No one can harm my brother black attribute. Cold poison in the body. What? Upon seeing Yi Xiaoji's attributes, Lin Yang was utterly stunned. Is this truly Yi Xiaoji's profile? How astonishing! Could this be what the system meant when it said that her attributes could not be viewed during the day? By day, her attributes were merely the blue attribute of being diligent and kind. Yet at night, her attributes revealed a plethora of rare traits. Innate assassin, daughter of shadows, shadow holy body. This was a stark contrast. Who would have guessed that behind Yi Xiaoji's diligence and kindness lay an innate assassin capable of striking unseen? Furthermore, her orange attribute was even more formidable. than the gold attribute. Elon was already outrageous. But she had not reached the level of an orange attribute. Yet now, the seemingly frail Yi Xiaoji possessed one preposterous. Yi Xiaoji's attributes truly astounded him. Ding detected that the second disciple Yi Xiaoji is the daughter of shadows. Awarding the Shadow Holy Body, distributing the textbook, Shadow Assassination Heart Method, distribution successful. Item has been placed in the backpack. When he first took Yi Xiaoji as his disciple, the textbook had not been distributed. Now that her attributes had manifested, the rewards were issued. He looked at Yi Xiaoji. It was time for a grand venture. However, Yi Xiaoji, feeling Lin Yang's unwavering gaze, wondered if she had made a mistake. Master, why are you staring at me like that? Is the food I made not to your liking? Lin Yang picked up the bowl and took a couple of hearty bites before responding. No, it's excellent. Huh. Yi Xiaoji was taken aback. Why was the master suddenly praising her? The food is quite good. Lin Yang then recalled that he had yet to assess Yi Xiaoji's spirit, and he was curious what level of spiritual root this disciple with such extraordinary attributes would possess. It should be a sun level, right? He then swiftly grasped Yi Xiaoji's hand, transforming into a streak of light as they departed. Upon their arrival at the spirit testing area of the Qingyan sect, a buzz of energy enveloped them. As soon as Lin Yang and Yi Xiaoji appeared, the elder responsible for overseeing the spirit testing raised his head. Sect leader Lin, are you here for the spirit testing? Lin Yang replied calmly, I have taken on a disciple and wish to test her spirit. Upon hearing this, the elder cast a casual glance at Yi Xiaoji, considering that Lin Yang had previously chosen a disciple with inferior talents. He wondered what kind of talent this new disciple might possess, that he remarked, Elder Lin, it is getting late, that I have a few small spirit testing stones here. Why don't you take them and return to the 7th peak to test her yourself? Clearly, in his eyes, Yi Xiaoji was not worthy of him opening the spirit testing chamber for her examination. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang, with a swift motion, overturned the elder with a single palm. If you continue to be so tedious, I won't hesitate to send you to accompany Hanya. Yes, I shall open the spirit testing pillar at once. The elder dared not utter another word. Subsequently, Lin Yang led Yi Xiaoji into the spirit testing chamber. 7 towering spirit testing pillars stood tall and proud. The testing process was quite simple. One merely needed to place their hand upon the pillar, and a response would manifest, revealing their innate talent. Master, how should I proceed? Yi Xiaoji inquired in no rush. Lin Yang replied, transforming into a streak of light as he approached the grand bell beside the spirit testing chamber. With a resonant clang, he struck the bell 9 times. The deep, sonorous tones reverberated throughout every corner of the Qingyan sect. The sound of the bell, tolling 9 times, indicated that a momentous event was unfolding within the sect, that in an instant, the Council of Elders, along with the 6 peak masters and numerous disciples, hurried toward the source of the bell's chime. Even in the ancestral ground, some long-secluded ancestors slowly opened their eyes. The entire Qingyan sect braced itself for what was to come. The elder guarding the spirit testing chamber watched this scene unfold, his anxiety palpable as he stomped his feet. Lin Peak Master, tolling the bell 9 times is a grave offense against the sect. The Grand Elder and the others should be on their way here. Lin Yang maintained a stoic expression. This was precisely the effect he desired. His beloved had entrusted him with safeguarding the Qingyan sect and fulfilling his role as the master of the 7th peak. Now, with his exceptionally talented disciple ready to test her spirit, he was determined that all members of the sect witness the strength of the Tiandao peak and to quell any ill intentions harbored by others. Before long, the Grand Elder arrived, accompanied by a host of elders that Li Mu and the other peak masters followed suit, while numerous Qingyan sect disciples surrounded the spirit testing chamber, creating an impenetrable barrier. What is happening? I was still half asleep when I heard the bell toll 9 times. It nearly scared the life out of me. I thought the other 2 major forces from Qingzhou had attacked. Word has it that it was the master of Tiandao Peak who struck the bell. What could he possibly want? I heard it's because his newly accepted disciple is about to test her spirit. How ridiculous! After taking Li Yilan as a disciple, is it not enough shame for everyone? Now he seeks to compound it. The crowd buzzed with speculation, clearly unaware of the formidable power that Li Yilan now possessed. At this moment, the Grand Elder approached Lin Yang with a stern expression. Having been informed of the situation by the elder previously guarding the spirit testing chamber, he inquired, Lin Yang, Tolling the bell 9 times signifies a significant event within the sect. What prompted you to do so without cause? Before Lin Yang could respond, the second elder interjected with a sarcastic tone. From my perspective, he is simply disregarding the sect's laws, acting as if he is above them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang swiftly appeared before the second elder. Grasping his ear, which of your eyes saw me disregarding the sect's laws and behaving lawlessly? You, the second elder, Yi Jiangxiong, immediately took on an air of indignation. Yet Lin Yang, having reached the great saint realm, paid him no heed. Seeing Lin Yang unperturbed, the second elder winced in pain and exclaimed, "You are openly pulling my ear. Is that not a blatant disregard for the sect's laws?" "Let go." Lin Yang released his grip. Speaking nonchalantly, "You..." Yi Jiangxiong nearly succumbed to his fury. "Enough," the grand elder interjected. "Lin Yang, I have heard that your actions stem from the fact that you have taken on a new disciple who is about to undergo a spirit test." "Indeed, grand elder," Lin Yang replied respectfully, gesturing toward Yi Xiaoji. "This young lady is my disciple. Tonight, she will be testing her spirit, and I invite everyone to observe." "Humph." Yi Jiangxiong scoffed. "Is it worth causing such turmoil within the sect over something so trivial? If this isn't a blatant disregard for the sect's laws, then what is?" Lin Yang raised his gaze to Yi Jiangxiong, who rubbed his ear before impatiently saying, Fine, proceed with your test." Lin Yang then turned to Yi Xiaoji, saying, "This item is called the spirit testing pillar. You simply need to place your hand upon it and attempt to sense its presence." "Yes, master, that I will not disappoint you," Yi Xiaoji replied earnestly. Chapter 38. The Reward of a Martial God Hall. Yi Xiaoji obediently placed her hand upon the spirit testing pillar, slowly closing her eyes to attune herself to its essence. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained silent, deeply astonished by Li Yilan's transformation. Now, with Lin Yang taking on another new disciple, he was eager to witness this disciple's extraordinary potential. Indeed, he anticipated a remarkable revelation that in an instant. As Yi Xiaoji placed her hand upon the pillar, it responded immediately, a beam of rainbow light shooting skyward. The pillar began to inscribe a single character, Chun. As the crowd prepared to mock, the character shifted to Xing, then to Yu, and finally, in a mere heartbeat, it displayed the character for Ri. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their astonishment palpable. Heavens! This little girl possesses a talent of the sun level. Just moments ago, one sun-level talent emerged, and now another sun-level girl appeared. Silence. She is our little senior sister. As the disciples gaped, the elders were equally taken aback. Sun level? Haha, 2 sun levels. May the heavens bless Qingyun's sect. Joy radiated from the faces of all the elders, and they swiftly recognized that Lin Yang's tolling of the bell was indeed justified. Such a talented disciple testing her spirit could not be missed. Thus, no one blamed Lin Yang for his actions. Only the second elder wore a grim expression. Li Mu, in shock, felt his throat dry. Sun level, another prodigy after Li Yilan. He turned to Lin Yang, questioning why everything had suddenly become so outrageous. Meanwhile, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Just as he had surmised, Yi Xiaoji was indeed a sun-level talent. However, just as he thought the spectacle had concluded, the energy within the spirit-testing pillar surged dramatically a moment later. 2 characters appeared above Yi Xiaoji's head, Yao Yang, which then vanished in a flash. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted as the sturdy spirit-testing pillar shattered completely. What? How is this possible? The spirit-testing actually broke the energy pillar. What kind of terrifying talent does this girl, no, this little senior sister, possess? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances with the elders, who were equally perplexed. The shattering of the spirit-testing pillar was unprecedented. It was clear that Yi Xiaoji's talent surpassed mere sun level. She was beyond that. But what lay above sun level? Heavens, where did Lin Yang find such a prodigy? They all turned their gazes toward him, and Lin Yang's brow furrowed in concern. Yao Yang, at that moment, an explanation from the system materialized in his mind. The sun, moon, and stars are merely classifications of talent in the Xianhuang continent. There are others beyond, such as Yao Yang. Lin Yang's lips twitched uncontrollably, utterly astonished that there was indeed more to it. Of course. And I did not deceive the host, did I? This Yi Xiaoji's talent attribute can only be revealed at night. Yes, yes, that is correct, Lin Yang conceded, genuinely impressed that he then glanced at Yi Xiaoji's attribute panel. Second disciple. Yi Xiaoji cultivation. None talent. Yao Yang orange attribute. Innate assassin golden attribute. Daughter of shadows purple attribute. Sacred body of shadows blue attribute. Intelligent and brave white attribute. No one can harm my brother black attribute. Cold. Poison in the body, it appeared that Yi Xiaoji's talents and attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of Li Yilan. Truly remarkable. However, both of them were good children. The stronger their talents, the better it would be for him. Their humble mastered at this moment. The Grand Elder chuckled and asked, Lin Yang, does your disciple have a master? If not, may I take her as my own? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang was taken aback. He was tempted to exclaim, Grand Elder, could you please consider whether your question is appropriate? What do you mean? Does your disciple have a master? It is already evident that I am her master. Swiftly, he turned to the other elders, who were already bold enough to seize Yi Xiaoji's hand, attempting to woo her. Hey, don't touch her. She has already pledged herself to me as a disciple. You have no chance. Fortunately, Lin Yang promptly shielded Yi Xiaoji behind him. Some persistent elders continued, Little girl, is there truly no chance for us? How about considering me? Yi Xiaoji firmly rejected them, stating emphatically, I'm sorry, esteemed elders, but my master is Lin Yang. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained undeterred. No worries. I have a precious gift for you. Let us keep in touch in the future. I, too, have a token for you, and I hope we will communicate more often. The two engaged in their playful exchanges. An increasing number of elders began to present their offerings, reminiscent of the earlier scene with Li Yilan. Master, what is this? Yi Xiaoji was momentarily at a loss. Lin Yang encouraged her. Accept it. These items are tokens of the elders' affection towards you. Moreover, from the approving gazes of the elders, he discerned that they had fully embraced Tiandao Peak. A sight he longed to witness. Once the gifting concluded, Lin Yang escorted Yi Xiaoji back to Tiandao Peak. Without further ado, he entrusted her with the imperial-level cultivation technique, the Shadow Assassination Heart Sutra, and imparted some fundamental cultivation mantras. Subsequently, he bestowed upon her 100,000 cultivation spirit stones. With that, Yi Xiaoji returned to her room, exhilarated, to commence her formal training. After her departure, a notification chimed, Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully imparting the Imperial-level Heart Sutra, Shadow Assassination Heart Sutra, to Yi Xiaoji. Reward. 1 Martial God Hall. Upon hearing the system's reward, Lin Yang was astonished. Can the Martial God Hall truly be a reward? He knew that the Martial God Hall was a treasured artifact crafted by the founding ancestor of Qingyun's sect, Emperor Qingyun, who had personally created it for the 6 major peaks upon establishing the sect. Tiandao Peak, being a later addition, lacked such a treasure. He felt a twinge of resentment, believing that without the Martial God Hall, Tiandao Peak was at a disadvantage compared to the 6 major peaks. However, the ancestor of Qingyun had passed away hundreds of years ago, making it impossible for him to construct another Martial God Hall for Tiandao Peak. To his surprise, the system had rewarded him with one. Excellent. You truly live up to your reputation, system, Lin Yang praised. With a wave of his hand, a 5-story Martial God Hall, identical to those of the 6 major peaks, rose majestically into the air, exuding an imposing aura. Moreover, following the system's notification, Lin Yang discovered he had the ability to control the entire Martial God Hall, including setting various rules and challenges. Contemplating this, he established a rather intricate requirement atop the Martial God Hall of Tiandao Peak. Chapter 39. The Blood Demon Sect Master arrives. After arranging the Martial God Hall of Tiandao Peak, Lin Yang retrieved the 9-dragon Xintian flag, a banner adorned with 9 5-clawed golden dragons. Pulsating with an ancient and profound aura, he hurled the 9 flags into the sky as the resonating dragon roars pierced the heavens. 9 dragons soared into the surrounding mountains of Tiandao Peak, transforming the mountain range into a spiritual vein nourished by dragon energy, thereby giving rise to the symbol of Tai Chi. This Tai Chi resonated with the 8 trigrams, collectively forming a grand formation that harmonized with the order of heaven and earth, creating a defensive barrier capable of withstanding attacks from emperors, filled with various lethal techniques within. Thus, Tiandao Peak became as solid as a rock. Any intruder would find their visit a one-way journey. Having completed all of this, Lin Yang prepared to sleep peacefully. Just then, another notification chimed. Ding! Detection indicates that the eldest disciple, Li Yilan, has gained insights into swordsmanship during her training. Congratulations, host, for receiving a substantial return of sword intent. Lin Yang was taken aback. Did I it that late already? The girl is still pushing herself to her limits. He wondered where she was in her challenges and which peak's martial god hall she had chosen to contend with. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yilan had just exited the body refinement peak, inscribing upon the 5th level, by the order of the master of Tiandao Peak. Li Yilan has visited here. After absorbing the returned sword intent, Lin Yang intended to sleep. Yet again, the notification chimed. Ding! Detection indicates that the second disciple, Yi Xiaoji, has broken through to the 1st layer of qi refining. Congratulations, host, for receiving a return of cultivation. Subsequently, a stream of clear energy flowed into his body. Goodness, how quickly she has advanced. If he recalled correctly, Yi Xiaoji's progression surpassed even that of Li Yilan's. Truly, she was a formidable disciple endowed with orange talent. Yet, as your teacher, I do appreciate such rapid advancements. The more breakthroughs you achieve, the more returns I shall receive. The system's return notifications echoed in Lin Yang's ears throughout the night. As dawn broke, and the horizon brightened. A crimson sun gradually ascended. Ding! Detection indicates that the second disciple, Yi Xiaoji, has broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Congratulations, host, for receiving a return of cultivation, resulting in a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Great Sage Realm. Startled, Lin Yang abruptly awoke. What? I did nothing but sleep the entire night, and she has already advanced to the mid-stage of the Great Sage Realm. Is this even possible? He then glanced at his system panel. Host, Lin Yang identity, Sword Saint cultivation, mid-stage of the Great Sage Disciples. Li Yilan, Yi Xiaoji physique. Perfect sacred body, successfully fused with the minor form of the Sword Dao sacred body, acquired special skill. Aura of the Old 6 acquired artifact. Exquisite immortal sword acquired technique. Minor form of exquisite immortal sword acquired cultivation path. Ultimate sword path, just as he marveled at his rapid progress. A sudden disturbance arose in the skies above Qingyun's sect, that a dozen figures clad in black garments hovered ominously above the sect. The majority of these individuals had attained the minor Great Sage Realm, with 3 amongst them possessing the terrifying strength of the Great Sage Realm. They unleashed a formidable aura that pressed down upon Qingyun's sect. With a thunderous crash, the leading middle-aged man in black robes unleashed a punch, shattering one of Qingyun's sect's mountain gates into debris, obliterating several guarding disciples in an instant. The black-robed man merely cast a cold glance and proclaimed, "Those of Qingyun's sect, swiftly surrender Lin Yang. Otherwise, we shall raze your sect to the ground." The intruders were none other than Li Kuang, the Blood Demon Sect Master, and a cadre of elite practitioners from the Blood Demon Sect. The alarm resonated throughout Qingyun's sect. With a resounding chime of the great bell, reminiscent of the previous night, the elders, the 6 peaks, and various disciples convened at the mountain gate, including the reclusive ancestors, who were stirring restlessly. Once more, the entire Qingyun sect braced itself for confrontation. Li Kuang, the Blood Demon Sect Master, was indeed overwhelming in his arrogance. Even as the members of Qingyun's sect appeared, he did not retract his oppressive aura, driven by the desire to exact vengeance for his son. Li Xingtian Li Kuang had 3 sons. The eldest had been slain. The second had also met his demise, leaving only the third, Li Xingtian, whom he cherished dearly. Every request for treasures and profound techniques was readily fulfilled for him. Li Xingtian, not lacking in talent, had reached the late minor Great Sage Realm by just over 30 years of age, with great potential to advance to the Great Sage Realm. That Li Kuang held immense hopes for him, even intending to pass on the Blood Demon Sect to him. Yet, to his dismay, his beloved son had been killed by Lin Yang of Qingyun's sect, rendering his 30 years of effort utterly futile. Naturally, he would not let this go unpunished. The Grand Elder of Qingyun's sect, alongside the Council of Elders, soared into the sky, matching Li Kuang's presence. With the sect leader absent, he was compelled to shoulder the responsibility. He addressed the Blood Demon Sect Master, Li Kuang. "What brings you to Qingyun's sect with such an imposing demeanor?" "Humph," Li Kuang scoffed, "Maoping, do not play the fool with me. Your Tiandao Peak Master, Lin Yang, has killed my son, Li Xingtian. Hand him over immediately." In response, Maoping was taken aback, expressing his ignorance of the matter. The assembly of elders exchanged puzzled glances. equally unaware. After all, Lin Yang had merely brought his divine disciple to test their spirit the previous night. How could there be any notion of slaying the blood demon sect's young master? They were entirely uninformed. Nonetheless, Qingyun sect was a significant force in Qingzhou. It could not allow the blood demon sect to act so brazenly. The Grand Elder retorted, Li Kuang, do not distort the truth that my Tiandao Peak Master, Lin Yang, is merely at the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly kill your son? Moreover, to my knowledge, Lin Yang has always favored peace, is approachable, and possesses a kind heart. You must be mistaken. He would never take a life. While he was uncertain whether Lin Yang was indeed responsible, he had pledged to Luo Wuqing to protect Lin Yang and bear any burdens on his behalf. Upon hearing such an explanation, Li Kuang burst into laughter, recognizing their attempt to evade responsibility, and he coldly remarked, Mao Ping, I know you are a cunning and shrewd individual, attempting to deflect the matter. However, I have employed supreme techniques to deduce the scene of my son's murder. Suddenly, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted, and the scene of Lin Yang mercilessly slaying Li Xingtian materialized before the members of the Qingyun sect. This vivid imagery starkly illustrated Lin Yang's brutal act against Li Xingtian. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder and the other elders of the Qingyun sect displayed faint signs of guilt and incredulity. Lin Yang had seemingly dispatched Li Xingtian with a mere finger. It is crucial to note that Li Xingtian was a formidable figure at the late stage of the minor sage realm, while Lin Yang, as they recalled, was merely at the nascent soul stage. This was utterly unfathomable. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes. Lin Yang's sudden emergence, coupled with the extraordinary talents of his two disciples, undoubtedly represented the key to the Qingyun sect's prosperity. He resolved to protect Lin Yang at all costs. Chapter 40. Deceiving the blood demon sect leader. As the scene concluded, Li Kuang, suppressing the grief of losing his son, coldly addressed the members of the Qingyun sect. The evidence is irrefutable. What more do you have to say? The crowd fell silent. Li Kuang continued, immediately surrender Lin Yang. Blood for blood, I can refrain from engaging in a full-scale war with the Qingyun sect at that moment. The Grand Elder spoke up. This is slander, blood demon sect leader. Lin Yang of the Qingyun sect is indeed at the nascent soul realm and could not have possibly killed your son. It is likely that someone impersonated Lin Yang to frame our sect. The gathered elders quickly grasped that the Grand Elder was attempting to evade responsibility and protect Lin Yang at all costs. Indeed, Lin Yang's displayed prowess and the promising talents of his two disciples were worth the sect's unwavering support. Thus, they echoed the Grand Elder's sentiment. Yes, exactly so. Blood demon sect leader, we express our deep condolences for the tragic demise of your son, and we hope you find solace. Furthermore, regarding the impersonation of Lin Yang, we, the Qingyun sect, will unite with the blood demon sect to uncover the true culprit and restore integrity to both our factions. We kindly request that you return to the blood demon sect. Trust in our professionalism and ability to resolve this matter swiftly. Yes, return to your sect. It was merely a misunderstanding. The elders chimed in, each adding their voice to the chorus. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder discreetly transmitted a message to Elder Wu. Elder Wu, go to Tiandao Peak at once and take Lin Yang and his two disciples to the ancestral grounds to hide for a while. Elder Wu nodded and promptly made his way towards Tiandao Peak. Li Kuang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the Qingyun sect would stoop so low as to concoct such an excuse. He coldly remarked, You are caught red-handed, with incontrovertible evidence that I cannot believe you would dare to behave so shamelessly. You truly think so little of the blood demon sect. A murderous intent glimmered in the corners of Li Kuang's eyes. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder realized that he could not outwit Li Kuang, nor had he expected to. He was merely stalling for time for Elder Wu. Mao Ping interjected, Li Kuang, are we trying to deceive you? Was your son completely blameless? My son is dead. How could he be at fault? Li Kuang growled through gritted teeth. The Grand Elder reasoned, the footage clearly shows that your son abducted Lin Yang's disciple, the young girl. Lin Yang acted to rescue her and admonished your son not to harm her. It is evident that your son was disobedient, and Lin Yang was compelled to act. Can you truly blame him? These words nearly drove Li Kuang to the brink of fury. The other elders chimed in. Indeed, as practitioners, even though the blood demon sect is not a prestigious sect, the Qingyun sect holds such a status. When we see a disciple of the blood demon sect bullying a mortal, we have the responsibility and obligation to intervene. Can Lin Yang be blamed for that? Furthermore, your son kidnapped a girl who happens to be Lin Yang's disciple. As her master, Lin Yang's response is entirely justified. Is it not true that in the realm of martial arts, the victor is king and the vanquished is a bandit? Your son was defeated by Lin Yang. Should he not be blamed for his lack of skill? I stand with Lin Yang, one elder declared. Indeed, we cannot hold Lin Yang accountable. The elders of the Qingyun sect rallied, articulating their arguments with conviction. Li Kuang scoffed. Even if you claim he begged for mercy, why did Lin Yang not relent? Mao Ping responded, and if Lin Yang had begged for mercy, would your son have spared him? Li Kuang paused, momentarily taken aback. Mao Ping continued to stoke the flames, thus Li Kuang. This matter is truly unrelated to the Qingyun sect. That was an unfortunate coincidence, and the outcome followed the principle of might makes right. The fault lies with your son, do you understand? Return home. I absolve you of the matter concerning the destruction of our sect's gates. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the first step towards improvement. In an instant. The previously furious Li Kuang found himself in a state of confusion, even beginning to reflect, could it be that I was in the wrong? However, the reality remained that his son was dead. He shook his head vigorously. You think to distort the truth with mere words. Enough of this. My son was killed by Lin Yang, and he must pay with his life today. The Grand Elder suddenly regained his composure, shedding his prior demeanor of affability as he shouted, Li Kuang, do you truly wish to wage war against the Qingyun sect? Today, anyone who stands in my way to avenge my son shall perish. Li Kuang bellowed, unleashing a torrent of crimson spiritual energy that soared into the sky. His formidable cultivation erupted in rage, and amidst the blood mist, a powerful blade descended from above, rendering any further dialogue unnecessary. He dared to act so brazenly, knowing that Luo Wuqing was absent, and that his late stage of the Major Sage realm could easily dominate as for Mao Ping, who was merely at the mid-stage of the Major Sage realm. Li Kuang regarded him with disdain, not to mention the others. Mao Ping, now enraged, called out, everyone, they have come to our doorstep. Let us unite to confront him. Faced with Li Kuang's descending blade, the elders of the Qingyun sect displayed unwavering determination. As the Grand Elder had stated, they could not allow themselves to be bullied without retaliation. In an instant, as Li Kuang struck down, the Grand Elder led the other elders in a desperate attempt to resist his assault. Yet within the realm of major sages, even the slightest disparity felt like an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, only the Grand Elder possessed mid-stage major sage strength. The others were either at the early stage of the major sage realm or the minor sage realm, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with him. Thus, although it appeared that the Qingyun sect had many members, in reality, they were unable to withstand even a single strike from Li Kuang. Boom, the blade fell. In the blink of an eye, the elders were sent sprawling, some retreating several steps, others rolling away, and a few even spitting blood. Despite their desperate efforts, they were no match for Li Kuang. Witnessing such a one-sided display, Li Kuang coldly remarked, a group of eloquent fools, not a single one of you is worth a fight. Moments ago, he had nearly been swayed by their incessant chatter, yet now he merely needed to unleash a single strike. And they were silenced at Li Kuang's voice echoed ominously. I shall give you one last chance. Surrender Lin Yang at once. Chapter 41. An earth-shattering clash. Li Kuang, cease your bluster. Do we not have the strength to stand? The Grand Elder shot a glance at Li Kuang before turning to the elders behind him. Everyone, this is a moment of survival. Can we still rise to fight? Upon hearing this, the fallen elders gritted their teeth and steeled themselves. As elders of the Qingyun sect, they would not concede defeat. Very well. Li Kuang laughed maniacally at the sight. Since you are so intent on obstructing my vengeance for Lin Yang, I shall first eliminate all of you before turning my wrath upon Tiandao Peak to claim Lin Yang's head as an offering for my son. With a roar, the blood mist surrounding Li Kuang surged violently, and the blood knife in his hand radiated crimson fury. That it was evident that he was at the peak of his rage. All of you, brace yourselves for another strike. The Grand Elder commanded fiercely. Bring it on. The elders responded, adopting a resolute stance. The sect had nurtured them, and now that it was in peril, each felt a sense of responsibility and would not retreat. Meanwhile, not far away, the The second elder Yi Jiangxiong observed the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. The Grand Elder is truly foolish. If it were me, I would never gamble the lives of all for a single Lin Yang. Very well. If they all seek death, then the position of Grand Elder shall be mine. That a glint of coldness flickered in Yi Jiangxiong's eyes, that he had long awaited an opportunity to ascend in rank. And now it lay before him, that he turned to Li Mu. This is not only my chance, it is also yours. Have you not always harbored discontent towards Luo Wuqing's position as the sect master? Now that they have all fallen, why should we fear the realization of our grand plans when we unite our strengths? Li Mu glanced at Yi Jiangxiong, then turned his gaze towards the elders. He fell silent. Did I end the sky's dual arena? Li Kuang, witnessing the stubbornness of these old fools, had lost all patience. He raised his bloodied blade high, and this strike, awe-inspiring and soul-shattering, was even more terrifying than the previous one. Yet the Council of Elders did not waver. They unleashed their divine abilities, fighting with all their might. Count me in. Suddenly, a figure descended before the elders. It was Li Mu sect master. The crowd gasped in surprise. After all, their desperate struggle was to protect Lin Yang, and Li Mu had always been at odds with him. Yet now, he unexpectedly stepped forward. With an impassive expression, Li Mu declared, "You guard Lin Yang, while I protect the Qingyan sect. Let us battle." That he then summoned his sword, standing side by side with the great elder to confront Li Kuang's assault. Behind them, Yi Jiangxiong's eyes nearly burst with flames. Die! Li Kuang swung down his blade, the light of the sword flashing, slicing through the air with a force that intimidated all around. Boom! Despite the efforts of the Qingyan sect members, they were sent flying once more. This time, even the great elder spat out blood, while the other elders suffered even worse fates. That Li Kuang laughed maniacally. "How can you mere ants hope to resist me?" Grinding his teeth, Li Mu stood proudly at the forefront and asked, "Elders, do you still have the strength to withstand another blow?" The great elder rose, albeit unsteadily, and behind him, no other elder could stand. Seeing this, Li Kuang grimly raised his large blade once more. "Let us see how you two will receive this strike." At that moment, a figure descended, proclaiming, "Grievances have their source, debts have their masters. I killed your son, so why do you act so dramatically here? Do you think you are impressive?" Hearing this, the great elder looked up, his eyes widening as he recognized Lin Yang. Lin Yang, when did you arrive?" After a moment of shock, the great elder's face fell into deep worry. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why have you returned?" He then reproached the fifth elder beside him. "Didn't I instruct you to take him to the ancestral grounds for safety?" The fifth elder, looking wronged, replied, "Great elder, I am innocent. I intended to force him to the ancestral grounds, but I couldn't overpower him. Instead, he brought me here." That he glanced at Lin Yang, bewildered by his sudden strength. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Forgive me, fifth elder." After hearing the entire story, the great elder sighed heavily. "Lin Yang, you should not have come here." He clenched his teeth, insisting, "You must leave quickly. I will hold him off to as long as you live. There is hope for the Qingyan sect." At that moment, all the elders regarded Lin Yang as the future of the Qingyan sect, which is why they risked their lives to protect him. "Thank you, elders, for stepping forward." Lin Yang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Casting a glance at Li Mu, he continued, "However, since this matter arose because of me, I shall resolve it." Though these elders had previously opposed the establishment of the seventh peak and had not treated him kindly, in this moment, they stood up to defend him, and he couldn't bear to watch them sacrifice their lives in vain. "Lin Yang, stop your foolishness and quickly retreat to the ancestral grounds." The great elder urged, "That if even we are no match for Li Kuang, how can you be? Yes, hurry, don't let us die in vain." Another elder shouted. Lin Yang chuckled. "He's merely a great sage. He is not to be feared. Not to be feared." The great elder and the others were left speechless. "Lin Yang, do not act recklessly. Leave now." In response, Lin Yang merely smiled and, with a slight exertion of force, soared high into the air, positioning himself above Li Kuang, exuding a more formidable aura than his opponent. Though he was only at the mid-stage of the great sage realm, his deep foundation, numerous treasures, and superior techniques left him unfazed. Calmly, he declared, "Enough. The one you seek is me. Do not trouble them. What do you wish to do? Speak plainly." Li Kuang recognized Lin Yang and snorted coldly. Naturally, I intend to use your head as an offering to my deceased as words fell. Li Kuang raised his blood-red blade once more, shrouding the sky in a blood mist. A terrifying storm formed around him, swirling violently as it obliterated everything in its path. Trees, buildings, all were reduced to fragments. Amidst this chaos, countless blood-colored skulls were drawn into the blade, a sight that made the elders and disciples of Qingyun's sect grow pale with fear. How terrifying! The great elder felt his heart leap to his throat. This was the true power of Li Kuang, and how could Lin Yang contend against it? Had he known it would come to this? He should not have allowed Lin Yang to be so reckless, but it was too late. The terrifying killing force had already gathered upon Li Kuang's blood blade, shaking the heavens and the earth. Die, he bellowed, remembering how Lin Yang had once killed his son with a mere finger. With all his strength, he sought to repay the favor in kind. Chapter 42, Slaying the Blood Demon Sect Master Boom. The ferocious blood blade descended like a massive, vibrant rainbow, crashing down towards Lin Yang with unstoppable might. In the face of this overwhelming strike, Lin Yang merely extended a finger. What appeared to be a casual gesture unleashed an unfathomable power at the moment the blood blade descended. In an instant, the force of Li Kuang's strike shattered like broken glass, losing all momentum and collapsing. How is this possible? Li Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yang. He was a late-stage great sage, just a step away from the quasi-emperor realm, a renowned expert within the entire Qingzhou territory. Even with his most powerful techniques, he could not comprehend why the opponent had so effortlessly countered his might. Without granting him a moment to ponder, Lin Yang's finger, having shattered the blade, surged forth with unstoppable force toward Li Kuang. Li Kuang, sensing an unprecedented aura of death, felt fear coursing through him. Yet, there was no remedy for regret. As he cried out in vain, clang, Lin Yang's finger struck down upon his head. The arena fell into an eerie silence as everyone stared in shock. Even Li Kuang, frozen in disbelief, gazed upward at Lin Yang's finger resting upon his forehead. Unable to move that moment. If Li Kuang's son, Li Xingtian, were watching from the heavens, he would surely have guessed what would happen next. Boom! With an explosive sound, the once mighty Li Kuang's body shattered into a cloud of blood mist, dispersing into nothingness. This scene mirrored the demise of Li Xingtian, and as the atmosphere once more became eerily quiet, the great elder and the other elders stared, mouths agape, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Who could have predicted that the Blood Demon Sect Master, a formidable late-stage great sage, would be defeated by Lin Yang in such an exaggerated manner? One finger, and he had rendered all resistance futile. The onlookers regarded Lin Yang with eyes wide in horror, unable to fathom the extent of his power. Even Li Mu swallowed hard, beginning to understand why Li Yilan had grown so formidable, and why Yi Xiaoji had shattered the spiritual testing pillar. Because their master was no ordinary person, he cast a glance at Lin Yang, falling into deep silence. After the crisis was averted, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Meanwhile, Yi Jiangxiong, witnessing the scene, felt a complex mix of emotions. Lin Yang's abilities were far beyond his capacity to confront. Now, how could he proceed with his plans? He quickly turned to pursue Li Mu. At the scene, with Li Kuang dead, the Blood Demon Sect elders found themselves in a state of disarray. Some shouted for vengeance, while others believed that the Blood Demon Sect's fortunes had waned and that retreat was necessary. However, these were merely their unilateral thoughts. Lin Yang had never agreed to such terms. He once more unleashed a finger strike that, "Ah, no, please, don't kill me. We were wrong. We surrender." Despite their desperate cries, Lin Yang's finger descended, rendering all lives equal. Boom! In an instant, all the elders of the Blood Demon Sect were obliterated, transforming into a crimson mist akin to a vengeful spirit. The crisis facing the Qingyun sect was thus resolved with the emergence of Lin Yang. The Grand Elder and other capable elders swiftly gathered around Lin Yang, their faces etched with disbelief as they pointed at him, stammering, You, this. They were at a loss for words, their minds racing with thoughts they could scarcely articulate. After all, among these elders were those who had served as Lin Yang's mentors when he and Luo Wuqing first joined the Qingyun sect. They were all too aware of his innate talent and comprehension. Despite his arduous efforts, he had only managed to reach the nascent soul stage, relying on elixirs to ascend to that level. Yet now, Lin Yang displayed an unfathomable power that left them in the dust. "Are you truly the Lin Yang we once knew?" one elder foolishly inquired. Lin Yang chuckled and replied, "Indeed, I am." The crowd clearly found this hard to accept. At that moment, Elder 5 added, "You see, I told you all along that I was abducted by him. Now do you believe me?" The others nodded. Who would dare to doubt him now? The Grand Elder beamed, patting Lin Yang on the shoulder. "You rascal. You've hidden your abilities well. Who would have thought you were this formidable?" Lin Yang responded, "When venturing into the world, one must always keep a hand in reserve, right?" It was hardly plausible that his sudden prowess was merely due to the system. Was it? Good, 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 the Grand Elder repeatedly exclaimed. "Our Qingyun sect has produced a dragon. May the heavens bless the Qingyun sect." The assembly of elders echoed, "Indeed, may the heavens bless the Qingyun sect." In that moment, laughter and joy reverberated through the skies above Qingyun sect. At this juncture, they felt no animosity towards the Tiandao Peak. On the contrary, they hoped for its continued prosperity. Amidst the flattery, Lin Yang smiled, recalling his promise to his beloved to safeguard the Qingyun sect and elevate the Tiandao Peak. A task that now seemed to be accomplished. Yet, he wondered how his beloved was faring, and no longer lamenting the fleeting beauty of the moment. Lin Yang bid farewell to the elders, esteemed elders, now that the matter of the blood demon sect has been settled. "I entrust the subsequent affairs to you that I shall take my leave." That he bowed and transformed into a streak of light, departing swiftly. Indeed, although the crisis with the blood demon sect had been resolved, the destruction at the mountain gate had resulted in casualties that required the elders' attention. After Lin Yang's departure, the elders continued to praise him, extolling his strength, manners, and the commendable establishment of Tiandao Peak. At that moment, the Grand Elder stepped forward. "Is Elder 5 present?" "Present." Elder 5 responded. The Grand Elder's tone turned stern. "You are to lead a team to the blood demon sect immediately. Cleanse the sect." Although Li Kuang, the leader of the blood demon sect, had been slain, he had brought his followers to assault the Qingyun sect. An adult must bear the consequences of their actions, especially a sect leader. Having chosen this path, one must be prepared for the eradication of their sect. "Yes," Elder 5 declared emphatically, "I will incinerate the blood demon sect, eliminate every last one of them." "Fool," the Grand Elder chastised. "You represent a righteous sect. Mind your language." "Yes," Elder 5 replied, resolutely. "Our sect stands for justice, acting upon the will of heaven to eradicate the blood demon sect's injustices, saving the populace from peril, and upholding righteousness in the world. We shall strike at the villains and vow to dismantle their wickedness, restoring peace to the realm." Chapter 43, An Indestructible Egg. Half a day later, the Qingyun sect returned to its former tranquility, orderly and serene. Within the Elder Conference Hall, several elders who were not severely injured sat along the sides of the Grand Hall. In the center, before Elder 5, lay hundreds of storage rings. Reporting to the Grand Elder, "We have cleaned out the blood demon sect," he began. "Fool." The Grand Elder interjected again. "Mind your language. It is a temporary acquisition." Right, Elder 5 nodded vigorously. "We have temporarily secured a total of 360 storage rings from the blood demon sect. Additionally, I have leveled 32 demon peaks and destroyed 18 demon gates. All disciples of the blood demon sect were eliminated in the name of righteousness, liberating the common folk from their plight. Henceforth, there shall be no more remnants of the vile blood demon sect in Qingzhou, and all righteous colleagues may rest easy." Upon hearing this, the elders were visibly stirred, their faces alight with passionate excitement. Having slain Li Kuang, a late-stage great sage, they had earned their renown in battle. Moreover, with the resources and wealth they had temporarily acquired from the blood demon sect, the Qingyun sect could swiftly rise to prominence. Who would dare to look down upon the Qingyun sect in the future? Of course, all credit was due to Lin Yang, the master of Tiandao Peak. "Huh." The Grand Elder laughed heartily. "Let us store these treasures in the Qingyun sect's treasury." "Yes," Elder 5 instructed his subordinates to take all the storage rings away. Subsequently, he produced an egg. "Esteemed colleagues, I found this egg in Li Kuang's training chamber. He must have nourished it with an abundance of rare materials and protected it with formations, suggesting it holds great significance for the blood demon sect. After some experimentation, I could not discern its nature, so I decided to present it to everyone." The gathered elders turned their attention to the egg, which resembled a meteorite. its surface uneven, and a peculiar brown HUEDIT was indeed quite strange. The Grand Elder approached, sensing it for a moment before inspecting and touching it, his expression grave, seeing the Grand Elder's seriousness. Elder 5 curiously asked, "Grand Elder, can you discern anything about it?" The other elders also looked on with intrigue. "Nothing," the Grand Elder shook his head. "This egg feels unremarkable to me. It appears like a stone and feels like one too. I cannot ascertain its essence." Upon hearing this, the curiosity among the elders intensified, that if the Grand Elder could not determine its nature, what could it possibly be? They also approached, attempting to sense the egg with their accumulated knowledge. Yet they too found themselves empty-handed. This egg must belong to that old demon Li Kuang. It surely cannot be anything good, and might even be a demonic beast. Upon hearing this, the elders took a step back. Indeed, as far as I know, the Blood Demon sect has a penchant for using humans to refine blood demon pills. It's quite possible this egg was created through such means. Truly unfortunate. Elder 5, since you brought it back, you should keep it, they urged. Elder 5, upon hearing this, grew even more averse to the egg. "That I want nothing to do with it. You can all have it." He promptly distanced himself from the egg. And the others followed suit, maintaining their distance. "That in my opinion, it would be best to destroy it." This suggestion garnered the consensus of the majority. The Grand Elder tacitly agreed with this course of action. Soon, someone channeled their spirit power, levitating the egg high into the air before letting it drop. Clang. The egg, however, did not shatter. What? The assembly exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, someone began to attack the egg, but despite their best efforts, the egg remained unscathed. How could this be? We cannot even destroy it. They looked at one another in astonishment. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, then seized the egg, stating, "This object must be of considerable significance. I shall keep it for now. When the sect master returns, I will let her examine it." Upon hearing this, the others ceased their disputes, for having such a malevolent object temporarily stored was already a blessing. They naturally had no objections. After concluding the matter of the egg, the Grand Elder continued, "Esteemed colleagues, I have a matter to discuss with you all." The assembly listened intently. The Grand Elder slowly began. "You are all aware that our previous sect master fortuitously obtained a one-time bone gourd. According to legend, this gourd contains a record of an imperial-level cultivation technique. Initially, it was intended for the sect master to reach the late Great Sage stage. However, the sect master stated it was of no use to her, and thus did not utilize it. Later, it was meant for Li Mu, but he has yet to reach the late Great Sage stage, causing further delays. Now that Lin Yang can effortlessly slay a late-stage great sage like Li Kuang, I am inclined to bestow the bone gourd upon Lin Yang. What are your thoughts on this?" Esteemed colleagues, the Grand Elder looked upon the gathered elders, agreed. It was clear that Lin Yang was deserving of the bone gourd. Furthermore, without an imperial-level technique, Lin Yang could easily defeat Li Kuang. With it, his power would surely ascend to another level. The stronger he became, the better it would be for our Qingyun sect. "Give it to him." The elders chimed in, each expressing their opinions. "Very well." Seeing the consensus among the elders, the Grand Elder decisively declared, "Thus, I shall grant that technique to Lin Yang." Additionally, as Tiandao Peak has only recently begun its development, many facilities remain incomplete. Elder 5, take with you the same cultivation resources as the 6th peak, along with 10 spirit veins, and accompany me to Tiandao Peak. That I in the present day, the two prominent disciples of Tiandao Peak shine brilliantly, serving as exemplary candidates for the rise of the Qingyun sect. Naturally, they are to be supplied with ample resources for their cultivation. The presence of 10 spiritual veins greatly enhances the spiritual energy within Tiandao Peak, offering immense benefits for the cultivation of these two disciples. Consequently, the two departed from the elder meeting hall. Meanwhile, at Tiandao Peak, Lin Yang reclined on a lounge chair, still awaiting the return of Li Yilan. Beside him stood Yi Xiaoji, clutching the Shadow Assassination Heart Sutra. Master, I have mastered the opening passage of the Shadow Assassination Heart Sutra, but I find myself perplexed by the subsequent content. According to the opening, to become an assassin, one must first learn to conceal oneself. However, I have pondered this method of concealment for quite some time and have come up empty-handed. That I hope Master can provide some guidance to why Yi Xiaoji then presented the Shadow Assassination Heart Sutra to Lin Yang. He merely cast a glance at it, noting her attributes. Yi Xiaoji, with her orange trait of innate assassin, golden trait of daughter of shadows, and purple trait of the sacred body of shadows. If even she could not comprehend it, how could he? He was accustomed to a laid-back demeanor, still waiting for the path of the assassin to reveal itself. Nevertheless, as a master, Lin Yang adopted a serious tone. Have you heard the tale of the thief who covered his ears while stealing a bell? Yi Xiaoji nodded, familiar with such a nonsensical story. However, Lin Yang suddenly found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, Yi Xiaoji's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization that I understand now, master. You mean to convey that? Chapter 44. The Grand Elder's visit. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of clarity and confusion. What did this have to do with anything? He had yet to fabricate an explanation. Yet his clever disciple had grasped it. Lin Yang, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What do you understand?" Yi Xiaoji took a deep breath, steadying her thoughts. Master referenced the tale of the thief covering his ears to illustrate that the method of concealment is akin to that tale. To become invisible, one must first believe they are invisible, convinced that others cannot see them. Then am I right, master? Her gaze was bright, as though she had discovered a new realm of understanding upon hearing this. Lin Yang felt a mix of relief and admiration. Fortunately, she had not concluded that to master the art of concealment, one must strip themselves bare. However, the very essence of the tale was flawed. In Yi Xiaoji's deduction, that to be invisible, one must first believe in their invisibility. Was it indeed correct? Noticing Lin Yang's silence, Yi Xiaoji continued, "Master, perhaps my previous explanation was overly simplistic. That in reality, my understanding is that if one harbors the concept of invisibility within, they can indeed become invisible." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's spirits soared. If she articulated it this way, he could comprehend. He recalled when Li Yilan struggled to learn the profound truths of the 10,000 sword heart. It was merely one phrase from him. If one has the sword in their heart, drawing it becomes natural. Thus, his clever disciple had not only grasped the Heart Sutra, but also penetrated the essence of the sword path. Yi Xiaoji, without his guidance, had managed to express such insight. Truly a prodigy with the talent of an innate assassin. Lin Yang laughed heartily. "My dear disciple, your comprehension is undoubtedly correct. Proceed with your cultivation following the logic of the thief covering his ears. And I assure you, you will achieve remarkable accomplishments." "Yes, master." Yi Xiaoji's small face beamed with gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance and your benevolence in my rebirth." Reflecting on the previous day, she had been a powerless girl, ensnaring cultivators to save her father. Now, in just one night, she had not only joined the sect, but also undergone a spiritual assessment, earning the favor of many elders and gifts. Her cultivation had even soared to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Having begun to practice the Shadow Assassination Heart Sutra, all thanks to her master before her. Having lived at the bottom of society, looked down upon, and oppressed by unscrupulous cultivators, she had found few who truly cared for her, with her master being one of them. She knelt and bowed 3 times before rising to continue her cultivation. After Yi Xiaoji departed, Lin Yang resolved to seek the Grand Elder for a particular item. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the Grand Elder and the 5th Elder appeared at Tiandao Peak. "Greetings, Grand Elder." "Greetings, 5th Elder." Lin Yang stood and bowed respectfully to the two, that there's no need for such formality. The Grand Elder replied with a gentle smile. Yet, as he began to speak, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of spiritual energy, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Why is the spiritual energy here at Tiandao Peak so dense? The 5th Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is even richer than that of our elders' cultivation grounds. Naturally, the interplay between the Tang Chun Yi Pin and the Wan Dao Tea tree produces an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Lin Yang explained with a smile that it is likely that the sect master intentionally designed it this way when constructing Tiandao Peak. The 2 elders nodded in understanding. Given the sect master's capabilities, such a feat is indeed achievable. However, with just a hot spring and a single tea tree, this is rather humble. Please prepare a list of what you require. Do not hesitate to let me know." The Grand Elder said with a hint of concern. After all, this is a peak. It cannot be so simplistic. Lin Yang merely smiled and nodded that if they were to learn that the hot spring contained chaotic energy and that the tea tree was a Wan Dao tea tree, what expressions would they wear? Of course, he was not one to flaunt his possessions. Yet fortune had a way of revealing itself that by the heavens. The fifth elder exclaimed, "Grand Elder, look! Is that the Hall of Martial Gods?" The Grand Elder turned to gaze, indeed spotting the Hall of Martial Gods standing resplendently nearby. "What is this?" he remarked, astonished, glancing between Lin Yang and the Hall of Martial Gods that he hurried over to examine it closely. Confirming its authenticity. "Lin Yang, where did this come from?" Lin Yang smiled. "Naturally, it was a gift from the sect master. Everything that is difficult to explain is a gift from my wife." Hearing this, the Grand Elder cast a deep look at Lin Yang. While the fifth elder, slow to catch on, asked Sect Master, "Is it truly possible?" "Fool! Do not ask what you should not," the Grand Elder scolded, shooting the fifth elder a glare. Turning back to Lin Yang, he smiled. "Well, young man, it seems you are far more extraordinary than I had imagined. Since that is the case, I will not pry, as long as your heart remains with the Qingyun sect, of course." Lin Yang nodded, then added, "However, regarding the Hall of Martial Gods at Tiandao Peak, I would appreciate it if the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder could help spread the word that I welcome anyone from the Qingyun sect to challenge me." After all, he had set a rather outrageous rule within the Hall of Martial Gods. He hoped for as many challengers as possible. "Rest assured, I will take care of this matter," the Grand Elder assured him. He then grew solemn while looking at Lin Yang. "Lin Yang, I have come to deliver something of utmost importance to you." Upon hearing the phrase utmost importance, Lin Yang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The Grand Elder was typically composed. He would not act this way unless the matter was truly significant. "Please make your intentions clear." The Grand Elder chuckled softly, "That I know you're eager, but hold your horses. This item is considered a treasure of the Qingyun sect. So before I present this gift to you, I have a small request." Seeing the Grand Elder's mysterious demeanor piqued Lin Yang's curiosity to its peak. "Please, Grand Elder, speak plainly." The Grand Elder nodded. "First, you must vow that upon receiving this item, you will prioritize the development and growth of the Qingyun sect above all else. Furthermore, regardless of where you may find yourself in the future, should the Qingyun sect be in danger or require your assistance, you must return to fight for it. Can you commit to this?" Lin Yang nodded. "I can certainly do that. After all, my wife is the sect master. And I will strive to build and develop the Qingyun sect, as for fighting for it, that goes without saying. Anyone who dares to threaten the Qingyun sect is threatening my wife, and I will undoubtedly stand up for her." Thus, the Grand Elder's requests were easily fulfilled. Simultaneously, Lin Yang was intensely curious about what exactly the Grand Elder intended to give him. Seeing Lin Yang's agreement, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. "Good, with your words. I am at ease. Now, I shall present to you the treasure of the Qingyun sect." The Grand Elder produced a bone artifact, carefully placing it in Lin Yang's palm. Upon seeing the bone, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing it with a puzzled expression directed at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled slyly. "Do not spread this around. Within this bone lies an imperial-level technique." Hearing this, Lin Yang leapt with astonishment. "What?" Chapter 45. Borrowing treasures to annihilate the Shao family. Observing Lin Yang's astonishment, the Grand Elder wore a smug smile. "How does it feel?" The imperial-level technique is a rarity within the entire Qingzhou region. With at most 3 copies, congratulations. You now possess one. Do not speak too loudly. You are now the strongest in our Qingyun sect, and thus, you must cultivate this imperial-level technique in secret, surprising everyone in due time. The Elder has faith in you. With your remarkable talents and abilities, once you acquire this technique, you will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. However, you must never forget the well digger when you drink water. The predecessors plant trees for future generations to enjoy their shade. You must regard serving the sect and being responsible to it as your sacred duty. Do you understand?" As the Grand Elder spoke, his excitement grew, his words flowing forth with such fervor that he seemed ready to soar. In his eyes, Lin Yang would surely share his elation upon receiving this royal-level technique. Yet, the more the Elder spoke, the more animated he became, while Lin Yang, conversely, grew increasingly calm. In the end, his expression became utterly devoid of emotion, and he found himself completely at peace. Earlier, he had been lured in by the Grand Elder's fervent speech, expecting something extraordinary, only to discover it was merely a royal-level technique. To him, this was rather mundane. The techniques he imparted to his disciples were all imperial level, rendering such a technique unworthy of his attention. Consequently, his interest waned significantly. Observing this scene, what began as a delightful moment of shared laughter turned awkward with only him remaining amused. The Grand Elder inquired, "Lin Yang, do you not appreciate the gift I have bestowed upon you?" Lin Yang momentarily found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a notification chime echoed in his mind. The host has triggered the external gift mechanism. Option 1. Accept the royal level technique from the Grand Elder and receive a return gift of 12 royal level techniques, thus fostering a loving family atmosphere within the sect. Option 2. Refuse the royal level technique from the Grand Elder and suffer a reduction of 1 inch in your... Well, you know what? Goodness, what a ridiculous system. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yang's heart surged with tumultuous excitement, and he hastily declared, "I choose option 1. I choose it without hesitation. Quickly, let me select one that you may be short, but I shall not be." He was a principled individual. Ding, congratulations. Host has acquired 12 royal level techniques. They have been stored in your backpack. The host may present them as a gift to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Grand Elder, noticing Lin Yang's prolonged silence, remarked, "Ah, you little rascal. You truly think little of the gift I have given you." Lin Yang snapped back to reality. "Not at all. I am deeply grateful for the Grand Elder's generous gift." He then accepted the technique. Satisfied, the Grand Elder smiled. "Now that's more like it. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a fine saddle. Your strength has grown significantly, and with a worthy technique to complement it. Wouldn't that be splendid?" He then instructed the 5th Elder to hand Lin Yang a storage ring. "This contains the sect's resources for your cultivation at the Heavenly Tao Peak. I have modest expectations. You must diligently teach those 2 disciples of yours, for they are the hope of the Qingyun sect." Lin Yang nodded and accepted the cultivation resources. Indeed, he found himself in need of such resources. However, since the Grand Elder and the 5th Elder had made a rare visit to the Heavenly Tao Peak, he felt compelled to extend his hospitality and present them with a token of appreciation. Thus, Lin Yang began retrieving the 12 royal level techniques from his system backpack and also produced some Dao tea leaves from the storage ring. The Grand Elder burst into laughter. "No need for such trouble. We lack for nothing. Besides, your Heavenly Tao Peak is just starting out, and honestly, there is nothing of note here. Within our sect, we do not engage in such exchanges. If you truly wish to give, then ensure you teach your 2 disciples well. That would bring me great comfort." However, as soon as the Grand Elder laid eyes on the 12 royal level techniques Lin Yang presented, he was instantly rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. What royal level techniques?" The 5th Elder stammered in response. 12 in total." Both exclaimed in unison, their shock palpable. "Here." Lin Yang handed them over without hesitation. "Excellent." The Grand Elder eagerly cradled the 12 royal level techniques. Hurriedly examining them, upon confirming their authenticity, his breath quickened. Just 2 royal level techniques could enable the Qingyun sect to dominate in Qingzhou. What about 12? The thought was unfathomable. Moreover, he now comprehended why Lin Yang had appeared so nonchalant about receiving a royal level technique. It was because he had riches of his own. How foolish of him not to have guessed Lin Yang's recent transformations indicated he possessed something substantial. "Lin Yang, I am genuinely curious. Where did you acquire these royal level techniques?" The Grand Elder inquired, his excitement palpable. Lin Yang, momentarily taken aback, realized he needed to fabricate another excuse. Just then, the Grand Elder answered his own question. "Ah, it must have been the sect leader who bestowed them upon you, right?" Lin Yang chuckled. "Indeed, just as you have said, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder joined in the laughter, while the 5th Elder looked on in confusion. "Wait, does the sect leader actually have access to such techniques?" At this, both men ceased their laughter. "Fool! Do not ask questions that should remain unasked," the Grand Elder admonished. He understood that the sect leader could not possibly possess such treasures. However, since Lin Yang was unwilling to divulge, he refrained from probing further, displaying a keen sense of tact. Moreover, Lin Yang's generosity in offering these techniques underscored his commitment to the Qingyun sect. That alone was more than sufficient. There was no need to dig deeper. The Grand Elder continued to chuckle, and shortly thereafter, Lin Yang presented the Dao tea leaves. "Grand Elder, this is but a small token of my appreciation." Yes, the Grand Elder nodded. To him, this modest offering paled in comparison to the 12 royal level techniques. He passed the tea leaves to the fifth elder, saying, "Fifth elder, you are a connoisseur of tea. You should accept these." The fifth elder nodded and carefully stored the tea leaves away. Thus, Lin Yang's gifts were successfully given. However, he still had one important item he wished to borrow from the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, I would like to borrow something from you," Lin Yang stated. "Ditto. What is it you wish to borrow?" The Grand Elder replied slowly, "As long as it is within my capacity, I shall lend it to you. That I wish to borrow the Qingyun sect's treasured artifact, the Qingyun bell, for a time," Lin Yang expressed. The Qingyun bell? Both the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder were taken aback. The Qingyun bell was an imperial artifact left behind by the sect's founder. It possessed the ability to bind the heavens and trap the souls of beings, serving as the sect's most sacred relic, only to be used in critical moments. "Why would you wish to borrow the Qingyun bell?" the Grand Elder inquired. Lin Yang replied with determination, "To annihilate the Shao family." "What?" Both the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder were taken aback by his words, exchanging surprised glances. The Shao family was a formidable force, rivaling the Qingyun sect, and they had an ancient ancestor who had been in seclusion for many years. They turned to Lin Yang, asking, "Are you serious?" Lin Yang nodded firmly. "I am quite serious. The young master of the Shao family, Xiao Hua, has proclaimed, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a youth as poverty." Furthermore, according to his disciple Li Yilan, that Xiao Hua has an alchemist guiding him. It is clear to me that he cannot be spared, that he can easily slay late-stage great saints. It is time to eradicate the Shao family. Seeing Lin Yang's resolute demeanor, the Grand Elder ceased to press further. After all, they had heard of the events involving the Shao family and Li Yilan during the sect's recruitment ceremony. The Shao family had stolen a precious treasure from Li Yilan's family, murdered her parents, and imprisoned her in a dog cage, feeding her dog food and drawing her blood. The animosity was indeed a thorn in Lin Yang's heart. It was entirely reasonable for him to seek vengeance for his disciple by eliminating the Shao family. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder responded, "Very well. Tomorrow morning, at the sect square, I will hand you the Qingyun bell and arrange for some skilled individuals to accompany you. Does that sound acceptable?" Lin Yang replied, "Grand Elder, simply lending me the Qingyun bell is sufficient. I need no additional assistance, that I can handle this alone." "Absolutely not." The Grand Elder's expression turned grave. "While it is true that your strength has grown formidable, you and I both understand the wisdom in the saying, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle of chopsticks is hard to snap. The more individuals you have, the greater your strength. Moreover, you are now a pillar of the Qingyun sect. Nothing must happen to you. You must heed my counsel." "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes," Lin Yang conceded, nodding in agreement. Thus, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder prepared to depart to select suitable personnel. However, just at that moment, an egg rolled out from the Grand Elder's pant leg. The Fifth Elder, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed, "Grand Elder, you've dropped your egg." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately felt a wave of embarrassment, his face turning dark. "Fool! That is your egg." The Fifth Elder dared not to refute and hurriedly attempted to seize the egg. However, just as he extended his hand, the egg swiftly leapt into Lin Yang's grasp with a whoosh. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the egg, which resembled a meteorite with its uneven surface, and turned to the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder, inquiring this. The Grand Elder promptly elucidated, "That is the Fifth Elder's egg." The Fifth Elder, startled, retorted, "My egg is still here." "That is not my egg." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang was further perplexed. What a perplexing exchange! Whose egg was this, after all? The Fifth Elder exclaimed, "This egg was obtained by me from the Blood Demon sect." That he then recounted the entire saga to Lin Yang. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately passed the egg back to the Fifth Elder, declaring, "I want nothing to do with the possessions of the Blood Demon sect. After all, that sect is notorious for using living beings in their rituals. This item must be tainted." The Fifth Elder's countenance darkened, and he promptly handed the egg to the Grand Elder, stating, "I do not want it either. What about you two?" The Grand Elder suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As it appeared they were treating him as if he were the one desiring the egg. He glanced at the Fifth Elder, who quickly averted his gaze, and then at Lin Yang, who was also looking around, clearly indicating that none of them wished to claim it. Thus, the burden fell upon him as the unwitting recipient. However, he was curious as to how this egg had fallen from the storage ring. Just then, with another whoosh, the egg flew back into Lin Yang's hands. Lin Yang hastily tossed the egg to the fifth elder, who in turn promptly attempted to pass it to the Grand Elder. Yet, as soon as the Grand Elder received it, the egg soared back into Lin Yang's grasp. Just as Lin Yang was about to engage in another round of tossing it back, he was interrupted by the Grand Elder. "Stop! I can see this egg has taken a particular liking to you. You may keep it for your own study." Lin Yang was unwilling, insisting on returning it to the Grand Elder. However, the Grand Elder stated, "This is an order. Keep it." Thus, the egg remained firmly in Lin Yang's possession, leaving him in a state of deep distress. That moment, a powerful beam of sword light sliced through the skies. Landing steadily before Lin Yang, it was a woman, none other than Li Yilan. "Disciple pays respects to the master," she proclaimed in a resonant voice, neither servile nor arrogant. Lin Yang nodded, observing the sword cultivator who had recently broken through, her previously cool demeanor now radiating an aura of formidable sword energy, reminiscent of frost. Indeed, after a few days' absence, she appeared transformed, as if she had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis during her time at the Martial God Hall. "Not bad. It seems you have reaped considerable gains," he remarked, a modest achievement, but the disciple must continue to strive for greater cultivation. Li Yilan responded humbly, while respectfully presenting the sect leader's token. Lin Yang accepted the token, nodding in satisfaction. This young girl was indeed a soul marked by hardship. The injustices of fate and the trials she endured had not fostered malevolence within her heart, that on the contrary, as her realm advanced, so too did her state of mind, making her increasingly resemble a little adult. "Now, quickly greet the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder," Lin Yang instructed. Disciple Li Yilan pays respects to the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder. She politely bowed in greeting. However, upon finishing her words, both elders remained utterly silent. Li Yilan raised her head, stealing a glance at the two, and called out more loudly, "Disciple Li Yilan pays respects to the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder." Still neither responded. Lin Yang looked up and discovered that both elders were staring blankly at Li Yilan, their mouths agape in astonishment, as if they could fit a fist inside. "Elders, my disciple is paying her respects." Lin Yang nudged them, signaling them to snap out of it. Only then did they regain their senses and hurriedly reply, "No need for such formalities, no need." Yet the astonishment on their faces remained unabated. The Grand Elder pointed at Li Yilan and asked Lin Yang, "Don't tell me this little girl is the one who borrowed immense spiritual energy to establish her foundation during the Elder Council meeting? The one we gifted? Indeed. Is there a problem, Grand Elder?" Lin Yang inquired curiously. "Do you think I have no issues?" "I have a massive problem." The Grand Elder glared at Lin Yang and continued, "I recall she had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And now she can fly with her sword. Moreover, that terrifying sword aura surrounding her likely surpasses that of several elders. Child, do tell, what realm have you reached?" Li Yilan glanced at Lin Yang, who nodded in encouragement. She then replied, in response to the Grand Elder, "I have just broken through to the nascent soul stage, by heavens." Before the Grand Elder could respond, the Fifth Elder interjected with a loud exclamation, startling the Grand Elder. "You scoundrel." The Grand Elder glared fiercely at the Fifth Elder, reprimanding, "Can't you be a bit more civilized?" Then he exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Grabbing Li Yilan's hand excitedly, he said, "Child, you are truly extraordinary. You must know that the earliest disciple to break through to the nascent soul stage in our Qinyan sect was Yun Shun, the master of Sword Peak, and it took him 2 months. Yet this child, having joined the sect for less than half a month, has already achieved the nascent soul stage. Absolutely astonishing. Our Qinyan sect has produced a dragon." Chapter 47. The Secret to Raising Dragons. Grand Elder. "Please be mindful of the occasion, your status, and your language," the Fifth Elder, unable to tolerate the Grand Elder's crude remarks, cautioned. "Mindful? What does that even mean?" The Grand Elder huffed. "Our Qinyan sect has produced such a remarkable disciple. What's wrong with me expressing my excitement with a few expletives? Who cares what you say? I'm going to shout. This is absolutely exhilarating." The Fifth Elder echoed loudly, "Indeed, this is truly exhilarating, scoundrel." The Grand Elder glared at the Fifth Elder, admonishing, "I've told you countless times to maintain decorum in front of the sect's disciples." The Fifth Elder protested with a look of injustice. "Why can you be uncivilized while I must be polite?" Because I am in charge of you, and no one is in charge of me. The Grand Elder chose not to continue the argument with the Fifth Elder, and instead approached Lin Yong and Li Yilan with a hearty laugh. Lin Yong, tell me how you managed to cultivate a dragon. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong smiled and replied, Firstly, it is undoubtedly due to my disciples' extraordinary talent and quick learning abilities in cultivation. Extraordinary talent, spare me that. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, suppressing his urge to speak unrefined words. Who doesn't know that Li Yilan possesses only a grade 1 talent? Is that what you call extraordinary? As for her quick cultivation, that is even more absurd. So many disciples with grade 1 talent have wept in frustration over their failures to break through to the foundation establishment stage. How is it that only Li Yilan cultivates rapidly? He then shot Lin Yong a glare, adopting an attitude that suggested he would not relent until he received an answer. Lin Yong chuckled again. Secondly, it is naturally because the sect leader has taught me well how to cultivate disciples. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression turned a mix of frustration and speechlessness. Fine, I can't argue with you. Yes, it is the sect leader's merit. I will take your word for it. Lin Yong smiled but remained silent. The Grand Elder then turned serious, stating, However, I must say this up front. If you dare to ruin these two disciples, I will hold you accountable. Yes, I assure you I will fulfill my duties, Lin Yong responded. Satisfied, the Grand Elder nodded. All right, we have discussed what needed to be said, and I have received what I am owed, that if you need anything further, just contact me directly. As for borrowing the Qinyan Bell and gathering personnel to annihilate the Xiao family, I will arrange that. Well then, shall we take our leave? Lin Yong inquired politely. It is rare for the two elders to visit Tiandao Peak. Allow me to show you around. The Grand Elder rubbed his temples and replied, Another time, please. You know I can't linger too long at Tiandao Peak. Otherwise, I might suffer a stroke from all this excitement. First, the majestic martial god Hall appeared. Then he obtained 12 royal-level cultivation techniques. And finally, witnessing Li Yilan's exceptional prowess, all in the span of merely half an hour, left him astonished time and again. At his age, his heart could scarcely endure such shocks. He and the Fifth Elder then transformed into a streak of light and departed. Initially, the Grand Elder believed that fleeing Tiandao Peak would lessen his astonishment, yet the shock continued to reverberate within him. Upon returning to the Elder Council meeting room, the Grand Elder immediately convened a council meeting. During the meeting, the gathered elders, their faces filled with curiosity, asked, Grand Elder, how was it? Did that Lin Yong fellow nearly faint from excitement upon receiving the royal-level techniques? Silence. The Grand Elder admonished, I warn you all. If there are any more instances of gifting Lin Yong, do not expect me to handle it, that if anyone insists, I will turn against them. The elders exchanged bewildered glances. What was wrong with the Grand Elder? Could it be that Lin Yong failed to recognize the value of the royal-level techniques and offended the Grand Elder? Just as they were lost in confusion, the Grand Elder mysteriously smiled. Because the gift given to Lin Yong was utterly humiliating. I cannot afford to lose face over this. Upon hearing this, the elders were even more perplexed. The gifts from the Grand Elder were not of lowly rank. How could there be any talk of shame? Enough of this chatter. I, Mao Ping, hereby announce that from now on, our Qinyan sect's goal is to set its sights on the sacred land. Suddenly, he exuberantly pulled out 12 royal-level cultivation manuals and proclaimed with lofty aspirations, I brought one royal-level manual as a gift. And after the gift exchange, that rascal Lin Yong returned to me 12 royal-level manuals. That MY face is thoroughly tarnished. Yet it is worth it. From this moment forth, everyone in the Qinyan sect shall engage in shameless and frenzied cultivation. I intend to elevate the Qinyan sect to the status of a sacred land. What? 12 royal-level manuals? The elders exchanged glances, and uproar ensued. They rushed toward the Grand Elder, seizing those 12 royal-level manuals. Examining and caressing them, their faces alight with astonishment and delight. Heavens, these are indeed royal-level manuals. All of them. What fortune! Ha! After living so many years nearing death, this is my first encounter with such an abundance of royal-level manuals. One elderly man, frail and withered, was so overwhelmed that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the shock and enthusiasm in their hearts. After swallowing a pill to steady his mind, he eagerly grasped one of the royal-level manuals, exclaiming, I just spat blood. May I take a look first? Of course. Let us all take a look together. The hall was filled with exclamations, sighs, and cries of joy, with one elder even kneeling in excitement, shouting, "Heaven bless the Qingyun sect. We are coming to the Qingyun's sacred land." Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder smiled with pride, completely forgetting how astonished he had been at Tiandao Peak. "Look at your small aspirations. Truly a bunch of inexperienced old men." "Indeed, we are but inexperienced old men," the elders chuckled, albeit with a hint of pain. One elder curiously asked, "Grand Elder, how did Lin Yang come to possess so many royal-level manuals?" After all, they were all too aware of Lin Yang's previous circumstances. Now, he had suddenly transformed into a wealthy individual with enhanced strength and possessions. Preposterous, the Grand Elder scolded angrily that he himself wishes to know. But since Lin Yang remained silent, I can only say, Lin Yang selflessly presented these for your cultivation. Can't that silence your doubts? I declare that these manuals may be cultivated by anyone suitable. With that, the crowd raised their arms in jubilant unison, chanting, "Heaven bless the Qingyun sect." The Grand Elder smiled contentedly. "Elder Wu, brew a pot of the tea gifted by Lin Yang. I shall drink it to calm my astonishment." Soon, Elder Wu presented a cup of tea to the Grand Elder. The tea shimmered like amber, embodying the essence of autumn light, with a fragrance that blended floral sweetness and the earthy tones of moss and pine. "It appears quite splendid," the Grand Elder mused, before consuming the entire cup. The liquid flowed smoothly down his throat, akin to a spiritual stream rushing forth, warmth radiating throughout his being, its essence penetrating deep into his organs. In an instant, his body trembled violently, light emanating from within him, reminiscent of a constellation's brilliance. His meridians expanded like an ethereal river, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy transformed from the tea, strength surging within his flesh, and his aura rising steadily. Within him, pathways of profound meaning surged restlessly, yearning to break free from their constraints and transcend into sanctity. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, having believed that after departing Tiandao Peak, he would no longer be astonished by Lin Yang's gifts. Yet he was gravely mistaken, terribly mistaken. This tea possessed the power to enlighten one's path. Upon hearing this, the crowd that had been clamoring to see the royal-level manuals turned in unison to gaze at the Grand Elder, as if they had spotted a long-lost spouse. Enlightenment. "What do you mean, Grand Elder? What kind of tea is this?" An astute individual hurriedly seized the Grand Elder's teacup and tasted a few drops. As the tea slid down his throat, it felt as though myriad threads of spiritual essence wove through his body, resonating. His bones cracked, inscribing the mysterious power of the path, strengthening like divine iron. His organs sparkled, impurities expelled, vitality surging like a spring forest. He felt as though he had been reborn, gaining a new understanding of his cultivated path, and simultaneously experiencing a sense of breakthrough. This tea truly enables enlightenment. With this revelation, Elder Wu immediately lifted the teapot and took a hearty sip. "Wow!" he exclaimed, a transcendent sensation washing over him, as the once obscure and perplexing path of cultivation suddenly became clear. Seeing this spectacle, the other elders could hardly focus on the manuals anymore. They scrambled to seize the teapot. After all, these old men, having aged due to their innate talents and understanding, had failed to elevate their realms, leading to their current senescence. Now, with the aid of this wondrous tea, their comprehension of the path could ascend to new heights, enhancing their strength and prolonging their lives. Thus they naturally vied for it eagerly. Even as the teapot's spout bore the marks of their eager bites, they showed no disdain, drinking with great relish. The effects of the myriad paths tea soon manifested, with waves of profound meaning circulating throughout the elders' assembly room, and some even breaking through on the spot. This situation persisted until dusk. The elders took deep breaths, their abdomens steady. "This is delightful. Grand Elder, where did you acquire such miraculous tea?" Lin Yang provided it. The Grand Elder replied, reflecting on his earlier assumption that the tea leaves were ordinary, only to discover their enlightening properties. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. First, 12 royal-level manuals, and now tea that facilitates enlightenment. What extraordinary abilities does Lin Yang possess? If given the chance, they must engage with him more. At this moment, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards the timid Elder Wu. "Elder Wu, present the tea." "What?" Elder Wu stammered. This tea is the sect's treasure. Every use requires unanimous consent from all elders, naturally reverting to the sect. Thus, the tea-loving elder Wu reluctantly surrendered the tea leaves to the Grand Elder. Then, the Grand Elder prepared to issue orders to annihilate the Xiao family. "All right, I have an announcement to make," he declared. Hearing this, the elders turned their attention to the Grand Elder. Tomorrow morning, the master of Tiandao Peak, Lin, intends to eradicate the Xiao family. All of you must accompany him. No one may decline. These old men, who had grown accustomed to a life of comfort and cherished their lives, were met with a commanding tone, leaving no room for disobedience. The to their astonishment. Eradicate the Xiao family? The elders looked at the Grand Elder in disbelief. Indeed, eradicate the Xiao family. The Grand Elder affirmed with a nod. What? Do you wish to oppose this? I oppose nothing. One elder exclaimed that I have long been itching for action. When do we depart? Why not go now? Yes, the Xiao family dared to confine our Qingyun sect disciples in a doghouse. I have long found them displeasing. Eliminate them all. The elders voiced their agreement. Each one more fervent than the last, with not a single individual retreating. The Grand Elder was taken aback by this unexpected fervor. The elders continued to discuss amongst themselves, with one suggesting, I propose that for this eradication of the Xiao family, we should mobilize the entire sect, allowing the younger disciples to witness. Indeed, I shall bring my entire family, another elder declared. Encouraged by their words, some elders began to send messages to rally others. Where? What? Your immortal pig just gave birth. Forget about that pig. A brother has a task for you. Hurry, dear. What? You're looking at coffins? Stop that and bring me my 30-meter-long cleaver. I'm off to do something life-prolonging. Brother, I miss you. Where are you? I need you here, friends. Come quickly. No questions. There's something urgent. Gather round, sisters, besties, Xiaomei, Xiaofang, and Xiaoli. By the time the Grand Elder realized what was happening, the assembly hall was already filled with 300 to 400 eager individuals. Grand Elder, we are willing to accompany Master Lin to flatten the Xiao family. Seeing this multitude, the Grand Elder was utterly stunned. Were these not the same individuals who had always been complacent and cherished their lives? How had they suddenly turned so fervent? Yet it made sense. First the 12 royal-level manuals, then the myriad paths tea. They had tasted the sweetness of opportunity. Moreover, they had never faced such a lucrative battle in their lives. If Lin Yang could effortlessly slay the blood demon sect's leader, how insignificant was the Xiao family in comparison? All these factors combined, and naturally, they rushed forward eagerly. The Grand Elder stated, those below the minor sacred realm should refrain from causing chaos. Sending you fledglings to such battles would only disgrace the Qingyun sect. You have not diligently cultivated, and now you can only be eliminated. No, please no. The discarded disciples let out anguished wails, the elders, having finally summoned them for a rare meal, found that due to insufficient cultivation levels, they were unable to partake in the feast, which naturally left them heartbroken at a false alarm. Indeed, although I have aged somewhat, I have managed to barely reach the minor saint realm. One elder, uncertain whether he had crawled out from the ground or emerged from a coffin, expressed his relief. The Grand Elder added, those who are too old cannot go. Such ancient relics are truly irreplaceable. Ah, no, please no. A chorus of frail, sorrowful cries arose. Nevertheless, the number of attendees was still overwhelming. Thus, the Grand Elder began to meticulously select participants. Each time someone was turned away, the lamentations echoed endlessly, at the peak of Sword Peak. The second elder Yi Jiangxiong and Li Mu observed the bustling long elder conference hall. What is happening? Why are there so many people heading towards the hall? Has something occurred? The second elder soon summoned a disciple clad in black robes. The disciple recounted the events leading up to the situation. After listening, the second elder turned to Li Mu and said, this may be our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once they all proceed to the Xiao family, the entire Qingyun sect will be left vacant, allowing us to. Before he could finish, Li Mu turned to the black-robed disciple. You mentioned that Lin Yang is attacking the Xiao family members, and the Grand Elder requires participants to possess at least a minor saint realm and not be too old. Correct? The black-robed disciple affirmed. Indeed, sect leader L.I.At this. Yi Jiangxiong expressed his dissatisfaction. What are you so preoccupied with? I am discussing a grand plan with you. Why concern yourself with the strength requirements for attacking the Xiao family? Let me finish, the second elder attempted to continue, but was again interrupted by Li Mu. Apologies, second elder, but I have other matters to attend to that I must take my leave." With that, Li Mu transformed into a streak of light and departed. The following morning, atop Tiandao Peak, Lin Yang unleashed a furious punch upon the egg. After a surge of power, the egg remained unscathed, bouncing back into his hand. Get lost. He was truly on the verge of being driven mad by this egg. After toiling through the night, he found that knives could not shatter it, force could not break it, nor could fire char it. Moreover, he had no idea what it was, and it was exceedingly clingy. Even if he cast it thousands of miles away, it would promptly return to him. Frustrated, he threw the egg to the ground and stomped on it several times, only for it to return to his grasp once more. He felt utterly despondent. He was indeed a pitiful figure, that moment. Two graceful silhouettes emerged from the courtyard, the morning breeze caressing their hair like a gentle dance, presenting a scene of exquisite beauty. Master Dedel Ilan and Yi Xiaoji greeted Lin Yang in unison. Upon seeing the two young ladies, Lin Yang ceased his antics with the egg and placed it into his pocket, after spending the night together. It was clear that the two had formed a bond. Last night, he had overheard them whispering. In his presence, they referred to each other as senior and junior sisters, but when he was absent, they called one another sisters. Such a relationship was indeed commendable that he then said, "Now that you're awake, as I instructed last night, Xiaoji will remain here to guard the peak, to Li Lan. We shall head to Qingyan Square at once to rendezvous before advancing towards the Xiao family." Yes, Li Lan's expression turned serious, as she silently vowed, "Xiao family, you have destroyed my family, slain my parents, imprisoned me in a dog cage, and drained my bloodline. Today, you shall pay the price." Yi Xiaoji nodded in agreement, saying, "Master, senior sister, you must exercise utmost caution on this venture. I will await your return at Tiandao Peak." After hearing her senior sister's ordeal at the Xiao family, she had wept throughout the night, lamenting her insufficient strength to assist her, and could only offer her blessings. The two nodded and then transformed into streaks of light, heading towards the Qingyan Square. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the scene before them. "Master, are they all going with us to the Xiao family?" Li Lan exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the 20 elders standing at the forefront, all of whom she recognized from the elder conference. Revered for their virtues. However, they were now aligned in 2 rows, marching in perfect unison, with their heads held high, exuding an air of righteousness. Lin Yang's glance swept across the assembly, which numbered over 200. He approached the Grand Elder, bewildered. "How can there be so many?" The Grand Elder chuckled. "Since we are going to annihilate a clan, we must bring sufficient firepower. This time, I have summoned all those above the minor saint realm from the sect." "Wait, this is absurd." The Grand Elder pointed at the disciples at the back of the line, shouting, "Those over 100 at the rear were eliminated yesterday. Why are they still lingering? Go where it is cooler." "Grand Elder, the rise and fall of the sect is a shared responsibility. Allow them to join us," one stubborn disciple insisted. "Get lost." The Grand Elder sternly dismissed several individuals before turning back to Lin Yang with a smile. "Here, take this Qingyun bell." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Lin Yang accepted the Qingyun bell without hesitation. That it was a fist-sized artifact, intricately carved with runes. Though small, it was indeed an imperial weapon, a treasure of the Qingyun Emperor. Specifically designed to combat soul entities, that it would undoubtedly be effective against the medicinal elder behind Xiaohua. After Lin Yang accepted it, the Grand Elder continued with a grin. "The sect has some miscellaneous matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you. However, I have provided you with 20 minor saint-level elders to wish you success and a swift return." With 20 minor saints, they represented over 2/3 of the Qingyun sect's combat strength. If all of them were to depart, would the sect not be left vacant? Moreover, was it truly necessary to employ such overwhelming force against a single Xiao family? "Grand Elder, I really do not require so many. I could manage with just 3 or 5 individuals." Lin Yang's expression was one of resignation, realizing that such a formidable lineup would surely terrify the Xiao family. "That won't do. I still find these 20 minor saints lacking in firepower. So I have equipped them with all the best artifacts available. The firepower must be sufficient. Furthermore, look over there." The Grand Elder pointed to a nearby figure. Lin Yang turned to see an elderly man dressed in simple robes. Appearing quite aged, carrying a sword on his back, his expression inscrutable. The Grand Elder winked and nudged Lin Yang, saying, "There are only 3 elders in our Qingyun sect, and I have invited one for you." He is a late saint-level expert at your disposal. That should suffice for firepower. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Yong forced a smile, thinking that such a lineup would surely uproot the Shao family. At that moment, the sword-carrying elder approached Lin Yong, sizing him up before speaking in a detached tone. I will handle those beneath 3 strikes. Anyone above that, I shall deal with. Then, the elder concealed his aura and vanished from sight. The Grand Elder leaned closer. He is an old master. That's just how they are. Don't take it to heart. Well, time is of the essence. You should set forth quickly and return swiftly. Seeing the Grand Elder's insistence, Lin Yong no longer refused. That in that case, I ask that the elders accompany me as we unleash the might of the Qingyan sect. Yes. All right. Understood. The crowd responded eagerly, their spirits high. Li Yilan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, bowed deeply to the assembled elders, saying, I, Li Yilan, deeply thank all the elders for your support. She understood that these elders were joining her in seeking vengeance against the Shao family, and she would forever remember this kindness. Immediately, Lin Yong, accompanied by Li Yilan, transformed into a streak of light and departed, followed closely by the throng of elders, buzzing with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with determination. They stomped their feet upon the ground, launching into the air like arrows released from a bow, their robes billowing as if caught in a tempest, becoming streaks of cloud as they vanished. The disciples below were momentarily stunned, then widened their eyes in awe as dust and sand swirled around the square, many instinctively raising their hands to shield themselves, once the group had left. The remaining disciples exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves in astonishment. With the Qingyan sect in action, not a blade of grass will remain. Within the territory of Qingzhou, the Qingyan sect's unusual behavior naturally heightened tensions among various sects and factions. The overwhelming aura they exuded was enough to obliterate a sect, especially considering that the Qingyan sect had recently annihilated the Blood Demon sect. Consequently, anxiety spread throughout Qingzhou. Whispers of rumors began to circulate. Oh no, they are killing. The Qingyan sect is killing. Oh no, they are setting fires. The Qingyan sect is setting fires. Oh no, they are robbing. The Qingyan sect is going to rob. Oh no, a family is about to be wiped out. Amidst such discussions, Lin Yong and his band of zealots were indeed tyrannical. Even the mosquitoes that dared to obstruct their path were met with a sword strike. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the Shao family. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Lin Yang's ears. Ding, Chapter 50. Those who stand in my way shall die. Ding, detected that the host has arrived at the Shao family to avenge his eldest disciple Li Yilan. The system rewards the host with a quasi-emperor puppet. It has been stored in the backpack and is ready for use at any time. A quasi-emperor level puppet. As Lin Yong gazed upon the quasi-emperor level puppet bestowed upon him by the system, an ominous feeling stirred within him. According to the established patterns, the system would not randomly present such an item without reason. It was certain that a significant event loomed on the horizon that necessitated the use of a quasi-emperor level puppet. Prompting its early delivery, that he slowly turned his attention to the grand estate of the Shao family. The Shao family, one of the 3 prominent clans of Qingzhou, was situated in the most prosperous area of the city, boasting well-connected roads and a robust economy, with 4 grand entrances facing all cardinal directions. Their strength and foundation were formidable, with countless experts among their ranks, capable of competing with the 3 major sections. Furthermore, they housed a renowned ancestor, a powerhouse on par with the elders of the Qingyan sect. Thus, it was evident that subduing the Shao family would not be an easy feat. That moment, the concealed elder wielding a sword suddenly emerged, prompting the crowd to pay their respects. The elder nodded slightly and addressed the 5th elder. Elder Wu, please inform the Shao family that we, the Qingyan sect, have come to seek an explanation. That we request that their representative come forth to meet us. Understood. Elder Wu nodded, preparing to relay the message. Wait. Lin Yong suddenly called out to Elder Wu. Master Lin, what is it? Elder Wu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The elder with the sword squinted at Lin Yong, but remained silent. Lin Yong spoke slowly. I see no need for such formalities. Let us charge an unimpeded and lay waste to the Shao family. After all, the Shao family scion, Shao Hua, had proclaimed 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth in their poverty, embodying the archetype of a favored child of destiny. Moreover, That elder Yao was undoubtedly a cunning figure of great experience. Should he utter a 3-year agreement and flee with Xiaohua, returning 3 years later with newfound strength to exact vengeance? Then all present, including the Qingyun sect, would face annihilation. Thus, Lin Yang was disinclined to engage in further discussions. He aimed to unleash devastation forthwith and eliminate all opposition. That I find this proposal quite agreeable, remarked the third elder, a relatively youthful elder. There is no need for us to waste words. We should simply strike. That I concur, added the fourth elder, a short yet stout old man. Last time, when Xiao Patian intruded upon our Qingyun sect, he did not bother to inform us in advance. Let us proceed, echoed a growing number of elders. After all, with such a plethora of formidable experts present, an elder at the late stage of the great sage realm, and a peak master capable of obliterating late-stage great sages with a mere finger. They had never encountered such a bountiful battle, and thus had not regarded the Xiao family with much seriousness. Humph. The elder with the sword wore a grim expression, snorting coldly. Though the Xiao family bears culpability, we, the Qingyun sect, are a righteous sect. We must act with justification before we can strike. The elder maintained a cold demeanor, upholding the so-called principles of justice. Lin Yang was disinterested in continuing the discourse. With a wave of his hand, the Qingyun sect was lifted high into the air. Buzz! The Qingyun bell expanded continuously, its inscriptions operating like a code. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the Qingyun bell transformed into a colossal structure spanning 10 kilometers. Boom! As the earth trembled, the Qingyun bell enveloped the Xiao family within its confines. Inside the bell, all soul-like entities were rendered immobile. Lin Yang commanded the assembled elders. Elder Wu, you will lead 4 elders to attack the northern gate. Elder Si, you shall lead 4 elders to assault the western gate. Elder San, you will take 4 elders to strike the eastern gate. The remaining 5 elders, along with Li Yilan, will accompany me to assault the southern gate. Yes. Understood. Agreed. The group responded in unison. Subsequently, they transformed into 4 formidable auras, hurtling toward the 4 grand gates of the Xiao family. Did I end the sky? The solitary elder with the sword stood, his expression a mix of white and black. That a venerable elder. He found himself subjected to such blatant defiance. Very well. Very good. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the departing Lin Yang, mentally conjuring a small chamber of darkness for him. Elder Wu arrived first at the northern gate. Who are you? Why have you appeared at the Xiao family? What is your business here? Inquired the gatekeeper. Elder Wu nonchalantly drew a long sword, coldly stating, I am here to renovate your northern gate. With that, he swung his sword, unleashing a powerful strike that cleaved the northern gate in half. Instantly, rubble fell, injuring numerous disciples. Ambush, report, we are under attack. At the western gate, Elder Si, a short yet sturdy elder, wielded a colossal iron hammer as his treasured weapon. The moment he appeared, the gatekeeper sensed his presence, but only glimpsed the massive hammer before it obliterated the exquisitely decorated western gate. The gatekeeper barely had time to register who the assailant was before meeting his demise. For the eastern gate, Elder San, a master of formations, led his group to breach the Xiao family's defenses and stealthily attack from the rear. The unfortunate guards at the eastern gate, until their last breath, believed they had been struck down by their own. Meanwhile, at the southern gate, the main entrance of the Xiao family, security was the tightest. With the greatest number of experts stationed there, Lin Yang and his group descended. Li Yilan struggled to contain an overwhelming surge of battle intent. This unusual behavior did not escape Lin Yang's notice. Are you recalling past events? He inquired. Indeed, Li Yilan clenched her fists. It was through this very gate that the Xiao family feigned an invitation to my parents to annul their marriage. My parents and I entered through this gate, only to find ourselves unable to leave. They murdered my parents, seized our family's treasured heirloom, and took me captive. Yilan choked back tears, her eyes brimming with sorrow as she recounted. Eventually, I escaped through this gate, barely surviving that moment. 6 guards stationed at the Xiao family's entrance noticed Lin Yang and his group, their brows furrowing in arrogance as they questioned. Who are you? What brings you to the Xiao family? Lin Yang offered no answer, instead turning to Li Yilan. My dear disciple, I was not by your side during those events, unable to support you. However, today, I shall personally accompany you to seek vengeance. Rest assured, I will always stand behind you to go forth. You were deceived once. This time, you shall charge in. Whoever stands in your way, eliminate them all. He was naturally protective of his disciples, and now he would shield Li Elon under his wings. Those who dishonor my disciple shall perish. Li Elon's tears glistened as she declared, I shall obey. Chapter 51. A chaotic scene. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just the little wretch Li Elon who escaped from the doghouse. The captain of the gatekeepers, upon recognizing Li Elon, began to mock her without hesitation. Did the young master not summon you to the 100 Flowers conference? Why have you come early? Perhaps you missed the dog food from the doghouse. You truly are a little wretch. It seems you have blossomed quite nicely in my absence that I have a rather impolite request. Before you indulge in dog food, could you allow me a moment of pleasure? Ha ha! The gatekeeper laughed uproariously. But the next moment, buzz! A sword beam sliced through the air. Pfft. The captain's head flew from his shoulders. Due to the tremendous speed, the severed head even had time to glance back at the headless body, which was gushing blood, devoid of any trace of amusement. The sudden decapitation left the remaining guards in a state of shock. What? You dare to kill someone at the Shao family's doorstep? Are you not concerned for your life? Under the myriad of terrified and incredulous gazes, Li Elon executed a swift strike, decapitating another guard. Blood gushed forth, rendering the scene grotesquely vivid. What? She dares to provoke and kill at the Shao family entrance. This spectacle instantly drew a throng of Shao family disciples, all exclaiming in astonishment. Never had anyone dared to brazenly commit murder at the Shao family's doorstep. Li Elon turned to the southern gate, coldly stating, the southern gate of the Shao family shall cease to exist immediately. Buzz! She unleashed several sword beams, her potent sword intent piercing through the southern gate structure like needles through thread. Boom! The grand southern gate crumbled and collapsed in an instant. Li Elon maintained a composed demeanor as she declared, the path has been cleared for my master and the elders. Please enter. With that, she wielded her sword and charged toward the gathered disciples of the Shao family. In the past, the Shao family had mercilessly hunted down members of the Li clan, sparing neither the old nor the weak. Thus, she would show no mercy now. All Shao family members must perish. Her decree was absolute. No one could intervene to the Yuaning realm. Li Elon was an unstoppable force, and wherever she went, the cries of Shao family disciples filled the air. But it was futile. Such was the nature of this world. The weak were preyed upon, and when I am weak, you slay my kin. When I am strong, I will slay yours. Everything was dictated by strength. There was no point in lamenting, for tears would not change a thing. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the Shao family members were gripped by fear and chaos. Enemy attack. Report. Quickly inform the family head. Such sounds reverberated through the four gates of the Shao family. For Lin Yang's command was to leave not a blade of grass to grow. Consequently, after breaching the gates, the elders from the east, south, west, and north advanced with a singular focus on slaughter. Wherever they went, even dogs would suffer their blades. Despite this chaos, Lin Yang maintained an expression of calm that in his eyes, the notion of profit was secondary. Right and wrong took precedence that if one was in the wrong, they would face his wrath. If right, then discussions of profit could commence. That it was as simple and brutal as that. Within the grand hall of the Shao family, the patriarch, Shao Patian, was entertaining a middle-aged man with a round face and a prosperous demeanor. His belly slightly protruding, resembling the Buddha. Ha! Lord Qingmu, do you see this arm of mine? Shao Patian lifted one of his arms and coldly stated, half a month ago, Luo Wuqing of the Qingyan sect severed my arm with a single sword strike. Yet now this arm has miraculously regenerated. That I trust, Lord Qingmu. You can discern the extraordinary support that backs the Shao family. Lord Qingmu chuckled lightly. The rebirth of a severed limb is indeed a remarkable feat. The Lord Qingmu before him was the head of the Qingmu sect of the 100 Flowers Valley, sharing a lineage with the Li Elon family, both descendants of the Flower Fairy. Indeed, Shao Patian continued to boast. Now that our two factions have united in alliance, sharing a common enemy, once we obtain the Xiling flower to revive my son's blood pupils, the future of the 100 Flowers Valley will be dictated by you. Lord Qingmu didn't know, the entirety of Qingzhou, the entire Xinhuang continent, will be under our command. Ah, come, let us toast to our brotherhood. vowing not to seek to live on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month in the same year. Henceforth, we shall aid one another. If your Qingmu sect faces peril, the Shao family shall lead the charge. If the Shao family is in trouble, the Qingmu sect shall do the same. That agreeable. Upon hearing this, the right eyelid of Lord Qingmu twitched, an unsettling feeling stirring within him. However, having reached the Shao family, he had resolved to pursue his purpose without retreat. That he smiled diplomatically. Very well. While we do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, we shall indeed perish together on the same day of the same month in the same year. Henceforth, for the matters of the Shao family, the Qingmu sect shall lead the charge. For the matters of the Qingmu sect, the Shao family must also take the lead. Cheers. The two, filled with noble sentiments, clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Just at that moment, a gatekeeper rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Patriarch, it's bad. A great calamity has befallen us. A group of elders has stormed through the north gate, and the gate's wall has been cleaved in half." What? Shao Potion's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The Shao family, a dominant force, had someone dared to breach the northern gate. This was akin to digging a grave beneath the feet of the deities. Utterly intolerable. Had they truly lost their senses? Meanwhile, an elder from Qingmu, still with unconsumed wine in his mouth, glanced at Shao Patian, then at his cup. Could it be? Just after he had sworn an oath of brotherhood with Shao Patian, the Shao family found itself in dire straits. Was this merely bad luck, or had Shao Patian set a trap for him? Could he retract his words now? At that moment, another gatekeeper rushed in, reporting, "Patriarch, it's dire. The west gate has been smashed to pieces by a massive iron hammer, and a group of elders is advancing, leaving many dead in their wake." Before Shao Patian could respond, yet another gatekeeper burst in, "Patriarch, it's terrible. The east gate's formation has been broken by a group of elders, and they are slaughtering their way out, leaving numerous casualties. Even several family dogs have been killed." What? How could this happen? Shao Patian was struck with immense shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Meanwhile, the elder from Qingmu hurriedly spat his wine back into his cup, filled with regret. Had he truly just sworn not to seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, only to have it manifest so swiftly? Who possessed such audacity to invade the Shao family? Shao Patian glanced at his men. The gatekeeper from the north shook his head, the one from the west shook his head, and the one from the east did the same. Enraged, Shao Patian bellowed, "A bunch of useless fools. What good are you to me?" With a surge of power, he struck down 3 of them. Who dares?" At that moment, another voice cried out, "Patriarch, urgent news from the south gate. Li Yilan has brought a group of people, and they are slaughtering their way through. We simply cannot withstand them." Chapter 52. The true face of Xiaohe, is that not my niece? Lord Qingmu exclaimed, taken aback by the name Li Yilan. Yes, a fellow descendant of the Flower Fairy. By lineage, Li Yilan should refer to him as uncle. Who could have anticipated that she would lead a charge against the Shao family? Presumably seeking vengeance for her parents, this was sheer madness. Lord Qingmu slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet in anger. "That girl is utterly unruly. Patriarch Shao, I share a familial connection with her. Allow me to go out and teach her a lesson and send her packing." "There's no need for that, Lord Qingmu," Shao Patian interjected. "I have been searching for her to settle the score. And now she has come to my doorstep. This is fortuitous indeed. Let us go and confront that little wretch and see who dares to support her in causing a ruckus at my Shao family." Shao Patian spoke coldly. Although his severed arm had miraculously regrown, the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Qingyun sect was to be accounted for by Li Yilan, and his son seemed to harbor a keen interest in her. The reason he had not taken action against the Qingyun sect was to await the 100 Flowers Conference, but her audacity to intrude upon the Shao family left him no choice but to act. "Very well," Lord Qingmu consented after a brief moment of silence. Just as Shao Patian and Lord Qingmu were about to leave the hall with their entourage, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, hovering above and looking down upon the Shao family hall. These figures were none other than Lin Yang and Li Yilan. Due to the reports from the Shao family, reinforcements had been dispatched to the east, south, west, and north gates, but Lin Yang had commanded the elders to push forward relentlessly, while he and Li Yilan aimed directly for the heart of the matter. Upon seeing the two, Lord Qingmu lowered his head. For Li Yilan was his relative, and he had been treated well by her parents. who were also descendants of the Flower Fairy. Knowing the Xiao family was responsible for the death of Li Yilan's parents, and that she now confronted them while he was allied with the Xiao family, he felt a deep sense of shame. Xiao Patian, however, halted and turned his gaze toward them, coldly inquiring, "So, she dares to storm the gates of my Xiao family. It is you who supports her from behind." Lin Yang calmly replied from his elevated position, "You are mistaken. In what way am I mistaken?" Xiao Patian squinted, demanding clarification. Lin Yang slowly stated, "It is not an intrusion. It is a demolition. Your Xiao family's southern gate has been reduced to rubble. I suspect the northern, eastern, and western gates have met similar fates. Beast, you dare invade my family and demolish my gates, and still have the audacity to be so brazen. You seek death." An elder beside Xiao Patian furiously pointed at Lin Yang, for the Xiao family had never been so affronted since its inception. Lin Yang frowned slightly, casting a cold gaze upon the elder. The elder, under Lin Yang's scrutiny, visibly faltered, stepping back 2 paces, feeling a surge of humiliation, yet mustered the courage to shout, "Why do you stare at me? Do you wish to kill me? This is the stronghold of the Xiao family, where experts abound. Even if you had 10 times your courage, you would not dare to kill me. Do you understand? Immediately kneel and apologize, begging for the Xiao family's forgiveness for your transgressions." But before he could finish a sentence, Lin Yang pointed at the elder without a word. Boom! The elder's body erupted, disintegrating into a cloud of blood and vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, the members of the Xiao family gasped in shock. Lin Yang had shown them no mercy. However, just moments ago, Elder Xiao Zhuan had merely pointed at Lin Yang, and Lin Yang had remained unharmed. Yet when Lin Yang pointed at Elder Xiao Zhuan, the elder had exploded. This made everyone clench their fists, hesitant to make any reckless gestures. Among the crowd, Lord Qingmu observed Lin Yang's formidable prowess. His expression filled with terror. It seemed his visit to the Xiao family was ill-timed, and he regretted forming an alliance with them so hastily. Beside him, Xiao Patian narrowed his eyes and remarked, "It seems the rumors of you killing the Blood Demon sect leader with a mere finger are indeed true." Clearly, Xiao Patian had heard of the incident and was curious as to how a seemingly insignificant person of the nascent soul realm had gained such power. And he could not see through Lin Yang's strength. "You old dog, your news travels fast," Lin Yang replied calmly. "Since you are aware that I can kill the Blood Demon sect leader with a single finger, then you should obediently surrender, hand over the remains of my disciples' parents, and return your son, Xiaohua. After that, let every member of the Xiao family kneel and apologize to my disciple. And finally, you may all take your own lives. Thus, I shall refrain from disturbing your ancestral grave of the Xiao family. However, should I be compelled to take matters into my own hands, not only will all of you perish, but I shall also unearth your ancestral tomb and feed the remains to the dogs." Lin Yang's formidable warning resonated with the members of the Xiao family. He had always been a fierce protector, willing to abandon all moral boundaries in pursuit of his charge. This display of audacity left Li Yilan beside him utterly enamored, her cheeks flushed with admiration. That moment, a young man suddenly descended into the Xiao family's camp, shouting, "You dare to annihilate my Xiao family? How preposterous!" Lin Yang's gaze turned icy upon the arrival of this youth, who was none other than Xiao Huitian's son, Xiaohua. This was the very individual who had proclaimed, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, that he was also backed by an esteemed elder known as Yao Lao. Initially, Lin Yang had anticipated that Xiaohua would embody the resilient spirit and unwavering loyalty reminiscent of a character from the novels of Blue Star. To his dismay, he found Xiaohua to be an unremarkable, repugnant figure, brimming with coarse language, a towering brute with a simple mind. Soon after, Xiaohua's attributes materialized before Lin Yang. Name: Xiaohua Cultivation. Yuaning Realm Talent. Sun Level Talent Golden Attribute. Profanity Golden Attribute. Pure Yang Sacred Body Purple Attribute. Guidance from the esteemed Yao Lao Blue Attribute. Boundless Soul Power White Attribute. Exceptional Aptitude Black Attribute. I curse you. It brings me joy. You curse me. I shall slay you. Ugh. Merely glancing at Xiaohua made Lin Yang nauseous, and he dared not compare him to the idol from the Blue Star novels. In fact, a strong impulse arose within him, to swat him dead with a single blow. He could understand why Li Yilan chose to break off the engagement. Such an appearance was indeed repulsive. Ding-dong, a system notification sounded. Within the ring on Xiaohua's finger resides the esteemed Yao Lao. Slaying Yao Lao will grant you his soul power, which can enhance the soul strength of others. Ding-dong, a system task was issued. Upon slaying Xiaohua, the host will be rewarded with a hell of shadows. Chapter 53. Tear apart his filthy mouth. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Yang's eyes narrowed. Xiaohua could not be allowed to live. After all, the opportunity to acquire Yao Lao's soul power was too tempting to resist. Moreover, slaying Xiaohua would yield the hell of shadows, a name so alluring, akin to that of a fair maiden, that he desired it. Meanwhile, a resounding crash echoed as disciples from the Xiao family retreated in disarray from all four cardinal directions, reporting to the clan leader. The north has fallen. Reporting. The west has fallen. The east is also compromised. The south is lost. Clan leader. The relentless tide of defeat dampened the spirits of the Xiao family, that on the other hand, Lin Yang's side exuded confidence. Boom! The fifth elder appeared. The north gate has been breached. I report this to Master Lin. The fourth elder followed. The west gate has been breached. I report this to Master Lin. The third elder added. The east gate has been breached. I report this to Master Lin. The sixth elder, who had led Lin Yang and Li Yilan in the assault on the south gate, reported, We have hastily run here from the south gate to report to Master Lin. In stark contrast to the Xiao family's retreat, the Qingyun sect stood resolute, surrounding the Xiao family's hall from all directions. Xiao Patian coldly regarded the elders of the Qingyun sect. I did not anticipate that you old fools would join forces against my Xiao family. He understood that Luo Wuqing had fled to the Xiao family due to Lin Yang's pursuit, for their relationship was complex. However, he could not fathom why the elders of the Qingyun sect had intervened. They were usually driven by self-interest and would not act unless absolutely necessary. You foolish fool. Once you realize the futility of your thoughts, cease to ponder further lest your mind aches from overthinking. The fifth elder pointedly remarked to Xiao Patian that he then threatened. Immediately surrender the remains of Li Yilan's parents and obey Master Lin's orders, or we shall annihilate you. Indeed, Xiao Patian, your family's actions towards Li Yilan have evoked universal outrage. You must provide an explanation today. Furthermore, you should have anticipated such consequences for trespassing into the Qingyun sect. Very well, very well. Xiao Potion's eyes glinted coldly. If you truly seek death, I shall oblige. That my Xiao family is not a mere swarm of ants that you can recklessly invade. With the support of my ancestor and the esteemed Qingmu sect master, who has sworn that we need not share the same birth, yet shall share the same death, why should I fear you? At that moment, the Qingmu sect master was inwardly seething. Xiao Patian raised his voice. Disciples of the Xiao family, heed my command. Wait. Xiao was suddenly interrupted. Father, allow me to handle this matter. Young master, why do you wish to thwart the clan leader? A senior member of the Xiao family queried. None have left alive after causing a ruckus in my Xiao family, that if they seek death, let us grant it to them. Let us fight. Upon hearing this, the Qingmu sect master internally raged, while simultaneously hoping Xiaohu would intervene. Shut your mouth. Xiaohu barked at the senior member that I do not require your guidance in my affairs. The senior member's face turned green with anger. Yet he understood Xiaohu's temperament, that he felt a surge of resentment. He was Xiaohu's second uncle, and that remark was a blatant insult. Turning to Li Yilan, Xiaohu remarked, after escaping from my Xiao family's den, You little dog seem to have thrived quite well. You have come here with so many people, seeking to reclaim the remains of your parents. Have you not? I shall grant you this chance. Defeat me. And all that you desire shall be yours, even the right to dispose of it as you see fit. How does that sound? Xiao smirked at Li Yilan. He had sought information from Yao Lao regarding the strength of the Qingyun sect's members present. Hidden within the clouds was a formidable expert of the late Saint phase, while the others were merely minor saints and those at the initial Saint phase, that is for Li Yilan's master. Although he had heard of his prowess, able to slay the blood demon sect master with a mere finger. What of it? Yao Lao had informed him that he had never faced such a well-endowed battle. The Xiao family's resources could easily overwhelm the Qingyun sect's members. However, he needed some time to prepare. Thus, he sought a duel with Li Yilan, both to delay time and to demonstrate the gap between them. Meanwhile, Lin Yang narrowed his eyes at Xiaohua, recognizing the vulgarity of his golden attribute. However, compared to him, his own insults were far more colorful. Before his journey to this world, although he had been a mediocre player in the game, he had been a notorious figure within the national rankings, with a record to prove it. Xiaohua's verbal sparring was child's play in comparison to Lin Yang's mastery of insults that AS expected. Under Lin Yang's barrage of insults, Xiaohua's expression darkened significantly. He had no understanding of the terms thick-skinned crab, street rat, or damn your mother, but he comprehended the last phrase, big monkey. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. And the fact that such a choice insult was uttered last only signified the potency of the words that he was preparing to conjure the most scathing retort. But before he could utter a word, Lin Yang raised his hand and commanded, Elder 6, Elder 5, Elder 4, Elder 3, lead all the elders and charge forth. Tear apart Xiaohua's foul mouth. He had come to eradicate their clan. Why would he engage in a one-on-one duel? Furthermore, he had ample manpower at his disposal and had never encountered such a bountiful battle. So he intended to seize the moment and overwhelm them all. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's expression darkened further. He had initially planned to delay time, yet now faced with Lin Yang's biting insults and unpredictable tactics, his plans unraveled. With Lin Yang's command, the fifth elder and others sprang into action to AT that moment. Li Yilan interjected, Master, grant me 5 minutes. I wish to personally slay him and avenge my deceased parents. Lin Yang was momentarily moved. Which child would not desire to avenge the wrongs done to their parents? He readily acquiesced to her request. Very well, my dear Yilan, you may take action. First, slay the younger one. Should the elder dare to intervene, I shall assist in incapacitating them for you. Understood. Li Yilan nodded in agreement. Feeling a profound sense of reassurance with her master's words, she then raised an eyebrow at Xiaohua and declared, Beast, come forth and meet your demise. Indeed, Xiaohua's actions towards her family are scarcely distinguishable from those of a beast. Back then, when Xiaohua sought to tarnish her purity, she retaliated with a kick to his waist, only to be subsequently subjected to a brutal beating and confined to a doghouse. Now, there is no need for further discourse with him. Just as Xiaohua prepared to engage in combat, Xiao Patian suddenly called out, Wait a moment. Chapter 54. The Xiao King's sword. Since this is their duel, under no circumstances are the adults from either side permitted to intervene. Xiao Patian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Yang, his mind devising a meticulous strategy. His son, under the tutelage of the esteemed Yao Lao, had access to the full resources of their clan and had grown to a formidable level. His request stemmed from a fear that Lin Yang might recklessly intervene while Li Yilan was being utterly defeated. With the rules established, there was no longer any trepidation regarding Lin Yang's involvement. As for Li Yilan, he never entertained the notion that she could possibly defeat his son. Not a problem. Lin Yang readily assented, fully aware of the ulterior motives at play. However, he pondered whether his disciple lacked guidance. Just as Xiaohua had. Moreover, never mind, it was tedious to elaborate on Li Yilan's exceptional qualities that he turned to her, speaking gently, Disciple, since we are stepping onto the arena, let us determine life and death. Yes, master, I understand, Li Yilan replied with resolute determination. Ever since fleeing the Xiao family, the seed of vengeance had been sown deep within her heart that in the days that followed, she had diligently trained and advanced her skills. All for the sake of revenge. From the moment she entered the Xiao residence, she had resolved that either she would survive, or Xiaohua would be left crippled. She was determined to exact a toll from him, even at the cost of her own life. Lin Yang nodded and then announced, Prepare yourselves. Commence the battle. At his command, Li Yilan shot forth like an arrow, her assault on Xiaohua relentless and unstoppable. Xiaohua scoffed, You little wretch wish to court death. Very well. I shall oblige you. He too drew his sword and launched an attack that on the other side, Xiao Patian exhibited little interest in this foregone confrontation. For his son possessed a sun-level talent, while Li Yilan was merely a star-level talent. The disparity was evident. Li Yilan, in her simplistic fervor for vengeance, had foolishly chosen to challenge his son, with a jovial demeanor. He remarked to the nearby Qing Mu sect leader, You may not fully grasp my son's prowess, but fear not, for this battle shall serve as an enlightening experience. His son, endowed with sun-level talent, a pure yang sacred body, and the inherited Xiao King's sword, had mastered the royal-level techniques of the Xiao family and advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Any one of these advantages would suffice to easily vanquish Li Yilan. The Qing Mu sect leader nodded, though his gaze was fixed not on Xiaohua, but rather on Li Yilan, that he was well aware of her talents from the time he was acquainted with her parents. Now, witnessing her audacity to confront the Shao family with such rudimentary skills was sheer folly that he stared intently, unable to tear his gaze away. Noticing the Qing Mu sect leader's solemnity, Xiao Patian chuckled. "Oh, Qing Mu sect leader, there is no need for such gravity. A mere Li Yilan is hardly a cause for concern." But just as he finished speaking, he abruptly turned his attention back to the duel. To his astonishment, he saw that Li Yilan was effortlessly countering Xiao Hua's attacks and launching a swift counteroffensive, forcing Xiao Hua to retreat repeatedly. What? How is this possible? Why is this happening? The self-satisfied expression he had worn moments ago vanished. He was acutely aware of his son's strength, bolstered by Yao Lao's guidance. Yet here he was, being suppressed by Li Yilan. Wait. Xiao Patian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That Li Yilan possesses nascent soul realm strength. This revelation was incomprehensible to him. How could a star-level talent achieve such a level of cultivation? Moreover, she had only joined the Qing Yun sect a mere half-month ago. Was it truly feasible to achieve such advancement in so short a time? Even the Qing Mu sect leader, observing the unfolding events, found his expression growing complex. Despite having familial ties to Li Yilan, he regarded her as if seeing her for the first time, scrutinizing her with newfound intrigue. Yet it was Xiao Hua who felt the most incredulous. What? How is this possible? Why have you suddenly become so formidable? And you have broken through to the nascent soul realm? In his memory, Li Yilan was merely a worthless girl confined to a doghouse. Utterly devoid of strength, that Li Yilan, known for her brevity, did not deign to respond to Xiao Hua's taunts. Instead, she unleashed a series of fierce sword techniques in retaliation, leaving Xiao Hua reeling from the onslaught. This only served to infuriate him further. Shao King's sword. He bellowed that in an instant, the ancestral grounds of the Shao family trembled violently as a long-sealed divine sword rose to the surface. The sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Reminiscent of a roaring dragon soaring through the heavens, that in an instant, its sharpness tore through the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that as Xiao Hua grasped this divine sword. A formidable energy surged around him, as if a demonic presence had descended upon the earth. His eyes shone with intensity, exuding a pressure that shook the very foundations of the realm. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Patian let out a sigh of relief and turned to the Qing Mu sect leader, saying, "Just now, my son may have underestimated his opponent, allowing that Li Yilan to gain the upper hand. However, with the Shao King sword in hand, he shall undoubtedly dispatch her with ease." Xiao Patian brimmed with confidence. For the Shao King sword was an ancestral artifact of the Shao family, attaining a terrifying royal-level classification, surpassing even the long rainbow royal sword wielded by Li Yilan. After all, one level of superiority in swords equated to an overwhelming advantage in power. Moreover, Xiao Patian cast a triumphant glance toward Lin Yang, proudly proclaiming to Xiao Hua, "Son, someone just mentioned that once you step onto the arena, life and death shall be determined. Swiftly conclude this battle." Li Yilan, a star-level waste, achieving the nascent soul realm, had indeed astonished him that he understood the harsh reality of this world. When a budding genius began to emerge, it was imperative to eliminate them before they posed a threat. Yao Lao's voice echoed in Xiao Hua's mind, reminding him, "Disciple, it is the perfect time to eradicate the roots, lest they spring forth anew." The combined counsel of the two only solidified Xiao Hua's resolve to eliminate Li Yilan. Their shared enmity, her for the death of her parents, ensured that he would not allow her to thrive. Moreover, as a girl who had been confined to a doghouse, how dared she assert herself against him? "You little wretch, your sudden surge in power has indeed surprised me." However, he paused, a cold smile creeping across his face as he fixed his icy gaze on Li Yilan, "with the Shao King's sword in my grasp. What do you possess to contend with me?" His voice crescendoed into a frenzied shout as the sword energy of the Shao King's sword surged forth, its ferocity akin to the rising sun casting its rays upon the earth. Yet in the next moment, darkness enveloped the land, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. He realized he had celebrated his victory too soon. Before him, Li Yilan slowly retracted the long rainbow sword, her body surrounded by a torrent of spiritual energy. The waves of sword intent surged forth, whipping up winds and sands, as if a deity were about to be born. Amidst this chaos, Li Yilan uttered a few words with calm authority. Peerless. Chapter 55. Kneel before her boom. The peerless imperial sword erupted forth like the sun ascending to the heavens. The sword's radiance split the sky, its imperial might radiating in all directions. The gathered swords trembled, bowing in submission. The aura of the Shao King's sword was instantly overshadowed. Its might diminished as it was crushed under the overwhelming force of the peerless imperial sword. What? How is this possible? Why is this happening? Xiaohua's face was etched with disbelief as he stared at the Shao King's sword in his hand. An imperial sword? He murmured in shock. Yao Lao, from within Xiaohua's ring, echoed his astonishment. What? Yao Lao, are you saying that Li Yilan wields an imperial sword? Xiaohua gazed at him, his eyes wide with fear. Indeed, Yao Lao confirmed. Once again, Xiaohua found himself at a loss for words. The peerless imperial sword, radiating blinding brilliance, emanated a fierce sword energy that swept through the surroundings with imperial authority. The once boastful Xiao Patian and the Xiao family members fell silent. Their faces filled with astonishment as their energy dissipated, leaving only an eerie stillness. The Qing Mu sect leader narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. Xiaohua, you must eliminate her at all costs, after pondering for a moment. Yao Lao suddenly declared, after all, a star-level talent reaching the nascent soul realm in such a short time is already incredible. Now, with an imperial sword in hand, it is imperative to eliminate Li Yilan and seize the soul power of the woman within the blue ring. Only then can I dominate this Xianhuang continent, that I asked for Li Yilan's master. He regarded him with utter disdain. Yes, understood. Xiaohua nodded vigorously. Yao Lao's words instilled in him a sense of invulnerability against the forces backing Li Yilan. With that reassurance, he felt liberated from any pressure. You little wretch, I never anticipated you'd wield an imperial sword. However, after today, this sword shall belong to me, and you will be left with but one path, death. Xiaohua bellowed, pure Yang's sacred body, activate. At the moment the sacred body was unleashed, Xiaohua's form radiated with a golden brilliance akin to the sun at its zenith. Waves of heat surged forth. And his momentum swelled, breaking free from the oppressive aura of Li Yilan's imperial sword once more. Break the army! Xiaohua shouted again, unleashing his signature ultimate technique, break the army. Instantly, his skin shimmered with a sword-like radiance resembling gilded gold. And the sword energy reverberated around him, his meridians prominently displayed, and his hair danced wildly. The break the army sword technique is a royal-level art of the Xiao family, and among the younger generation. Only he was deemed worthy to cultivate it, and only he had succeeded did I end his quest to eliminate Li Yilan. He held nothing back. Xiao Patian looked up with a smile. This is my son's strongest state. Now, with all his abilities unleashed, Xiaohua's power surged to a level capable of annihilating masters at the divine transformation realm. A clear indication that he understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that Li Yilan could not be allowed to live. She must be eliminated at all costs. Meanwhile, the leader of the Qingmu sect observed Li Yilan with a gaze filled with complexity. With the enhancement of the Xiao Wang sword, the pure Yang sacred body, and the break the army sword technique, Xiaohua's aura stood firmly against Li Yilan's that he felt confident that he possessed the strength to contend with her. But in the next instant, he realized his confidence was misplaced. In the face of Xiaohua's Xiao Wang sword, the pure Yang sacred body, and the break the army sword technique, Li Yilan merely uttered, "Kneel before me." Boom. Li Yilan's sword Dao sacred body erupted with a resounding force. Her entire being enveloped in radiant platinum sword light, akin to the sun shattering and the Milky Way reversing. Waves of imperial might surged forth, tangible as a tempest, sweeping with ferocity. The intent of her sword coalesced into a colossal beast, devouring all in its path, draining spiritual energy, sending dust and stones flying, and the overwhelming sword energy shook the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble, silencing all living things. Kneel before me. The three words thundered through the air above the Xiao family, echoing like a booming Buddhist chant descending from the heavens, forcing several Xiao disciples to cry out in terror and drop to their knees. Despite Xiao Potion's furious shouts, they could hardly rise. As that voice penetrated Xiaohua's being, it shattered his fighting spirit, causing the Xiao Wang sword to fall from his grasp, the pure Yang sacred body to disintegrate, and the aura of break the army to dissipate. His legs trembled uncontrollably, an overwhelming sensation compelling him to kneel. Yao Lao, help me. I can barely hold on any longer. I am about to kneel. Kneel before her. Yao Lao commanded without hesitation. What? Kneel before her? Xiaohua had initially hoped for Yao Lao's assistance, but upon hearing this, he felt despair wash over him. Yao Lao, you cannot be serious. Enough with the nonsense. Kneel before her and beg for mercy to secure your safety. Yao Lao barked angrily. Yao Lao, I don't understand. Did you not say we have never fought such a prosperous battle? Why must I kneel before her now? Xiaohua was utterly bewildered. The situation has changed. Li Yilan possesses the imperial sword and the sword Tao's sacred body. She undoubtedly has formidable guidance backing her that a moment of patience can preserve the grand scheme. A true man knows when to yield. Kneel, Yao Lao urged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua dared not hesitate any longer, falling to his knees with a thud, shaking his head as he looked at Li Yilan. Did I kneel? This act of defiance shocked everyone present, particularly Xiao Patian, who was nearly shattered by this act of submission. He could not comprehend why his son needed to kneel before Li Yilan when they were not without means to fight. Yet, Lin Yang held a different perspective. He was certain that it was Yao Lao within Xiaohua's ring who, upon seeing Li Yilan's imperial sword and sword Tao's sacred body, had succumbed to fear. However, it was too late to back down now. Xiao Patian, filled with agitation, stood and shouted at Xiaohua, Xiaohua, stand up. You have so many supporters behind you. Why are you showing fear? Take your sword and fight her. Do you hear me? Get up. Fight. Yet, influenced by Yao Lao's words, Xiaohua had lost all will to fight. To Li Yilan, do you not seek the remains of your parents? I will hand them over to you. Let us clear our debts, and you may leave the Xiao family. Clear our debts. Li Yilan scoffed that I lived happily with my parents in the 100-Flower Valley, never contending with the world. Yet you, for your selfish gain, ruthlessly murdered my parents, severing our ties forever. Now you propose a settlement. How can such hatred be resolved? Xiaohua, I demand your life. Boom. Li Yilan unleashed her sword, a torrent of sword intent crashing towards Xiaohua, aimed squarely at his life. Memories of her family's destruction, her parents' murder, and her own torment at the hands of Xiaohua flooded her mind. All the grievances and humiliations she had endured erupted within her, coalescing into that one sword strike, aimed to obliterate Xiaohua. Faced with the terrifying sword, Xiaohua's eyes glazed over, panic consuming him, his expression becoming somewhat deranged. Why? Why does this little wretch possess such terrifying power? Why? Yet, no amount of confusion could afford him the luxury of thought. The sword drew near, the specter of death looming ever larger. That I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Yao Lao, save me bang. Li Yilan's sword arrived as anticipated, the overwhelming sword energy engulfing Xiaohua's figure and drowning out his pleas for mercy. The scene fell eerily silent. Chapter 56, Two Actors Master. They have made their move. Li Yilan glanced at Xiaohua, who had not been slain by the sword, but rather protected by a white sphere of spiritual energy that had shielded him. Thus, she reported to Lin Yang. Clearly, at the critical moment, Yao Lao had intervened. Lin Yang recognized this and turned his gaze toward Xiaohua, addressing Yao Lao within the ring. Old man, you dared to disregard the rules of engagement. Lin Yang's words were directed at the Yao Lao within Xiaohua's body. However, Xiao Patian, in his arrogance, believed Lin Yang was addressing him. Humph. And what of it? He retorted. The rules only favor the stronger. Even if we reject the rules, what can you do about it? Haha. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Not much, except you will all become corpses. Ha! You intend to turn us all into corpses? Xiao Patian was amused by Lin Yang's words. Laughing heartily, this is the Xiao family. I wish to see if you possess such strength. Lin Yang chose not to waste further words on Xiao Patian and instead waved his hand. Elders 3, 4, 5, and 6. Lead the other elders and unleash your might upon them. Destroy them. Yes. As Lin Yang's command resounded, Elders 3, 4, 5, and 6, along with their companions, surged toward the Xiao family. Each of them radiated with power beyond the small saint realm. Though the formation was elderly, their experience was invaluable. Xiao family, you have bullied others and disregarded the rules of engagement. Now, your downfall is at hand. Elder 4, known for his fiery temper, swung a massive hammer, ruthlessly smashing toward the Shao disciples. Elders 3, 5, and 6 followed suit, launching a relentless assault from the other three directions, overwhelming the Shao family members. Seeing the Qingyun sect members advance, Shao Patian no longer hesitated. Shao family disciples, counterattack, he roared. Immediately, the higher-ups of the Shao family also sprang into action. Boom! Shao Patian bellowed, revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the Grand Saint realm. After being pursued by Luo Wuqing, he had obtained a pill from Yao Lao, successfully breaking through to the late stage of the Grand Saint realm. This was also why he dared to confront Lin Yang. Qingwu sect master, let us unite with the Shao family to eliminate them. Hearing Shao Potion's words, the Qingwu sect master felt a chill run down his spine. Had he known, he would not have rushed to the Shao family so early to collect that item or hastily allied himself with them. Now, being pressured by Shao Patian to act against Li Yilan was sheer madness. Although the Qingyun sect had only stationed one Grand Saint realm expert in the sky, he felt a sense of foreboding. In his current predicament, it was best to observe the situation and choose sides wisely. However, with arrows already knocked, he had no choice but to act. If he wanted that item, he had to show some willingness to cooperate with the Shao family. All right. The Qingyun sect master agreed. To at that moment, uncle. The instant Li Yilan saw the Qingwu sect master appear, she was momentarily stunned. The person before her was her parents' blood relative, who had once showered her with affection. Yet now, he was about to act alongside the very enemy who had slain her parents. Faced with Li Yilan's call, the Qingwu sect master averted his gaze slightly, but still spoke. Li girl, do not make a scene. Allow your master and them to leave. You cannot overcome the Shao family. At his words, Li Yilan's heart ached deeply, her eyes misting. Was this the true nature of relationships revealed in times of hardship? Yet this sentiment felt all too genuine. Coldly, she replied, Uncle, or perhaps I should call you Li Qingwu, that I have anticipated everyone's betrayal, but I never imagined you would turn against me. Pity my parents who, before their demise, urged me to seek refuge with you, claiming you would champion my cause. Little did I anticipate this turn of events. Ha ha ha. Li Qingwu's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Li Yilan for 2 seconds. His heart resolute in a decision that at this critical juncture, what purpose does all this talk serve? Is it truly necessary? I shall issue you one final warning. Withdraw from the Shao family immediately, or else do not compel me to take action. Li Yilan replied coldly. Since our allegiances diverge, you need not regard me as your niece, nor must you consider the debt my parents owe you for saving their lives. Today, you either take away their remains, or I shall perish here. I refuse to leave. You. Li Qingwu hesitated, words caught in his throat. Just Li Yilan gripped her sword, prepared to fight to the death. Behind her, Shao Patian interjected, Sect Master Qingwu, why waste words on her? Let us join forces and address the crisis facing the Shao family. Sect Master Qingwu fixed a profound gaze upon Li Yilan. Lin Yang, standing nearby, did not intervene, for he perceived something different in Sect Master Qingwu's eyes. Sigh. Sect Master Qingwu exhaled, then turned to Shao Patian, saying, Patriarch Shao, there is a formidable expert at the late stage of the great sage above. I shall confront him, leaving this to you. That in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the sword-bearing elder of Qingyun sect hovering above. Li Yilan looked at Lin Yang in confusion, while Lin Yang rubbed his nose, contemplating the complexity of the situation. Shao Patian, however, gave it little thought. He believed Sect Master Qingwu was merely unable to act against Li Yilan due to their familial ties, thus opting to confront the hidden late-stage great sage in the sky. This, he thought, would buy him time to unleash chaos below. Yet upon reaching the sky, Sect Master Qingwu confronted the elder wielding the sword in the very first second. The elder removed his sword, gazing sternly at Sect Master Qingwu. Let us engage. However, Sect Master Qingwu shook his head. There is no need for a confrontation, and no need. The elder furrowed his brow. Did you not promise Shao Patian that you would deal with me? Sect Master Qingwu replied. I deceived him so. You feigned an alliance with the Shao family, yet harbored different sentiments towards that girl. The elder, despite being concealed in the sky, was well aware of the situation below. Sect Master Qingwu nodded, then sighed again. That I have my reasons. The elder regarded Sect Master Qingwu in silence. That I ask you to cooperate with me. Thereupon, Sect Master Qingmu unleashed a powerful punch behind him, causing the clouds to tremble. The elder understood the implication and, eager to teach Lin Yang a lesson for disregarding his previous orders, did not immediately join the fray below. Instead, he too struck out with his sword, cleaving through a layer of clouds. Thus, both were engaged in a pretense of combat. However, to those observing below, it appeared as though a fierce battle was raging, with sword shadows and fist might clashing in a chaotic display. Chapter 57. Kneel before him again, Lin Yang. The formidable late-stage great sage behind you has been intercepted by Sect Master Qingmu. Here, I am the only late-stage great sage remaining. What do you propose to contend with me? In his view, Lin Yang had reached a point where neither heaven nor earth would heed his calls at this moment. It was the perfect opportunity for him to eliminate Lin Yang. Boy, dare to stir trouble in the Xiao family, and you shall repent. Xiao Patian bellowed icily, a colossal palm imprint descending upon Lin Yang. Simultaneously, Xiao Hua and the elder Yao within him were poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow while Lin Yang was unsuspecting. Yet Lin Yang had long since discerned their intentions. Unperturbed by Xiao Potion's assault, he bore an air of nonchalance, even smiling lightly as he prepared to counter. Buzz! A figure soared towards him on a flying sword, unleashing a cataclysmic strike. Boom! The palm imprint and sword collided, shaking the earth as a powerful force radiated outward from the point of impact. Both Xiao Patian and the newcomer were forced to retreat several steps. This scene momentarily stunned Lin Yang, but upon recognizing the visitor's visage, he was taken aback. What brings you here? Even Li Yilan beside him was astonished, for the individual before them was none other than Li Mu. The master of the sword peak of Qingyun's sect, the Li Mu had always been at odds with the Tiandao peak, and his relationship with her master had reached a freezing point. Yet here he was, inexplicably appearing in this place. That Li Mu shifted his gaze from Xiao Patian to Lin Yang, his expression complex. Leave him to me. You should deal with Xiao Hua and his accomplices. That in truth, he had been nearby. Having witnessed Xiao Hua surviving Li Yilan's astonishing sword strike, that he was no fool and quickly realized that there were others behind Xiao Hua. The greatest threat to Lin Yang's group was likely that hidden figure. Hence, he stepped in to alleviate some of Lin Yang's burden. Seeing Lin Yang hesitate, Li Mu added, "My intervention is not for your sake. I am merely safeguarding my sect." Naturally, his words were but a fade to retain a shred of dignity. Lin Yang had effortlessly dispatched the Blood Demon sect leader, while Li Yilan, at the foundation-building stage, had bested a mid-yuan infant. Such instances had undeniably drained Li Mu's will to engage Lin Yang in battle. Moreover, his previous discord with Luo Wuqing had not implied indifference towards the sect. On the contrary, he cared deeply about it. His past actions stemmed from a belief that a woman could not lead Qingyun's sect into the future, a conviction he no longer held. Lin Yang's transformation and Luo Wuqing's quest for the path to quasi-emperor at the Tiandao sect had illuminated many truths and realigned his perspective. Li Mu's sudden appearance rendered Xiao Potion's earlier bravado utterly meaningless. Reluctantly, he turned to Xiao Hua. "Hurry, seek assistance from Elder Yao. I will hold off Li Mu. You and Elder Yao take care of Lin Yang and Li Yilan." Xiao Hua complied, approaching Elder Yao. "Elder Yao, what should we do now?" After a few moments of hesitation, Elder Yao replied, "We will engage, aiming to buy your grandfather sufficient time. Once he emerges, we can turn the tide. At that point, we shall be the ones in a position of abundance." Xiao Hua nodded, addressing Xiao Patian. "Father, Elder Yao agrees." "Ha, splendid. Together, we shall annihilate them." With Elder Yao's consent, Xiao Patian believed his advantage had returned. He surged forward, channeling his power to conjure a palm strike even more terrifying than the last. "Li Mu, I did not anticipate you would intervene in this matter. Yet, even so, you cannot stir the waters before me. Prepare to die." A palm of overwhelming force surged forth, darkening the skies. That Li Mu's gaze hardened. His sword roaring in response, his fighting spirit ignited in that moment, that he prepared to retaliate against Xiao Potion's onslaught. But at that instant, Lin Yang leapt to Li Mu's side, declaring, "There's no need. My affairs do not require your involvement." Li Mu froze, akin to a defeated rooster, caught off guard by Lin Yang's refusal of his assistance. His face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Yet Lin Yang paid no heed to Li Mu's expression. He harbored no gratitude or lingering resentment for Li Mu's intervention. He was not one to bear false kindness. He loved fiercely and hated passionately. Those he loathed remained so, regardless of any changes. Moreover, the crisis before him was hardly a crisis at all. He had no need for Li Mu's support. With a simple gesture of his right hand towards the void, he effortlessly shattered Xiao Potion's attack, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth uncontrollably. Is this the strength you pride yourself on? Is this what you boast about, claiming to be the sole late-stage great sage present? I shall contend with you in this manner. What can you do to me? With one strike, Xiao Potion's face turned as pale as a sheet. His once prized strength crumbled before Lin Yang, akin to a house of cards. The rumors of Lin Yang's prowess in dispatching the Blood Demon sect's leader were indeed true. He should have had no illusions of victory. Meanwhile, Elder Yao, witnessing this turn of events, dared not make a move. Xiaohua, abandon your father. We must flee at once. Xiaohua's mind cleared in an instant, and he readily agreed. Understood, Elder Yao. We shall escape now. Thus, without a backward glance at his father, he fled in haste. Escape? Did you not promise to join Xiao Patian in confronting me? Do you truly believe you can flee? Stay right there. Lin Yang's fingers flicked, directing an ethereal force towards the direction of Xiaohua's retreat. No, please don't. Xiao Patian was acutely aware of the formidable power that this finger possessed, understanding that if it were to strike down, his son would undoubtedly face a perilous fate. He contemplated rising to save Xiaohua, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, Xiaohua, sensing the earth-shattering force looming behind him, was engulfed in fear and trepidation. Yao Lao, what should I do? I do not wish to die. What now? He pleaded. I will kneel immediately, begging for forgiveness that I in his helplessness. Yao Lao made a reluctant decision, filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never spared Li Yilan to extract her blood, but rather eliminated her at the outset, thus avoiding the present calamity. Now, with Li Yilan bringing this harbinger of death to their doorstep, they simply could not withstand it. Xiaohua wasted no words. With a resounding thud, he knelt, beseeching, please, do not kill me at this juncture. Lin Yang showed no mercy. That terrifying finger descended upon Xiaohua with astonishing speed, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Xiao Patian. Just then, a surge of potent energy erupted from the ancestral grounds of the Xiao clan, shattering Lin Yang's finger strike, followed by a thunderous voice proclaiming, You little wretches dare to cause a ruckus at the Xiao family? I shall grind you to dust. Chapter 58. How will you respond? The newcomer was an elderly man, his hair a wild white, his skin resembling the bark of a gnarled tree. Though hunched, he moved with remarkable speed, his black robe swirling like a tempest, exuding an overwhelming aura as he stepped forward, sending sand and gravel flying. With a sweeping motion of his hand, powerful forces crashed into the third elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, sixth elder, and other elders that bang. The third elder and his companions could not withstand the onslaught of this formidable figure, being sent flying upon contact, spitting blood uncontrollably, while several elders who had just broken through to the minor sage realm fainted, their fates unknown. Thus, the ground battle, which had initially favored the elders of Qingyun sect, was swiftly turned on its head by the arrival of this elder. The third elder coughed up blood, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he exclaimed in terror, Lin Fengzhu, he is the ancestor of the Xiao family. Xiao Shanhai. Xiao Shanhai. The members of Qingyun sect immediately made a decisive retreat. Withdraw! Quickly retreat! Everyone, gather towards Lin Fengzhu, an elder urged. Xiao Shanhai was a being of the same caliber as the elders of Qingyun sect, far beyond what they could contend with. Now, they had no choice but to unite and strategize. Upon seeing Xiao Shanhai, both Xiaohua and Xiao Patian were overwhelmed with excitement, their waning spirits reignited. Grandfather, you have finally arrived. Father, you are here. He was none other than Xiao Potion's father, Xiao Shanhai, the strongest member of the Xiao clan. After quelling the conflict, Xiao Shanhai glanced at the two and inquired, Are you both unharmed? Xiao Patian replied slowly, with father back from seclusion, No matter the troubles we face, we shall overcome. Yet Xiaohua pointed at Lin Yang, reporting to Xiao Shanhai, Grandfather, you have finally emerged. It was these two who nearly killed me. They are utterly disgusting. Please, Grandfather, take action and eliminate these wretches that I want their bones crushed to feed the dogs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shanhai descended beside Xiao Hua, as he was his most cherished grandson, and he would not allow anyone to bully him, that he said softly, "I shall avenge this grievance for you." That he then turned to Lin Yong, coldly asking, "You are the one orchestrating this massacre against the Xiao family, are you not?" "Indeed," Lin Yong replied with a faint smile. "The Xiao family is not something you can trifle with." Xiao Shanhai replied nonchalantly, "I do not wish to escalate matters today. I can offer you a chance. Have your people kneel before the Xiao family and apologize, and I might let these elders from Qingyun sect go, but you and Li Yilan must pay with your lives." Xiao Shanhai's tone was oppressive, leaving the members of Qingyun sect at a loss for words. Yet Lin Yong smiled lightly, saying, "How fortuitous! That aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. I had just suggested the same to Xiao Patian. However, since you have emerged from seclusion, I must issue you a solemn warning. If you lead the way and have all the members of the Xiao family kneel to apologize to my disciple, and then choose to end your own lives, I may spare your ancestral grave. Otherwise, I will not only kill but also desecrate your family tomb." Before Xiao Shanhai, Lin Yong displayed not a shred of fear, while Xiao Potion's face contorted with rage at Lin Yang's words, coldly declaring, "Little wretch, you cannot deny you possess some strength. But do you truly believe that such strength can annihilate my Xiao family? Do you dare to demand my family kneel and apologize? Do you not know who you are facing? Let me be frank. My father has already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm." At this revelation, the members of Qingyun's sect felt a wave of pressure. No wonder they had been unable to withstand Xiao Shanhai's assault. The quasi-emperor realm was a rarity in Qingzhou, and their sect had seen a decline in martial prowess over the years, lacking any quasi-emperor masters. With Xiao Shanhai's breakthrough, he indeed had the strength to dominate Qingzhou, which posed significant pressure on them. "Lin Fengzhu, what shall we do now?" an elder inquired. "What can we do?" At this point, "We must fight them," the fifth elder proclaimed, adopting a stance of defiance. Another elder chimed in, "Lin Fengzhu, you and Li Yilan are still young. As long as you both survive, there is hope for Qingyun's sect. You must leave this place, and we will hold them off. Indeed, Lin Fengzhu, when the time comes for revenge, do ensure you take their heads to use as urinals. Then we can rest in peace." The elders displayed an unprecedented unity, willing to sacrifice themselves. Xiao Patian, with a scornful sneer in his eyes, declared, "You old fools, do you think you can hold them off? You are utterly deluded. Today, he cannot escape. That is what my father said. What about me?" Just then, a figure descended from the sky, revealing the sword-bearing elder. The elder glanced at Lin Yong and remarked, "Had you heeded my advice earlier, this situation would not have arisen. Take your disciple and leave. I promised Mao Ping I would ensure your safety, and I will hold them off for you. And I as well." Li Mu added coldly, stepping forward, "I shall contend with the brilliance of the full moon with my mere grain of light." Thus, the elders of Qingyun's sect exhibited an unprecedented solidarity. A group of myopic old fools. It seems you truly do not understand what a quasi-emperor is." Xiao Patian chuckled coldly. "Let me say this. Once I produce a quasi-emperor, you shall bow your heads in submission. Who would dare raise their eyes against me?" Lin Yong smiled and replied, "Are you suggesting that if you produce a great emperor, you can subdue us?" "Precisely," Xiao Patian boasted. "Once I have a quasi-emperor to back me, how will you face that?" Lin Yong calmly responded, "Before me, the quasi-emperor realm is but a collection of flawed melons." "You," Xiao Patian gritted his teeth. "You certainly have a silver tongue, but you can await your demise. Father, please take action and eliminate them." Xiao Hua urged Xiao Shanhai, his face filled with murderous intent. "Grandfather, swiftly eliminate these wretches. Do not let any of them survive." "Rest assured, none of them will escape," Xiao Shanhai slowly replied. "Stand behind me and do not let my wrath affect you. Watch your grandfather perform." "All right, grandfather, I will watch you showcase your prowess." Xiao Hua retreated to the side. Observing from a distance, Xiao Shanhai soared into the air, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon Lin Yong. "Little wretch, I am eager to see how my quasi-emperor prowess appears before you." Noticing Xiao Shanhai's evident anger, the elders of Qingyun's sect hurriedly shouted, "Lin Yong, hurry! Take your disciple and flee. Li Yilan, quickly, take your master and go." Yet, disregarding their frantic pleas, Lin Yong sighed, "Alas, you call me flawed, yet you refuse to accept it. If I produce a quasi-emperor, How will you respond? Chapter 59. The Fractured Bloodline. As Lin Yang's words fell, his system's backpack opened, and a stream of light shot forth. Instantly, the space before him shimmered, and a rift was torn open. Once the rift was fully formed, Lin Yang's quasi-emperor puppet, clad in black robes, emerged from the opening. The moment it appeared, the immense aura it carried suffocated everyone present, causing them to bow their heads, not daring to breathe a word. What realm does this mysterious figure belong to possess such overwhelming presence? Indeed, who is he, and who has he come for? Such a scene left not only the members of the Shao family in a state of bewilderment, but even the disciples of Qingyun's sect exchanged glances, for the arrival before them exceeded their wildest imaginations, and they could not discern whether this figure was friend or foe. However, what astonished everyone present was that this mysterious master, who had flown in from the horizon, directly descended before Lin Yang and suddenly knelt on one knee. "Young master, I pay my respects to you." The utterance of these words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Heavens, what is this we are witnessing? A man draped in a terrifying black cloak, exuding such an overwhelming presence, is kneeling and addressing Lin Yang as his master. At that moment, they finally grasped the significance of Lin Yang's earlier assertion. If I were to summon a quasi-emperor, how would you respond? Could it be that this black-cloaked man was indeed the quasi-emperor Lin Yang had mentioned? The thought alone sent tremors through the Shao family, with Shao potions breath-quickening. He had believed that, with his father's intervention, the Shao family would never have faced such a prosperous battle. Little did he know that Lin Yang had directly unleashed a quasi-emperor. How was he to cope with this? Even Shao Shanhai's expression grew somewhat stiff. Yet, the most astounded were the members of Qingyun's sect that a quasi-emperor, Lin Yang's subordinate. What kind of absurdity is this? The elders of Qingyun's sect were filled with disbelief. After the demise of the old sect master, there had been no quasi-emperor level experts in Qingyun's sect. Yet now, Lin Yang possessed one. How could this not astonish them? Simultaneously, they seemed to comprehend why Lin Yang had dismissed the elder with the sword's proposal to first make contact with the Shao family before launching an attack. With such backing, who would bother with the Shao family's petty grievances? It was as though they had never faced such a bountiful battle before. That moment, the elder with the sword felt his face flush crimson, as if a heavy layer of rouge had been applied to his wrinkled countenance, turning bright red up to his ears. "You young rascal, you've made me seem antiquated. Had I known you possessed such depth, I would never have uttered a word." Beside him, Li Mu was hardly in a better position, feeling a mixture of shame and inferiority. The invisible blow from Lin Yang made it impossible for him to lift his head for a lifetime. While the emotions of those around him shifted dramatically, Lin Yang remained unfazed, meticulously observing the quasi-emperor level puppet before him. This puppet appeared lifeless, devoid of thought or perception, akin to a walking corpse. However, the advantage of such a puppet was its lack of emotions, making it obedient and fearless in battle, a veritable powerhouse. He turned to the puppet and said, "You seem to favor black clothing. Henceforth, I shall name you Shao He." "Yes, thank you for the bestowed name, master," the puppet replied with a bow. Lin Yang smiled in satisfaction. This one proved to be quite obedient. This scene had long since rendered Li Yilan speechless. "Master, when did you acquire such a formidable subordinate?" Lin Yang chuckled and replied, "One I acquired previously. No need for such astonishment. Master is truly impressive. Such a powerful individual can only be your subordinate." Li Yilan exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. The woman within the Qingjie was already accustomed to such displays. She leisurely remarked, "Your perspective remains overly conservative. If I am not mistaken, this quasi-emperor level expert should be among the weakest of your master's subordinates." Upon hearing this, Li Yilan felt a renewed sense of respect. If even the quasi-emperors were the weakest of the bunch, then how many powerful figures lay behind her master? Moreover, with her master commanding subordinates of the quasi-emperor realm, she, being merely at the nascent soul stage, could only feel like a burden, bringing shame upon her master. Contemplating this, she resolutely declared to Lin Yang, "Master, I vow to diligently cultivate henceforth." This declaration, the woman from Qingjie was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yang was also surprised. Could this truly motivate the girl? However, it made sense. As a versatile cultivator with aspirations of becoming the strongest in the world, encountering a powerful figure would naturally ignite her desire to cultivate. Thus, he felt reassured about her training. Very well. I believe in you. Lin Yong smiled at Li Yilan before turning his expression cold as he gazed at Xiao Shanhai, issuing a command to Xiao He. Xiao He, rise and eliminate him at all costs. Understood, master. Xiao He bowed to Lin Yong and then turned to Xiao Shanhai, coldly stating, You should not have offended my master. Prepare to die, as the words left his lips. Xiao He surged forward like an awakened primordial beast, unleashing a single palm strike that bore the force of the heavens crumbling and the earth shattering. Facing Xiao He's assault, Xiao Shanhai wasted no words and retaliated with a colossal punch. I shall see who meets their end, boom. The palm and fist collided in a dazzling display of light and power. The full force of a quasi-emperor's strike had not been seen in Qingzhou for many years. In the midst of it all, lesser disciples were caught in the crossfire, instantly reduced to blood mist. Both the Xiao family and the members of Qingyun sect fixated on the clash in the air, the outcome of which would directly determine the advantage in this battle. That moment, wow. As Xiao Shanhai was sent flying, he coughed up blood. The sight left the crowd momentarily stunned before erupting into deafening cheers from the Qingyun sect. Xiao Shanhai has been sent reeling. He has coughed blood. This signifies our victory. If Xiao Shanhai were subdued, then with their current strength, they would surely overpower the Xiao family, seizing complete control of the situation. On the Xiao family side, grandfather, father. Upon witnessing Xiao Shanhai's bloodied flight, Xiao Hua and Xiao Patian cried out in concern. Boom! Xiao Shanhai, after crashing through a corner of the Xiao family's hall, fell to the ground and spat more blood. He glanced upward at Xiao He, realizing that he had only recently broken through to the quasi-emperor level and was no match for the figure before him. Grandfather, are you all right? Father, are you okay? Xiao Hua and Xiao Patian questioned with worry. After a moment, Xiao Shanhai looked at them and bellowed, Fools, you two be silent. I have no grandson like you, nor a son like you out of all the people to offend. You chose to provoke Lin Yong. From now on, let our paths diverge. The bonds of blood have been severed in resentment and disappointment. You two may consider yourselves strangers in my life. Family ties end here. Lin Yong, do as you please and I take my leave. With that, Xiao Shanhai transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Chapter 60. The guardian of Qingmu sect, he was no fool. He was a newly ascended quasi-emperor with a high level of awareness. Having devoted nearly 2 centuries to cultivation to reach the quasi-emperor realm, how could he risk everything for the sake of familial ties? Moreover, he simply could not contend with Xiao He, rather than take a reckless gamble. It was wiser to remove himself to an unknown place, marry multiple wives, and soon enough, a new Xiao family would emerge. With him as the revered ancestor of future generations at his age, he had long since grown indifferent to worldly matters. Survival was of utmost importance. Grandfather, you father, you. Xiao Hua and Xiao Patian gazed in despair at the direction in which Xiao Shanhai had departed, calling out in anguish, hoping to rekindle his resolve. Yet their cries were met with silence. They had expected Xiao Shanhai's arrival to turn the tide, but never did they anticipate that he would abandon them, that in an instant, the entire Xiao family was left leaderless, their morale shattered. Conversely, the atmosphere within Qingyun sect surged with vigor, with an elder mockingly exclaiming, Haha, at my age, I thought no melodramatic scenario could elicit a laugh from me. Yet this scene of familial betrayal from the Xiao family has indeed amused me greatly. Lin Fengzhu, when shall we launch our counterattack? Indeed, let us eradicate them. Without Xiao Shanhai, they felt no restraint, and their thirst for blood was palpable. Lin Yong cast a cold glance in the direction Xiao Shanhai had fled, commanding, Xiao He, eliminate him at all costs. Buzz! Xiao He received the order and dashed off like a streak of light. Even the dogs of the Xiao family shall face consequences. Did they truly believe that Xiao Shanhai could sever ties and escape unscathed? Not a chance. This is the price for bullying my disciple. 3rd elder, 4th elder, 5th elder, 6th elder, lead your men and kill them all. Yes, understood. The 3 elders and their companions, long starved for battle, unleashed a relentless barrage of lethal techniques upon the disciples of the Xiao family. Bereft of morale and strength, the Xiao disciples stood no chance against the multitude of elders from the Qingyun sect that in mere moments, they fell in droves, their bodies littering the ground outside the Xiao family's hall. The grass soaked in crimson. Moreover, As the three elders executed their coordinated assault from all cardinal directions, the Shao disciples found no avenue for escape. The air was filled with wails, screams, cries of despair, and pleas for mercy, echoing through the heavens. Shao Potion's eyes were bloodshot, filled with terror and rage as he uttered, "Lin Yong, what exactly do you intend to do?" Lin Yong regarded him with disdain and coldly replied, "I have long declared that every member of the Shao family must kneel before my disciple, bow in apology, and then take their own lives." Upon hearing this, Li Yilan felt a warmth in her heart. Very well, very well. This time the Shao family admits defeat. We were wrong, is it not merely an apology you seek? I apologize, Shao Patian said with reddened eyes. Spare my people from slaughter, and I shall kneel before Li Yilan to apologize. Then return her parents' remains, I beseech you, grant us a chance to live. Upon hearing Shao Potion's words, Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback. You wish to kneel and apologize? To return my disciples' parents' remains, and in exchange, you seek a path to survival. Why don't you just perish? He retorted that my disciple once lived a blissful life surrounded by her loving parents, yet you vilely took their lives for the sake of alchemy. Now you think that returning their remains will absolve you. Had it not been for your actions, my disciple would still have the love and care of her parents. How dare you even beg for mercy? Shao Potion's face went pale as he grit his teeth. That I will apologize to her. Repay her parents with my life. I plead for your mercy towards the disciples of the Shao family and my son. Lin Yong, uninterested in further dialogue, slowly raised a finger, preparing to strike. Mercy for you. You killed my Qingyun sect disciples' parents. You deserve death. At that moment, the elder with the sword on his back, who had initially planned to make a grand entrance, realized Lin Yang's formidable prowess, single-handedly compelling the Shao family to cry out in anguish that if he failed to act now, he risked incurring Lin Yang's wrath, so he resolved to slay Shao Patian to curry favor with Lin Yong. As the elder advanced, Shao Potion's face turned ashen, knowing his demise was inevitable. Qingmu sect leader, lend me your strength. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than one of Shao Potion's arms was violently torn from his body. The scene left everyone momentarily stunned, even the elder with the sword on his back, who was taken aback by the unexpected aggression against Shao Patian. Shao Patian screamed, clutching his gushing arm, looking up in horror at the figure before him. Qingmu sect leader Yu Bang. The Qingmu sect leader struck again, severing Shao Potion's other arm. This is the price for your slaying of Yilan's parents. You. Shao Patian could scarcely believe that the Qingmu sect leader would betray him at such a critical moment. Did we not swear an oath to seek death together rather than live apart? Umph. The Qingmu sect leader scoffed that a gentleman's revenge is not delayed for a decade. To exact vengeance, one must speak words of insincerity. What does it matter? My bond with you was merely a ruse to reclaim Yilan's parents' remains and to find an opportunity to eliminate you. Did you truly believe I harbored any affection for you? Turning to Li Yilan, the Qingmu sect leader continued, Yilan, I have not forgotten our blood ties, nor the kindness your parents showed me, and I have not forgotten how they saved my life. Everything I do is for the sake of avenging your parents. And I hope you can understand. This revelation caught Li Yilan off guard. She had thought her uncle had betrayed her. Yet now, witnessing his genuine emotions, she found herself torn, unsure whether to trust the Qingmu sect leader's words. Lin Yong sensed her turmoil and gently stated, Your uncle harbors no ill intentions. Though he stands against you now, his previous admonitions urging you to flee were born from a desire to protect you. Moreover, his earlier confrontation was merely a performance. Li Yilan was astonished. The elder with the sword on his back nodded. Indeed, he has his reasons, and he is particularly concerned for you. The Qingmu sect leader sighed deeply, his expression filled with helplessness and remorse. Yilan, I know this is difficult for you to accept, but please trust your uncle. My heart has never wavered. Li Yilan's gaze wavered as she recalled her uncle's past kindness towards her. After hearing Lin Yong and the elder's words, she finally understood. Uncle, I believe you. Upon hearing this, the Qingmu sect leader smiled broadly. Yilan, you have endured much these past days. However, the outcome is perfect. You have finally brought the Shao family to ruin, avenging your parents. You shall be the one to kill Shao Patian, and your uncle will protect you. The Qingmu sect leader stepped aside, allowing Li Yilan to conclude the long-standing vendetta. She raised her sword. striking decisively. As she advanced with cold indifference toward him, Xiao Patian, in a futile attempt to escape, was restrained by the Qingmu sect leader, who had locked onto his vital points, rendering him immobile that he now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Xiao Patian cried, his body trembling with fear. In that moment, he truly felt the grip of terror that if he did not submit, he would surely be slain by Li Yilan. He did not wish to die. He was still young and desired to live for many more years. Li Yilan, however, ignored his pleas. Only now do you seek repentance. Where were you before? What good is remorse now? You murdered my parents. Will a mere eye was wrong suffice? Initially, Li Yilan had intended to pierce Xiao Patian with a single strike, but upon hearing his nonchalant admission, she transformed her attack into a devastating move. The sword of extermination. Such despicable creatures deserve obliteration. I demand your life. With blood-red eyes, Li Yilan unleashed a powerful thrust of her sword, the overwhelming force shattering the Qingmu sect leader's hold on Xiao Patian. Under the weight of her strike, Xiao Patian found himself utterly devoid of fighting spirit. In a panic, he cried out to Xiaohua, "Save me! Quickly, have Yao Lao rescue me. I do not wish to die." Xiaohua was taken aback. "Father? Who are you calling father? From this day forth, let us part ways. The bond of blood has been severed in resentment and disappointment, but we shall consider each other strangers from now on. Our familial ties end here." Without another glance at Xiao Patian, Xiaohua turned to Li Yilan. "Kill him. Please do as you wish. But let it be known, if you slay him, you cannot kill me." And no sooner had he spoken than Xiao Potion's body was engulfed by the fierce sword energy. And in his final moments, his gaze was vacant. Once a closely knit family, the Xiao clan had now fallen into ruin. First, his father had abandoned him, and now his son spoke such words to him. Retribution indeed, true retribution. Yet, all his remorse and his very being vanished from this world. With that strike, Xiao Patian was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Xiaohua, upon witnessing his father's demise, felt no hatred. It was as though a mere beast had perished before him. "Flee!" Yao Lao immediately signaled to Xiaohua, merging a portion of his power into him. The two fled in a panic, transforming into a streak of light soaring into the sky that if they did not escape now, Lin Yang would turn his attention to them next. Seeing this unfold, the elder with the sword on his back was nearly ecstatic that he had intended to eliminate Xiao Patian to win Lin Yang's favor, only to have the Qingmu sect leader steal the spotlight. Now, with Xiaohua attempting to flee, it was his moment to shine. "Little brat, let us see where you think you can escape with that." The elder pursued them. Li Yilan shot a glance at Lin Yang. "Master, I implore you to intervene and stop them. We cannot allow him to escape. I must kill Xiaohua." Though she harbored deep resentment for Xiao Patian, her hatred for Xiaohua was even more profound. He had lured her and her parents to the Xiao family under false pretenses, imprisoning them and concocting lies that led to the destruction of her family. If she did not kill him, she would never find peace. Upon hearing her plea, Lin Yang merely smiled faintly. With the potential to gain the power of one soul and a reward from the underworld, he had no intention of letting either of them slip away. "Rest assured, he will not escape my grasp." In this moment at the Xiao family, the paramount focus of his attention rested upon Xiaohua and the venerable Yao Lao. Thus he had meticulously orchestrated the Qingyun bell specifically to ensnare them. The notion of escape for the two was nothing short of a deluded fantasy. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and activated the incantation to summon the Qingyun bell. A resonant hum filled the air, as a colossal bell, reminiscent of an ancient bronze artifact and radiating a verdant luminescence, materialized in the sky, effectively sealing off a 10-mile radius around the Xiao family estate. Intricate inscriptions, akin to flowing codes, danced around the bell, exuding an aura of intimidation. "Suppress them," Lin Yang bellowed, and an imperial might surged downward from the bell. With a thunderous crash, Xiaohua and Yao Lao were forcefully repelled by the impact of the Qingyun bell. Xiao Patian, hurled back to the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Yao Lao, why is this happening? Why the hell can't we escape?" Fear mingled with a hint of resentment towards Yao Lao in Xiaohua's voice. "They are targeting me. From the outset, they have laid traps outside specifically designed to attack the soul." Upon witnessing the Qingyun bell in the sky, Yao Lao instantly comprehended that Lin Yang's intentions had been directed at him from the very beginning. Lin Yang had scarcely regarded Xiao Patian and Xiao Shanhai. All of this was attributable to his severely wounded soul. Otherwise, he would have dismissed such a trifling artifact and Lin Yang himself without a second thought. In his prime, he could have effortlessly crushed thousands with a mere flick of his hand. Now, however, he found himself like a tiger fallen to the plains, subjected to the scorn of lesser beings. Xiaohua expressed his dissatisfaction. Yao Lao, weren't you supposed to come from a realm beyond this world? Why can't you even escape from a mere soul artifact? Is this truly all you are capable of? Hurry, think of something. I refuse to meet my demise. Silence your foul mouth. Yao Lao retorted, his voice laced with indignation. That is an imperial artifact. With my current abilities, I cannot breach it. Moreover, do not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Upon realizing that they were up against an imperial artifact, Xiaohua fell into a stunned silence. Did I end the next moment? The elder with the sword and the master of the Qingmu sect flanked Xiaohua, restraining him from both sides that no, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Can't we find a way to settle this? Trembling with fear, Xiaohua felt his courage wane. The moment he learned that even Yao Lao was powerless against them, he no longer dared to resist. He was still young, with hope for the future. He did not wish to die at this juncture. Desperately, he cried out to Li Yilan, "You just want me to kneel and apologize, right? I am willing to do so now. Please spare me." In that instant, Xiaohua was a far cry from his previous arrogance. His plea for mercy resembled that of a drenched dog. The elder with the sword coldly remarked, "Had I known it would come to this, why bother with the past? Li Yilan, I shall protect you. Feel free to kill him. Should he dare to resist, I will strike first." The elder with the sword shot a glance at the Qingmu sect master, a smirk forming in his heart, thinking that now he had no chance to steal the spotlight. The Qingmu sect master, however, was perplexed, wondering how he had sought to claim the limelight. Yet, he turned to Li Yilan and said, "Yilan, kill him. In doing so, you shall avenge your parents that no, please. I truly understand my mistakes and am willing to kneel. I implore you, do not take my life." Xiao pleaded to Li Yilan, however, remained unperturbed, slowly raising her sword and declaring, "You do not truly understand your wrongs. You merely comprehend that you are about to die." Chapter 62. The rewards of the abyss. Late remorse is worth less than a blade of grass. In the past, one was so arrogant. Why now must one beg like a wretch? In life, those who dare to commit such acts must also bear the corresponding consequences. The to act without recognition of one's deeds is but a source of mockery. Seeing Li Yilan's frosty demeanor, devoid of any willingness to engage in dialogue, Xiaohua's heart was thrown into turmoil. Suddenly, he removed a ring from his finger, raising it above his head as he knelt on the ground. "Those matters have nothing to do with me. That it was Yao Lao who compelled me to act. Everything was at his behest. He instructed me to kill your parents and extract your blood to resurrect the Blood Eye. In truth, none of this was my doing." Upon hearing this, Yao Lao within the ring was taken aback, then responded in a grave tone, "Xiaohua, you truly are a worthless fool. How could I have devoted myself so wholeheartedly to the Xiao family? Granting you the Blood Eye, aiding your grandfather in breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, and providing your father with unparalleled remedies to restore his severed arm, only for you to betray me in this manner." Yao Lao had never anticipated that the so-called chosen one, who had fortuitously fallen into a valley and received his guidance, would turn out to be so devoid of dignity and principle, lacking even the slightest semblance of backbone or accountability, that he had believed Xiaohua to be a destined prodigy, with whom he could share a bond of mutual growth and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts together. Yet, the vicissitudes of life had proven unpredictable. Witnessing Xiaohua's current state filled him with an overwhelming desire to strike him down. "Umph." Xiaohua scoffed. "Have I spoken falsely, were it not for encountering you? This demon, I would not have embarked on the path to resurrect the Blood Eye, nor would I have incurred the wrath of Li Yilan. Trace it all back, and you will see that this is all Yao Lao's doing. I bear no responsibility. Should you wish to kill, then kill him. Spare me, and I shall not resist," Xiaohua implored, casting a pleading gaze towards Li Yilan. Now, with his grandfather having forsaken him and his father slain, and with Yao Lao unable to breach the imperial artifact, he could only use Yao Lao as a shield to bargain for his own survival. However, Xiaohua's words incensed Yao Lao beyond measure. The ring flickered with a faint light, and an elder materialized, akin to a fleeting illusion, enveloped in a celestial aura, his essence coalescing into a humanoid form. The elder appeared gaunt, with deep-set, piercing eyes, exuding a soul pressure that was formidable. He was none other than Yao Lao, the mentor behind Xiaohua. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Yang couldn't help but lick his lips. Here was a manifestation of soul power he coveted. Meanwhile, the woman within Li Yilan's green ring also took on a profound gaze. She, like Yao Lao, belonged to the realm of souls. Should she manage to devour Yao Lao's soul power, her strength would undoubtedly surge. Thus, the assistance she could offer Li Yilan would transcend mere verbal guidance. She could actively intervene to resolve some of Li Yilan's complications. Yet, these reasons were secondary. The primary motive was her realization of her own peculiar obsession with becoming stronger, a desire fueled by the need to impress Lin Yang. It was akin to harboring an infatuation, constantly striving to present one's most alluring self to capture the object of one's affection's attention. This obsession, however, was not rooted in romance. After all, she had lived for thousands of years, and in theory could be many times Lin Yang's grandmother. Thus, her motivations were complex, seeking validation rather than love. With a sigh, she returned to the present, acknowledging that Yao Lao's cultivation far surpassed hers, making the thought of devouring his soul power little more than a fantasy. Absent a miracle, such a feat would remain unattainable. Upon his emergence, Yao Lao immediately locked on a Xiao. I loathe nothing more than betrayal. And your Xiao family has repeatedly stabbed me in the back. Today, even if I am destined to die, I shall personally end your wretched life. Yao Lao was engulfed in fury, and Xiaohua's treachery had undoubtedly placed him on his death list. Should he not eliminate this individual, he would no longer deserve the name Yao Lao. Witnessing Yao Lao's wrath, Xiaohua hastily implored, Yao Lao, do not kill me. I was deceiving you. I said those things to mislead Li Yilan. To the very end, you dare to play the fool? Today, I shall slay you. Before Yao Lao could finish, Li Yilan interjected, Xiaohua's life is mine to take. With that, her sword shot forth with lethal intent. No, please don't kill me. Xiaohua's heart nearly shattered at the sight of the approaching blade. Yao Lao, save me. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please, I do not wish to die. Yet, Yao Lao chose to turn a blind eye. And the sword drew nearer. Realizing his impending demise, Xiaohua's eyes widened in despair. With a furious shout, he cried, Li Yilan, you little wretch, what gives you the right to kill me? You are merely a dog I once confined to a kennel. I have already knelt and pleaded for mercy. What more do you desire from me? Very well, you have gone too far. I am not to be trifled with. I in a sudden fit of rage. A broken sword materialized in his grasp, but it only manifested for a fleeting moment. With a swift thrust, Li Yilan's sword aimed directly at Xiaohua's brow. But in a moment of desperation, he stood abruptly. The long sword pierced his heart directly. A single thrust to the heart. What a splendid phrase, yet it brought about the untimely demise of Xiao Patian. The blood of the heart surged forth as Xiaohu, the scion of the Xiao family and known as the Dragon of Qingzhou, bid farewell to this world. Li Yilan took a deep breath, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of liberation. For far too long, revenge had weighed upon her like a heavy shackle, keeping her spirit in a state of perpetual tension. With the successful execution of her vengeance, that shackle was cast aside, allowing her to experience an unparalleled sense of relief. She gazed up at the sky, as if reporting to her parents, who were watching from above, Daughter has not failed. Daughter has avenged her father and mother. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, witnessing this scene, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Helping his disciple achieve revenge brought him immense comfort as a mentor. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yang's ears. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for aiding Li Yilan in her successful revenge and simultaneously slaying Xiaohu. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. A Hell of Shadows. Description of Hell of Shadows. It is an independent prison space forged by the Heavenly Path, entirely under the host's control, and it will absolutely obey the host's commands. Notably, there currently exist 10 infant Taotai within this space, in a state of being ravenously hungry. The host is urged to nurture these 10 Taotai infants promptly. Once they mature, they will possess the ability to devour the heavens and the earth, becoming an unparalleled weapon for the host's endeavors. 10 infant Taotai. Such an unexpected reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Images of the Taotai flooded his mind, creatures resembling a sheep's body with a human face. Eyes under their armpits, tiger-like teeth and human claws, with large heads and mouths. Agile in movement and deadly in strength, they possessed the speed of tigers and leopards, voraciously consuming humans with an insatiable appetite. He had not anticipated that aiding his disciple in revenge would yield such unexpected gains that his consciousness shifted. He indeed discovered 10 ravenous Taotai infants within the Hell of Shadows. This what a Taotai looks like. Lin Yang couldn't help but study them intently. Chapter 63. Good babies. When Lin Yang's spirit sensed the interior of the Hell of Shadows, he was met with a chorus of voices. Daddy. Daddy, I'm hungry. We're all so hungry. Ooh, Daddy, please feed us. The 10 fluffy, goat-like Taotai infants clamored, their mouths filled with words. Stunned by the sight, Lin Yang found himself at a loss. Had he become an unwed father? Did he have 10 Taotai offspring? What was happening? His romantic inclinations had always been accurate. How could he possibly have children with the Taotai? System. What on earth is going on? The system replied, to nurture these 10 little ones. You must earn their acknowledgement. Thus, the system has altered your aura to resemble that of their father, which is why they recognize you as such. Wait, recognize me as their father? Lin Yang's eyes widened. Ah, so that is why they consider the host as their father. Lin Yang felt overwhelmed, bewildered by the inexplicable situation of having 10 monstrous offspring. How could he explain this to Luo Wuqing? Host, these little ones are still young. It is the perfect time to build a bond with them. Please use love to win them over. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Why not just say that while they are still small? I should quickly coax them into submission. The system, relieved by the host's awareness, refrained from further concern. With a wry smile, Lin Yang realized there was little he could change at this point. They could only strive to establish a good rapport with these little creatures. Ha ha ha, dear little ones, please quiet down for a moment. Everyone settle down. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the cries of Daddy continued unabated. That I'm hungry, Daddy, Daddy, we're starving. Please feed us. We want to eat humans. Lin Yang was taken aback at their boldness. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let me say a few words. But the clamor persisted, rendering his efforts futile. Be quiet. He bellowed, feeling his patience frayed at that moment. He shouted, I am the Mount Shu. Instantly, the room fell silent, a few timid Taotai infants even collapsing in fear. Lin Yang was taken aback. He anticipated the power of his proclamation. Thankfully, the little ones finally quieted down. Now, you will line up from largest to smallest, and I will call your names. Then we shall feast. Upon hearing the word feast, the little ones gleamed with anticipation and dutifully arranged themselves in order. Satisfied, Lin Yang noted the challenge ahead. These little creatures bore such similar appearances and sizes that he could hardly tell who was who. And even if he could, he wouldn't remember. Suddenly, an idea struck him that I am the Mount Shu. With that exclamation, several more little Taotai prostrated themselves. Lin Yang grinned, feeling a sense of triumph as he called out. You will be number 1, you are number 2, you are number 3, and you are number 10. Remember your designations. From now on, I will only call your numbers. If anyone fails to respond when I call their number, I shall summon the Mount Shu. At this, the little Taotai, who had just stood up, fell back to their knees in fright. Lin Yang smiled contentedly. The sensation was exhilarating, but the system was anxious for him. If their parents witnessed this scene, the host would surely meet his doom. After several minutes of training, the little ones finally remembered their numbers one by one. They pleaded, Daddy, we've been so obedient. When will we feast? Yes, Daddy, we are hungry, very hungry. Daddy, we want food. Watching their eager faces, Lin Yang felt a pang of sympathy. Good babies, I know you're hungry, but will you behave? We will. We will absolutely obey if Daddy tells us to go south. We will never go north. Daddy, please let us feast. The little ones chimed in, each vying to be heard. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yang replied, All right, my good babies, since you promised to be obedient, we want to eat just yet. Then, he exited the Hell of Shadows. Meanwhile, the revenge against the Xiao family came to a conclusion. Without Xiao Shanhai and Xiao Patian at the helm, the remaining members of the Xiao family were left without a leader. Swiftly crumbling under the onslaught of the elders from Qingyun's sect, that moment, the elders, along with the Sword Elder and the leader of Qingmu's sect, 2 formidable late-stage saint experts, surrounded the elderly Yao, who was on the verge of tears. unable to escape due to the oppressive presence of the Qingyun Bell, that he looked at Lin Yang and said slowly, "Leader Lin, I am known as Yao Lao in Lingxian Shenzhou, and my real name is Dan Yuan. Betrayed by a villain, I ended up here on this cliff that I met Xiao Hu and followed him to the mountains, nurturing my soul power and guiding his cultivation. I bear no malice toward you. Now that you have avenged your disciples' parents by eliminating the Xiao clan, I implore you, Leader Lin, to show mercy and spare my life this once, that if you do, I will owe you a favor. Whenever you are in need, I will come to your aid, no matter where I am." In Yao Lao's view, Lin Yang and his companions sought revenge against the Xiao family, which had little to do with him. Moreover, he deliberately disclosed his fearsome background, believing that a clever man like Lin Yang would never kill him for this reason, thus giving himself a chance to negotiate for his life. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes. How could he let him off the hook? Since you were Xiao Hu's mentor, you must understand the principle of collective punishment. One must bear the corresponding responsibilities for their choices. This matter cannot be negotiated. Yao Lao's expression turned cold, realizing that Lin Yang was resolute in his decision to kill him. Without hesitation, Yao Lao charged at Lin Yang, intending to take him hostage. Here, everyone followed Lin Yang's commands, and the treasure specifically designed to counter soul power was also under his control, that if he could seize Lin Yang and use him as a bargaining chip, the others would surely hesitate to act, and he could even force Lin Yang to deactivate the soul-countering treasure. This was his only path to survival. Seeing this unfold, Li Yilan gasped, ready to throw herself in front of Yao Lao's attack. However, the woman within the Qing ring said calmly, "Do not worry. Yao Lao's choice to attack your master is a path to certain death. If it were me, I would have opted to seize you instead. That would leave him a glimmer of hope, but targeting Lin Yang is akin to hastening one's demise." Chapter 64. Li Yilan in trouble facing Yao Lao's attack. Lin Yang wasted no words. "Exterminate the immortals!" Buzz! In the heavens above, a sudden rift tore open, revealing a chaotic aura within, radiating imperial might that dazzled the eyes. The Excalibur of the Celestial Slayer emerged as if it had broken free from an ancient seal. In an instant, resplendent light shot forth, piercing the azure sky, its brilliance akin to lightning sweeping away the mundane, an overwhelming momentum that left all in awe. Upon witnessing this scene, the old alchemist, originally charging toward Lin Yang, abruptly halted in his tracks. With a thud, he fell to his knees, pleading, "No, spare me. I was wrong. Do not kill me. You may keep me by your side, that I have lived for over 10,000 years. Witnessed countless events, and have guided numerous powerful beings, that I can assist you in dominating the realms of heaven and earth. Lin Fengzhu, grant me this one chance." To the woman within the green ring, these words were but a farce. Though her cultivation was not as profound as the old alchemist's, she was acutely aware that her several millennia of existence rendered her only worthy of polishing Lin Yang's shoes. Yet, the audacity of the old alchemist to aspire to be Lin Yang's mentor was nothing short of a death wish. She squinted slightly, knowing Lin Yang would undoubtedly slay the old alchemist. With a swift thrust, the Celestial Slayer's blade pierced through the air, causing the very heavens to tremble and the winds to howl in dread. The sound of the sword rang like thunder, as if the sky were about to be torn asunder. The sword's radiance danced like a frenzied serpent, obliterating all in its path. "Oh no, please!" The old alchemist's agonized screams were swallowed beneath the might of the blade. Thus, the once mighty alchemist of Lingxian Shenzhou met his demise. At that moment, the arena fell utterly silent. The members of the Qingyun sect exchanged glances, having grossly underestimated Lin Yang's power. The elder with the sword on his back and Li Mu stared in astonishment. In the presence of such an entity, how could they dare to act with petulance? It was a fool's errand. Qingmu, the sect leader, was overwhelmed with excitement, glancing at Li Yilan, then at Lin Yang, genuinely pleased that Li Yilan had found such a formidable mentor. However, the most astounded of all was Li Yilan herself. She recognized her master's prowess, but had not anticipated it to be of such an extraordinary caliber. His mastery of the sword path reached an unparalleled level, and his command over the Excalibur was hundreds of times beyond her comprehension. In that moment, her admiration for her master soared to unprecedented heights. Lin Yang merely smiled, attributing the credit to the feedback from his disciple. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the ring belonging to the old alchemist, along with an ancient tome titled Heavenly Tao Pill Compendium, fell into Lin Yang's hands that he began to peruse the tome, recognizing it as the alchemist's guide to pill crafting, a valuable resource for his leisure days ahead. Turning his gaze to the ring, he noted it contained a wealth of the old alchemist's spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, the woman within the green ring swallowed hard, her heart racing with desire. Yet the items belonged to Lin Yang. She knew that unless the sun rose in the west, he would never part with them. Subsequently, Lin Yang handed the ring to Li Yilan, who appeared perplexed. "Master, what is this for?" Lin Yang replied calmly, "For the esteemed elder in your possession." "Yes, esteemed elder?" Li Yilan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, you are aware there is an esteemed elder within the green ring?" Even the woman in the ring was taken aback, having concealed herself so well. How could she have been discovered? Lin Yang remarked, "I noticed her long ago but chose not to expose her as she posed no threat to you." At this revelation, Li Yilan was both astonished and ashamed. "Master, I apologize for concealing this matter from you." "Not at all. It was of no concern to me," Lin Yang responded nonchalantly. Hearing this, the woman within the green ring felt a pang of sorrow, akin to a flamboyant monkey performing on stage, only to find the audience absent. That it was a bitter pill to swallow. However, she might find use for the old alchemist's spiritual energy, so Lin Yang instructed. "Please relay it to her." As for the spiritual energy, Lin Yang felt no need for it at the moment. Firstly, he lacked the cultivation techniques associated with it. Secondly, he was genuinely lazy and uninterested in training. And thirdly, who could guarantee that he would not have a disciple with spiritual energy in the future? His principle had always been that a disciple's efforts would be met with his return. The hard work was left for the disciples to undertake. Upon receiving the old alchemist's spiritual energy, the woman within the green ring's expression transformed dramatically. She exclaimed, "Today, the sun truly has risen in the west." "What do you mean by that, elder?" Li Yilan naturally overheard this remark. "Oh, it's nothing," the woman hastily clarified. "What I meant was, your master has generously gifted me such a precious item. You must express your gratitude to him. I've crafted the lines for you. Simply say this: Respected Lin Fengzhu, this spiritual energy is rare and invaluable. Your generosity has truly left me awestruck, that I thought a person of my humble stature would have little chance of such fortune. Yet it seems Lin Fengzhu's kindness shines like a beacon in the dark night, warming the cold depths of the abyss, that I shall not disappoint your profound kindness, and I will dedicate myself to assisting Li Yilan in repaying this immense favor. Henceforth I shall follow your lead without hesitation, even if it costs me my life." Li Yilan gazed in astonishment. "Elder, did you not often speak ill of master?" The elder's sudden change of heart caught Li Yilan off guard. The elder replied, "Youngsters often make mistakes. Recognizing and correcting them is of great significance. You should quickly convey this to your master." Li Yilan nodded, not dwelling further on the fact that a being who had lived for thousands of years referred to herself as young. She relayed the message to Lin Yang, who simply acknowledged with a grunt. This left the woman in the green ring feeling dejected once more. She gritted her teeth, vowing that her lack of cultivation must be the reason Lin Yang had not regarded her with any attention. She swore to diligently train, determined not to be a burden. After Li Yilan's matters were settled, Lin Yang instructed Elder Wu and the others to gather the bodies of the Shao family and place them into the nether prison. At that moment, joyful voices emerged from within the nether prison. "Da-da, Father! Father is feeding us. Time to eat. Eat until we're full. Wow, it smells so good." Lin Yang rubbed his temples, choosing not to observe the 10 individuals devouring their meals like ravenous beasts. Meanwhile, Li Yilan approached Lin Yang with Qingmu, stating, "Master, I intend to accompany my uncle to the backyard of the Shao family to retrieve my parents' remains." Lin Yang nodded. "I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I shall accompany you." As her master, it was only natural for him to be by her side during her most trying moments at the age of 16. "Thank you, master," Li Yilan expressed, moved by his support. "Lin Fengzhu, I am grateful for your acceptance of Yilan as your disciple and for nurturing her to such great heights that as her uncle, I offer my respects," Qingmu stated, preparing to kneel. However, Lin Yang swiftly intervened with a surge of spiritual energy, stopping him. "No need for such formality. Qingmu, let us attend to the matter at hand." "Very well." With that, Qingmu guided Lin Yang and Li Yilan seamlessly to the backyard of the Shao family. Inside a house, Li Yilan beheld two corpses, her parents' remains. With a thud, she knelt and bowed 3 times. Father, mother, your daughter has come to bring you home. That moment, tears streamed down her face as she slowly rose, preparing to retrieve her parents' remains. Yet suddenly, a voice echoed, "Haha, the final fish has finally taken the bait." Boom! A flurry of purple petals cascaded from the eaves, swiftly whisking away Li Yilan and her parents' remains. Chapter 65. A show-off like the wind, Your Excellency. You are utterly unreasonable. You wish to take my disciple so casually without even consulting me for my consent. Kneel before me. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a terrifying finger strike towards the mass of energy formed by the purple petals. A woman's agonized scream erupted from within the cluster of purple petals, indicating that Lin Yang's strike had severely injured the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, before Lin Yang could strike again, another pained scream echoed from the energy mass. Lin Yang was taken aback. "I haven't even moved. What are you screaming about?" Boom! A formidable sword intent cleaved downward from the energy mass formed by the purple petals. Upon closer inspection, Li Yilan emerged, carrying her parents' remains, her expression cold and her aura powerful, revealing that she had reached the realm of the great sage. Her combat prowess was unparalleled, radiating brilliance. Yet as she landed, the energy mass that had clung to her dissipated instantly. It turned out that the woman within the green ring had aided Li Yilan, granting her the strength of a great sage, enabling her to break free from the energy mass formed by the purple petals. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder." Li Yilan expressed her gratitude. "It was nothing," the Elder replied with a smile. "Previously, my soul energy was limited, and each use would diminish it. Now that your master has provided me with the old alchemist's spiritual energy, I have never been this affluent in battle, allowing me to utilize it freely. Child, in the future, should you encounter difficulties, I will shoulder them for you." "Yes." Elder Li Yilan exhibited a hint of surprise. Ever since she had acquired the soul power from the esteemed elder, her predecessor seemed to have become notably more enthusiastic. Without delay, Li Yilan hastily approached Lin Yang, bewildered, and inquired, "Master, what is the situation?" She gazed in alarm at the formidable sphere of power formed from the gathering of purple petals. That was both terrifying and immensely powerful. And despite her vigorous struggles, she found herself ensnared within its grasp. Had it not been for her master's intervention, which severely injured that sphere of power, her escape would not have been so easily achieved. "Are you all right?" Lin Yang asked with concern. "I'm fine," Li Yilan responded. That moment, a woman's anguished scream emanated from within the sphere of purple petals. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Neither he nor Li Yilan had made a move. So what was the source of that outcry? Could it be that the sphere was indeed a manifestation of chaos? It was astonishing that such turmoil could arise even in daylight. However, as they focused their attention, they discerned that it was indeed the leader of the Qingmu sect attacking the sphere of power formed from the purple petals. This sphere, which had initially aimed to ambush and seize Li Yilan along with her parents' remains, had miscalculated. First, it was struck hard by Lin Yang's finger. Then it was met with Li Yilan's astonishing sword strike from within, and finally, it endured several vicious blows from the Qingmu sect leader. "How foolish of you to attempt to abduct someone in my presence without revealing your true form," Lin Yang declared, his eyes narrowing as he addressed the sphere. "State your name. Who are you? And why do you seek to claim my disciple and her parents' remains?" Lin Yang was puzzled. The Xiao family had already been annihilated, and both Xiao Hua and the esteemed elder were dead. Who, then, was still plotting against his disciple and her parents' remains? The unidentified adversary's intentions were unclear, and he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Otherwise, with the enemy lurking in the shadows while he stood in the light, he would remain unsettled. "Humph!" A woman's voice emerged from the sphere of purple petals. "If I were here to engage in abduction, why would I reveal my true identity? Spare your breath. I shall not disclose my identity or my motives for kidnapping her." Suddenly, the sphere surged with an increased aura, threateningly declaring, "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Hand over the girl and her parents' remains swiftly, or should you offend me, even 10 of your heads would not suffice. So, you dare to threaten me?" Lin Yang narrowed his eyes at the sphere. "Indeed," came the dismissive cold laugh from within the sphere. "Did I suggest you recognize the times? While you possess some measure of strength before me, you cannot stir a ripple. Without further ado, Lin Yang unleashed a powerful thrust of force towards the sphere, striking it with considerable impact. The sphere emitted another scream from within. And the woman threatened once more, "Are you truly so obstinate? Exterminate the heavens." Lin Yang wielded the imperial sword, launching a lethal strike. Boom! The sphere was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. Ta-da! The woman's scream echoed again. "Boy, remember this. I shall not rest until we are adversaries." With a swift motion, the imperial sword, coupled with his heavenly strike, collided with the sphere of purple petals once more. Buzz! The earth trembled as the sphere disintegrated, leaving behind only a handful of petals. "You truly are incorrigible," the woman's voice continued to threaten from within the remaining petals. "But what does it matter? Even if you expend all your effort, can you truly kill me? As long as I possess even a single petal, I can reconstitute my power. You will never be able to eliminate me." Lin Yang's brow furrowed, while her words were provocatively audacious. They bore a semblance of truth. Neither Li Yilan's sword nor the Qingmu sect leader's strike had managed to vanquish the foe. Moreover, despite Lin Yang's repeated assaults utilizing the Exterminate the Heavens technique and the imperial sword, he still could not extinguish her. This only deepened his curiosity regarding her identity and origins, as well as the source of her formidable powers. "Boy, there is still time for you to repent. If you hand over that girl and her parents' remains, I may choose to overlook our enmity. Otherwise, I vow to pursue you relentlessly until one of us perishes. Enough of your prattle." Lin Yang unleashed his sword once more, the formidable sword energy enveloping the few remaining purple petals. Boom! The terrifying force obliterated 1 or 2 petals, but not all. 5 or 6 petals still remained intact, refusing to be fully extinguished. "Ha!" The woman's mocking laughter resounded. "Do not waste your energy. I have already stated that you cannot kill me. Moreover, my remaining petals possess an extraordinary resilience." Seeing the audacity of the being within the petals, Lin Yang clenched his teeth in frustration. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of eliminating them. That moment, an egg rolled out from Lin Yang's pant leg. Li Yilan exclaimed, "Master, you dropped your egg." Chapter 66. Fellow colleagues, take action. Such a large egg. Even the Qingmu sect leader stared wide-eyed at the mysterious egg. "Lin Fengzhu, this egg is truly impressive. Larger than the usual ones." Lin Yang's face turned crimson. It was already vexing enough that he could not eliminate the sphere formed from purple petals. But now this egg had rolled out unexpectedly, leading to misunderstandings between the two observers. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hurried to explain, "Please do not misunderstand. This is a peculiar treasure I stumbled upon. Quite strange, and it has been inseparable from me." The two nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. However, Lin Yang was deeply intrigued as to why the egg had suddenly rolled out from his storage ring. What was its purpose? At that moment, the sphere of purple petals let out a cold snort. "Boy, I shall remember this grudge, that I must take my leave now." Although she was imperishable, with the petals reduced to just a few, she needed to find a place to recuperate and regain her strength. The mountains may change, but the waters flow on. The day will come when we meet again. The adversary attempted to withdraw. Lin Yang could only fixate on the vanishing purple petals, his frustration boiling over as they prepared to escape so gracefully after their display of bravado. Yet, he was powerless to prevent it. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly bent down to retrieve the egg, contemplating how to deal with the foe later. Just as he extended his hand, the egg suddenly took flight, soaring into the air. In front of all present, the egg elegantly consumed the remaining purple petals. Lin Yang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Following the consumption of the petals, the woman's voice echoed from within the egg. "What is this? What is that thing? Why is it able to devour my petals? Who are you? Return my petals at once. If you do not, the consequences will be dire." The woman's once arrogant tone had transformed into one of panic and urgency, as she had never anticipated the existence of an object capable of consuming her essence. "Return it. Quickly return my fragment of power," she shrieked, her voice sharp and piercing. However, the egg merely quivered, thoroughly devouring the power of the few remaining petals. The woman's voice faded into silence. This astonishing scene left Lin Yang in a state of shock. while Li Yilan and the Qingmu sect leader were equally dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that even the petals, which had proven too formidable for them to handle, would be so effortlessly eliminated by the egg? Moreover, after consuming the petals, the egg seemed to actively seek out any lingering remnants, as if it were a natural predator of the petals that my goodness. Lin Fengzhu, your egg has consumed the petals. How remarkable! The Qingmu sect leader exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yilan nodded in agreement. Indeed, master, I have never seen such an impressive egg. Yet the voice from within the egg interjected, why are you so surprised? Your master possesses subordinates of the imperial level. What is so unusual about having a powerful egg? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yilan acknowledged the validity of that statement, just as Lin Yang was processing the unexpected turn of events. The egg landed back in his hand. Warm to the touch, he distinctly sensed a faint aura of vitality emanating from it. Could it be that the egg had absorbed the essence of the purple petals? System, is this the reason? Lin Yang inquired. Apologies, the system is unaware. Lin Yang's lips twitched slightly, indicating that the system was indeed oblivious to the nature of this egg. However, this only served to heighten his curiosity. He was determined to investigate what exactly resided within this egg. Furthermore, possessing this egg would enable him to easily deal with the woman behind the purple petals, should she dare to approach again. He would ensure her return was not forthcoming. Consequently, Lin Yang and his companions exited the courtyard of the Shao family. At this moment, the elders of the Qingyan sect had already turned the Shao family's ancestral graves upside down. Thus, the once mighty Shao family of Qingzhou had completely fallen from grace. Suddenly, a powerful streak of light descended from the sky, landing before Lin Yang. The arrival was none other than the puppet Xiao He, who had reached the threshold of the Emperor realm. Simultaneously, Xiao He was holding a bloodied, disfigured elder. Master, Xiao Shanhai has been slain. Xiao He respectfully bowed to Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You may withdraw for now. Yes. Xiao He discarded Xiao Shanhai's corpse and concealed himself within the void, ever vigilant for Lin Yang's safety. Under the fearful gaze of the Qingyun sect elders, Lin Yang stored Xiao Shanhai's body within the nether domain. After all, those 10 little fellows were insatiable, and he needed to stockpile some provisions for them, that he then summoned the 3rd elder. 4th elder and 5th elder, instructing, you may handle the aftermath concerning the Shao family on your own. I have other matters to attend to, and will not return to the Qingyan sect with you. Understood. Sect leader Lin, we will manage the Shao family's affairs appropriately, and will report the situation to the Grand Elder upon our return to the Qingyan sect. The 3 responded with nods. Take these items back with you as well. Lin Yang produced a collection of storage rings, all belonging to the disciples of the Shao family from the Nether prison, containing various treasures and cultivation resources. With these resources, the strength of the Qingyan sect would rise another tier. Yes, the elders affirmed, and Lin Yang, accompanied by Li Yilan and the lord of the Qingmu sect, transformed into a streak of light and vanished. On this journey, he intended to accompany Li Yilan to the 100-Flower Valley for 3 reasons: to lay her parents to rest, to participate in the 100-Flower Conference, and to resolve some lingering doubts that required confirmation. After Lin Yang departed, the 3rd elder remarked, "Oh no, I forgot to ask sect leader Lin if he needed support. Indeed, we have no idea what sect leader Lin's next steps are, or if he requires assistance. We could lend a hand," another elder commented. Exactly, the others chimed in, eager to assist, for they had always fought alongside Lin Yang in prosperous battles. The 5th elder shot a glance at the gathered elders and said, what assistance could you possibly offer to sect leader Lin, who has a subordinate at the threshold of the Emperor realm? It's like a dog meddling in a rat's affairs. Upon hearing this, the group came to a realization and felt no offense taken, for the logic was undeniable. What should we do now? One elder inquired. The 5th elder smirked. Naturally, we shall seize. Be more civilized, another elder admonished. Our next course of action is to extend our claws. No, let us all join forces to temporarily collect the treasures of the Shao family. Chapter 67. The Oddities of the 100-Flower Valley, as Lin Yang and his companions soared to the border of the 100-Flower Valley in Qingzhou. They descended into a small town. Apologies, sect leader Lin, the lord of the Qingmu sect explained with a courteous demeanor. Upon entering the territory of the 100-Flower Valley, high-altitude flying is prohibited. Therefore, We must switch to horseback for the remainder of the journey. I hope you can understand. Lin Yong nodded, acknowledging that certain regions and powers imposed such requirements for local safety. Very well. Let us proceed with horseback, he replied. The lord of the Qingmu sect nodded and summoned 3 horses for them. The 3 continued towards the direction of the Qingmu sect. While en route, the lord of the Qingmu sect initiated conversation. I presume you do not have much knowledge about the 100-Flower Valley? Allow me to enlighten you. Lin Yong nodded. I would appreciate your guidance, lord of the Qingmu sect. Not at all. The lord of the Qingmu sect sighed. The 100-Flower Valley is a region of the Xianhuang continent, albeit with a relatively small effective area, predominantly forested. The population is mainly concentrated in the southern corner, closer to Qingzhou. Within the valley, there exists one prominent ancestral site, alongside 4 major sects and 3 prominent families. The ancestral site is located at the southern center of the valley, where the founder, the Fairy of 100 Flowers, is interred. This locale is rich in vitality, yielding a single purple spirit flower every decade. The blooming of the purple spirit flowers signifies the commencement of the 100-Flower Conference and the arrival of blessings. The 4 major sects are the Qingmu sect, the Wanxiang sect, the Lingyun sect, and the Shirong sect, all of comparable strength, each boasting a late-stage great sage master. Following them are the 3 prominent families, the Tang family, the Du family, and the Li family. However, since Elon's family was annihilated by the Shao family, only 2 families remain in the 100-Flower Valley. Each of these families also possesses late-stage great sage masters. Moreover, regardless of whether it is the 4 major sects or the 3 families, they all claim descent from the Fairy of 100 Flowers. Yet, familial ties often become less cohesive with the passage of time. Currently, the 100-Flower Valley is rife with both overt and covert conflicts among various factions. Some sects and families may outwardly exchange pleasantries while secretly wishing for each other's downfall, making the situation rather intricate. In response, Lin Yong offered no remarks. The affairs of the 100-Flower Valley bore no relevance to him. His purpose was solely to fulfill Li Yilan's wishes. However, should anyone dare to disturb the peace, he would fiercely protect his own. Thus, the trio continued on their journey for several hours, finally approaching the territory of the Qingmu sect. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Lin Yang's ears. Ding! Detection of second disciple Yi Xiaoji's breakthrough in cultivation. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation refund. That a surge of formidable energy surged within Lin Yang, gradually integrating into his being. In the next instant, he felt himself grow significantly stronger. Opening the system panel, he saw Host, Lin Yang Identity, Sword Saint Cultivation, Late Stage Great Sage Disciples, Li Yilan. Yi Xiaoji Physique, Perfect Holy Body, successfully merged with the minor form of Sword Dao Holy Body. Special Skill acquired. The 6th Aura acquired Treasure. Juxian acquired Technique. Minor completion of 1 Sword Juxian acquired Extreme Path of Cultivation. Ultimate Sword Dao Impressive. My second disciple, Lin Yang, smiled with satisfaction. Attending to his affairs had quietly elevated his own cultivation level thanks to Yi Xiaoji. Such a life was truly delightful. He no longer had to worry about stagnation in his cultivation. Now that he had reached the late-stage Great Sage realm, could he not traverse the 100-Flower Valley with ease? Of course, even if certain areas were off-limits. What of Xiao Hei's presence? Lin Yang's shift in aura did not go unnoticed by the lord of the Qingmu sect, who distinctly sensed Lin Yang's newfound strength. Previously, he had felt a hint of trepidation when locking eyes with Lin Yang. But now, that glance elicited a profound sense of alarm. Master Lin, what has transpired? The lord of the Qingmu sect inquired tentatively. Nothing much. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement at visiting the 100-Flower Valley for the first time, and it seems my emotions are difficult to contain. Lin Yang replied dismissively. The lord of the Qingmu sect forced a smile. Fully aware that Lin Yang's burgeoning killing intent was barely restrained, it seemed he was on the verge of unleashing his wrath. Thinking this, he instinctively took a step back, hoping the sects and families of the 100-Flower Valley would refrain from provoking this harbinger of death, lest they meet a fate akin to that of the Shao family, whose ancestral graves had been reduced to ashes. Li Yilan, where shall we proceed next? Lin Yang inquired of Li Yilan, as this was her homeland, and she should take the lead. Before Li Yilan could respond, the lord of the Qingmu sect interjected. Sect leader Lin and Yilan, just ahead lies the Qingmu sect. Why not rest there for a few days? Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but I wish to return to the Li family. Li Yilan declined that I in the past. She and her parents had been imprisoned by the Xiao family, who had fabricated absurd reasons to annihilate the Li family. Although she had escaped the Xiao family, she had been too afraid to return to the Li family due to their relentless pursuit. Now that she had resolved the issues with the Xiao family, she was eager to return and check on her family's situation. Hoping for any survivors. Yilan, I believe it would be wiser for you to avoid returning to the Li family for now and instead stay at the Qingmu sect for a while. The lord of the Qingmu sect hesitantly suggested. Why? Li Yilan asked. Uncle, if there is something you wish to say, please speak candidly. The expression on the face of the esteemed leader of the Qingmu sect was one of deep conflict. There were matters he found difficult to articulate at that moment. A young girl on horseback galloped towards them. With eyebrows resembling distant mountains and skin as white as snow, her starry eyes sparkled with warmth and mischief. A delicate nose and lips like cherry blossoms, and her dark tresses cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She stood gracefully. Upon spotting the leader, she immediately called out, Father, something terrible has happened. That group of people. They intend to seize the estate of Sister Yilan. Hearing her words, the Qingmu sect leader coughed forcefully several times to interrupt her. The most dreadful scenario had indeed come to pass. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Yang and explained, Master Lin, this is my daughter, Li Lingdang. She is pure of heart, albeit somewhat impulsive, that I beg your pardon for her behavior. Not at all, Lin Yang nodded in response. Moreover, the girl had not offended him, so there was no need for forgiveness. The Qingmu sect leader nodded before addressing Li Lingdang. This gentleman is your sister Yilan's master. Master L.I.N.D.O. greet him and your sister Yilan at once. He emphasized Yilan's name, intending to signal to Li Lingdang to refrain from mentioning certain matters that could be distressing for Yilan, who had endured enough hardships already. Yet, Li Lingdang merely cast a glance at Lin Yang, then swiftly shifted her focus to the side, where Li Yilan stood, and exclaimed candidly, Sister Yilan, something terrible has occurred. The influential families from Baiwa Valley are attempting to carve up your Li family's territory. The Qingmu sect leader coughed violently, desperately trying to silence Li Lingdang. Yet despite his increasing urgency, even to the point of nearly choking, she remained oblivious. Sister Yilan, I apologize. Those wretches care not for kinship. They seek to divide your family's land, and I failed to protect the Li family, Li Lingdang lamented. Upon hearing this, the Qingmu sect leader's eyes widened in shock. He coughed again, this time not from a desire to warn Li Lingdang, but from sheer frustration, destruction. He thought that he had already cautioned Li Lingdang not to speak of the Li family's affairs in front of Yilan, as she had suffered greatly. To expose her to such distress could prove unbearable for her. Yet there she was chattering away. Father, now is not the time for you to be coughing, she continued. The Wanxiang sect, Lingyun sect, Shirong sect, as well as the Tang and Du families, have all sent people to the Li family to seize their land. You and Sister Yilan's parents are on such good terms, and I have played with Sister Yilan since childhood. You must hurry to stop them. Li Lingdang's words came out in a flurry. And behind her, the Qingmu sect leader's eyes nearly bulged from his head. How could he have such a foolish daughter? Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Lingdang's words, Li Yilan was already on edge. Lingdang, what on earth is happening? Sister Yilan, we must hurry to your home. They are plotting to take advantage of your parents' death to seize your family's territory. That a group is attempting to divide your land, and Aunt Kaling is currently confronting them. Aunt Kaling? Li Yilan gasped. She is not dead. The thought of her father's sister surviving the onslaught of the Xiao family was unexpected. She is alive. When the Xiao family attacked, my father managed to save some people. Li Lingdang replied. Sister Yilan, stop hesitating. Aunt Kaling may not hold out much longer. We must rush to support them. Upon learning that Aunt Kaling was alive, Li Yilan's heart raced with fervor, yet the thought of her facing those powerful families sent a pang of anxiety through her. She worried for Aunt Kaling's safety. Master, I need your help, Li Yilan implored. Her words. Li Lingdang was taken aback. Sister Yilan, shouldn't you be asking my father for assistance? Why seek his help? In her view, Lin Yang, being so young, could hardly wield any substantial power, especially against the top-tier families and sects of Baiwa Valley, all backed by formidable late-stage great sage experts. Father, please assist Sister Yilan, Li Lingdang urged. Lingdang, do not be disrespectful to Master Lin. The Qingmu sect leader reprimanded, "As for your sister Elon's matters. Master Lin will certainly take action, that he had originally planned for Li Elon and Lin Yang to reside at Qingmu sect while he personally dealt with the Li family situation. However, now that the families and sects had chosen to provoke disaster upon themselves, he felt helpless. Their actions were too extreme and would soon invite retribution. Li Lingdang gazed at her father in disbelief. Father, what can he possibly resolve? This needs your direct intervention. Do not be disrespectful. The Qingmu sect leader shouted in anger, then turned to Lin Yang to offer his apologies. Master Lin, please disregard my daughter's rudeness. It is quite all right. She means no harm, Lin Yang replied calmly. Then, addressing Li Yilan, he said, My dear, point the way to your home. I shall lend my strength this time. Thank you, master. Li Yilan's eyes brimmed with tears as she pointed towards the east. With a commanding voice, Lin Yang called out, Xiaohe, clear the path. Immediately, a powerful force enveloped Lin Yang and Li Yilan. Under Xiaohe's guidance, the two ascended into the skies. Isn't flying forbidden in Baiwa Valley? He thought. Yet, I shall fly regardless. With a roar, Xiaohe's quasi-emperor aura surged forth, overwhelming like a mountain-esque majesty, stirring a tempest, despite Baiwa Valley's numerous anti-flight formations activating the moment Xiaohe took off. What did they matter against a formation constructed by late-stage great sages? Boom! 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 Xiaohe, carrying Lin Yang and Li Yilan, broke through the numerous formations with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for the Li family's location. This spectacle left Li Lingdang utterly astounded. Father, isn't flying prohibited in Baiwa Valley? Indeed. The Qingmu sect leader replied with a wry smile. But there is nothing we can do. He simply flies. Why is that? Do the four major sects and the two families not care? In Baiwa Valley, there was an unwritten rule that all forces must unite against external threats. But now, they cannot intervene, for that Xiaohe is a quasi-emperor. The Qingmu sect leader explained that a quasi-emperor. Li Lingdong's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth trembling uncontrollably. Father, are you saying that the one who took away Sister Elon and her master is a quasi-emperor? It was known that the strongest in Baiwa Valley were mere late-stage great sages, and now a quasi-emperor had suddenly appeared. The Qingmu sect leader shook his head. He is not merely a senior. He is Master Lin's subordinate. Upon hearing this, Li Lingdong's mouth began to quiver, and her body trembled with shock. As subordinate. So, Sister Elon's master has a quasi-emperor subordinate. How strong must he be? The Qingmu sect leader shook his head again. I do not know. After all, Lin Yang possesses an aura of mystery. No one can discern his true level. In any case, from now on, be courteous to your sister Elon's master and refrain from speaking of those extermination matters. Otherwise, even I cannot protect you. Understood. Li Lingdang promised obediently. Meanwhile, as Xiaohe carried Lin Yang and Li Elon towards the Li family, the Baiwa Valley formations were shattered that a late-stage great sage from the Wanxiang sect ascended into the air. Who dares intrude? Have you sought my permission to trespass in Baiwa? Oh, my apologies. I was mistaken. Please continue your intrusion. Upon seeing Xiaohe's quasi-emperor strength, the late-stage great sage from Wanxiang sect immediately calmed down. A late-stage great sage from Lingyun sect sneered. Wanxiang sect leader, how can you be so cowardly? Someone has intruded into Baiwa Valley, and you dare not act. Let me go and have a word with them. How can this be? Forgive me for speaking too loudly just now. As soon as the late-stage great sage from Lingyun sect saw Xiaohe's might, he too quieted down. Next, a late-stage great sage from the Shirong sect shot up into the sky, but merely ascended briefly before descending back down. Subdued. The same occurred with the late-stage great sages of the Tang and Du families. That moment, they were all extremely bewildered as to why a quasi-emperor had suddenly appeared in Baiwa Valley. When they recognized the little girl beside the quasi-emperor, their astonishment grew even more. Isn't that the Li family girl, Li Yilan? Indeed, it's Li Yilan. Something feels off. Our three major sects and the Tang and Du families were just about to divide the Li family's territory. Why has she returned now? The leaders of the three major sects of Baiwa Valley, along with the heads of the Tang and Du families, exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. And suddenly, a cry of alarm arose. The five individuals appeared to have conjured terrifying thoughts, collectively startled into a leap, Li Elon returned with a master of the quasi-emperor realm. And then, are we to carve up our family's territory? Is this not an invitation to death in an instant? The five were like grasshoppers in a hot pot, transmitting their thoughts. Quickly, sent a message. They simultaneously communicated with the elder, heading to the Leaf family to partition their lands. Meanwhile, within the Leaf family, Li Kaling bore a grave expression, gathered with the remaining few dozen women, children, and youths in a dilapidated courtyard. This was once the Leaf family, immensely prosperous and renowned as the foremost of the three great families of Bihua Valley. Now reduced to a few crumbling buildings, surrounded by remnants of walls and ruins that a youth of about 15 or 16 dashed in, breathlessly reporting, "Kaling Ant, it's dire." They are being excessively brazen, completely disregarding the agreement of mutual respect and shared prosperity in Bihua Valley. Openly partitioning our Leaf family's territory. The Wanxiang sect has occupied the land to the west of our Leaf family. The Lingyun sect has taken over the land to the south. The Shirong sect has claimed our eastern land. The Tang family has seized our northern land. And the mining area in the northern mountainous region of the Leaf family has been monopolized by the Du family. They are truly aggressive, leaving us no means of survival. The remaining members of the Leaf family surrounded Li Kaling, gritting their teeth, their hearts heavy with endless fury that Li Kaling, equally burdened by the weight of this blow, found it hard to bear. Yet, now that the tiger has fallen to the plains, it is bullied by dogs. The Shao family has been eradicated, masters have been slain, and there is not a single capable fighter left. Naturally, those individuals are eyeing the Li family's territory, eager to devour it. With tears welling in their eyes, the remnants of the Li family spoke. What is done by man is seen by heaven. Those people will face retribution. Indeed, we are all descendants of the fairy of Bihua. Why must they pursue such relentless extermination? At that moment, another youth rushed in, panic-stricken, Kaling Ant. It's even worse. The elders of the three major sects and the two great families are all heading this way. Hearing this, the remaining disciples of the Leaf family sighed in despair. Beasts, these beasts are not satisfied with robbing our Leaf family's territory. They seek our annihilation as well. Do they not fear the rebuke of our ancestors? The air was filled with various curses that Li Kaling's brow knitted tightly. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. Ever since the Shao family was annihilated, their lives have been fraught with difficulty. Now, these treacherous beasts not only take the land but also seek to kill us. Why must we, born of the same root, harm one another so hastily? Li Kaling declared, Leaf family youths, though our clan has been destroyed, you still exist, and hope remains. Now, the Leaf family stands at the brink of existence. If these beasts encroach further, we shall fight them to the end. Those above 13, stand with me to resist them and protect our family. The resoluteness in Li Kaling's voice was striking, embodying a sense of inevitable sacrifice. Yet, it was also filled with helplessness and powerlessness. Once proud, the Leaf family now had to rely on these children above 13 for protection. Yes, Kaling Ant, the crisis of the family is my responsibility. No one shall offend the Leaf family. I am willing to give my life to defend the honor of the Leaf family that I in that moment. Every woman, child, and youth behind Li Kaling stood forth. Some had yet to begin their cultivation, yet they displayed unwavering determination. Li Kaling smiled proudly. My Leaf family's youths are not lacking. Let us go together to confront them. With that, a group of them advanced outward. At that moment, a powerful aura descended before Li Kaling. The visitors were indeed the elders of the Wanxiang sect. Let us act. My Leaf family would rather die than compromise with you, Li Kaling stated coldly. The remaining members of the Leaf family echoed steadfastly. As disciples of the Leaf family, we would rather die than yield. Miss Kaling, we are here to apologize, said the elder of the Wanxiang sect with an innocent smile. Apologize? This unexpected scene left Li Kaling and the Leaf family disciples momentarily taken aback. Did you not carve up our Leaf family's western land? The elder of the Wanxiang sect chuckled awkwardly. Miss Kaling, you misunderstand. We did not intend to partition the western land of your Leaf family, but we merely measured how many acres it encompasses for you. Your Leaf family's western land totals over 200,000 acres. Here is the measurement document. Please keep it safe. With that, the elder of the Wanxiang sect thrust the document into Li Kaling's hands, casting a hurried glance at the sky as if there's nothing else. We shall take our leave now. You are always welcome to visit the Wanxiang sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder of the Wanxiang sect quickened his pace, eager to leave the Li family, wishing they could fly away if not for the aerial restrictions. This scene left Li Keiling and the Li family disciples utterly bewildered. The document was clearly a map delineating the partitioned areas of the Li family's land. Yet the Wanxiang sect claimed it was a measurement document, returning it to them. Keiling Aunt, what is happening with the elders of the Wanxiang sect? Li Keiling shook her head, equally perplexed. Not good. The elders of the Lingyun sect are coming. A disciple shouted. Upon hearing this, Li Keiling dared not ponder further and turned her serious gaze toward the elder of the Lingyun sect. The elder of the Lingyun sect, upon seeing Li Keiling, immediately smiled and said, Miss Keiling, I sincerely apologize that we drafted a map of the area to the south of your Li family without your permission. I am truly sorry. Furthermore, to express our regret, the Lingyun sect is prepared to return this map to the Li family and additionally offer a compensation of 10,000 spirit stones. Please accept it. The elder of the Lingyun sect handed the map and spirit stones to Li Keiling, glancing nervously at the sky that we shall not disturb you further. Do visit the Lingyun sect when you have the time. Then, the people of the Lingyun sect hurriedly departed as well. This left Li Keiling and her family members furrowing their brows in confusion, struggling to understand the motives of the Wanxiang sect and Lingyun sect. Before they could contemplate further, another disciple shouted, Keiling Aunt, the people from the Shirong sect, Tang family, and Du family are running toward us. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and indeed, the personnel from these three factions appeared to be sprinting towards them. As if in a 100-meter dash, eager to be the first to be cautious. Everyone must remain vigilant, Li Keiling warned. Yet the three factions neatly aligned themselves before Li Keiling. Miss Keiling, the Shirong sect comes to apologize. Miss Keiling, the Tang family comes to apologize. Miss Keiling, the Du family comes to apologize and is willing to compensate that in an instant. The three factions appeared as remorseful children, their tones sincere. This scene left Li Keiling and the others utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 70. I have arrived. Where is the enemy? Keiling Aunt, do you think the bad guys can really change all of a sudden? Asked a younger disciple, still in the early stages of enlightenment. With a puzzled expression that, I don't know, Li Keiling replied, unsure how to respond to the disciples, knowing they were at an age to establish their moral compass. To say that bad people can become good could mislead them, and to say nothing would also be troublesome. The sudden change of heart from the three major sects and two great families was difficult to explain. That child who raised the question. Your inquiry is excellent. There are two types of bad people. Some are inherently wicked to the core, and such individuals should be avoided. The other type may have been bad before, but, due to time, place, circumstances, and relationships, suddenly become good. For such individuals, we must differentiate. We cannot hastily label them as bad nor as good. Of course, if you encounter such individuals, always maintain a kind heart, offering a bit more tolerance and a bit more love. Thus, the formerly thieving Shirong sect, along with the Tang family and Du family elders, transformed into life mentors, each imparting lessons to the Li family disciples. Indeed, individuals like us deserve more understanding and compassion. We certainly do not resemble bad people. Yes, we are good people. Moreover, we are all descendants of the fairy of Bihua. Our ancestors established the principle that all factions within Bihua Valley should respect each other, mutually benefit, and live harmoniously as one family. Indeed. Here is the measurement document for the area of land we measured for the Li family. Please keep it safe. This is our shameless fine for voluntarily measuring the area of land for the Li family. Please accept it. Thus, a series of documents, accompanied by penalties, fell into the hands of Li Keiling. They even engaged in jovial banter to forge closer ties with her, inviting her to play and treating her to meals. One elder from the Shirong sect even called her sister, which left Li Keiling utterly astonished, her eyes nearly popping out. You, with your gray beard and weathered face, and I am still unmarried. How can you address me as sister? In short, the elders present exhibited a remarkable loss of dignity. One might think that Li Keiling had somehow managed to subdue them. Strangely enough, just moments ago, these individuals had been unyielding in their attempts to seize the Li family's land. But in the blink of an eye, they transformed into this manner. The crowd glanced at the sky and cheerfully remarked, Miss Keiling, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Yes, indeed, until we meet again. However, Before Li Keiling could utter a word, these individuals fled with the swiftness of rats, with one elder even losing his shoes in the process. Li Keiling and the others from the Li family exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed, was the crisis facing the Li family resolved just like that? Why? They racked their brains but could not comprehend it. Could it be love? The crowd shook their heads. Love? If it were love. They would have loved us long, oh, what could it possibly be? Just as they were mired in confusion, a powerful, ethereal figure descended before them. Li Keiling's previously calmed heart tightened once more. And everyone remained on high alert that a 5-year-old child grasped a stone, ready for any confrontation. Yet, when Li Keiling discerned the identity of the newcomer, she froze in disbelief. Ilan? The name escaped her lips with an air of incredulity. Upon seeing Li Keiling, Ilan's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed into her embrace. Aunt. Yes, Li Keiling too was overwhelmed with emotion. Ever since the Shao family annihilated the Li family, rumors had circulated incessantly. Some claimed that Ilan and her parents were murdered by the Shao family, while others said she was trapped in the Shao family's den, enduring humiliation, now that Ilan had returned safely. How could her aunt not feel joy? Moreover, the current Shao family needed her. Ilan, where have you been during this time? I had Qingmu Zhongzhu inquire about you at the Shao family, but there was no news at all. The remaining members of the Li family also expressed concern for Ilan's situation. Ilan responded to each inquiry, sharing her recent experiences. When they learned that Ilan had been confined in the Shao family's den, they gritted their teeth in anger. Upon hearing that she had escaped, they sighed in relief, but when they discovered she had joined the Qingyun sect, they were astonished. However, when they learned that the Shao family had attacked the Qingyun sect, tension returned, reflecting their fluctuating emotions as Ilan recounted her tale. This clearly demonstrated their deep concern for her. Ultimately, when Ilan revealed that Lin Yang had led her to slay the Shao family's figures, Xiao Hua, Xiao Patian, and Xiao Shanhai, annihilating the Shao family and reclaiming her parents' remains, everyone was left speechless, as if they had heard a myth that it was well known that the Shao family's collective strength surpassed that of the Li family during its peak. Even though the Shao family had destroyed the Li family, the prospect of vengeance weighed heavily on them. Yet now, Ilan's master had effortlessly obliterated the Shao family. How could they not be astonished? At this moment, Li Keiling finally came to her senses and turned to Lin Yang and Xiao He, softly inquiring, Ilan, who are these two? Ilan introduced them. Aunt, this is my master, Lin Yang, and that is my master as subordinate, Xiao He. Upon hearing this, Li Keiling was taken aback once more. She had initially thought Lin Yang to be Xiao He's subordinate, given that Lin Yang exuded an air of calmness without any discernible fluctuations in spiritual power. Resembling an ordinary person, in contrast, Xiao He harbored a terrifying force capable of obliterating everything, yet he was merely Lin Yang's subordinate. However, this was precisely what made him most formidable. Those who were hardest to read were indeed the most terrifying. Subsequently, she knelt before them, turning to the Li family disciples. Everyone, kneel immediately and express gratitude to Master Lin for extending a helping hand during Ilan's tribulations, as well as for accepting Ilan as a disciple, aiding the Li family in vanquishing the Shao family. Such kindness shall forever be remembered by the Li family. Today, I lead all disciples of the Li family in gratitude to Master Lin. He shall henceforth be an esteemed guest of the Li family. Should he require assistance, the Li family is willing to traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames for him. The members of the Li family expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Lin Yang waved his hand, a surge of spiritual energy lifting all the Li family members to their feet. Ilan was his disciple. It was only natural for him to assist her in such matters. He then turned to Li Keiling and asked, I have heard that the forces of the Hundred Flowers Valley are plotting to divide the Li family's land. Where are they now? They fled. I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. Indeed, Aunt Keiling. Where have they gone? Ilan also snapped out of her joyful reunion. Previously, Li Lingdang had mentioned that the 3 major sects and 2 prominent families were attempting to carve up the Li family's territory, prompting her to request her master's aid, and they had hurried home. Yet now, there was no sign of those nefarious individuals, which surprised her. They have left, Li Keiling replied, equally puzzled. Those individuals had already begun to divide the Li family's land. Yet, inexplicably, they returned the division documents and agreements. They even offered various apologies and flattery, claiming to measure the area of our land, with some even compensating us with spiritual stones that Kaling produced the measurement documents and agreements. Along with the spiritual stones, behind her, several disciples chimed in. Moreover, they asserted that they were good people and urged us not to hold grudges against them. Kaling nodded. I too am at a loss as to how this transpired. If I am not mistaken, it must have been when Senior Xiao He brought my master and me through the skies. The aura of a quasi-emperor must have alarmed those rascals, causing them to feel guilty and fearful. Li Yilan explained. However, upon hearing Li Yilan's words, Li Kaling nearly gasped in shock at quasi-emperor. Is this Senior Xiao He at the quasi-emperor level? In an instant, the disciples of the Li family also gazed at Xiao He with astonishment. They had always known Xiao He to be formidable, but they never expected him to be this powerful. The quasi-emperor realm had not seen an expert for a century, even in the 100 Flowers Valley. Yet here was one, and moreover, he was merely Lin Yang's subordinate. Good heavens, how powerful must Lin Yang be? Li Kaling found herself enveloped in immense shock and delight, astounded by the strength of Lin Yang and Xiao He, and rejoicing for Ilan, who had endured so much hardship. Despite the many injustices of fate, having such a powerful master validated the saying that the sharpness of a sword is forged through hardship, and the fragrance of the plum blossom emerges from bitter cold. Simultaneously, Li Kaling concurred with Li Yilan's speculation that the 3 major sects and 2 prominent families had indeed been intimidated by Yilan's master and Senior Xiao He. With this in mind, Li Kaling respectfully expressed her gratitude once more. Master Lin, Senior Xiao He, thank you for once again rescuing the Li family. Such immense grace shall never be repaid. Li Yilan, of course, noticed her aunt's nervousness and reassured her. Aunt, you need not be so anxious. My master is a very good person and easy to communicate with. Lin Yang nodded, saying, Yilan speaks true. I have always been approachable and easygoing, so everyone can relax. Only then did the crowd exhale in relief that at this juncture. Lin Yang continued, earlier, I heard that the 3 major sects and 2 prominent families measured the Li family's land. Could I see the measurement documents? Lin Yang had indeed learned some surveying and wished to check for any discrepancies. Accordingly, Li Yilan handed several division documents to Lin Yang, while Xiao He stepped forward, neatly arranging the 5 documents in front of Lin Yang. This scene once again astonished the Li family members. Before Lin Yang, even a quasi-emperor had to engage in such tasks. Lin Yang nodded, murmuring to himself, your Li family's western land encompasses 200,000 acres. The southern land covers 180,000 acres. The eastern land amounts to 160,000 acres, and the northern land totals 140,000 acres. Li Kaling confirmed, indeed, that is correct. But before she could complete her sentence, Lin Yang inhaled sharply. Li Kaling, startled, feared she had made an error and hesitated to continue. Yet Lin Yang asked, which force conducted the measurement of these 200,000 acres of land? In response to Master Lin, it was the Wanxiang sect that performed the measurement. Li Kaling replied. Lin Yang nodded, saying, the Wanxiang sect is quite unscrupulous. They have grossly understated the measurement by 15 acres. Suddenly, he inscribed a note on the blueprint stating that there was a deficiency of 15 acres. Upon witnessing this, Li Kaling was taken aback. In truth, the area of the Li family's land to the west was precisely 200,000 acres, and there was no reduction. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, for Lin Yang's gaze had already shifted towards the second blueprint. Well, this second blueprint measures an area of 180,000 acres, which is not excessively flawed, but it is still short by 13 acres. Lin Yang then noted the deficiency of 13 acres on the second blueprint. Subsequently, he inscribed a reduction of 12 acres on the third blueprint, followed by a notation of 11 acres on the fourth. Finally, he recorded a loss of a 10-acre-sized mineral vein on the last blueprint. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Li family were filled with confusion. In reality, the Li family's land area was indeed as such, with no losses, nor was there any decrease in the mineral vein. What, then, was Lin Fengzhu attempting to accomplish? Was he perhaps planning to expand the Li family's territory? They speculated amongst themselves. Lin Yang collected all the blueprints and handed them to Xiao He, instructing, go tell the 3 major sects and the 2 prominent families that their measured data is inaccurate. and that the Li family's land has diminished, demanding compensation. For every acre, let them compensate with 100,000 spirit stones that if they refuse to pay, then take action. No need for idle chatter. Understood, Xiaohei nodded, preparing to transform into a streak of light and depart. Wait, Lin Yang called out, bring back the bodies of those who were killed, at present. He was nurturing 10 young Taotai, and these little creatures had insatiable appetites. Fortunately, there were always ingredients delivered to his door, that ASU command. Xiaohei then transformed into a streak of light and left the Li family with an imposing presence. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Li family were utterly stunned. It turned out that Lin Yang's assessment of the Li family's land was for this purpose. Moreover, who claimed that he was easy to communicate with. Such domineering and unparalleled behavior was that what they called amicable. In an instant, the disciples of the Li family dared not even breathe audibly, their gazes filled with trepidation as they cautiously observed Lin Yang's every breath. Fearful that should he become displeased, they might meet their end. Noticing the transition of their adoration into a mix of admiration and fear, Lin Yang chuckled lightly and said, "There is no need for such astonishment. I truly am quite approachable. Furthermore, the 3 major sects and the 2 prominent families have indeed measured the Li family's land inaccurately. The issue originated with them, and I merely pointed it out." The members of the Li family, indifferent to the correctness of his words, nodded in agreement, for in the realm of power, might dictated terms that, of course. Lin Yang continued, if they had not mismeasured, we would lack the funds to rebuild the Li family. Correct? Upon hearing this, the Li family members were left speechless. Such magnanimity. It became clear that Lin Fengzhu's actions were entirely for the sake of the Li family, aimed at aiding their reconstruction. Yilan, her eyes glistening with tears, knelt down with a thud. Master, such kindness overwhelms me with gratitude. Thud. Li Kaling, along with the rest of the Li family, also knelt down, exclaiming, Lin Fengzhu, we, the disciples of the Li family, are profoundly grateful for your benevolence. Lin Yang, channeling a stream of spiritual energy, assisted the members of the Li family back to their feet, stating, you are too courteous that I simply have a fondness for protecting my own. Chapter 72. I oppose your punishment of them, Lin Fengzhu. I understand your protective instincts, but I believe your punishment of the 3 major sects and the 2 prominent families is rather unjust. Lin Yang slowly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. At that moment, Qingmu Zongzhu descended in a corner of the crowd alongside Li Lingdang, voicing his concerns. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to Qingmu Zongzhu. Could it be that he opposed Lin Yang's punitive measures against the 3 major sects and the 2 prominent families? What was to be done? Qingmu Zongzhu had always been kind to the Li family, and it was he who had intervened to save the survivors when the Shao family annihilated the Li clan. Qingmu Zongzhu held a debt of gratitude towards the Li family, while Lin Yang's actions were also aimed at their reconstruction. Now, it appeared that Qingmu Zongzhu was displeased with Lin Fengzhu. Li Kaling hurriedly approached Qingmu Zongzhu, saying, Qingmu Zongzhu, the reason Lin Fengzhu has taken such actions is indeed for the reconstruction of the Li family. He is acting in our best interest. You must have misunderstood that Li Kaling spoke gently, pulling at Qingmu Zongzhu's hand, signaling him not to act impulsively. After all, Lin Yang's prowess was unfathomable, and he was a benefactor to the Li family. Moreover, his companion Xiaohei possessed the strength to easily obliterate a major sect. She did not wish to witness a rift between Qingmu Zongzhu and Lin Fengzhu that in the end, only Qingmu Zong would suffer. Li Yilan squinted at Qingmu Zongzhu, asking, Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Just a moment ago, you held Master in the highest regard. Why the sudden change? Li Lingdang added, Father, what are you doing? All eyes were on Qingmu Zongzhu. Filled with disbelief, Qingmu Zongzhu chuckled awkwardly. Was I not merely jesting? What I meant was, Lin Fengzhu has only punished the 3 major sects and the 2 prominent families. What about my Qingmu sect? This is unfair. I too wish to see punishment for my sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of astonishment. Li Kaling rolled her eyes repeatedly, having thought that he was genuinely questioning Lin Fengzhu's fairness. She had assumed there was animosity between Qingmu Zongzhu and Lin Fengzhu, and she was terrified to the point of nearly losing her composure, in the end, he was seeking punishment for himself. Moreover, the Qingmu sect had always looked after the Li family. What need was there for punishment? Li Lingdang nervously remarked, Father, Please refrain from making such jokes in the future. You truly are not the type to jest. Am I? Qingmu Zhongzhu replied, looking embarrassed. I believe I am quite the humorous fellow. Goodness, Li Lingdang almost fainted from exasperation. Regardless, regarding the reconstruction of the Li family, my Qingmu sect shall also contribute some strength. Qingmu Zhongzhu declared. Li Yilan was left both amused and exasperated by her uncle's antics. She gently spoke, Uncle, you have already done so much for the Li family. We will forever hold this gratitude in our hearts. As for the reconstruction of the Li family, we truly cannot trouble you further. Li Yilan sincerely expressed her feelings, recalling how her uncle had risked everything to retrieve her parents' remains, even forging an alliance with Xiao Patian to infiltrate the Xiao family with the intent to recover her parents' bodies. Such actions, if discovered by the Xiao family, could have jeopardized the entire Qingmu sect, yet he had acted without a second thought. Furthermore, it was her uncle who had saved her aunt and the surviving members of the Li family. She genuinely could not ask him to exert himself further in the endeavor to rebuild the Li family.